A catastrophic event unfolds as Earth faces devastation, and a monstrous creature emerges, wreaking havoc across a desolate cityscape, tanks fire relentlessly. But the creature withstands every attack, leaving destruction in its wake as buildings crumble. Amidst the chaos, a towering armored figure, glowing with energy, confronts the beast with a powerful blast of light, seemingly the city's last hope. The scene then shifts to a tranquil schoolyard, providing a stark contrast to the earlier destruction. A large group of students gathers outside a prestigious academy for the awakening ceremony, eager to discover their abilities. Among them, a silver-haired boy stands apart, his sharp gaze exuding confidence and determination. A student excitedly awakens in a rank fire ability, his fiery power glowing brightly as others watch in awe. The ceremony continues as students eagerly wait for their turn, hoping to change their destinies. The silver-haired boy steps forward confidently as the examiner calls for him. His determined expression leaves the crowd curious about what lies ahead for him. The silver-haired boy introduces himself as Lin, a third-year student, as the crowd whispers about his lineage and his father's thunder abilities. Some students scoff, questioning if his father's reputation matters given his history as a traitor. Flashbacks reveal that 7 years ago, Lin was celebrated as the son of a hero. However, when a devastating monster attacked their city, his father was accused of cowardice, leading to a tragic downfall. The city's destruction and countless casualties were blamed on his father's actions, shattering Lin's life. Cast aside by everyone, he was branded as the traitor's son and left to fend for himself. Lin places his hand on the awakening device, but the screen reveals no significant abilities, leaving him stunned. His classmates watch in disbelief, some mocking his failure to inherit his father's talents. The teacher's reaction adds to the awkwardness, prompting Lin to anxiously ask for clarification about the result. Meanwhile, whispers fill the room as others dismiss him as a daydreamer for expecting greatness. As Lin walks away, others step up for their awakening, flaunting impressive abilities like mental disruption and steel skin. Back in the classroom, Lin faces the cold reality of being ignored and mocked by his peers. Lin returns to his classroom, only to find cruel messages mocking his father and demanding a life for a life left on his desk. Despite his composed exterior, his clenched fist shows the frustration building within him. As Lin walks through the hallway, Chen Hu, the arrogant heir of Tianhai City's defending general, confronts him with a mocking smile. Chen Hu openly ridicules Lin for his failure at the awakening ceremony, making the tension unbearable. Lin notices a metal pin to his uniform, realizing its significance with a mix of surprise and anger. Chen Hu, seizing the opportunity to assert dominance, demands Lin to remove the medal, escalating the conflict between them. The Chen Hu grins maliciously as he taunts Lin. His words sting as he accuses Lin of being a failure for not inheriting his father's ability. Lin, furious, is struck by Chen Hu's slap, his anger boiling over. He yells back, refusing to be insulted by the man and calling out to him to never speak of his father in the same breath. Chen Hu continues his taunt, but Lin, determined, grabs his wrist and fights back with a defiant expression. The tension rises as Lin pushes against the force holding him down. The two struggle intensely, their emotions clashing. Lin's face shows pure anger as he thinks of his father, realizing the harsh words from Chen Hu only fuel his determination to stand tall. Chen Hu smirks confidently, boasting that he has awakened a new, powerful ability. His arrogance shines through as he relishes in his newfound power, while Lin looks on with suspicion. Lin steps back, his expression tense, denying that Chen Hu's ability is anything of value. He asserts that the power he possesses is something left behind by his father. With a burst of movement, Lin rushes toward Chen Hu, his fists clenched, a fierce determination in his eyes. He's not backing down, ready to defend his father's legacy. Lin snaps back at Chen Hu, challenging him for calling him stubborn. His anger is palpable, as the two continue to clash in the heat of the moment. Chen Hu, shocked by Lin's unexpected ferocity, stares wide-eyed, realizing that Lin's resolve is stronger than he initially thought. Lin's determination proves that he will never be intimidated. A sudden flash of energy erupts, creating a powerful explosion as Lin reacts in surprise. A digital system screen appears in front of Lin, congratulating him for successfully activating the Vortex overwrite system. It informs him that as a reward, he can now acquire a personal monster. Lin, confused and curious, looks at the screen, questioning the nature of this personal monster. The system provides an option to confirm. As Lin's hand hovers over the confirm button, his thoughts racing about what this new system could mean for him. As Lin selects the option, a massive red dragon appears on the screen. The second option appears, revealing a majestic golden dragon. The screen reveals the third option, a majestic creature with butterfly wings, adding to the growing list of possible monsters Lin can choose. The fourth option appears, a fierce, horned beast with glowing eyes and a terrifying roar. It's a creature that radiates immense power, making the decision even harder for Lin. With a ticking countdown timer, Lin is thrown into a state of urgency. Frustrated, Lin throws his hands up in the air, exclaiming that all of the options seem equally strong. He can't decide which one to choose. As the pressure mounts, Lin stares at the screen, determination filling his gaze. He mutters to himself, challenging the idea that he couldn't inherit his father's powerful thunder ability, hinting at his next move. A massive swirling vortex forms in front of Lin, its powerful energy intensifying. The giant eye of a menacing creature stares down at Lin, signaling that the world is about to face something far more powerful than ever before. The creature's massive mouth opens, revealing a terrifying maw. Lin's expression shifts to one of dread as he realizes the immense power and pressure emanating from this beast. Lin gasps in horror as the overwhelming force of the Pengui monster's pressure surrounds him. Caught in the vortex, Lin is thrown through the air, screaming in alarm. As Lin recovers, his face is filled with terror. Lin stands in disbelief, wondering if everything that happened was just a dream. His shock grows as he realizes that everything is real, and he's actually been given a personal monster. The system congratulates Lin for successfully completing the setup and receiving his personal monster, Kui Long. As confetti rains down, a glowing egg appears on the screen, confirming the next stage of his journey. Lin, still in disbelief, stares at the egg, asking himself how he's supposed to manage a dragon egg. Just as Lin wonders about the egg, his attention is pulled to a commotion in the classroom. His classmate Lin Jiyu accuses him of losing his mind, concerned about his erratic behavior. Chen Hu, along with others, confronts Lin. He grabs Lin, taunting him and making fun of his actions. Lin, furious and struggling to break free, yells at Chen Hu, demanding to be let go. Chen Hu, still engaged in his antics, laughs mischievously as he violates the school's rules, holding someone in a compromising position. A stern student council member enters the scene, her sharp gaze cutting through the tension. She firmly tells Chen Hu that his actions have seriously violated school rules and orders him to release the student and prepare for disciplinary action. The student council member commands Chen Hu to turn around and leave, her authority unmistakable as she stands her ground. He is intrigued by its significance, sensing that this pen might have more to it than meets the eye. Chen Hu taunts the student council member, grinning and pointing at the pen as if daring her to use it against him. Chen Hu smirks, surprised to see an awakened person appear in the classroom. Chen Hu turns to the student council member, warning her to mind her own business. Lin, filled with disgust, shouts at Chen Hu, calling him despicable for his actions. Lin continues his rant, accusing Chen Hu of bringing a group of awakened individuals to threaten a girl, showing his disapproval of Chen Hu's cowardly tactics. Chen Hu interrupts, raising his voice as he dismisses Lin's accusations. He taunts Lin, telling him to stop talking nonsense and implying that Lin won't be able to stop him. Lin, frustrated and enraged, is struck by Chen Hu's fist, sending him reeling backward. The student council member, her eyes sharp with authority, declares that the awakened are humanity's last hope in this era of renewal. Lin, filled with confidence, counters her statement, declaring that being awakened isn't a prize to flaunt around. The student council member, maintaining her composure, responds with a calm yet firm apology. She asks Lin to hold on for a moment, as things are about to escalate. Suddenly, a surge of energy surrounds her as she activates her power. The objects swirl around her in a powerful vortex, and her glowing aura intensifies. With a terrifying burst of force, the objects shoot toward Chen Hu, who is caught in the crossfire. Chen Hu, visibly enraged, grits his teeth as he yells in frustration, blaming Su Lingyu for his situation. Chen Hu growls in annoyance, his thoughts focused on Lin Jiyu. He winces in pain, realizing that he is bleeding from the cuts caused by the flying pens and pencils. In disbelief, Chen Hu looks at his wound, panicking as he realizes he's bleeding and utterly outmatched. She watches Chen Hu with a calm yet intense gaze, revealing her power. She threatens that if she accidentally kills him in the process, it would be his fault, showing her cold determination. Su Lingyu steps forward confidently, her power radiating as she corners Chen Hu, who begins to panic. Desperate, Chen Hu pleads for mercy, sweat pouring down his face as the magnetic weapons hover threateningly around him. Su Lingyu clenches her fist, unleashing a surge of energy as her aura intensifies, leaving no room for escape. Her piercing gaze locks onto him, revealing the extent of her awakened abilities and overwhelming strength. Observing her power, Lin Jiu realizes Su Lingyu's celestial and spiritual aptitude, marveling at her rapid domination. Within moments, Su Lingyu subdues Chen Hu and his allies, leaving them piled on the ground in defeat, having taken less than 3 minutes. Lin Jiu falls to the ground in shock, overwhelmed by the intensity of the situation as Su Lingyu looks on. Embarrassed, Lin Jiu notices his banana-patterned boxers exposed, adding to his humiliation. Su Lingyu's expression softens slightly, but her stern demeanor remains unshaken as she observes him. Lin Jiu clutches the shattered remains of the pendant in his hand, panicking as he tries to make sense of what just happened. Dropping to his knees, Lin Jiu pleads desperately, his voice trembling under Su Lingyu's unwavering gaze. Without another word, Su Lingyu turns and exits the room, leaving a final remark about arrangements for those who failed, her presence dominating till the end. Su Lingyu sternly explains the lesson non-awakened individuals should learn not to interfere with the awakened, as the power gap is insurmountable. Lin Jiu, with a determined expression, acknowledges her words, affirming that she's right about the dangers. Lin Jiu defends his father with desperation, insisting that his father is not a traitor, even as he is physically restrained. The scene shifts to an ominous perspective, showing Lin Jiu standing atop a massive red creature with glowing green eyes. The night falls over Tianhai City First High School, with the dark atmosphere hinting at the escalating tension. In a classroom, Chen Hu's lackeys complain about cleaning duties, mocking Lin Jiu as they question why this isn't a task left to someone like him. Chen Hu angrily orders his lackeys to do as they're told, silencing any complaints about their tasks. Frustrated, he mutters about not wanting to deal with Su Lingyu again, clearly still shaken from their previous encounter. Meanwhile, Lin Jiu sits at his desk, researching Penga-related information, noting that much of it is classified except for mentions of Zhu Dragon. As he studies, a holographic notification appears, activating a mission to hatch his monster dragon with a promised elemental reward. The hologram displays the dragon egg and progress bars, showing the stages of evolution leading to its final form. Lin Jiu stares in disbelief, exclaiming in frustration as he tries to process the challenges this mission presents. Lin Jiu reads the system notification, learning that the Monster Overlord system has a way to accelerate the incubation process. A visualization of the fully grown monster dragon appears, showcasing its intimidating appearance and power. The system explains that the dragon's incubation can be sped up using a monster core displaying the core's integration within the dragon egg. Lin Jiu, overwhelmed, holds his head in frustration as he realizes the daunting challenge of obtaining a monster core. His gaze shifts to his room, his mind racing with possibilities, as the system hints at precious resources needed for success. Suddenly, Lin Jiu exclaims in disbelief, questioning whether his mother might be hiding such a rare and valuable item from him. The system identifies the metal in Lin Jiu's possession as a monster core imbued with immense spiritual energy, enough to accelerate incubation. Lin Jiu recalls always carrying this metal, a precious keepsake, in honor of someone important to him. A flashback reveals a younger Lin Jiyu, filled with grief and guilt, blaming himself for tragedies caused by his inaction. He stares at the medal in his hand, a mix of determination and nostalgia crossing his face. Gathering his resolve, Lin Jiyu addresses the system, asking how to proceed with the dragon egg's materialization. The system explains that the monster overlord space cannot store monsters yet, prompting the need to physically hatch the Kui dragon egg. A glowing red sigil forms on the ground as Lin Jiu begins the activation process for the dragon egg. Lin Jiu nervously watches as the metal melts into the sigil, triggering a powerful reaction. The ground shakes and Lin Jiu is thrown backward by the sudden burst of energy from the hatching process. Emerging from the debris is a small red dragon with glowing green eyes and a commanding presence. The dragon locks eyes with Lin Jiu, its powerful aura filling the room as it steps forward. The system reveals the stats of the newly hatched dragon, showcasing its juvenile form, attack methods, and its initial skill, Devour. Lin Jiu, frustrated, questions the system, complaining that the dragon's appearance is far less impressive than advertised. The system introduces the taming skill, explaining it allows the host to tame monsters by touching their lower jaw. Lin Jiu, with sparkling eyes, exclaims in disbelief, wondering why the system didn't reveal such an amazing skill earlier. Realizing the catch, Lin Jiu holds his head in frustration, lamenting how taming requires a level he hasn't reached yet, making the skill useless for now. The dragon, playful yet mischievous, climbs onto Lin Jiu, leaving him exasperated as he mutters, "This guy," while staring at the little creature. The dragon softly coos as it picks up pieces of its eggshell, eagerly devouring them for calcium replenishment. Lin Jiu recalls that reptiles often eat their eggshells to regain nutrients and allows the dragon to continue observing it closely. As Lin Jiu holds the dragon, he marvels at its unbelievable presence, joking about the system not warning him of the costs involved in raising such a creature. Suddenly, the dragon begins to choke, sending Lin Jiu into a panic as he shouts at it to be careful, reminding it of its importance. The system announces the dragon has successfully consumed the eggshell, gaining 15 evolution points, as it happily munches away. With its newfound energy, the dragon shows a noticeable boost in vitality, and Lin Jiu prepares himself for the challenges of raising the evolving beast. Lin Jiu checks the status panel of the dragon, noting its juvenile form, attack methods, and its initial skill, Devour, which converts food into evolution points. He questions whether choosing the dragon was a good decision, frustrated by its demanding nature, yet impressed by its potential. Suddenly, Lin Jiu's mother arrives, scolding him for getting into another fight after being contacted by his teacher. Panicking, Lin Jiu quickly introduces the dragon to his mother, claiming it as his new personal monster. The dragon enthusiastically approaches her, startling her as she stumbles backward in shock. Lin Jiu cheerfully asks the dragon to greet his mother, while the dragon flashes a big toothy grin, leaving his mother even more horrified. Lin Jiu's mother collapses in a daze, overwhelmed by the sight of the dragon and the chaotic situation. Panicking, Lin Jiu asks the system if it can take the dragon back to storage, only to be reminded that the host's storage space cannot store monsters yet. With no other option, Lin Jiu tries to calm the dragon and decides to take it somewhere else to figure things out later. Suddenly, the dragon notices something outside, its curiosity piqued as Lin Jiu struggles to control it. The dragon's excitement leads to a destructive outburst, sending Lin Jiu crashing through a window alongside it. The commotion triggers an alarm, drawing the attention of nearby individuals, who rush toward the scene in shock and confusion. Lin Jiu hurriedly escapes with the dragon, apologizing to his mother as they leap into the night. The pair flies through the air under the moonlight, Lin Jiu deciding it's best to give his mother time to calm down before returning. Hiding among the bushes, Lin Jiu contemplates the dragon's abilities, recalling the system's statement about it growing by devouring spiritual energy. The system reaffirms that the dragon can continuously evolve through this method, surprising Lin Jiu with its diligence. Lin Jiu learns he cannot yet freely communicate with the dragon but is reassured by the system that this will improve as the dragon evolves. The dragon, seemingly amused, looks at Lin Jiyu affectionately as he realizes the growing bond between them will soon lead to better understanding. The system activates a crucial tool after the successful hatching of the dragon, displaying a grid to monitor spiritual reactions and concentrations. Lin Jiyu sarcastically questions the usefulness of the dragon, demanding to know what the catch is with this particular monster. The system highlights the biggest signal on the map as the dragon, while smaller dots indicate items it left behind, like its eggshells. Lin Jiyu connects the dots and realizes that the dragon's eggshells are key resources for its growth and evolution. The dragon looks smug and satisfied, prompting Lin Jiyu to point at it, frustrated by its mischievous demeanor. Despite the dragon's playful attitude, Lin Jiyu resolves to collect the resources needed to ensure its rapid growth. After reaching a safe spot, Lin Jiyu relaxes, sharing a hearty meal with the dragon, who eagerly devours a large piece of roasted meat, the two bonding further. Lin Jiyu, draped in a blanket and riding the dragon, shouts with excitement as they prepare for their next adventure. The dragon sprints through the forest at incredible speed, its powerful strides sending leaves flying as Lin Jiyu holds on tightly. They arrive at a towering, well-secured apartment complex under the cover of night, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. Lin Jiyu observes the guards patrolling the entrance, noting the tight security as he considers his next move. The dragon, undeterred, begins climbing the apartment wall stealthily, its claws digging into the structure as Lin Jiyu holds on. Lin Jiyu rides the dragon stealthily as they perch on the ledge of the all-girls apartment complex, his expression wary as they prepare to proceed. As he peers into the room, Lin Jiyu realizes with embarrassment that they've entered an all-girls apartment, intensifying his dilemma. A breaking news alert later announces his blunder, branding him as the traitor's son who broke into a girl's bedroom, adding further to his humiliation. The dragon acts impulsively, charging forward recklessly, much to Lin Jiyu's frustration as he tries to calm the chaotic situation. In the chaos, Lin Jiyu spots a glimmering insignia on the floor, identifying it as the prestigious elite hunter's insignia. Meanwhile, the narrative shifts to a mystic realm where ferocious creatures dominate, emphasizing the danger and the allure of these regulated zones for powerful awakeners. The elite hunter's insignia is revealed, described as a mystical entry pass issued by the Huaxia nation, radiating a powerful aura. Its intricate design leaves no doubt about its significance. Lin stares at the insignia in disbelief, holding it carefully in his hands as Dragon curiously peers at it. The glow reflects in Lin's eyes, showing his growing excitement and confusion. As Lin inspects the metal further, a shadowy figure appears outside the frosted glass, grabbing both his and Dragon's attention. Lin's curiosity grows as he wonders who the owner might be. The realization hits Lin like a shockwave, leaving him stunned and blushing with a nosebleed. His reaction leaves Dragon puzzled, tilting its head in amusement. Dragon drags Lin away hurriedly, with the smell of food clearly distracting it as images of a feast flash in its mind. Lin stumbles behind, trying to keep up with his companion's energy. Lin, exasperated, tries to argue with Dragon, who sits smugly with its arms crossed. Dragon's confident stance irritates Lin, who breaks into a comical rant. The shadowed figure reappears, this time closer and more distinct, leaving Lin and Dragon wide-eyed and sweating nervously. Their expressions reveal both awe and embarrassment. A startled girl wrapped in a towel turns in alarm, demanding to know who's there. Pink, glowing energy trails out of her room, leaving behind an ominous aura as it heads into the night. Lin and Dragon are caught in a whirlwind of energy, spiraling out of control as the pink force pulls them into the air. They crash land into a deep pit, both groaning in frustration while Dragon complains of hunger. A notification chimes, congratulating Lin on locating a source of spiritual energy, triggering the activation of Mission 21. Lin screams at the system, accusing it of leading him to his doom, while Dragon growls in agreement. Their frustration echoes in the pit as they demand answers. The system announces that the mission requires Dragon to reach maturity, promising a skill reward for completing the task. Lin, however, is visibly annoyed at the system's endless challenges. The projection skill is revealed, allowing Lin to fuse with Dragon and gain 30% of its abilities temporarily. Lin grins confidently as images of transcendent powers flash behind him, promising greatness. Dragon imagines a feast of burgers and fries, drooling in anticipation while Lin looks at him in defeat. Dragon strikes a confident pose, flashing a peace sign with a sly grin. Lin wipes his face with a cloth, laughing nervously at Dragon's antics. His expression reveals a mix of frustration and resignation at dealing with his eccentric companion. Draped in a blanket, Lin and Dragon sneak into what seems to be a restricted facility. Lin holds up the mysterious insignia triumphantly, his face glowing with determination. Dragon eagerly looks on, ready to follow Lin's lead. Peeking out from under the blanket, Lin and Dragon survey the area. Lin's eyes narrow with focus, while Dragon stays alert and ready for action. Dragon bursts out with a dramatic roar, startling Lin. Its sudden energy contrasts Lin's wary expression as he tries to calm it down. A glowing blue portal appears ahead of them, radiating energy and lighting up the dark surroundings. Lin looks on with a determined expression, his sharp eyes fixed on the challenge ahead. Lin clenches his teeth in pain as he struggles, clutching a necklace tightly in his hand. The red claws of the dragon press against the ground, exuding a menacing presence. Lin rides on Dragon's back, wrapped in a cloth, as they traverse through the forest. Dragon chases a flying insect, growling in frustration as it narrowly evades him. With a powerful stomp, Dragon's claw shatters the ground beneath him. Dragon collapses face first into the dirt, leaving cracks on the ground from his impact. Lin scolds Dragon while standing nearby, wiping sweat from his forehead after the commotion. Dragon roars, creating a massive shockwave that shakes the surrounding forest and sends debris flying. Lin clutches his head, screaming in agony as panic overtakes him. A massive bear with glowing red eyes and a lashing tongue glares menacingly, ready to attack. Lin stands frozen as the bear looms over him, its massive body towering menacingly. A holographic system interface appears, assuring Lin not to fear as it activates. Lin clings to the system screen with tears of relief, regaining his composure. The bear charges with a roar, its claws tearing through the air as Lin screams in panic. With a massive leap, the bear smashes a tree stump, shaking the ground with its strength. Lin watches the destruction from a distance, frustrated but determined to fight back. The system activates a monster encyclopedia, offering Lin critical details about the bear. The bear's stats and abilities appear, showcasing its immense size and spiritual energy. Lin smirks confidently, strategizing his next move with the help of the system. Lin smirks confidently, standing tall as he prepares to face the bear. He shouts for Kui Dragon to join the fight, pointing dramatically toward the enemy. The bear and Lin face off, creating a tense standoff in the forest. Lin's expression shifts to comedic frustration as his call seems to go unanswered. Panic overtakes Lin as he grips his head, realizing he's in danger. The bear charges ferociously, its claws ready to strike. Lin yells in desperation, pleading for Kui Dragon to appear and save him. Kui Dragon leaps into action, landing a powerful blow on the bear. The bear roars in pain as Kui Dragon continues his relentless attack. The bear staggers with swirling eyes as Dragon launches a decisive blow. Dragon crashes onto the bear's back, pinning it down with sheer force. Lin watches from a distance, reflecting on his lucky escape thanks to Dragon. Dragon sits triumphantly on the fallen bear, showcasing his victory. A system message explains the projection ability, detailing its benefits and limitations. Dragon devours the bear, gaining an evolution point for his efforts. Lin contemplates spending evolution points, his expression betraying his skepticism. Dragon lounges lazily, showing no interest in leveling up any further. Lin examines the map, noticing new red markers that seem to indicate danger nearby. Lin sits atop Dragon, cautiously observing the dense forest ahead. Crimson eyes gleam in the shadows as Lin realizes they're surrounded by feral beasts. Lin grips Dragon nervously, bracing for an attack. A monstrous wolf with razor-sharp teeth and glowing eyes emerges from the pack. Lin shouts in alarm, urging Dragon to prepare for battle. The wolf lunges forward, its jaws wide open in a ferocious attack. Dragon intercepts, clamping the wolf with a powerful bite as Lin smirks confidently. Lin's excitement peaks as he sparkles with delight, proud of Kui Dragon's performance. Triumphantly, Lin points forward while riding Dragon, celebrating their victory. Lin rides on Dragon's back as it fiercely chomps on an enemy, showcasing their power. Lin grins excitedly as a glowing blue panel appears, signaling his next mission. Dragon roars and glows with immense power, sending Lin tumbling off its back. Lin cheers as he checks his mission progress, showing Dragon's development is halfway complete. A group of wild beasts surround them, growling menacingly, ready to attack. One of the beasts leaps forward, but Lin and Dragon remain calm, prepared to fight back. The beast's glowing red eyes reflect their aggression as they close in. Lin's expression shifts to concern as he realizes the danger ahead. One beast charges at Lin with its jaws wide open, forcing him to react quickly. Dragon clashes with a mutant beast, its sharp claws tearing into its opponent. One of the mutant beasts bites Dragon's leg, drawing blood despite its tough scales. Lin looks worried, but Dragon's determined eyes show it's ready to protect him. A pack of beasts prepares to attack, surrounding Lin and Dragon with ferocious intent. Lin clenches his fist, realizing he's close to completing his mission. 3 new challengers appear, standing confidently as tension fills the air. Lin shouts, rallying Dragon with determination to face the overwhelming odds. Pointing ahead, Lin directs Dragon toward the enemy, ready to fight back. Dragon charges fearlessly, scattering the attacking beasts with a powerful roar. Lin rides on Dragon's back, planning his next move while dodging incoming attacks. Leaping off Dragon, Lin aims for a tree branch, confident in his agility. Dragon looks up, roaring as Lin jumps through the air with precision. Lin shouts commands at Dragon, urging it to fend off the surrounding beasts. Pointing into the distance, Lin strategizes, calling for reinforcements if necessary. Dragon's attack sends one of the beasts flying, showcasing its immense power. Lin screams with urgency, commanding Dragon to evolve faster to counter the threat. The beasts close in, forcing Lin to retreat, landing roughly on the ground. A massive beast charges at Lin with glowing red eyes, its fangs bared. Lin struggles to recover, frustrated as the beast approaches rapidly. Lin screams in shock as the beast lunges toward him with fierce intent. A powerful energy slash suddenly cuts through the air, striking the beast with precision. Lin stares in disbelief, his eyes wide as the sudden turn of events leaves him speechless. Looking at his glowing hand, Lin realizes he has absorbed Kui's power, feeling a surge of strength. A flashback scene begins where he desperately calls out to the system, asking it to use all of his evolution points. The system responds, congratulating Jean and informing him that his dragon has reached its grown stage, gaining 4 cm in height and now weighing a hefty 3.5 tons. Jean, eager for more power, demands his mission to reward, and the system grants him the ability projection skill as a reward. The system then hands Jean a tool that resembles a torch and explains how to use it to access the dragon's ability. Jean needs to bring the tube close to his eye, select the monster's ability he wants, and then inject it into his body. Following the instructions, Jean uses the tool and successfully gains 30% of the dragon's abilities. At that moment, a monster attacks Jean, but with his newly gained strength, he lifts a nearby tree and smashes it into the creature. Before he can react, more mutated dogs charge at him. Jean grabs another tree and rolls it toward them, but the dogs swiftly dodge, leaving Jean momentarily shocked. Just then, the dragon arrives and devours the entire pack of dogs in one swift move, providing Jean with a surge of evolution points once again. Jean, observing the dragon's growth, is amazed by how much bigger and stronger has become in such a short time. He realizes that if this is just a fraction of the dragon's potential, it is destined to grow into an incredibly powerful creature. Jean proudly tells the dragon that he kept his promise to provide plenty of monsters to feast on, pointing out how many they've encountered. The dragon, satisfied, approaches Jean and lifts him onto its shoulder. Suddenly, Jean hears a voice asking why he didn't follow orders and who gave him permission to come here. Jean is confused, wondering who's speaking, only to realize that it's the dragon talking to him. The dragon warns Jean that staying close is necessary, as being apart could be dangerous for him.
Jane is shocked, but the system reassures him that there's nothing unusual about this.
Dragons, having ruled the planet for billions of years, possess high intelligence. This is no ordinary creature. The dragon advises Jean that he's still too weak to take unnecessary risks, though Jean points out how the dragon earlier sent him to fight the bear alone. The dragon responds that now it is stronger and can handle things. Jean, wanting to show his own strength, insists that he is strong too and that the dragon shouldn't worry. However, Jean decides it's time to head home but realizes they'll need the insignia to leave the mystic realm. Upon searching, they discover it's missing. Jean urges the dragon to help find the insignia quickly, as they won't be able to exit the realm without it. After searching the entire area and coming up empty-handed, the dragon picks up a scent and mentions smelling dogs. Jean dismisses this as a joke, saying it's impossible for dogs to collect shiny objects, a trait more associated with birds like crows. Suddenly, Jean's nose becomes more sensitive and he catches a familiar scent, Nina's. They follow the scent trail and come across a hole, where Jean suspects the insignia might be. However, they are met by a group of small mutated dogs. The dogs attack the dragon, but the dragon easily brushes them off and prepares to eat them. Jean stops the dragon, saying he wants to try out a new skill instead. We then flash back 45 minutes earlier, where Nina is outside, wondering how anyone could climb to the 45th floor and then leave safely. She speculates that it must have been someone with enhanced physical abilities due to their awakened powers. She also notices a large hole in the ground, puzzled by how any human could have created such a thing. Suddenly, she spots a piece of clothing with a banana print, instantly recognizing it as belonging to Jean. This reminds her of earlier in the day when she sensed something large, possibly a monster, but instead found Jean and the bullies. She had checked everyone's abilities but hadn't found anything unusual at the time. Nina reflects on the earlier events and thinks about how none of the bullies had particularly strong abilities. And Jean, being unawakened, shouldn't have had any hidden powers. Yet she feels there's something he's hiding, as the awakening device doesn't usually make mistakes. She wonders if Jean has a hidden ability, but if he did, why didn't he use it when fighting the bullies? One thing seems certain. Jean has some ability related to controlling monsters. Puzzled, Nina questions why Jean would come to her house so late at night and how he even knew where she lived. Just then, her phone buzzes with a notification about a code red being issued in the E-grade Mystic Realm. Meanwhile, Jean tells the dragon not to kill the small mutated dogs because he wants to test his ability on them. Besides, according to the radar, these dogs aren't strong enough to give him significant evolution points. Jean explains that his taming skill should work as long as the dragon's level is higher than the monster's. As Jean attempts to tame the dogs, they attack him, refusing to stop. Frustrated, Jean calls for the dragon's help, but the dragon responds that if it intervenes, the dogs will be killed. Jean is left to handle the situation on his own. Jean touches one of the dogs under its neck, successfully taming it. The dog then starts barking at the others, and soon Jean manages to tame all the small mutated dogs. The dogs, now friendly, begin playing with Jean. The system notifies him that he can tame up to 5 monsters at once, and since he has already tamed 4, he only has 1 slot left. Annoyed, Jean complains that he wasted several slots on weaker monsters. The system gives Jane a new mission to find a monster core, which will allow him to upgrade the system to level 2. This upgrade will enhance not only his taming skill, but all of his other abilities as well. Jane, with a slightly sarcastic expression, remarks that obtaining a monster core is no easy task. After all, he had to sacrifice his father's metal to bring the dragon to life, so finding another core seems like an impossible challenge. Jane then remembers that they need to return Nina's insignia without her realizing they took it. He grabs one of the dogs, calling it a good boy, and asks it to return the insignia. The dog jumps up, and the insignia falls open, revealing a photo of Jean's father inside. Jean is stunned and wonders why his father's photo is inside Nina's insignia. He begins to question if he is getting closer to solving the mystery of his father's disappearance. Just then, his phone rings and Nina angrily yells, accusing him of sneaking into her house and stealing her mother's insignia. It becomes clear that the insignia belongs to Nina's mother, not Nina herself, which adds another layer of intrigue to the mystery. Nina also informs Jean that a red alert has been issued in the E-grade Mystic Realm because a 2-ton monster was spotted there 10 minutes ago. Jane is shocked, as the monsters in the E-grade realm are only supposed to weigh around 1 ton. Realization dawns on him, and he looks at his dragon, understanding that the 2-ton monster is none other than his own dragon. Now, Jin realizes they are in serious trouble. Internally, Jin reflects on how he only came to the mystic realm to upgrade his dragon, but he had overlooked how tight the realm's security is and how monitored it is. He now understands that his mission to uncover the mysteries surrounding Nina and his father has led him into a much more complicated situation than he anticipated. Jin quickly realizes that they need to escape the mystic realm before they are caught by the security team. Using his monster radar, he sees the team approaching their location. The dragon, however, thinks only of food, imagining the security team as his next meal. Frustrated, Jin punches the dragon and scolds him for always thinking about eating. Just then, one of the small dogs signals something, and the dragon translates saying, "There are large pits ahead where they can hide." Jane, curious, asks the system if hiding in one of the large pits will help conceal their presence from the security team. The system responds that while it isn't certain, the small mutated dogs had hidden in similar pits before, and they weren't detected. Jane reflects on how taming these dogs was initially just a test of his skills, but now they've proven to be quite useful. They move toward the large pit, where the dragon suggests that Jane stay outside while he and the small dogs go deeper inside to hide. Jane, worried about the dragon's presence still being detectable, joins them despite the dragon's protests. As Jane enters, the dragon catches him before he falls, frustrated that Jane didn't listen to his warning. Jane explains that he was concerned the dragon's aura could still be detected from outside, so he came to warn them to go deeper. As they venture deeper into the pit, the dragon notices markings on the walls and comments that no small monster could have created such a large pit. It becomes clear that there may be a much bigger monster lurking here. Although the E-grade mystic realm isn't supposed to house such large creatures, something feels off. The dragon then smells something unusual and runs ahead, discovering a pile of bones from various monsters. Jin is terrified by the sight, but the dragon, true to form, only sees them as food. Suddenly, the ground starts to shake and a massive monster emerges from the pile of bones. This creature, towering over them, is 20 tons, much larger than Jin's dragon, which looks tiny in comparison, like a dog next to an elephant. As if things couldn't get worse, the leader of the mutated dogs in its pack also fall into the pit, growling at Jane and the dragon. Jane wonders if they think he and the dragon are responsible for pushing them into the pit. Before anyone can act, the gigantic monster devours all the mutated dogs in a single bite, shocking Jin. He realizes that a group of monsters they had struggled with was wiped out in mere seconds by this colossal beast. Panic sets in as Jane wonders how they could possibly defeat something so powerful. The monster then attacks Jane, but the dragon intervenes, attempting to block the attack. However, the beast is too strong and the dragon struggles to hold it off. At that moment, the dragon turns toward Jin and speaks in a strange language that Jin can't understand. Surprisingly, the small dogs respond in the same language, communicating with the dragon. Jin, confused, realizes that the dragon is somehow communicating with the smaller mutated dogs, leaving him puzzled and even more concerned about their situation. As the small dogs try to pull Jin away, the massive monster launches an attack, forcing Jin to run for his life. However, the monster's speed is overwhelming and Jin barely manages to escape by diving into a smaller hole where the monster's head gets stuck. For a moment, Jin thinks he's safe, but the monster starts digging through the hole with its mouth, leaving Jin to believe his end is near. The dragon attempts to bite and attack the monster, but all of its efforts prove futile, as the creature is too strong for even the dragon's most powerful attacks. Jin realizes that all the tactics that had worked on previous monsters are ineffective here. He remembers monsters from games and concludes that the weak point of this beast must be its belly, which is close to the ground, but he needs to communicate this plan to the dragon somehow. Just as he's thinking this, the system announces that a new day has begun and Jin has received his sign and reward, a powerful laser breath attack for the dragon. This ultimate attack can channel all the dragon's energy into a single devastating blast, but it requires time to prepare, time they don't seem to have in this dangerous situation. An idea strikes Jin. Since he can also use 30% of the dragon's ability, he asks the system if the ability cooldown has reset. The system confirms that it has. Jin quickly devises a plan. He will distract the monster with his dragon's abilities while the dragon prepares the laser breath attack. Jin explains the plan to the small mutated dogs, and they all spring into action. In the next scene, The dragon bites the monster's nose to distract it, but the monster retaliates by tossing the dragon aside. Two of the small dogs attack the monster's ears, while another runs to inform the dragon about the laser breath and how the plan is supposed to work. However, the irritated monster turns its focus on the dragon, preparing to strike. Just as the monster is about to land a blow, Jin tries to help by throwing a massive boulder from above. Unfortunately, his aim is off and the boulder hits the dragon instead, knocking it unconscious. The monster then turns its attention back to Jin, who stands there, knowing he must fight. He tries to rally his courage, reminding himself that he came to the mystic realm not to hide, but to overcome his fears. But the reality of the situation is daunting, as even the dragon's powerful attacks had failed to stop this monster. The monster moves closer to Jin, who sits frozen in fear, feeling the weight of his own vulnerability. As the creature looms over him, Jin desperately yells for the beady laser breathality, asked to be fired. But there is no response from the dragon. The monster assumes Jin is merely trying to distract it and continues advancing. Jin, however, taunts the creature, hinting that it's not the only one capable of creating traps. Just as the monster steps closer, a huge explosion erupts from below, sending the beast flying out of the pit. At that moment, we see the security forces observing the large creature through binoculars. One of the soldiers reports that a massive 8 to 10 meter monster was spotted in their direction, possibly the very creature they've been searching for. The captain orders the team to head toward the location, ready to investigate. Jin reflects on the laser attack that was supposed to be the most powerful in human history, but feels like a clown for thinking it would work. Thankfully, the small dog had saved him in time. As we see Jin's plan unfold, he intentionally hits his dragon to grab the monster's attention, distracting it so that the dragon can attack from below. The dragon laments that Jin didn't get to witness its attack, to which Jin replies that seeing the massive 5-ton monster had left him stunned and unable to think clearly. Suddenly, the system notifies Jin that he's earned more evolution points. Jin, noticing the dragon eating again, angrily scolds him, reminding him they are still trapped in a large pit and the security forces are on their way. As Jin tries to leave the pit, he slips and falls back in, only to notice a small monster core lying nearby. He asks the system if it's a real core, and the system confirms it's a fragment from the previous monster, enough to upgrade the system to level 2. Just as Jin approaches the core, the dragon moves to eat it. Jin panics and yells that the core isn't food, ordering the system to quickly use it before the dragon swallows it. The system instructs Jin to place the core on a panel, and as soon as he does, the system absorbs it and upgrades to level 2. The system then rewards Jin with monster space, and a backpack appears on his back. Jin is unimpressed by its appearance, calling it ugly, but the system tells him not to judge by its looks and to explore inside. Jin and the dragon enter the space, which is much larger than it appears from the outside, providing a new home for the dragon. The system explains that Jin can store anything inside this space without its presence being detected, and even though the backpack is small, it can hold an entire dimension's worth of items. Jin stores the dragon inside the backpack and exits the pit. As Jin exits, he spots a large monster core inside the monster's body and asks the system why it's in its stomach when monster cores are typically located in their heads. The system explains that this particular monster had an abnormal existence, and its core was deliberately placed there by someone using it to enhance their own abilities. The system further mentions that this was a practice from ancient times. At that moment, the dragon emerges from the backpack, commenting on how humans, monkey-like creatures, are always using other beings to further their own strength. Jin, irritated, punches the dragon and shoves him back into the bag, reminding him not to come out without permission. Just then, the system's alarm goes off, warning Jin that the security forces are rapidly approaching. Jin, determined not to leave without the monster core, uses all his strength to try and extract it from the massive beast. However, the core remains stuck, refusing to budge. Just as the security forces arrive on the scene, Jin manages to pull the core free and escape. He glances back at the approaching forces, relieved that he was able to retrieve the core before they could. The system then appears, suggesting that Jin should hand over the core to help it reach level 3. Jin, however, refuses, stating that the core is meant as a gift for Nina, a token of apology for using her insignia to enter the mystic realm. He wants to clear his debt to her and be done with the clever girl once and for all. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers reports to the captain that they're detecting another strong aura in the area, indicating the monster isn't dead yet. Jin is stunned, wondering how the monster could have survived the dragon's laser breath attack. The system confirms that, while the dragon's attack was powerful, the monster is simply stronger than they thought. Jin prepares to fight the monster again when the captain steps forward. The captain removes his shirt and throws it onto Jin, who instantly recognizes it as the very shirt he had brought with him to the mystic realm. He realizes it must have fallen off during the fight with the bear, and the security forces had picked it up. Jin panics, thinking about how his mother will scold him for losing it. Just as the monster prepares to strike again, it laughs menacingly and charges at the captain. But the captain activates his spiritual power, and his body grows significantly larger. With one hand, he grabs the monster's mouth, and with the other, he channels all of his aura into a single, devastating attack. In one swift motion, the captain slices the monster into two pieces. Jin watches in disbelief as the captain easily defeats the monster, something the dragon's most powerful moves, including the laser breath, couldn't achieve. He realizes he must be cautious around the security forces, as their strength far surpasses anything he's encountered so far. The security team takes the defeated monster's body and loads it onto a vehicle before driving away. After the security forces leave, Jin and the dragon return to the pit. Jin, looking at the dragon, hands over the leftover bones and tells the dragon it will have to eat them for now. The dragon complains, frustrated that after all the fighting it's stuck with scraps to eat. Jin remarks that the security forces have taken the monster, so they have no other choice. Jin watches as the dragon begins eating the leftover bones, while he himself starts storing the bones into the monster space for later use. The system, confused, asks what he's doing. Jin explains that these bones could come in handy in the future. A short while later, we see the pit completely emptied by the dragon and Jin, with Jin gaining 33,837 evolution points. He uses these points to upgrade the dragon, who becomes even more powerful, now weighing 10 tons and standing 12 meters tall. Both Jin and the small dogs are amazed by the dragon's transformation. Jin then tells the dragon to get back into the bag, as they need to leave the mystic realm since they are already running late. However, before they go, Jin decides to do something important. He makes a grave for the monster they defeated. Jin reflects on how the monster, despite being dirty, greedy, and cunning, helped them in three significant ways. It dug the pit that allowed them to hide from the security forces. Its core upgraded the system to level 2, and because of it, the security forces were misled, preventing them from discovering Jin's personal dragon. Jin respectfully thanks the monster and hopes its soul finds peace. In the next scene, Jin successfully exits the mystic realm. As he reflects on the night's chaotic events, he looks at Nina's insignia and dreams of one day owning such a powerful item himself, imagining how he would prove his strength to others. But for now, Jin is more worried about how he will handle Nina's questions. He wonders how he'll explain taking her insignia and sneaking into her house, hoping that the monster core will be enough to avoid more difficult questions. Jin messages Nina, and she asks him to meet her at the abandoned school gym. When Jin arrives, he opens the door and asks why they're meeting in such a broken-down place. Nina, furious, reveals that she arranged this meeting to confront him. She accuses Jin of being a pervert who spies on girls while they're bathing and of stealing her insignia. Jin tries to explain, saying it's all a misunderstanding, but Nina snatches her insignia from him and angrily asks how it ended up with him. She points to the shirt and says it proves that Jin had entered her house. Jin, internally panicking, reflects on how everything spiraled out of control. He had only picked up the shirt to hide the dragon, but it has followed him like evidence everywhere, first with the security forces and now with Nina. Nina declares that she brought him to the gym to teach him a lesson. Jin, realizing he has no choice, apologizes sincerely for using her insignia without permission and offers her the monster core as a token of his apology. However, Nina, still furious, grabs a metal rod and smashes the monster core, shattering it. Jin, shocked and angry, demands to know why she did that. Nina coldly replies that she doesn't want anything from him. She only wants answers. She asks why he was in her house and how he even got there. As she activates her power, all the metal objects in the gym fly toward Jin, warning him that if he tries anything, he'll be in serious danger. Jin, confused and defensive, insists that all he did was take her insignia. Internally, he wonders if he should involve the system and how to get out of this escalating situation. Jin, in a panic, considers revealing everything about the dragon, but before he can act, the dragon speaks up from inside the bag, insisting that Jin let him out to handle the situation. The small mutated dogs agree with the dragon, but Jin knows this will only make things worse. He reasons that if a fight breaks out between the dragon and Nina, the school could be destroyed in minutes and the security forces would catch them for sure. Thinking quickly, Jin decides to use his monster projection skill as a distraction and escape. Jin asks the system for the torch, but the system reminds him that since he used the dragon's ability earlier in the day, he can now only use the ability of the mutated dog. Nina, growing impatient, accuses Jin of stalling. Jin quickly flashes the torch into Nina's eyes, temporarily blinding her, and makes a run for it. Nina, unable to see, uses her power to send metal objects flying in Jin's direction. As Jin dodges the attacks, he wonders how things escalated from him just wanting to apologize and return the insignia. Nina, covering her eyes, shouts that Jin is too clever and always knows how to escape trouble. She believes the bullies were justified in how they treated him. Furious, she launches another attack and surrounds Jin, demanding to know who his partner is and where they are hiding. Jin realizes that Nina isn't angry because of the insignia or the misunderstanding about spying on her. She's focused on getting the dragon to reveal itself. Frustrated, Jin prepares to use the torch on himself to escape, but Nina warns him that the same trick won't work on her twice. She launches a powerful attack, just as Jin uses the mutated dog's ability to dodge and climb onto the roof. However, the roof doesn't open as he expected, and Nina quickly attacks again, knocking him down. She traps Jin in a metal cage, and his bag falls to the ground. Inside the bag, the dragon growls, demanding to be let out, eager to eat Nina, with the small dogs agreeing. Nina notices the movement from the bag and realizes that Jin has been talking to it all along. She recalls that Jin didn't have the bag earlier, and it now seems like his partner is inside. Confused, she wonders how something so large could fit in such a small bag, especially considering the huge pit she saw earlier, which could only have been made by a massive monster. As Nina contemplates the mystery, the dragon and dogs, with the system's help, try to wake Jin in his half-asleep state. Jin mumbles about needing 5 more minutes, confusing the dragon, who scolds him for calling it Mom. Jin finally wakes up and notices Nina standing over the bag. Panicking, he warns Nina to leave the bag alone, insisting that what's inside is too powerful. If the dragon comes out and fights, the entire school could collapse. Ignoring his warning, Nina declares that she'll open the bag to see for herself. As soon as she does, the dragon and the mutated dogs burst out. The dragon, seeing Nina, licks its lips and hungrily says. Nina stands there in shock as the episode ends on a cliffhanger. The next episode promises to reveal how Nina reacts to the dragon and how Jin will manage the escalating situation. Lin, from behind bars, nervously introduces Dragon as a juvenile yet powerful monster. Sue, brimming with confidence, grins and expresses excitement at the chance to challenge Dragon. Dragon's massive form readies for battle, while Sue's competitive energy fills the air. Sue leaps into action, summoning crackling golden energy to launch a powerful attack. Her bold moves light up the battlefield, proving she's a formidable opponent against Dragon. Sue summons a towering golden construct, unleashing its might against Dragon. Dragon roars defiantly as the enormous energy hand looms overhead, ready to strike. Lin shouts from his cage, warning Dragon not to act recklessly in the heat of battle. Dragon glares at Lin, showing restraint but clearly ready to unleash its fury. A humorous moment ensues as Dragon reluctantly agrees to hold back, sparking Lin's relief. Dragon counters the attack, launching its magnetic field punch to shatter the energy construct. Sue's plan is disrupted as Dragon's overwhelming force turns the tide of the battle. The dragon endures a crushing blow but fights back with ferocity, shaking off the assault. Chaos ensues as debris rains down, threatening to trap everyone beneath the wreckage. Lin screams for the dragon's help, desperately calling for its intervention. The dragon acts swiftly, shielding Lin with its massive claws and stopping the falling debris. Lin, now safe, scans the rubble, realizing Sue is missing amidst the destruction. A sudden sight catches Lin's attention, a flash of Sue's signature shoes and skirt, hanging in an odd predicament. Sue finds herself hanging midair, her frustration boiling over as she shouts for Lin to help her down. Lin, as calm as ever, stands below, unfazed by her demands. Instead, he takes the opportunity to negotiate, reminding Sue that her fiery attitude won't get her anywhere without answering his questions first. Lin's calm demeanor vanishes as he confronts Sue with a piercing question: why does a photo of his father lie hidden within her emblem? Hanging precariously from a dangerous height, Sue shouts for help, her fiery temper flaring as Lin calmly observes her predicament below. 7 years ago, the monstrous beast Chuhun descended upon the city, its deafening roar shattering the skies. Chaos erupted as the creature laid waste to everything in its path, leaving devastation in its wake. Chuan's rampage turned the once thriving city into a blazing ruin. Buildings crumbled, flames engulfed the streets, and hope seemed to vanish amidst the destruction. Amid the chaos, Sue's mother was trapped beneath the collapsing rubble, her cries for help drowned by the destruction surrounding them. Tears streaming down her face, young Sue pleaded with her mother, refusing to leave her side despite the looming danger. Her mother begged her to run, to survive. Trapped and injured, Sue's mother urged her to escape, her voice strained with desperation. But Sue, overwhelmed with emotion, screamed in defiance she would not leave without her. The monstrous maw of Chu-Han loomed above, its deafening roar shaking the very ground. Destruction and despair followed in its wake, as its presence signaled certain doom. Sue clung desperately to her mother, tears streaming as she cried out in anguish. Her voice trembled, refusing to leave her behind no matter the danger. Sue's cries for help echoed in the chaos, her voice breaking as despair consumed her. She screamed for anyone to save them, but the overwhelming dread offered no response. Amid the chaos, a surge of electric energy crackled through the air. A powerful figure emerged, cloaked in blue lightning, ready to challenge the monstrous threat. With a thunderous strike of electrifying power, the hero unleashed a devastating blow, piercing through the monstrous beast. The clash lit up the skies, marking a fierce battle of survival. Standing tall against the fiery aftermath, the electrified hero radiated strength and resolve. Sue's eyes widened in awe as hope sparked amidst the chaos. With a confident smirk and electrifying energy coursing through his arm, the hero gave a nod of approval, exuding unshakable charisma. Sue gazed in awe, tears still on her cheeks, as she whispered to herself, "This man, he's so strong." Hope began to replace the fear in her heart. Years later, Sue reflected on the moment the hero saved her and her mother from the chaos. Across the room, the mighty dragon loomed, silently observing the ones who had defied its wrath. The spirited boy clenched his fists with excitement, proudly boasting about his father's bravery, who faced Chuhun head-on without hesitation. Sue clenched her fists with determination, her gaze steady. She vowed to one day deliver a strike as powerful and decisive as the hero who saved her. After years of relentless training, Sue finally faced the dragon head-on. Her fist collided with its massive form, radiating power and determination, marking the culmination of her journey. With a powerful strike, the mighty dragon was brought down, its strength faltering under the weight of Sue's determination and relentless training. Lin stepped in with a fiery glare, defending his dragon companion. "Hey, my dragon isn't your punching bag," he shouted, his fierce loyalty unmistakable. "So his name is Kuyun?" Sue remarked, eyeing the massive dragon. Fitting for such a giant, no wonder he was mistaken for the legendary monster. Meanwhile, Lin smirked mischievously from below. "Where does he live?" "At your place?" Sue questioned, her curiosity piqued. Lin frowned, unimpressed. "You think I keep him stuffed in a backpack all the time?" He shot back sarcastically. Lin's mischievous grin betrayed his thoughts. "I can't exactly tell her I just got him yesterday," he muttered to himself, trying to play it cool. Sue playfully suggested, "Why don't you stay with me? We can train together every day." The dragon narrowed its eyes, unimpressed. "Be your punching bag. Who would agree to that?" "Oh, I forgot to mention," Sue added with a sly smile. "My house is in a secret kingdom. There's endless space and all the food you could ever want." The dragon's eyes lit up with excitement as it roared, "I want to." Its enthusiasm shook the room, leaving no doubt about its decision. "Hey, stop enticing my monsters right in front of their owner." Lin shouted indignantly, watching as Kuyin sparkled with excitement over Sue's offer. "Oh, sorry, I almost forgot about you," Sue said with a playful smile. "Actually, I'd be happy to have you too," she added, her charm shining through. Lin blushed, taken aback by her words. "You'd be happy to have me?" He stammered, trying to grasp her intentions, his mind racing. "Back to the point," Lin said, his tone serious. "What happened next?" "My father and Chuhan." Sue hesitated, her expression softening. "I'm sorry, even I don't know what happened after that." As Chuhun roared in the distance, the chaos reached its peak. Members of the Bureau of Defense rushed in, carrying Sue and her injured mother to safety, while the hero stood firm, ready to face the beast. My mother passed away soon after due to her severe injuries, Sue said quietly. I was taken in and raised by my current father. Sue recalled the day she was tasked with presenting an honorary banner to the Bureau of Defense. It was then she learned Lin's father's name, Lin Lunzun. But amidst the ceremony, she overheard insulting whispers that lingered in her mind. Lin's eyes narrowed in frustration. If so many from the Bureau witnessed my father's battle with Chuhun, then why did rumors tarnishing his name start spreading? He demanded, his voice laced with anger. Sue smiled warmly, snapping Lin out of his thoughts. What's on your mind? Focus, it's time we talk about the real reason I wanted to meet with you today, she said, her tone serious but inviting. With no clue about Lin's whereabouts, Sue could only honor the past at the ruins of her former home. Standing solemnly with flowers in hand, she stumbled upon something unexpected amidst the rubble. Amidst the blood-stained ruins, Sue's eyes widened as she spotted a familiar emblem, the crest of Lin's guild. Could something have happened to him? She whispered in shock. There were others at the scene that day, Lin said, his voice steady as he pieced together the fragments of the past. Warning. The monster radar has detected a suspicious spiritual energy reaction near the host. Sue began to explain her intentions, but Lin interrupted, his eyes wide with urgency. Wait, something's happening, he exclaimed, activating the monster radar as a glowing screen materialized before him. The radar screen lit up, revealing several suspicious energy sources. Lin squinted, noting their small size. Just minor mutants, he muttered. The system sure knows how to make a fuss over nothing. Lin froze as he studied the radar, panic creeping onto his face. Wait.is this thing already in the gym? He stammered. A sinister shadow loomed behind him, its menacing grin confirming his fears. The system locked onto the creature Eye of Corruption. A detailed analysis revealed its abilities: a detached, hermaphroditic form capable of stealth, hunting, and maintaining a psychic link with its main body. Small in size but incredibly dense, this beast was no ordinary opponent. Lin and Sue froze as the dogs barked furiously, their sharp senses picking up the presence of the Eye of Corruption. They've noticed it too? Lin muttered, realizing the danger creeping closer. Dogs, go. Lin commanded, pointing toward the lurking enemy. The canines bolted into action, their sharp senses leading the charge as chaos unfolded in the gym. Lin, what on earth is happening? Sue demanded. Lin's expression darkened as he explained, some pest snuck into the gym. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Didn't she call this place a trap impossible to escape from? Sue muttered, her eyes narrowing as her gloved hand sparked with energy. Electric energy surged as barriers slammed shut, trapping everyone inside. The air crackled with tension, signaling that escape was no longer an option. President Sue. I need your help. Lin exclaimed urgently. We have to construct 3-meter iron cages with open entrances in every corner of the gym right now. Sue crossed her arms, her gloves crackling with electric energy. Her determined gaze radiated confidence as she prepared to take action. Hurry, corner it. Lin shouted as the dogs and dragon rushed to drive the enemy into the hastily constructed cages, the gym transforming into a chaotic battlefield. Now, close it, Lin yelled as the dogs drove the target into the cage. The heavy gates slammed shut, sealing the trap with a resounding clang. The Eye of Corruption flailed wildly as the dogs closed in, baring fangs and growling. Lin observed, noting, this thing almost looks like a flying surveillance camera. The system revealed more: its detached form could even bypass barriers of secret realms, making it a dangerous intruder. So in other words, someone was spying on us, Sue asked, her expression tense. Lin's eyes narrowed, and it showed up just when we were talking about my father. Coincidence? I don't think so. Using a monster to spy on the Monster Lord? Bold move, Lin sneered, a sharp grin forming. Doesn't matter who you are now, you've exposed yourself. Sue is examining a small creature with interest, referring to it as the Eye of Curse. She takes a photo of it, likely for documentation or sharing. Sue uploads the creature's photo on social media or a group app, asking her friends or acquaintances if anyone recognizes what it is. She also tags someone, possibly Lin's father or someone knowledgeable, for assistance. Sue talks to someone, likely her father, on the phone about capturing the creature. Lin, who is standing nearby, seems intrigued or surprised by her straightforward behavior. Lin is holding a dinosaur-shaped pendant and wonders if it's another gift from his father. This pendant may have a connection to the creature Sue captured earlier. Lin is sitting with his father, who gives him a dinosaur-shaped object, sharing an inspiring message about strength and fearlessness. He wishes Lin to be courageous in facing any challenges, just like the creature. Lin confidently acknowledges his growth and strength. Feeling like a master of monsters, he asks the system about his current capacity for taming creatures, which reveals that he can handle up to 7 monsters, with space left for 3 more. Sue is on the phone, holding the creature. She expresses surprise, perhaps about the complexity or weight of her current situation or the object she's dealing with. The purple creature is being examined. Someone carefully investigates its internal structure, possibly to find a specific organ linked to its energy waves or powers. The creature is now connected to a machine. The process involves extracting and analyzing its spiritual energy waves for further understanding or experimentation. Sue is frustrated, feeling that her attempts are unlikely to succeed. She acknowledges that while the task is theoretically possible, it is extremely difficult with very low chances of success. Lin is cheerful and confident, holding the purple creature proudly. He claims to have already handled everything, showing no fear. A beautiful, modern facility surrounded by lush greenery is shown. This is likely a key location where experiments or research are conducted. A winged humanoid figure, possibly an antagonist or another important character, mentions a crystal core being stolen during its transfer. This core seems vital. Inside a lab, a massive tentacled creature is being analyzed. The scientists debate its importance, with one pointing to a screen that likely explains why it is significant. The winged figure from earlier is seen flying away through an opening, possibly escaping with the stolen core or retreating after an encounter. 2 characters, possibly researchers or operatives, are shocked by a large monster's holographic image on the screen. They discuss losing communication with the Eye of Curse in a mysterious realm, and this is the last image they received. A red monster appears on the screen. It is massive and radiates immense energy. They estimate its weight at over 10 tons and suspect it is the source of a detected signal. The winged figure and the scientist argue about the monster's sudden growth. The scientist explains that the creature expanded from a small size to its massive form in just one evening, surprising them both. The scientist closely examines another tentacled creature, counting its features. He seems intent on analyzing its structure or behavior. The tentacled creature resists examination. The scientist aggressively tears off some of its limbs, which appear to bleed. This suggests a tense and dangerous experiment. The scientist stands amidst several purple, one-eyed creatures that seem to be clones or offspring. He demands surveillance on them to uncover all possible information about their nature. A sudden event occurs, with the Eye of Curse activating a holographic communication system on its own. This development shocks the characters as the glowing projection takes center stage. A hologram of Lin appears, surprising the winged figure and the scientist. Lin questions what's going on in their facility. Lin sarcastically comments about their cosplay festival, mocking the unusual situation. The winged figure and scientist, labeled as Harpy and Frankenstein, realize that Lin's hologram is monitoring them. Lin accuses them of sending a creature to spy on him. The scientist acknowledges this, revealing that they are observing him through the Eye of Curse. Lin demands an explanation, accusing them of spying. The scientist tries to shift the conversation, but Lin presses for answers. The scientist smirks and admits he wants to negotiate a deal with Lin. Lin, still in holographic form, asks what kind of deal the scientist is proposing. The scientist requests Lin to bring the red monster to him so he can extract some of its DNA for his experiments. Lin is furious and questions why he would agree to such a request. The scene intensifies as Lin rejects the scientist's idea. Lin reacts in shock as the scientist reveals the location of a mysterious island 4,000 nautical miles away. The island seems connected to the events involving the monsters. A gigantic blue monster is shown in a historical image. This creature caused destruction during a past scientific expedition and wiped out the team, leaving only one survivor. The scientist explains how he began researching the island after the incident. 12 years of investigation led to a dead end as the monster disappeared 20 years ago. He is astonished to now find a nearly identical creature. Lin is stunned upon hearing the monster is identical to the one from decades ago, suggesting some link or revival of the creature. The scientist smirks, likely as he reveals more of his grand plan or experiments to Lin. The scientist walks away, explaining his lifelong goal of creating a paradise for monsters. This ambition seems to be driving his morally questionable experiments. Rows of containment tanks with green liquid reveal other creatures the scientist has created. He expresses that these creations pale in comparison to Lin's monster, but offers to exchange knowledge if Lin agrees to his deal. Lin discovers that the monsters in the lab, like another monster likely Fancy, have crystalline cores. These cores extract spiritual energy, which Lin finds repulsive, comparing the scientist to a parasite. Lin confronts the scientist, asking what valuable information he could possibly provide in exchange for compliance. Su joins him, expressing concern and surprise. The scientist reveals he knows Lin's name and mentions Lin's search for his father, Lim Lungxuan. He hints at having critical information about Lin's father, catching Lin's attention. The scientist shows that the disappearance of a monster on the island 20 years ago aligns with the time Lin's father moved there. This connection intrigues Lin as the timelines match perfectly. The scientist, with a sinister grin, reveals that he has detailed data spanning 20 years about the island's research and its ties to Lin's father. He suggests everything leads back to the island, urging Lin to cooperate. The scientist makes a direct proposal, asking Lin if he's willing to collaborate in exchange for the information about his father and the island. A glowing object, likely a core or piece of critical data, is shown, signifying its importance to the events. Lin holds a mysterious golden object with determination, possibly preparing for a next step in the confrontation or investigation. Su interrupts, warning Lin not to trust the scientist. She recognizes him as Su Mu, a once brilliant researcher in biochemistry and monsterology, who has likely turned rogue. A profile of Su Mu is shown, detailing his abilities. At 40 years old, he has achieved an S rating in manipulation skills and has reached the spiritual key peak stage, making him extremely dangerous. Su takes action, physically attacking Su Mu to protect Lin from his manipulation or tricks, showing her resolve to defend him. Lin confidently declares that he will not collaborate with someone as disgusting as Su Mu. He questions why he would negotiate when he could simply take what he needs by force. Su is surprised by Lin's bold plan to steal instead of negotiating, showing her concern for his risky approach. Lin, through his holographic avatar, commands his eye creatures Glassastic numbered 2 to 5 to attack, showing his control and determination to fight Su Mu. Su Mu is caught off guard by the unexpected assault. He is puzzled that Lin, who should only control one eye creature, has activated multiple of them simultaneously. Chaos unfolds in the laboratory as Su Mu and the winged character Harpy are stunned by the sudden and aggressive attack led by Lin's holograms and creatures. Harpy realizes Su Mu has been deceived. She states Lin has somehow taken control of the eye creature's main body in the lab, including the severed parts Su Mu thought were inactive. A remote control device is revealed, possibly a critical tool for handling the situation. Su Mu or someone else prepares to take action. The giant eye creature's core and internal structure are shown, likely indicating its vulnerability or the source of its power. Su Mu appears confident despite the chaos, declaring that eliminating the creature's main body will make things simpler for him. His menacing demeanor suggests he's prepared to escalate the confrontation. Someone holds a remote control device, possibly used to manipulate or deactivate the eye creatures or the crystalline core of a monster. Lin notices something wrong with his creature, Glassastic, and desperately asks it what's happening. A glitch-like distortion appears, indicating interference or damage. Lin demands to know what Su Mu did to Mama Glassastic, referring to the core entity of his creatures. Su Mu mockingly comments on the nickname and hints at his control over it. Su Mu smirks menacingly, acknowledging Lin's ability to sway his monsters to rebellion, but claims Lin doesn't understand how he truly controls them. Sumu explains his awakened ability, manipulation, which allows him to extract and control organs or cores from living creatures. This ability is the key to his monstrous experiments. Sumo elaborates that by implanting crystalline cores with embedded microchips into monsters, he can remotely manipulate their spiritual energy absorption and control their growth. These chips also allow him to punish disobedient creatures with electrical discharges. Sumu demonstrates this control by triggering a reaction in the main body of the eye creature, causing it to swell dangerously. His actions are clearly a threat to Lin and his allies. The crystalline core within the creature begins to emit energy uncontrollably. Sumu likens it to a balloon about to burst, emphasizing the catastrophic consequences. Lin watches in shock as Sumu activates the self-destructive reaction in the creature. Lin realizes the dire situation and tries to figure out a way to stop the explosion. A villainous-looking character with goggles smirks, saying it's easy to stop him, hinting at a challenge for the protagonist, Lin. Lin, looking concerned, holds a strange creature, an eyeball-like entity. He mentions that he knows how to control it but doesn't know how to undo the control. A close-up of the eyeball-like creature, showing its tense and possibly angry expression. The goggled villain appears smug with energy or attacks bursting behind him, questioning whether Lin is ready to cooperate. The eyeball creature is injured with blood pooling around it. The situation appears dire, indicating its energy or life force is fading. The remains of the creature are shown under someone's foot, with its spiritual energy being cut off. The villain warns that Lin won't be able to respond or command other beings without this energy. A female villain with green hair and sharp features mocks Lin, pointing out that losing the flow of spiritual energy disconnects him from his controlled creatures. The female villain, now airborne, warns that the summoned creatures will revert to their original forms, indicating that Lin is losing control of the situation. Lin appears resigned, saying, "All right, I understand," as if accepting a deal or coming to terms with a difficult decision. Lin fiercely declares, "I will not accept," indicating his resolve to oppose the antagonist's proposition. A holographic image of a character expresses rage and defiance, refusing to cooperate with someone described as a complete scum. A side character questions whether the monsters are humans. The character in the hologram emphasizes they won't return specific creatures or items to the antagonist, showing Lin's determination. A humorous moment where Lin's companion tries to restrain him, calling the hologram just an illusion, while Lin angrily shouts about hitting it. A red-eyed creature looms ominously in the background, watching Lin and his companion, building suspense. Lin and his companion face a giant dragon-like monster with fierce expressions, ready to fight back. The antagonist stands before a glowing blue dragon hologram and other entities, with chaos evident around them. A character reacts in shock, exclaiming, "What is this mess?" highlighting a sudden twist in the battle or confrontation. A holographic blue dragon appears menacing, as a character remarks it's the feared monster of the deep abyss that preoccupies the professor. Despite being a hologram, its intimidating presence evokes genuine fear. The dragon confronts the professor, accusing him of treating monsters as mere toys, while the professor seems unbothered, further escalating the tension. The professor expresses amazement, calling the dragon extraordinary, claiming it to be the ultimate monster he has been seeking for 20 years, showing his obsession. The dragon roars at the professor, who mockingly challenges it to bite him, showcasing his arrogance and boldness. The dragon declares it will make its power known, despite being dismissed as a disgusting creature, heightening the threat of an impending attack. The dragon unleashes a devastating roar, shaking its surroundings and showcasing its overwhelming power, labeled as the Roar of the King. A physical red dragon reacts violently in another location, roaring in sync, showing a connection to the hologram. A physical red dragon reacts violently in another location, roaring in sync, showing a connection to the hologram. Lin and his companion confront the red dragon, as Lin tries to calm it, warning it not to waste its wrath on a hologram. This highlights their struggle to control the situation. A green monster encased in a tank awakens with glowing eyes, possibly responding to a signal or external energy. The professor gleefully observes the monsters reacting to Kui Lun's roar, showcasing their connection or dependency on spiritual energy. Multiple tanks holding powerful monsters begin to activate, with the professor marveling at the overwhelming charisma of the Monster King that can summon such power. Kui Lun transfers an enormous amount of spiritual energy through the Eye of Corruption, causing a surge in its power and visibly affecting the surrounding area. A profile of the Eye of Corruption describes it as a detached entity capable of hunting and maintaining connections to its main body using spiritual energy. The severed part of the Eye of Corruption attempts to reconnect, signifying its resilience and link to spiritual energy. The green liquid in the tanks begins to bubble and overflow, showing the instability caused by the activation of the monsters. Monsters in the tanks break free, fully awakened and enraged, signaling that the situation is about to spiral out of control. The professor appears triumphant, emphasizing that this monster was chosen for its exceptional qualities, solidifying his obsession with controlling powerful creatures. A ferocious green monster breaks free from containment, roaring and charging, indicating that it has become fully active and dangerous. A character with green hair looks shocked and defensive as they are physically restrained or controlled by someone, showing vulnerability in the midst of chaos. A bright and destructive red slash appears, and someone warns Professor Siu, "Be careful," suggesting a sudden attack is underway. The attack lands, injuring the professor while a winged character carries him away. Blood spills, showcasing the damage inflicted by the monster's retaliation. Lin reacts in shock, his expression showing his disbelief or horror at the sudden violent events. Lin's eyes are covered by gloved hands, with the person telling him, "You shouldn't watch this," as if trying to shield him from witnessing further horrors. Lin's companion gives him instructions to follow their lead and escape, emphasizing the urgency of the situation while Eye of Corruption plays a crucial role. Monsters start escaping their containment violently, attacking and breaking the surroundings. The purple flying Eye of Corruption is seen escaping with a device, hinting at an important mission being fulfilled amidst the chaos. The Eye of Corruption uses its tentacles to interact with its surroundings, possibly protecting itself or taking action against an approaching enemy. It seems focused and determined, likely carrying out its mission. A screen goes dark after showing something significant, and someone reports to Professor Siu that the detached body of the Eye of Corruption has escaped with a critical recording device. The question arises whether they should pursue it, implying the professor's plans have been compromised. The scene shows chaos in a lab-like setting. Monsters, including a large reptilian creature, lie injured or defeated amidst green fluid. A man with spiky hair and goggles, probably a scientist or inventor, responds calmly, saying, "I don't blame you." He seems understanding despite the mess and destruction around him. The goggled man points his hand forward confidently, saying, "Come to me." He seems to be taking control of the situation, possibly summoning or directing something. A close-up of a swarm of strange, small creatures resembling oversized mites or parasites. They are swarming and making ominous noises, indicating they might attack or spread further. One of the parasitic creatures detaches or transforms. It wriggles with sharp teeth and a disgusting appearance, showing it's a dangerous and hostile entity. Several red, worm-like creatures have emerged from the green fluid on the floor. They look aggressive, with sharp teeth and slimy textures. A defeated monster and someone lying down are visible in the background. The goggled man is calmly sitting while being covered by the brown parasitic creatures. One of the larger red worm monsters is in front of him, seemingly under his control or observation. He appears unbothered. The red worms are interacting with the brown parasite swarm. They appear to be merging or devouring one another, with green fluid dripping from their bodies. The man refers to the situation as nothing serious, downplaying the chaos. The goggled man, now visibly injured, is leaning against a wall. A mass of the red parasites is crawling out of his chest. He seems calm despite this, stating that they gained crucial information related to the monsters from the Abyss Island. A character, an elf-like woman with green wings and sharp features, reflects on the creatures she raised in the past. She states that, compared to these new monsters, her earlier creations were mere experimental prototypes. The elf-like woman addresses the goggled man, mentioning that a certain boy stole years of their research materials. However, she views this as an opportunity, as the stolen materials act like a baited hook, ensuring the boy won't escape their sight. The goggled man speaks seriously, saying that the current Abyss Island is not a place humans can easily reach. he seems to be emphasizing the danger and difficulty of accessing it. The scene shifts to a bright, peaceful environment outside a school building. A character shouts urgently, calling someone named Dragon. Inside a gym or similar setting, a massive red creature, likely Kuyun, is lying on the ground, seemingly injured or unresponsive. Two other characters standing nearby appear alarmed. One of them shouts, "Dragon, what's wrong with you?" Sue explains that Dragon's condition likely has nothing to do with Mew. She identifies the symptoms as spiritual exhaustion, a condition tied to the depletion of spiritual energy. Lin, visibly surprised, reacts to the diagnosis, questioning spiritual exhaustion. Lin, in a moment of desperation, performs CPR, artificial respiration, on Dragon. He declares that there's no other choice in this situation, attempting to revive the creature manually. Sue facepalms in exasperation and corrects Lin. She clarifies that she was referring to a loss of spiritual energy, not physical asphyxiation, and tells him to stop. For monsters, the situation is worse because their bodies are composed of 30% flesh and blood and 70% spiritual energy. Their physiological functions heavily depend on spiritual energy, making them even more vulnerable to its depletion. Dragon's recent royal roar is explained as a reckless act that drained its energy drastically. The roar's intensity is compared to the effects of extreme physical exertion under conditions like high-altitude sickness. Lin admits he doesn't understand spiritual energy. Sue points out that it seems Lin cannot perceive spiritual energy at all, making the situation more complicated. Dragon appears weakened, its face sweating and breathing labored, indicating its critical condition after overexerting itself. Lin realizes the seriousness of Dragon's actions and wonders if Dragon knew the risks. He's shocked at how resolute and self-sacrificing Dragon was. Sue reassures Lin not to overthink the situation. Based on her observations, Dragon's condition isn't life-threatening, urging him to remain calm. Sue hands Lin a bottle of medicine. She explains that it suppresses the excitation of spiritual channels and condenses spiritual energy in the body. She advises him to use it on Dragon. Lin administers the medicine to Dragon and thanks Sue, feeling that she has been helping him continuously since yesterday. Sue contemplates Lin's inability to sense spiritual energy and speculates that it might be because he hasn't yet discovered or activated his special abilities. She wonders what power Lin might have gained. A mysterious close-up of a single, eerie eye staring through a narrow gap or doorway suggests an unknown entity is watching the group. The purple flying creature with a single eye and bat wings makes a dramatic entrance, holding what seems to be a research device. It appears both eerie and comical. Dragon is lying down in the gym as Sue observes. The narration hints at the dragon's condition being connected to the Eye of Corruption or a similar ominous influence. Sue happily praises the purple creature for successfully delivering critical research materials, declaring it a triumphant moment. Two purple creatures are shown in a humorous and exaggerated emotional state, either celebrating their survival or reacting to their successful mission. Lin notices only two of the purple creatures have returned, realizing the others didn't survive the mission. He looks concerned as he points this out. Sue confirms Lin's observation, adding that the loss of the other creatures highlights the difficulty of the task. A winged figure is seen entering the scene, hinting at more action or revelations. Lin questions whether this can be called a victory given the heavy losses and the fact that they only managed to catch their opponent off guard. Lin takes decisive action, gripping the research materials in his hand. His determined expression suggests he's making an important choice. Sue, shocked and emotional, questions Lin's actions. She reminds him that the materials were obtained with great difficulty and could help uncover the truth about his father's disappearance. Lin reflects on their narrow victory and acknowledges the cunning of the mad scientist they faced. He suspects the scientist is still alive and that the materials might be part of a larger scheme. Lin admits they avoided direct confrontation but knows they wouldn't have stood a chance if they had fought directly. He expresses concern about putting his monsters, like Dragon, in such dangerous situations again. Lin recalls how his monsters entrusted their lives to him. He resolves to ensure their survival and success, even at great personal risk. A close-up of one of the purple creatures emphasizes its loyalty and sacrifice, further motivating Lin's determination to protect those who trust him. Lin, fired up, declares that he has an obligation to protect his monsters. His passion and resolve are clear as he clenches his fist. Lin reassures Sue that he will retrieve the materials on his own terms when he gains the strength to do so. Meanwhile, Sue wonders what happened to Dragon the previous night, hinting at unresolved mysteries. Lin reflects on his past, admitting that just the day before, all he could do was boast to cover up his insecurities. His determined expression suggests he is now resolved to improve himself. Sue observes Lin with a faint smile, acknowledging his potential. She thinks to herself that perhaps now it's worth expecting something more from him. Sue hands Lin a document or a flyer while standing near Dragon. Lin looks surprised, clearly caught off guard by what's written or shown on it. Lin reacts with shock and sarcasm, accusing Sue of being narcissistic enough to release promotional materials featuring her own picture prominently. He's visibly flustered. The flyer announces Sue as a 14-year-old awakened genius of magnetic forces. It's an ad for an upcoming qualification exam for joining the DAAI Guild, featuring an exaggerated, dramatic tone. Sue explains the importance of the guild exam, emphasizing that it's tied to secret realms and their future plans. She encourages Lin to prepare for it, as the next exam won't take place until the following month, giving him time to get ready. Lin expresses interest in the guild emblem but reminds Sue that he hasn't awakened yet, implying he might not qualify for the exam. He holds the document with a hesitant expression. Lin is startled by Dragon, who suddenly reacts or moves. His surprised expression and sudden shift in posture show his unease. Dragon, now energetic, makes the decision for Lin, declaring he will take the exam. Lin climbs onto Dragon, protesting and telling the dragon to stop saying nonsense. Dragon teases Lin, saying he's always afraid and declaring that anyone blocking their path will be devoured. Lin tries to calm him, pointing out that Dragon's body appears to be steaming. Dragon's condition worsens as more smoke or steam begins to emit from his body. Lin, concerned, urges him to rest and not push himself further. The scene becomes chaotic as smoke engulfs the area. Lin calls out to Sue, asking what is happening to Dragon this time, showing his worry about the dragon's deteriorating condition. Dragon appears to have shrunk significantly. Lin is visibly shocked and confused, exclaiming and asking Sue what kind of shrinking potion was used on Dragon. The sudden size change adds an element of surprise and humor. A serene sky with bright sunlight indicates a time jump. The caption reads 2 months later, suggesting significant events or preparation took place during this time. A building window with cracked surroundings suggests wear or neglect. The dialogue reveals that today the results of the DAA Guild qualification exam will be announced, and there's nervous anticipation. Lin asks Dragon if they've received any notification regarding the exam results, looking visibly tense and impatient. Lin looks panicked while sitting on his bed. The red dragon, is staring at him intently from a nearby desk, looking annoyed or impatient. It seems Dragon is trying to get Lin's attention, asking what he's doing. Dragon, now playful and curious, demands Lin's phone, claiming he will investigate the results himself. Lin is surprised and questions how Dragon plans to investigate information. Dragon looks determined and serious, mentioning that under the current circumstances, there's only one path forward. His tone suggests urgency or a dramatic solution. Dragon, holding the phone with wide, glowing eyes, seems to have discovered something. Lin observes from behind, curious and slightly concerned about what Dragon has found. Dragon declares you're finished, in an ominous tone. The scene shifts to a game-like interface, showing a battlefield or simulation with characters, health bars, and stats. This suggests the exam results might involve a competitive or combat scenario. Dragon is fixated on the phone, his eyes glowing as he uncovers something shocking. Lin, behind him, wonders what he has found. One character unleashes a powerful beam attack, showcasing intense gameplay mechanics. Lin angrily shouts at Dragon, revealing this is his 26th loss of the day. Dragon's fiery determination shows he's been gaming all morning. Frustrated, Dragon nearly destroys the phone in anger, prompting Lin to frantically yell at him to stop blaming his losses on the phone. Dragon gives an overcomplicated explanation to justify his actions, but Lin calls it a too advanced excuse. Someone kicks open the door dramatically. Lin's mother storms in angrily, accusing Lin of bullying Dragon. She brushes off Lin's complaint about barging in, saying she's not here for him. Mom brings a tray full of delicious skewers for Kuyan, showering affection on the dragon while ignoring Lin. Lin tells his mom that she's spoiling Dragon and reminds her that he, too, hasn't eaten anything all day. Mom dismisses Lin's complaint, saying lunch will be ready soon but offers him leftovers in the meantime. Lin wonders why Kuyan gets fresh, delicious food while he's stuck with leftovers. Mom counters, pointing out Kuyun works hard while Lin lazes around. She scolds Lin for being lazy, while Kuyun smugly reads a book, making Lin look even worse. In a dramatic twist, Mom slips and falls, possibly because of Lin or Kuyun. Lin reflects on the situation, lamenting how he thought his mom wouldn't accept Kuyun, only to realize he's now the one being ignored. Lin's mom demands to know if the exam results are out yet, clearly expecting answers. She gets furious, reminding Lin how she supported him when he wanted to take the exam, spent her savings, and even planned for his future. She threatens him to do well or prepare to stay single forever. The door suddenly bursts open, shocking everyone inside. Sue kicks the door open, furious, yelling at Lin for ignoring her calls. She announces that she came because the results for the first discipline are in. Lin suspiciously looks at Dragon, questioning if the dragon caused this mess. Dragon smugly admits he might have stirred things up, hinting at being unbothered and confident about the chaos. Lin confronts Dragon, reminding him of his earlier promise to handle all problems so Lin could focus on exams. Lin sarcastically laments trusting Dragon, calling him unreliable. Lin snaps, accusing Dragon of lying. Mom interrupts, scolding Lin for behaving poorly in front of a guest Sue. Sue walks into the chaotic scene, noticing the damaged wall, and questions if she came at the wrong time. Mom drags both Lin and Dragon away, frustrated with their behavior. Mom recognizes Sue, recalling her involvement in parent-teacher meetings, highlighting Sue's diligent personality. Sue teasingly greets Lin's mom, joking about her not visiting the skewer shop today. Mom explains how much she spent to register Lin for the exams, expressing her hope that he succeeds. Sue announces that Lin scored first place in the first discipline. Mom enthusiastically praises Lin, calling him her son with pride. Lin is overwhelmed by her sudden praise. Sue suggests that Lin join a guild, hinting at future challenges. Lin looks concerned about what's coming next. Sue explains that the first discipline was a written exam testing basic knowledge about monsters and realms, which is just the beginning. The second discipline is a physical ability test, with less than 10% passing over the years. The third discipline is a combat trial, often so difficult that no one passes. Mom looks silently worried, clearly thinking about the challenges ahead. Lin confidently tells his mom to relax, promising he will succeed no matter what. He acknowledges his lack of advanced abilities but believes in his unique skills. Lin plans to prepare thoroughly this time, different from the past awakening ceremony. Dragon enthusiastically cheers while Sue observes with a confident smile, showing faith in Lin. Sue reveals she came not only to share Lin's results but also to discuss something important. Sue asks Mom for permission for Lin to move in with her for a month to undergo special pre-exam training. Lin, Kuyun, and Mom are all stunned by Sue's bold request for Lin to move in with her. Mom decides not to hold Lin back and accepts the situation, calling it a natural step for a grown son. She reveals that she had planned a surprise celebratory feast for Lin but now has to eat it herself, disappointed. As she enjoys the meal, she comes to terms with Lin's decision to join a guild, realizing it's a smart move to grow and achieve his goals. On their way, Lin nervously asks Sue where they are, as it doesn't seem like they're headed to her house. Sue reveals her home is a massive, luxurious skyscraper, shocking Lin. The show's a modern research center, a tall building with a bridge-like structure leading to the main entrance. Lin asks Sue if her family lives at the research center. Sue clarifies that they live in a hidden realm accessible through the underground parking area. Sue explains that her father is always busy with scientific research, making the hidden realm a convenient place to stay due to its facilities. Lin feels uneasy about the hidden realm, but Sue casually mentions its benefits, revealing her pragmatic view. The focus shifts to the global policy on hidden realms, where nations adhere to the first discovery rule. In China, the Dai Guild manages most hidden realms. Managing the hidden realms is resource-intensive, so the Dai Guild leases stable ones to organizations. One example is a realm leased for bloodline training practices. Su explains that by passing the guild exam, Lin will gain the right to apply for his own hidden realm. Lin is surprised and excited at the idea of owning his own hidden realm. Lin imagines a peaceful life in the hidden realm, where he could release a dragon to enjoy a happy life together. Lin, Su, and Dragon walk through a futuristic hallway. Lin wonders why returning home involves passing through the administrative building, but Su mentions a direct shortcut exists. They stop by the monster medical facility, intending to pick up a friend. The staff informs them that after 2 months of treatment, the monster's corrupted eye has fully healed, and Lin can now take it back. Lin and Su see the purple creature with its now healed eye. The creature seems surprised and emotional. Lin excitedly calls the creature Mama Eyeball, celebrating its recovery. Realizing the mistake, Lin corrects himself, calling it Eyeball 1, while the creature looks confused. Lin notices 2 more similar creatures and exclaims, identifying them as Eyeball 2 and Eyeball 3. Su explains to Lin that these creatures are part of a single organism, despite having individual names. Su further elaborates that the main body can detach parts of itself for independent functions, but severe damage to the main body causes regeneration into a new form. Su apologizes for worrying Lin, but praises the determination he showed in his vow to protect monsters. Lin dismisses the concern and says it all ended well, smiling as he packs his bag. Su leaves to take a call, telling Lin to stay with the purple creature, who insists on hiding in Lin's backpack. Dragon playfully chases Lin, amused by the situation as Lin struggles to manage the creature. Lin looks back, startled, as a new character, a cheerful girl, appears. The girl excitedly calls Lin her brother and marvels at his cute monster, leaving Lin confused about her sudden arrival. The girl asks Lin if she can shake hands with Dragon, seeing it as a rare opportunity. Lin agrees casually while Dragon hesitates but stays silent. The girl is thrilled after shaking Dragon's hand, exclaiming that she's never greeted a monster before and vows not to wash her hand for half a month. Dragon looks visibly perplexed and annoyed, processing the strange interaction. A close-up shows the handshake, highlighting Dragon's sharp claws and the girl's enthusiasm. Dragon's face shifts to frustration and mild disbelief after the encounter, clearly questioning what just happened. Lin notices Dragon struggling and asks what's wrong. Dragon admits it can't pull its hand away. The girl explains that it's not some magical ability but a simple combat skill, as Dragon assumes it's something special. She reveals the technique is called Bazikwan, which uses the opponent's strength against them. The more force Dragon applies, the more resistance it faces, leaving Lin and Dragon visibly baffled. Dragon strains under the technique's effect, exclaiming how heavy it feels. The girl smirks confidently, clearly pleased with the demonstration of her skill. Dragon focuses intently, struggling against the girl's skill as tension builds. With a powerful move, the girl flips Dragon over, using its own force to send it flying. She confidently asks how it feels to be overpowered by one's own strength, standing tall after the clash. Lin internally reflects on Dragon's reduced weight and power, yet remains astonished that the girl handled it so effortlessly. Dragon roars angrily, refusing to be underestimated and claiming it won't be defeated by tricks. The girl smirks, acknowledging Dragon's bond with its master and vowing not to overlook it. The girl activates a small device in her hand, preparing to strike. She creates an explosion of force, sending Dragon back with immense impact. Dragon emerges from the smoke, growling fiercely, ready for another confrontation. A silhouette appears in the smoke, creating suspense as the figure approaches. A sharp blade comes into view, aimed dangerously close to its target. Lin notices the weapon and comments on the flashy tactics used to intimidate opponents, calling it an unnecessary show. The girl mocks Lin, stating that even a simple knife can instill fear if used right, while flashy tricks aren't necessary. She points out how humans instinctively grasp at straws in dangerous situations and asks for the device Lin is holding. Lin demands to know who she really is, clearly frustrated and on edge. The girl reassures him she had multiple chances to harm him but chose not to, suggesting he calm down. Lin hands over the device reluctantly, and she praises his cooperation. She introduces herself as Tian Fanji, sent by Su to be Lin's instructor, tasked with focusing on his rapid strengthening abilities. Su enters, remarking that introductions seem unnecessary since Lin and Tian have already met. Su reveals that Tian is Lin's sparring partner, specially chosen to prepare him for the upcoming exam. Su mentions that Tian has taken the guild exam 10 times, making her experienced. Tian protests, feeling it sounds like she failed repeatedly. Lin teases Tian, asking if Su's statement was true, leading Tian to angrily explain she gains combat experience through repeated trials. Tian insults Lin, calling him a useless dark horse Su seems to have misplaced hope in, while Lin looks bewildered. Dragon roars in frustration, either annoyed at the bickering or supporting Lin in its way. The girl is smirking and appears confident, possibly taunting Lin or someone nearby with her remark. Lin is stuck between two red monsters, looking nervous. Su and another character seem amused or unconcerned. Su, with a dark and menacing aura, says something sharply, silencing the group. Su is angry and shouting at Lin, while Lin looks panicked. The situation seems chaotic. Su and Lin argue with Su calling someone weak, while Lin complains about not needing a sparring partner. Both seem unimpressed. Su confidently proposes a bet, while her red monster stands by her, showing she has prepared for this moment. Su proposes a challenge targeting Lin, and both Lin and another character seem surprised. Someone holds a bag of shiny green gems, declaring its value to the group. The girl gets excited, dazzled by the gems, shouting eagerly. The girl teases Su about placing a big bet, while Lin looks skeptical or annoyed. Su explains something about the source of the green gems, addressing Lin directly. The girl questions the value of the broken green crystal pieces, doubting their worth. The crystal cores are explained as valuable energy sources comparable to oil or coal, and their value depends on purity rather than size. Lin accuses Su of intentionally breaking the core, but Su dismisses it, claiming it was a gift and she can do as she pleases. Su issues a condition if Lin can't admit defeat, a detailed training program will be made for him. The girl clarifies that the dragon won't participate and Lin only needs to surrender to Su in the match. The girl teases Lin for being spoiled by her leniency and doubts he will admit defeat. The girl proposes using an enhancement item as a test. If Lin can take it from her, it will be considered his victory. Lin realizes he is far too weak and slow to stand up to Su after seeing her overpower Kuyun. Kuyun roars, eager for a fight, showing his fiery determination. Su stops Kuyun, firmly stating that he cannot interfere in the current situation. Su explains that Kuyun's large and intimidating presence would create chaos, so he cannot be the one to fight. Lin brightens up, interpreting Su's words as a hint that he can involve someone else from his group instead. Lin begins strategizing while Su and another girl comment on his intense focus and his habit of thinking aloud. Lin confidently accepts girl challenge, readying himself for action. The girl mocks Lin, joking about self-defense and implying she doesn't need much effort to handle him. Lin charges toward girl, holding his bag as a weapon, while Su calmly prepares to counter. Lin swings his bag at girl, attempting a direct attack, shouting confidently. The girl easily dodges and criticizes Lin's attack as primitive and predictable. The girl counterattacks with precision, showing her dominance and skill in the encounter. Lin throws his bag with full force. The girl effortlessly catches the bag, taunting Lin about his simplistic approach. The girl looks confused, wondering where Lin has gone. Unexpectedly, small dog-like creatures leap out of the bag, catching girl off guard. The girl realizes Lin had a clever plan but declares that the creatures won't be enough to stop her. Lin takes advantage of the distraction and makes his move, confidently shouting his intent. The girl is shocked and exclaims in frustration, likening Lin's bag to a magical pouch with endless surprises. Lin leaps forward, aiming to grab the creator of projection from the girl. The girl yells in disbelief, questioning how Lin managed to fit inside the bag. A close-up shows Lin successfully grabbing the projection device from the girl's grip. Lin triumphantly holds the device, while the girl struggles to regain control. Lin mocks the girl for underestimating him and moves to retaliate, holding the device in a commanding position. The girl's hand lights up with a sudden surge of energy or power, hinting at her next move. Lin smirks confidently, ripping apart his shirt as he seems to activate a new power or ability. The girl is shocked, her eye reflecting her disbelief at what is happening. Lin unleashes a powerful attack, engulfing the scene in light as the girl tries to hold him off. The girl looks worn out but determined after enduring Lin's attack. Lin powers up further, with red energy coursing through his body, leaping to strike again. Lin slams the girl into the ground with overwhelming force, red energy still radiating around him. Lin declares his victory, sitting confidently with his enhanced red claws glowing. The girl acknowledges Lin's cunning tactics and compliments his performance in the challenge. Lin gloats over his win, teasing the girl, who sarcastically responds while lying on the ground. The girl taunts Lin, questioning his overconfidence after a minor transformation. The girl retaliates with a sudden move, kicking Lin hard and flipping the situation. Lin is left stunned, his exaggerated reaction showing he clearly underestimated the girl's counterattack. Lin dramatically yells, exaggerating the impact of the girl's counterattack as if it's fatal. The girl grins mischievously, preparing another attack, and taunts Lin with "try the power of pepper." Lin stumbles in pain after her attack, holding his face, while the girl laughs triumphantly. Kuyun and Su facepalm in unison, overwhelmed by the chaos, and give up trying to intervene. Lin, blushing and frustrated, grits his teeth, cursing under his breath as he gathers his resolve. Lin charges forward with renewed determination, his red claws glowing, vowing to teach the girl a lesson. The girl teases Lin, hinting that Su had a reason for involving her in this situation. Lin hesitates, realizing the girl hasn't yet fully awakened her power. Lin unleashes a massive punch, causing a powerful impact and shaking the surroundings. The girl smirks confidently, seemingly unfazed by Lin's attack despite the damage. Lin panics, asking why she didn't warn him earlier. As he almost hit her unintentionally, the girl shrugs, saying now is the right time. Su observes the clash from afar, shocked by the sheer force of the impact, recognizing its significance. A massive, glowing attack with spiritual energy is showcased, comparable to a high-level strike. The girl mocks Lin, asking if he hesitated at the last moment, and taunts him for underestimating her. It's revealed that if Lin's attack had hit a regular human, it would have been catastrophic, completely tearing them apart. Lin is surprised and praises the girl's resilience, realizing her capabilities are far greater than he thought. The girl coolly explains that even most awakened individuals would have been defeated by such an attack, surprising Lin further. The girl reminds Lin that even with strong abilities, awakened bodies are still mortal, demonstrating her point with a fruit knife, startling Lin. Lin realizes the devastating potential of his attack, acknowledging that such a strike should never be used against humans due to its lethal consequences. Lin sits silently, while the Tien approaches him with a smile. Tien reveals her status as a guild member and shows her medal to Lin confidently. Lin listens as someone explains Tien has participated in guild exams as an assistant examiner. The group travels in a pink cable car over a green forest, enjoying the view. Tien and the dragon are excitedly amazed by the scenery outside the cable car. Su teases Lin for acting unfamiliar at her home, while Lin asks her something casually. Tien smiles brightly, claiming she has no extraordinary abilities but can still guarantee her performance. A breakdown of the guild's qualification exam is shown, including written tests, physical evaluations, and real combat scenarios. Lin and another participant engage in physical tests, emphasizing the absence of superpower evaluations in the exam. Lin questions why obtaining the guild emblem is difficult, even for awakened participants. Tien explains the high competition in the guild exams, with hundreds of participants vying for just a few spots. Tien assures Lin that winning the combat stage will help him pass, despite the challenging battle environment. Tien explains the elimination process, emphasizing that Lin needs to outlast other participants using his abilities. Sue confidently suggests that Lin could eliminate everyone in 15 minutes using his recent powerful attack. Qian doubts Lin would dare use his attack on people, teasing Sue for her assumption. Lin resolves to do whatever it takes to gain membership in the guild, showing his determination. Qian leans in, curiously asking Lin what exactly he means by his statement. Qian reassures Lin, explaining that inner conflict won't help him and promises she won't force him to use his powerful attack on people. Tien cheerfully declares that their training will focus on finding a combat method for Lin that disables opponents without causing serious harm. The cable car moves steadily over a large, scenic body of water. Lin looks startled, while Kuyun and Tien react with excitement in the cable car. A warning is displayed, indicating a strong spiritual energy reaction detected near the group. Lin urgently informs everyone about an approaching threat with a high spiritual energy presence. A massive bird-like monster appears near the cable car, while Tien enthusiastically comments on the situation, leaving the others panicked. Sue reassures the group about the safety measures, explaining that ultrasonic devices keep flying monsters at bay. Lin observes the giant lobster-like creature below and comments on its impressive size. Kuyun fantasizes about eating the massive creature, leaving Lin astonished and questioning the possibility. Kuyun imagines himself biting into the giant lobster, leaving Lin utterly shocked and questioning if such a thing is edible. Kuyun visualizes a platter of cooked lobsters, eagerly anticipating it, while Lin looks exasperated and annoyed. Kuyun becomes overly excited, drooling with sparkling eyes, declaring his intense desire to eat the lobster. Kuyun roars powerfully, his aura flaring uncontrollably, causing alarm among everyone in the cable car. Sue commands Lin to quickly stop Kuyun, explaining that he is in an overexcited state and is recklessly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Kuyun's uncontrollable energy creates chaos, while Tien jokes about Kuyun inflating like a balloon, and Lin panics over the medication seemingly failing to work. The cable car shakes violently as Kuyun's desire to eat grows uncontrollable. Lin and Sue argue about the situation, while Tien marvels at the dragon balloon. Sue points out the cable car's weight limit, questioning Kuyun's size as the car struggles to hold up under the pressure. Kuyun roars fiercely, causing the cable car's structure to strain even further as the situation escalates. Lin and the group react in sheer terror as the cable car appears on the verge of falling, with Tien cheerfully enjoying the thrill as if it's an amusement ride. Kuyun bursts out of the cable car, propelling it downward with his excessive weight and energy. Kuyun floats above as the cable car begins to stabilize and descend slowly, surrounded by glowing energy. The cable car crashes into the water with a dramatic splash, energy sparking from its impact. Lin and Tien look relieved for surviving, but Sue warns them not to relax yet as she channels her powers. The cable car starts filling with water up to their knees, and Tien humorously comments on the presence of small fish and crabs. Sue commands Lin and Tien to climb upward as she stays behind, using her powers to hold the cable car steady. Lin helps Sue onto the top of the cable car as they scramble to safety, while Tien stands ready for action. The group balances on the roof of the sinking cable car as it bobs in the water, tension mounting. Lin freezes as a massive, intimidating blue crustacean looms over him. The full view of the colossal Omar monster is revealed, and Lin reads a description of its overwhelming capabilities. The Omar attacks, sending Lin and Tien flying into the air amidst a surge of water. Sue uses her powers to shield the cable car from further damage as the monster presses against it. The colossal Omar crushes the cable car with its massive claws, causing further damage and chaos. Sue finds herself floating in the water, vulnerable and without a weapon to defend herself. The Omar looms over Sue as it unleashes its mutant projection ability, leaving her in a dire situation. Sue tells Lin and Tien to climb quickly as the Omar's tentacle-like appendages move closer, creating a tense escape scene. Tien grabs Sue and pulls her along, snapping at her to stop hesitating as they rush to escape the pursuing danger. Lin transforms into a wolf-like form, carrying both Tien and Sue as they make a desperate escape. The group speeds through the terrain, chased by flying eyeball-like creatures that add to the chaos. Lin, in his wolf form, snarls as one of the flying creatures gets dangerously close, prompting a warning from Sue. The massive Omar surges through the water behind them, creating waves that threaten to overtake the fleeing group. The colossal Omar looms ominously underwater, with its massive size emphasized as it moves towards Lin and the group. The full size of the Omar is revealed, creating a foreboding, intense atmosphere. The Omar unleashes a powerful water-based attack, releasing an enormous surge of energy. Sue and Tien guide Lin, dodging the flying creatures and the shockwave from the Omar's attack. Lin carries the group as they dive underwater, fleeing from the danger situation above. The group swims deeper into the water, surrounded by an eerie green abyss and the looming shadow of the Omar. Sue spots something and urges the group to head towards it, her determination clear despite the danger. The group swims directly toward a massive creature's gaping mouth, its sharp teeth and dark throat creating an overwhelming sense of danger and urgency. A massive sea dragon opens its jaws wide as Sue, Lin, and Tian are trapped inside, holding still to avoid triggering its attack. The trio is huddled together, trying to figure out what's happening. Sue and Tian look worried, while Lin seems to hear something, possibly Dragon's voice. The dragon appears underwater, seemingly calm but ready to take action, expelling water with determination. A man in a white suit sits alone on the couch, seemingly deep in thought. Sue smiles brightly as she asks her father if she can bring two teammates over for training. The father checks his watch, noting that it's already 16:30, wondering about the delay since they were supposed to arrive earlier. The man looks out at the sunset over the forested hills, concerned that something might have gone wrong. A large, shadowy figure swims near an underwater structure, showing its presence. Kuyan bursts out of the water near the platform with a splash. Sue, Lin, and Tian are sitting inside the creature's mouth, exhausted but unharmed. Tian helps Sue climb out of the creature's mouth, urging her to move quickly. Sue gives Lin instructions to grab the others and leave quickly, while Kuyan watches in the background. Lin looks surprised as Tian removes her jacket, seemingly preparing for something unexpected. Tian removes her jacket, explaining they need to lighten their load due to the danger. Weapons and tools fall from Tian's discarded jacket, shocking Lin. Tian casually lists her self-defense tools, including a gun, knife, and poison. Kuyan watches from the water, urging the group to hurry up. Tian, Sue, and Lin are climbing a tower structure as water splashes violently below them. Kuyan reassures the group from below, saying he will handle the remaining situation himself. A giant blue crustacean emerges from the water, approaching the tower. The crustacean shows an aggressive stance, preparing for a confrontation. The crustacean is caught in a swirling water vortex, struggling to break free. A description notes the crustacean's limited vision due to its compound eyes, making it less precise in spotting threats. Kuyan charges at the crustacean with a ferocious roar, ready to attack. Kuyan bites down on the crustacean, demonstrating his strength in combat. Kuyan struggles while biting the crustacean, showing visible effort and frustration. A humorous thought bubble appears, where Kuyan and Lin envision the crustacean as a delicious shrimp dish. Kuyan begins to charge up with glowing energy, preparing to launch a powerful attack. Kuyan unleashes a devastating explosive breath, a concentrated energy beam directed at the crustacean. The crustacean is hit by the powerful attack, with its body starting to shatter from the impact. The crustacean's body finally breaks apart completely, marking Kuyan's victory. Kuyan carries the group on his back as they relax after the battle. Kuyan humorously comments on his regained strength and hunger while detecting a delicious scent nearby. Kuyan sniffs out the source of the smell and heads toward it with curiosity. Kuyan discovers a cooked crustacean lying on the ground, appearing surprised by the find. The group is overjoyed at the sight of the crustacean, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Kuyan and the group examine the crustacean, but Kuyan notes it's too hard to eat. Lin boasts about his expertise in eating lobsters, confidently preparing to handle the situation. A dramatic explosion as the crustacean's tough shell is cracked apart. Lin triumphantly slices into the now tender crustacean, ready to serve it. Kuyan happily enjoys the crustacean meal, declaring it delicious as the group relaxes nearby. Tian also enjoys the meal, savoring the flavor with satisfaction. Tian suggests a plan for Lin to quickly pass his exam, offering a clever and practical strategy. Lin looks at his hand with determination and reflection, remarking, just like my father, suggesting he's recalling or comparing himself to his father in some significant way. The crescent moon shines brightly, illuminating a quiet, peaceful house surrounded by trees. An older man in a lab coat comments on the approaching evening, sitting in a room overlooking a scenic view. Lin, Tien, Su, and a large red dragon stand at the doorway. They announce their return. Everyone, including the dragon and smaller creatures, is seated around a long dining table. The food is served, and someone urges everyone to eat before it gets cold. Lin is reminded training starts tomorrow. Lin looks uneasy as he asks Tian about her unusual plans. Tian, holding juice, cheerfully explains her new training idea involving lobsters. Tian energetically describes how to subdue lobsters by breaking their limbs. Lin is uncomfortable and admits her words give him chills. Su asks Tian to stop teasing Lin and explain her plan. Tian agrees reluctantly while holding a plate of food. Tian enthusiastically explains that lobsters' tough shells make them perfect for training Lin's Thunder Iron Fist. Lin looks confused. Lin doubts the safety of training with lobsters, fearing he might be injured. Tian encourages him to master the technique first. A large, quiet warehouse is shown at night, surrounded by trees. Lin expresses frustration, saying he can't fully rely on Tian as a trainer. Meanwhile, the red dragon naps peacefully. Lin is shown exhausted, lying on the ground, while the dragon lazily watches him. The dragon seems completely unbothered by Lin's plight. Lin does push-ups with such intensity that the ground cracks, causing the dragon to panic and think it's an earthquake. The dragon teases Lin about his training. Lin defends himself, explaining he's practicing the Thunder Iron Fist technique. The dragon mocks Lin, comparing his efforts to its own abilities and calling him naive for his approach. The dragon advises Lin to use his brain and think about how to apply monster projection. Lin learns the dragon used monster projection to enhance his sense of smell, giving him a comical red nose. The dragon reveals it projected its claws onto Lin, enabling him to fight mutant creatures with sharpened, electrified hands. The dragon explains that monster projection allows Lin to copy its attributes, but mastering them depends on Lin's skills. Lin asks if he can project thunder energy, but the dragon notes Lin doesn't know how to control it yet. Realizing the dragon holds the knowledge he needs, Lin begs the dragon to teach him. The dragon smugly asks if Lin finally understands who he should rely on. The dragon reluctantly agrees to help train Lin, leading him outside with a comment about not wanting to waste time with him initially. Tian, wearing a mask, discusses with Su her plan for Lin to catch lobsters. Su criticizes the idea, calling it dangerous. Su casually remarks that Lin's destiny is intertwined with princesses, implying his resilience. Tian seems unconvinced but accepts Su's reasoning. From a window, Su spots Lin and the dragon training outside. Curious, she decides to check on them. The dragon instructs Lin to focus on the ground and channel his inner energy into one point. Lin finds the exercise strange. Watching from a distance, Su laughs, thinking Lin is preparing himself for future lobster battles. The dragon announces the start of the Thunder Energy Awakening ritual, looking intense and dramatic. The dragon shouts a command to Thunder while Lin is startled and overwhelmed, his face squished in fear. Lin freaks out, questioning if the dragon knows what it's doing. Su watches, amused by the chaos. The dragon warns Lin not to move, saying the ritual isn't finished. Lin accuses the dragon of messing with him, completely exasperated. The dragon smacks Lin with a powerful strike, claiming it's a blessing like a lightning bolt. Lin is sent flying, overwhelmed. The dragon asks Lin if he feels anything. Lin angrily responds that all he feels is getting beaten up. Su remarks she senses spiritual energy flowing into Lin's body. Lin suspects the dragon and Su are conspiring. The dragon explains how to control thunder energy by concentrating spiritual energy into a single point, illustrated with a glowing figure. Lin begins to feel a warm energy flow through him, wondering if his father trained him similarly in the past. Su reacts in shock and denial, seemingly refusing to accept what's happening. The dragon covers Lin's mouth, telling him to resist nausea or he'll unleash destructive breath. The dragon instructs Lin to concentrate and channel his energy into his hands. The dragon calls Su for help, and she agrees, preparing to assist in the process. A massive, golden, electrified weapon begins forming in Su's hands as energy concentrates. Su wields the fully materialized, glowing weapon, looking powerful and focused. Lin stares in disbelief, utterly stunned by Su's dramatic display. Su unleashes a tremendous energy blast with her weapon, creating a massive explosion. Su admits she underestimated the force of her attack, looking concerned. The dragon reassures Su that the power was just right and urges her to observe the results. A huge wave ripples across a body of water from the force, leaving Su astonished by its speed. Su realizes the waters are dangerous, voicing her concern. Despite the chaos, Su confidently declares she'll provide backup, showing her resolve. A red, clawed arm emerges, surrounded by glowing energy and bubbles, showing a dramatic transformation underwater. Lin's eyes reflect his determination and the energy coursing through him, as sparks and bubbles frame his intense expression. Lin appears fully transformed, now armored in red and black with glowing accents. A jewel-like energy core glows in his chest, and he exudes confidence and power. Lin marvels at the flow of powerful energy through his body, realizing he's achieved the dragon's true projection ability. Lin feels an immense boost in strength, speed, and other attributes, even gaining the ability to breathe underwater. Lin confidently declares that he might now have the power to defeat the massive lobster-like creature barehanded. The massive creature unleashes a powerful water blast, revealing its ferocious mouth. Lin braces himself as the intense water attack rushes toward him, showcasing the lobster's immense power. Despite the enemy's overwhelming size and strength, Lin stays calm, analyzing the situation and preparing his counterattack. Lin skillfully dodges the lobster's powerful water blasts, showcasing his enhanced agility and courage. Lin reflects on how using monster projection alters his personality and form, reminiscent of past transformations. Lin laughs confidently, noting not only his physical attributes but also his mental sharpness have been significantly amplified. Lin visualizes catching the lobster easily in his current state, imagining it being powerless against him. Lin launches a powerful strike on the lobster, declaring its defeat as he begins to dominate the battle. Lin focuses on channeling his internal energy, preparing for a decisive move with his right hand. The giant lobster clamps Lin tightly with its massive pincers, surprising him with its strength. The lobster swings Lin forcefully, showing its overwhelming size and power. Lin is slammed by the lobster's powerful pincers, struggling to withstand the impact. Lin groans in pain but maintains his composure, preparing to counter. Lin leaps out of the water with incredible speed, leaving behind a trail of glowing energy as he heads to the surface. The lobster retaliates with a massive water blast, aiming at Lin as he escapes. Lin joyfully realizes the thunder energy has fully manifested in his body, exuding immense power. Lin reflects on how the dragon's painful training helped stimulate the energy flow within him, despite the struggle. Lin channels his glowing thunder energy, creating a massive swirling vortex in front of him. Lin smirks as his energy reaches its peak, preparing for a decisive attack. Lin delivers an explosive blow, combining his red and thunder energy into a colossal impact on the lobster. The clash creates a vibrant, multicolored shockwave, signaling the overwhelming power of Lin's attack. Lin celebrates his apparent success, confident that his attack worked. A large splash in the water shows the impact of the fight, indicating the lobster might have been hit. Lin suddenly comes face to face with a massive, ominous figure in the water, its red glowing eye instilling fear. Lin begins to question his victory as the reality of the situation sinks in. Lin freaks out, realizing that his attack might not have been effective after all, as the lobster remains unharmed and ready to retaliate. Lin jokes that the lobster looks like it's been cooked, teasing the situation with a moment of humor. Lin triumphantly lifts the massive lobster above the water, laughing and proud of his apparent victory. The lobster twists and resists, showing it's not fully defeated yet, as Lin tries to hold his ground. Lin realizes his projection ability is about to expire, which could leave him vulnerable. The lobster slams Lin into the water, showing its strength, while Lin looks overwhelmed. The purple-haired girl prepares her energy, seemingly ready to assist Lin in his struggle. The lobster's claw is poised to strike Lin, adding tension as the fight nears a critical moment. Sue watches a red dragon holding seafood in its claws, seemingly proud and taunting. Tien stands confidently in workout clothes, talking about training Lin to strengthen his Iron Fist technique. Lin spars with oversized crustaceans, progressing from fighting a blue lobster 10 days later to a red one 20 days later. A month passes, and the team eats piles of lobsters as part of their training diet. Sue praises Lin for mastering the Iron Fist skill in a short time, surprising him. Inside a laboratory, it is explained that most exam participants are newcomers, implying Lin's unique potential. Sue and Lin walk together, with Sue hinting there's more for him to discover. Lin looks surprised as he interacts with the screen in the lab, possibly encountering unexpected information. Lin sees a photo of people in a lab and is shocked by something about it. A scientist explains to Lin and Sue about a past connection with someone named Seo, who was once his student. A sinister figure with glowing red eyes talks about their obsession with finding Kyun from 20 years ago, using underhanded tactics. Lin reacts skeptically to the scientist's fear that someone might disrupt the qualification exam. Sue explains they're participating in the exam because the enemy already knows about Lin and they need to use the chance to confront them. Lin looks worried, but the red dragon reassures him with confidence. The red dragon raises concerns about using their power on the surface, implying risks. The scientist presents a special serum he developed, claiming it will help Kyun channel spiritual energy safely during the fight. Lin is surprised to see how famous Sue is, judging by the posters on the wall. Lin notices something intriguing while looking at the posters, possibly connected to Sue. Sue is casually leaning against the wall, waiting for Lin to approach. Sue enthusiastically greets Lin, saying she's been waiting for an hour. Lin becomes flustered as bystanders comment on his seemingly ordinary appearance compared to Sue's popularity. Sue grabs Lin's arm and cheerfully tells him to hurry, dragging him forward as onlookers gossip. Lin asks Sue to tone down her excitement as the crowd watches them with intense curiosity. A group of men appears, mocking Lin and Sue's arrival, signaling trouble ahead. Lin and Sue confront a group blocking their path, with Sue demanding they step aside. A red-haired man arrogantly mocks Lin, recalling a previous encounter where Lin avoided him for a month. Sue appears angry, implying her previous warnings to this man went unheard. The red-haired man sarcastically acknowledges Sue's teachings, but reminds her of the no-power usage rule during exams. Guards patrol the area, ensuring rules are enforced, as the scene shifts back to Lin and Sue's interaction. The red-haired man challenges Lin to fight, hinting at his desire to test Lin without using any powers. Someone discreetly stops the red-haired man, preventing him from escalating the situation further. Lin and Sue are shocked as something unexpected and fast moves past them, leaving them surprised. Tien suddenly attacks the group, launching herself into a fight, catching them off guard. Tien injures the red-haired man, leaving him wailing in pain and unable to move his arm. Lin recognizes Tien's move, which she had previously used against a dragon-like opponent. Tien taunts the red-haired man, asking if his request for a fight without powers has been satisfied. Bystanders are amazed at Tien's strength, calling her impressive and hinting at her elite status. Tien playfully shows off her hand to Lin, commenting on how easily she handled the situation. Lin, Sue, and Tien stand together as people speculate Lin might be a rumored powerful figure. The entrance to the exam area is shown, where participants are gathering for the upcoming event. Sue asks Lin and Tien if they've heard about the rumors circulating since morning. Tien smugly says that the rumor involves a rare beauty voluntarily signing up as an examiner. Tien jokes that the beauty found a 1 in 5,000 years genius and wants him in her team, making Lin flustered. Lin gets annoyed, realizing Tien spread the rumor herself, while Tian boasts about its effectiveness. Tian grins mischievously, hinting that there's more fun drama to unfold. The trio walks together, with Lin caught between Su and Tian, feeling awkward, like it's a comedy play. Kuyun, the red dragon, senses something unusual nearby and alerts Lin. Lin and Kuyun discuss the strange aura, which feels familiar, adding tension to the moment. A man in white uniform speaks to the red-haired man, raising suspicions about someone connected to Chen Hu. The scene shifts to outside, where a car awaits the red-haired man and the officer. The red-haired man approaches the car, hesitating as he prepares to open the door. Inside the car, a man with wild hair and goggles greets him with a sinister "Please, take a seat." A mysterious elf-like woman in the car assures the red-haired man they've been sent to help him, prompting him to join. The red-haired man recognizes someone in the car and shockingly exclaims, "Dad." Lin, Tian, and Su arrive at a crowded hall, standing amidst many people waiting for something. The trio looks attentive, especially Su, as they prepare for an announcement or event. The announcer, Ding Ji, introduces himself as the person in charge of the event and shares the history of the Big Bullet organization. Ding Ji explains the importance of the organization's motto and mission, emphasizing its role in ensuring peace and safety for citizens. A blonde figure in a red cape addresses the newcomers, not expecting them to create miracles but encouraging them to prove their determination. The camera shifts to other participants, each appearing confident and ready to showcase their abilities. Ding Ji enthusiastically yells for the participants to show their resolve, igniting the crowd's energy. The crowd erupts into cheers, shouting in unison as the energy intensifies in preparation for the event. A small, purple creature nervously peeks from behind a wall, observing the crowd from a distance. The purple creature notices someone approaching, their shadow casting a foreboding presence, startling it. The red-haired man enters a house, causing the purple creature to flee in panic. A staff member approaches the red-haired man, assuming he's a participant and urging him to head to the pre-exam briefing. The staff member rushes away, possibly to handle another urgent matter, leaving the red-haired man standing alone. The red-haired man reveals a grotesque transformation on his neck and face with black, organic tendrils growing out of his body, accompanied by a sinister expression. After the momentary reveal, he composes himself and casually walks towards the event area, blending in with the crowd. The venue for the qualification test is revealed, featuring tracks, courts, and a large building. Lin reacts with shock or disbelief, possibly due to unexpected test conditions or rules. Participants sprint at incredible speeds, with some clearly using their abilities, breaking conventional rules. Su explains the next test involves physical fitness, followed by a combat evaluation. Lin confidently declares his fitness, boasting about his daily rigorous training. Su cautions Lin, reminding him that this is no ordinary school fitness test, hinting at the intensity. Lin participates in a pull-up test alongside others, showing determination and effort. Lin observes someone collapsing nearby, possibly overexerting themselves during the test. Lin looks determined, resolving to perform moderately well in every test to avoid elimination. Lin participates in a throwing test, preparing to give his best. His throw reaches a distance of 18 meters, impressive, but not extraordinary. Lin receives his results. He ranks 59th out of 60, just narrowly passing the test. Tian teases Lin, mentioning how the passing rate for this stage was increased, saving him from elimination. Tian jokingly suggests that Lin should have used clever strategies like her, rather than relying solely on effort. Lin, annoyed, accuses Tian of resorting to underhanded tactics to achieve her results. Lin reflects on his years of hard work and determination to awaken his powers, inspiring a moment of respect from Su and Tian. Lin confidently declares his intention to save his trump cards for the final showdown. A view of the campus, showcasing a building, track field, and basketball court. A woman with glasses smiles cunningly while looking at her tablet. The woman hands a tablet with some results to someone. The woman comments on the talent revealed by the recent test, while a muscular man in sunglasses looks at the tablet. A boy wipes his sweat while being mentioned as someone with powerful flame abilities. A man sitting with plant-like energy around him is highlighted as another remarkable talent. The muscular man examines the tablet while holding a cigar, possibly strategizing based on the results. The man reviews the profiles of two participants closely, analyzing their data. He examines Lin's profile, noting his average performance and questioning the reliability of the information. He looks at Chen Hu's profile, highlighting his extraordinary combat abilities and top-ranking position. The woman and the man discuss the surprising entry of the bureau chief's son into the competition. Chen Hu is aware of a hidden agenda involving him but doubts it will succeed due to the content of the third test. Someone calls out to Chen Hu in a seemingly casual manner. A cheerful participant congratulates Chen Hu on achieving first place in the second test and offers him a drink he prepared earlier. Chen Hu nonchalantly takes the drink, leaving the other participants surprised. An announcement calls for participants to gather at the test site for the third challenge, with the surprised participant still reacting to Chen Hu's attitude. Su, Lin, and Tian gather on the stairs as Su tells Lin that it's time for the next test. The participants assemble outside a large building while an announcement for order is made. The muscular instructor, smoking a cigar, explains the third test challenge, finding a hidden monster crystal within the exam field in 90 minutes. Lin reacts to the challenge, repeating the task of finding the monster crystal. A participant complains, questioning the legitimacy of the test and comparing it to a child's game. The muscular instructor smirks as he bites down on his cigar, preparing to enforce order. He unleashes an intimidating burst of energy, yelling at everyone to quiet down. The energy wave spreads out dramatically, silencing the crowd and drawing attention. Su, Lin, and Tian, along with others, cover their ears, overwhelmed by the intensity of the energy. The instructor introduces himself as the person in charge of the test, revealing his powerful lion-related awakened ability. Su comments on the strength of his voice wave, while Lin acknowledges his notorious reputation for his powerful roar. The instructor dismissively waves off unnecessary chatter and instructs the participants to follow him. Lin reacts with shock and surprise upon seeing something unexpected. The participants face a massive labyrinth, the setting for the test. The instructor smugly declares there are no restrictions on how participants can search for the monster crystals, adding to the challenge. Tian realizes this unique setup doubled the number of participants who passed the second test. Su notes the lack of rules in the search methods, speculating that the final test will become chaotic. Lin confirms his plan, using a device that pinpoints the exact locations of the monster crystals. Lin clenches his fist confidently, vowing to win as the labyrinth looms ahead. Lin and the others notice a door opening ominously as they prepare for the challenge. The participants cautiously walk toward the door, alert and ready for the test. The timer for the test begins with 90 minutes on the clock and 60 participants in total. A group of supporters cheers enthusiastically for their favorites, excited for the test to unfold. Lin focuses on his screen, confirming that the test has officially started and it's time to begin his strategy. Lin hears a strange noise in the maze and becomes alert. He checks his device, focusing on the precise location of the monster crystals marked on the map. Lin plans to connect the nearest crystals on his device to create an efficient route. Determined, Lin starts running at full speed toward his targets. Lin strategizes to collect as many crystals as possible before others can reach them. Despite knowing the exact locations, Lin acknowledges the maze's complexity and wishes for a complete map to navigate better. Lin chooses his direction and begins running confidently, catching the attention of another participant. The participant watches Lin from the shadows with glowing red eyes, showing interest. The man, identified as Lai Yi, considers Lin a prodigy and decides to follow him, convinced of his strategy to find the monster crystals. Lin, using his device, reaches the marked location as indicated on the radar. He finds a crystal, confirming its presence in the marked location. Lin picks up the crystal, calling it the first step toward becoming a member of the prestigious competition. Lin proudly examines the crystal he just obtained, feeling accomplished. Lai Yi attacks Lin from behind, knocking the crystal out of his hand. Lin crashes into the wall from the impact, visibly shaken. Lin angrily gets up, confused and frustrated by what just happened. Lai Yi smugly runs off with the crystal, declaring it as his own. The instructor comments on the lack of restrictions in the test, realizing it allows participants to steal from each other. Lin shouts determinedly that he won't let Lai Yi get away with stealing the crystal. A golden barrier suddenly appears, trapping Lin as he rushes forward. Frustrated, Lin demands to know why he's being stopped instead of the crystal thief. Lin falls painfully to the ground, struggling to regain his composure. Su and Tian catch up, advising Lin to calm down and rethink his approach. Meanwhile, Lai Yi speeds through the maze, staying ahead and using his agility to maintain an advantage. Lai Yi stomps on the ground with force, cracking it. Lai Yi looks behind, shocked by something unexpected. Green vines emerge from the ground and surround Lai Yi. The vines lift Lai Yi into the air as he yells in surprise. Lai Yi struggles, completely entangled by the vines. A glowing blue crystal drops from Lai Yi's hand as the vines tighten. The blue crystal falls to the ground near a small plant sprout, with someone apologizing for causing trouble. Massive green vines grow rapidly, surrounding the crystal as they expand and twist, emphasizing their power. Lai Yi remains trapped in the vines while Mu Ren, a dark-haired man, appears nearby, also surrounded by the same vines but seemingly unaffected. The Mu Ren is introduced as Mu Ren, 23 years old, with plant-based abilities and a high power ranking. He confidently holds the blue crystal. Lai Yi struggles against the tightening vines, his expression showing frustration and determination as he tries to resist Mu Ren's control. Mu Ren inspects the blue crystal calmly, a hint of amusement or confidence in his expression as he observes its value. Mu Ren looks alarmed as his vines catch fire, flames spreading rapidly. A man with a flaming hand approaches confidently, claiming superiority despite being from the same group as Mu Ren. A screen displays a countdown with 1 hour and 6 minutes remaining, showing 37 participants still in the test. Someone mentions the time is running out. Lin notices that not only is the countdown decreasing, but the number of participants is also dropping rapidly. Su explains that finding the test materials requires luck and skill, but many participants are likely stealing from others to save time. Tian reassures Lin, cheerfully telling him not to worry and that she has already made plans while pulling him playfully. Tian holds up a bag of glowing green crystals confidently, while Lin reacts with shock, asking if she stole them. Mu Ren lies injured and tangled in burned vines, while the fire-wielding man demands the monster crystal. Mu Ren reluctantly hands over the blue crystal, lamenting his loss in the trial. The fire-wielding man laughs victoriously while holding the blue crystal, excited about the rewards he can now claim. Someone reports through a device that the blue crystal is with the short-haired guy, and their response confirms they understand. The fire-wielding man is startled as someone unknown arrives and surprises him. Chen Hu appears menacingly, with a sinister smile, ready to confront the fire-wielding man. A grotesque red monster appears, covered in writhing tentacles and sharp teeth. Chen Hu smirks menacingly, showing an eerie connection to the red monster. Zhao Wu, introduced as an 18-year-old with fire abilities, is shown holding the monster crystal in a determined stance. Zhao Wu learns that Lin, who is being targeted, is Chen Hu's classmate and likely holds a valuable monster crystal. Chen Hu confronts Zhao Wu, intimidating him to surrender the crystal while revealing his identity. Zhao Wu realizes he's surrounded by the red monster's limbs, which display immense strength and pose a significant threat. Zhao Wu argues with Chen Hu, feeling pressured but unwilling to let go of his goals, despite Chen Hu's threats. Zhao Wu firmly refuses to hand over the monster crystal, even under Chen Hu's command. A flashback shows Zhao Wu with his younger siblings, motivated to join the test and earn money to support his family. Zhao Wu, determined, feels despair at losing the hope he worked so hard to grasp. Chen Hu towers above, merged with the monstrous red form, overwhelming Zhao Wu with his sheer size and power. A fiery explosion erupts, seemingly striking the monstrous form. Zhao Wu launches a powerful fiery punch, breaking through Chen Hu's monstrous defenses. Chen Hu looks shocked as Zhao Wu declares he will not hand over the monster crystal. Zhao Wu confidently admits Chen Hu is strong, but states the rules of the test allow the weak to overcome the strong. Zhao Wu highlights the test's unique rule strength alone doesn't guarantee victory. Zhao Wu calls out to his allies, suggesting they work together to defeat Chen Hu and share the monster crystal. Chen Hu sneers in disbelief, questioning who Zhao Wu's allies might be. Zhao Wu turns around in surprise, sensing a new threat or ally. Lin arrives on the scene, using vines to restrain Chen Hu, shouting for him to back off. Lin holds onto the monster crystal firmly, declaring his refusal to hand it over easily. Chen Hu roars menacingly, towering over Zhao Wu, warning him of his imminent defeat. Chen Hu, transformed and furious, confronts Zhao Wu, who looks terrified. Zhao Wu makes a sharp and swift escape, his movement marked by a streak of light, signaling his rapid departure. A massive burst of golden light strikes Chen Hu, catching him off guard and causing him to roar in pain and anger, while Zhao Wu shields himself from the impact. Zhao Wu screams in panic, overwhelmed by the intensity of the situation. Zhao Wu spots a group standing at a higher platform, including Lin and Su, and questions their presence. Su is shown floating in the air, exuding power, while someone addresses her as the chairman. Chen Hu, wounded and furious, is seen flying across a maze-like structure as Lin and his team analyze his condition. A glowing blue dragon is summoned by Su, its aura resembling the energy of her powerful ally. Zhao Wu stands amidst multiple red monsters, confused and alarmed by their sudden appearance. Zhao Wu reacts nervously as the red monsters move closer, making him wary of his next action. Zhao Wu decides to take action and turns around, showing readiness to fight back. Lin, Su, and Tian observe Zhao Wu from above, urging him to hurry while he hesitates in the maze below. Chen Hu, fused with the monstrous form, smirks as the creature's limbs begin to move aggressively. Zhao Wu runs in panic as the monstrous Chen Hu looms behind him, seemingly growing larger. Multiple versions of the monstrous Chen Hu appear, indicating that he has replicated himself throughout the maze. Lin is shocked and exclaims, trying to comprehend the sudden escalation of the situation. Su confidently states that the monster isn't Chen Hu himself, dismissing Lin's concerns. Su, Tian, and Lin prepare for action while Lin comments on their use of communication devices, which Su clarifies is a perk for their role. A woman urgently announces over a communication device that an emergency has occurred, involving multiple injured candidates in the test arena. A man with sunglasses, appearing concerned, questions the situation as the woman explains the chaos in the test zone. The man checks a tablet for updates, visibly alarmed by the unusual situation. On the tablet screen, grotesque insect-like monsters infiltrate the sealed test area. Both express disbelief at how these creatures got inside. The woman insists on contacting the technical team to unlock the system and evacuate the students, while the man brushes off the need for a complex response. The man warns her about underestimating the issue, showing concern as a mysterious figure appears on the screen, possibly linked to the chaos. A glowing blue figure with large wings oversees the arena, boasting control over the system and unleashing chaos with insect-like creatures. Su informs Lin and Tian that the control system has been hijacked and suggests preparing for further action since the test center is working on a solution. Su sternly instructs Tian not to mess around and to focus on protecting the students in the arena. Tian cheerfully declares that she and Lin will stick to the original plan and execute it as intended. Lin transforms into a powerful battle-ready state, ready to test his abilities against the invading monsters. A heavily armed response team surrounds the test arena, securing the perimeter amidst the ongoing crisis. The woman argues with the team leader, asserting that their presence should only assist in maintaining order, not take control. The leader explains that they received an alert about a dangerous situation in the test area and found the control system malfunctioning, requiring immediate action. A restrained Chen Hu, tied up in heart-patterned shorts, is shown as the team mentions his warnings about dangerous monsters inside the arena. The man with the cigar laughs confidently, mocking the others for underestimating the capabilities of his organization. He assures everyone that his team is experienced in dealing with such issues and has already taken countermeasures, dismissing their concerns. An eye-patch-wearing officer questions the drastic measures being taken, such as forcibly breaking into the test arena, emphasizing that it isn't permitted by the Strategy Bureau. Concerns are raised that breaking the gate might allow the monsters inside to escape, posing a threat to nearby civilians. The officer shows an official document signed by Director Chen, authorizing the Bureau to take over and secure the area before proceeding with rescues. The Strategy Bureau surrounds the cigar man and the pink-haired woman, asserting authority to enforce their plan without interference. The cigar man angrily accuses Director Chen of using protocol as an excuse to avoid helping people, while the pink-haired woman insists on prioritizing student rescues. Sue learns that the test area has been taken over by the Strategy Bureau, which is delaying their entry and questioning the Bureau's motives. Sue and Lin discuss the Strategy Bureau, suspecting a personal vendetta from Chen Fengliang. Lin is confident the interference targets him. Sue assures Lin and Tian that they will find a way to enter the test arena. Meanwhile, she instructs them to protect the students and try to gather them in one place. Sue notes the challenge of navigating the maze-like arena, which is infested with monsters, as the students are scattered and panicking. A close-up of Sue's determined eyes shows her resolve to act despite the obstacles. A monstrous Chen Hu, appearing bloodied and dangerous, looms among the chaos, heightening the threat. Sue confidently contacts someone, possibly to execute her next plan, with a calm but focused demeanor. The group stands in a large space with a high ceiling. Sue speaks confidently, suggesting she has a solution. Lin and Tian listen quietly behind her. Mu Ren uses his plant-based abilities to contain a swarm of monsters, reassuring others that the rescue operation is ongoing. Mu Ren, concerned about the approaching help, advises everyone to minimize damage using their abilities effectively. Sue, radiating powerful energy, takes charge, instructing everyone to follow her lead and move toward the testing center for safety. A winged woman observes Sue's abilities, recognizing her power and making remarks about the situation. The winged woman unleashes her power against the unrelenting monsters, dealing with multiple enemies but noting their resilience. Mu Ren is entangled by a monster, struggling as it restricts his movement, showing visible frustration. Mu Ren, trapped and facing a massive monster, regrets his previous lack of effort in preparing for such moments. Mu Ren gathers strength, determined not to give up yet, using his plant powers to smash the ground. A monster lunges with its mouth wide open, only to be punched forcefully, shattering its attack. The monsters erupt into chaos as fire rains down on them, dealing massive damage. A large figure carrying a smaller person on his shoulder smashes through a wall, surprising Mu Ren. The smaller man suggests joining forces to escape since they've all been saved by someone. Mu Ren gestures toward the chaos, expressing doubt about finding the central area amidst the monsters, while asking the big man to look behind. The smaller man points to a glowing tower in the distance, declaring it the center of the labyrinth and inviting Mu Ren to join them. The large man punches another wall, breaking it down with brute strength, clearing their path further. A bloodied figure, seemingly defeated but furious, growls in frustration while surrounded by smaller monsters. A furious figure vows not to let the others escape while launching an aggressive attack with a massive tail. Mu Ren smirks confidently, preparing something with his hands glowing faintly, hinting at a strategic move. The red-haired figure is fiercely slammed into the ground by vines, showcasing their struggle. The winged woman assesses the situation, frustrated by the chaos caused by the creatures. The winged woman calls out, commanding her allies to group up and prevent the enemies from advancing further. The battle intensifies, with the winged woman flying above and observing the enemy's positions. The winged woman unleashes a powerful blue wind attack, shouting at her opponents to stop resisting. A close-up of Sue stepping confidently, her timing crucial as she prepares to make her move. The winged woman looks up in surprise as a silhouette leaps high above the tower, catching her off guard. Tian leaps onto the winged woman, taunting her for finally being drawn into the fight. Tian mocks the winged woman, teasing her for causing trouble in the air, while others struggle below. The winged woman snarls, questioning whether such a minor effort could control her. Tian smirks confidently, responding, of course not implying she has a bigger plan. Tian unleashes a prepared attack, spraying the winged woman with a mysterious liquid, immobilizing her. The winged woman grimaces in disgust, demanding to know what Tian sprayed on her. Tian mocks the winged woman, mentioning cooking oil and a tricky plant, as the woman angrily reacts. The winged woman, radiating power, shouts to bring Tian down as she prepares a counterattack. The ground cracks under intense pressure, showing the escalating intensity of the battle. Tian, perched on the winged woman, watches the situation unfold with slight surprise. A powerful explosion shatters the area, throwing Tian and others off balance. A confident man stands on top of an icy structure, declaring he can destroy the roof even if the doors won't open. Chaos ensues as the red-haired fighter chases the others, while those below struggle amidst the falling debris. A massive explosion sends shockwaves through the area, intensifying the chaos. The winged woman crashes to the ground, creating a cloud of dust and debris. She tumbles violently, unable to maintain her balance or composure. She lands in a heap, her wings crumpled and glowing with residual energy. The winged woman rises with frustration, visibly angry and disheveled from the fall. Enraged, she questions where the attacker has gone, vowing to make them pay for humiliating her. Tian dangles from her rope, shouting taunts, while the winged woman below believes she has nowhere left to escape. The winged woman spreads her wings wide, unleashing an attack with a fierce cry. Her attack fails spectacularly, leaving her in a humorous, deformed state as feathers fly everywhere. Tian mockingly explains how oil affects feathers, making them absorbent despite their natural resistance to water. Tian continues to swing above, emphasizing that the winged woman cannot rise until the oil dries. A man on the surface shouts for Tian to hurry up, tossing down a makeshift wooden ladder as the confined space prevents him from using other tools. The man in the floral shirt secures a rope to help the examinees below, demonstrating his willingness to assist. The Chen Hu observes the precarious tower, grinning maliciously, likely planning an attack. The Chen Hu lunges toward the structure, causing chaos, while another fighter shouts an axe to counter. The winged woman mocks the group, suggesting their plan won't solve the crisis and criticizing their efforts to gather others. A massive creature coils around the collapsing structure, amplifying the danger and complicating the group's escape. Lin confidently holds up the green crystals, signaling a critical move or strategy he has in mind to turn the situation. Chen Hu menacingly surrounds Lin near the collapsing structure, clearly targeting him and the green crystals. Chen Hu demands Lin to hand over the crystals, his expressions twisted with greed and rage. A teammate warns Lin to be cautious, shouting that the figure isn't the real Chen Hu. Lin confidently mocks the fake Chen Hu, refusing to hand over the crystals and reminding him of past events. Lin throws the crystals away, stating that even without power, he would never give anything to Chen Hu. Chen Hu, drooling with greed, shifts his focus entirely to the crystals as Lin outsmarts him. Lin taunts the fake Chen Hu, calling him an insect worse than the real one. Lin charges forward, unleashing a powerful red energy attack against the monstrous Chen Hu clone. Lin grins confidently, showing no fear as he prepares for the next move. Lin lands a devastating blow to the clone's face, shattering it with his immense power. The green crystals are knocked loose as Lin continues his relentless assault on the clone. Lin holds up the green crystals triumphantly, his energy glowing as he stands victorious. Lin appears deep in thought, processing the situation after the intense battle. A status panel reveals the details about the defeated Chen Hu clone and the infestation of parasitic creatures. Lin looks confident amidst the chaos, reflecting on the psychological pressure from fighting the twisted clones. The teammate comments on Lin's unique fighting style, realizing why he was chosen by the mysterious spirit chain. A flashback highlights the teammate's realization of Lin's unconventional and bold methods. The man in the floral shirt observes the scene through the ice opening, acknowledging Lin's impressive performance. Large, grotesque red monsters with multiple heads and limbs are writhing and growling. The red monsters continue to appear, showing their overwhelming size and ferocity. The Lin notices Chen Hu, who seems to be transforming or summoning something monstrous behind him. A mysterious character with sharp teeth smiles menacingly, saying, "The game is just beginning." A massive red monster lunges forward, breaking the environment with its overwhelming strength. Lin dodges an attack from the enormous red monster, looking shocked and determined as he tries to evade. The large red monster gets hit by a strong attack, causing visible damage with bursts of energy. Two bystanders, one blonde and one black-haired, watch nervously and wonder if the attack worked. A man in sunglasses and a Hawaiian shirt casually smokes while assessing the situation, implying he might intervene. A winged figure mocks the scene, declaring victory as the red monsters advance, while Chen Hu appears in the background. A giant red blob-like monster rests on rubble, its eerie movements showing it's preparing for something. The monster's arm reaches up, pointing towards a hole in the ceiling where a small figure is visible, hinting at its target. Tian urges everyone to block the hole in the ceiling to stop the threat above. Su, with glowing hands, confidently asks for 10 seconds to prepare her move. The ceiling collapses as Su's energy bursts upward, sealing the opening with debris. The man in sunglasses looks surprised, questioning Su's actions from the icy platform above. A group of bystanders, panicked and confused, yells, wondering why the escape route was blocked. Sharp spikes emerge from the red monster, signaling a dangerous attack. Lin, with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth, prepares to retaliate, muttering the word spikes. Lin unleashes a powerful attack, surrounded by glowing red and green energy. A massive, menacing red figure appears behind him, amplifying his strength as spikes and energy radiate in all directions. Lin grins confidently, his face glowing with energy and determination, fully embracing his enhanced powers. Lin unleashes a massive surge of energy combining red and green spikes, obliterating the surrounding red monsters with overwhelming power. Chen Hu looks terrified and shocked as Lin's attack disrupts his control, breaking through his defenses. Chen Hu, visibly rattled, acknowledges Lin's incredible strength as he struggles to regain control. Lin emerges through the smoke, his body glowing with power, radiating an intimidating presence. Lin, now in a fully transformed state with monstrous red energy and spikes, prepares to face his opponents head-on, ready to fight. Lin confronts Chen Hu and his monstrous clones, who try to mock him while preparing for another round of combat. Lin, now in his monstrous red form, stomps forward with immense force, cracking the ground beneath him. Chen Hu's clones, powered up and glowing with red energy, charge forward, fiercely united. A massive energy attack is unleashed, radiating bright red and pink light with immense destructive power. Chen Hu's clone's attack is countered by Lin, sending shockwaves as energy collides violently. Lin crouches with his tail swaying and energy crackling around him, confidently taunting his enemies, not even a scratch. A wide view shows Lin surrounded by Chen Hu's clones, creating an intense battlefield as bystanders watch in awe. One of the bystanders nervously comments on the overwhelming power gap, realizing the fight is unbalanced. A hooded figure secretly examines Lin's data, revealing his thunder-related ability as part of a unique system. Lin confronts Chen Hu's clones in the hallway, now fully transformed, as Chen Hu wonders about Lin's bizarre and overwhelming new form. Chen Hu's clones scream in fear, begging Lin not to come closer as he approaches menacingly. Lin taunts them with a smirk, saying he'll crush them with his bare hands. Lin charges toward the tower where Chen Hu's clones have retreated, surrounded by their monstrous forms. One of the Chen Hu clones sneers, preparing to strike as Lin closes in on the structure. Lin leaps at the structure, shouting for them to come down as he slashes at the clones. Bystanders yell at Lin not to collapse the unstable tower as he fights the Chen Hu clones atop it. The tower begins to break apart from the intense battle, creaking under the strain of the fight. One of the characters warns that the tower is about to fall, urging them to stabilize it quickly. Su, shocked and concerned, watches the chaos unfold, unsure of what to do next. The tower finally collapses under the strain of the fight, as Chen Hu's clones and Lin's attacks bring it down. A mysterious villain sneers, addressing Su and Lin mockingly, acknowledging their presence and lineage. Su powers up with electric energy, looking determined and declaring that the enemy has finally shown up. A character panics and asks if the attack is specifically targeting Lin, showing their concern. Another Mu Ren realizes in shock that Lin is the son of a significant figure, explaining his immense strength and abilities. The villain mocks the group, questioning if they will fulfill their end of the deal now that they've obtained critical information. Zhao Wu and others struggle to maintain balance on the collapsing tower, with one of them reaching out to help another. A monstrous figure looms over Zhao Wu as he scrambles on the precarious tower. Zhao Wu looks up in fear as the red-haired Chen Hu clone menacingly stares down at him. The Chen Hu clone begins to fall, losing its grip during the chaotic battle. Zhao Wu appears shocked and on edge, reacting to the situation as the chaos unfolds. Zhao Wu looks up in shock as a massive, grotesque face emerges from the ground, with Chen Hu's clone entangled within the structure. A winged character apologizes but is reassured that they did well in luring the enemies to this location. The monstrous face opens its massive jaws, ready to devour the steel tower, as Chen Hu commands Lin to hand over the creature from the abyssal island. Lin, perched on a ledge in his transformed state, realizes the villain's plan to swallow the steel tower entirely. Lin mocks the creature's overconfidence, boldly declaring that it's uncertain who will end up eating whom in this battle. Lin yells at the others on the collapsing tower, urging them to get down quickly as the situation becomes more dangerous. The plant user smugly observes Lin's struggle, commenting that the monster below seems to want something from him. Zhao Wu confronts the plant user angrily, threatening to burn his vines if he doesn't stop his interference. The plant user defends himself, saying he had no idea the test would turn this dangerous, while another character complains about being trapped with no way to escape. One of the participants tries to leap to safety, but their footing seems precarious, heightening the tension. Zhao Wu looks concerned but determined, possibly preparing to take decisive action. Zhao Wu and another character urge Lin to hand over what the monster wants, hoping to stop further chaos and destruction. The monstrous face looms with the steel structure inside its mouth as someone advises Lin to listen to others' opinions for a better resolution. Lin, in his transformed state, laments the disgusting tactics used by the enemy, visibly frustrated but determined. Lin speaks to a group of small creatures, instructing them to climb the steel tower while keeping the big eye creature occupied. Lin appears calm yet resolute as he prepares to confront the monstrous threat head-on. Lin holds the steel structure tightly, readying himself for an attack as he mocks the enemy's strength. Lin positions himself in front of the monstrous jaws, seemingly about to counter the attack as the tension peaks. A red dragon charges toward the enemy with incredible force, showing Lin's fierce determination to turn the tide of the battle. The group is shown reacting with surprise or concern, possibly due to unfolding events. A large dragon leaps towards the giant mouth, preparing for a dramatic action. A ferocious red monster with glowing green eyes charges forward, shocking the onlookers with its terrifying appearance. Zhao Wu reacts in fear and shock, sweating as he witnesses the monster's overwhelming presence. Lin transforms into a red beast with lightning-like energy surrounding him, indicating a potential connection to his abilities. Mu Ren assesses the monster, noting its high level, while another character questions why the boy Lin is carrying a monster. Another character observes the new monster, realizing it is something entirely different and more powerful. A close-up of the monster roaring, showcasing its sharp teeth and intense energy as it prepares to attack. The red monster charges at the larger beast, now fully ignited with pink energy, leading to an intense clash. The larger beast takes a direct hit as a pink energy beam pierces its mouth, shocking it mid-action. The large beast collapses with a groan, exhaling smoke as it succumbs to the attack. Onlookers, including Mu Ren, are left speechless, staring in disbelief at what just happened. While some wonder if the fight is over, others urge caution, warning that they should take this chance to confirm the beast's defeat. Lin, in his red beast form, shouts in frustration, seemingly angry at how the situation was handled. Lin, in his transformed state, realizes he still retains some of the dragon's powers and tries to piece together the situation. The large beast with mechanical features laughs maniacally, claiming victory as it declares its capture of the mysterious island monster. Characters trapped by the beast pled for freedom, offering what it desires and reminding it to honor its promises. The beast sarcastically questions its promises, pretending it almost forgot, while still looking menacing. The onlookers react in panic and frustration, trying to come up with a way to escape the beast's clutches. The beast mockingly laughs while chaos ensues, vowing to eliminate all participants of the trial, showing its control over the situation. People trapped in a collapsing structure scream for help, pleading that they don't want to die. Su shouts urgently, telling everyone to get off the tower immediately as it's too dangerous to stay. Lin, in his transformed form, swiftly moves upward through the collapsing structure, aiming to rescue others in time. Lin grabs onto a beam, narrowly avoiding a fall as the destruction continues around him. Lin observes the beast, seemingly consuming the wreckage and panics, assuming the trapped people might have been eaten. Lin realizes the group is still alive, hanging by plant vines as they cry out for him to save them from the dire situation. Mu Ren is panicking, crying out that he can't hold on any longer as the vines supporting him threaten to break. The group shouts instructions to escape quickly and open an exit to let everyone out safely. Su, standing determined, listens to the commotion and prepares to take action. Lin leaps into the air, using his agility and transformed state to assist the trapped group. Another character notices a maze and a giant beast nearby, reacting with shock at the danger ahead. On the surface, drones observe a crack forming, revealing a waterfall-like icy escape route. A man argues that rescuing people is the priority, while a girl assesses the chaos, noting the difficulty of using heavy firepower inside. The girl concludes that the internal situation is too chaotic and any drastic measures could harm their own people. Standing on an icy platform, the pair wonders what's happening inside, surprised by the tremors and loud noises. Massive tentacles emerge from the ground, causing destruction and further destabilizing the surroundings. An emergency alert system activates, confirming the incident is real, not a drill, and highlighting the danger of the situation. Officials discuss the incident, noting it has gone viral online and questioning if they should proceed further. The commanding officer states they're waiting for orders from higher-ups and cannot act without specific instructions. A phone call from a superior comes in, signaling a decision or new orders regarding the situation. The commanding officer confirms the perimeter is secure and authorizes the team to proceed with the operation. Troops storm the scene, equipped and ready to neutralize the threat as chaos looms. A muscular individual, possibly a leader or enforcer, draws a weapon or tool with intense determination, preparing to take action. The muscular man slams his sword into the ground, creating a burst of icy energy that cracks the surface dramatically. A close-up of his determined and serious expression as he observes the aftermath of his strike. The man and girl notice thick smoke rising from the cracked ground, speculating something might have gone wrong inside. A small dog-like creature appears, trembling nervously, suggesting something ominous is about to happen. One of the Jiao Wu encounters a flaming pile of excrement, reacting with disgust and confusion. The Jiao Wu crouches near the fiery pile, shielding his face from the smoke and flames, trying to assess the situation. The Jiao Wu yells up to Su and Lin, signaling that everything is ready and they can now begin their next move. A shadowy man with a sinister grin speaks into a phone, confirming that the cage is ready and giving the command to move forward with the plan. Chen Hu, surprised and shirtless, questions if the chaos during the exam was predicted beforehand. A flashback reveals that 3 months ago, someone discovered a red dragon's location, setting the stage for the current events. A blonde, older man casually sips coffee, smiling smugly as if satisfied with the unfolding chaos. Chen Hu looks at the icy disaster, panicked and speculating if Lin Jiu could be connected to the event. Despite his suspicions, Chen Hu insists Lin Jiu is just an ordinary person without any awakened powers, struggling to reconcile the events with his knowledge. Chen Hu screams in shock as his body begins transforming, with sharp claws growing uncontrollably. A close-up of a scheming man, likely the antagonist, taunting about taking something from Lin Jiu's lineage, referencing a grudge or plan. Chen Hu is lifted off the ground, ensnared by a red monstrous tail, showing the antagonist's dominance and power. The antagonist stares coldly, unfazed, further asserting his control over the chaotic situation. Chen Hu, in distress, sweats and panics, struggling to comprehend the overwhelming force against him. Chen Hu is thrown backward by the powerful tail, landing on the ground, visibly defeated and humiliated as the antagonist watches mockingly. Chen Hu, shocked and on the floor, notices a mysterious book tossed in his direction. Chen Hu picks up the book and realizes it's his personal diary, which he appears flustered to have exposed. The antagonist mockingly comments about young people easily getting distracted by beautiful girls but warns not to forget their priorities. Chen Hu argues passionately, claiming the actions might lead to endangering the lives of hundreds. As the diary opens, several pictures of Su fall out, revealing Chen Hu's personal admiration or obsession with her. Tentacles continue wreaking havoc outside, shaking the foundations of the area. Security forces attempt to breach a door, aggressively pounding on it to gain entry. The breach reveals something alarming, leaving the officers stunned and unsure how to proceed. The eye-patched officer questions the strange defensive measures in place after the Red Dragon's invasion, wondering if it's part of a plan by the Awakened Ones. Mu-Ren informs Su that all the examinees have evacuated and suggests they leave the situation to the larger authorities. Su turns to Lin Jiu for his opinion, as he stands silent, pondering the next step while clutching his chest. Lin Jiu, with determination, states that the Red Dragon won't lose, pointing to his transformation as proof of their strength. A violent splash of blood stains the area, signaling a fierce and gory moment in the battle. A massive creature screams in pain, its mouth dripping blood, showing it has suffered a critical blow. A sinister character smirks, laughing mockingly, likely reveling in the chaos. And Tien watches nervously as the green-haired villain gloats loudly, taunting the group about their supposed defeat. Lin Jiu stands silently, his expression calm yet intense, seemingly ready to confront the escalating situation. A red, pulsating crystal or object is shown, vibrating intensely, suggesting imminent danger or activation. Lin reacts in shock, eyes wide with an exclamation, indicating a sudden and unexpected event. A powerful red monster roars ferociously, releasing intense energy that shakes its surroundings. Su and Zhao Wu are startled, with Su showing confidence while Zhao Wu appears nervous or unsure. Lin, wearing a dragon-like mask, reveals sharp fangs and an intense expression, possibly signaling transformation or attack mode. Tien smirks confidently while her opponent, a startled elf-like character, looks panicked, likely caught off guard. The dragon ferociously attacks, rapidly absorbing evolution points from its prey while displaying overwhelming dominance. The dragon continues its assault, devouring and overpowering its opponent, boosting its evolution even further. A monstrous claw emerges from the opponent's mouth, hinting at a horrifying regenerative ability. The dragon fiercely battles the regenerating opponent, maintaining its upper hand, despite the creature's relentless resistance. A decisive strike lands as the red dragon slashes through its foe with electrifying power. The opponent reveals its ability to infinitely regenerate, confidently smirking despite the damage. The dragon pauses, showing a mix of anger and thoughtfulness, possibly strategizing its next move. The system announces the dragon's progress and evolution points gained, showcasing its growing strength. The host dragon tamer is alerted to the dragon's injuries, prompting a decision on whether to use evolution points for healing. Lin confidently declares that if the opponent can regenerate, so can they, showing determination to fight back. Lin commands the red dragon to devour the enemy, hinting that this will help their team recover. The dragon unleashes a powerful aura, preparing to crush the enemy while glowing with green energy. The enemy observes the dragon's extraordinary recovery ability, contemplating its potential if added to his own powers. The dragon mocks the opponent, showcasing its recovery skills while bloodied but unyielding. The enemy, slightly shaken, acknowledges the dragon's beastly strength but still mocks the situation, boasting about controlling the entire arena. Lin taunts the enemy, asking if their allies can regenerate too, emphasizing their strategic advantage in the fight. Lin, in his transformed state, braces for battle as a massive tentacle looms over him. Lin delivers a powerful glowing punch straight toward the tentacle, showcasing his strength and determination. Surrounded by overwhelming enemies, Lin stands protectively while Su and others struggle to keep up with the attacks. A severed piece of the enemy lies defeated on the ground, pulsating with red energy. Lin realizes something crucial, likely a strategy involving a burst of energy or attack. Lin envisions unleashing an explosive breath attack through the dragon to clear out the swarming enemies. A group slides down an icy pathway, while tentacle-like enemies surround the area, creating chaos and urgency. One of the characters barely manages to stay on the icy path, assisted by another who warns to be cautious. Mu-Ren appears distressed, likely overwhelmed or trying to warn others amidst the tense situation. A woman questions Mu-Ren, piecing together how Lin's actions saved them at the critical moment. Lin and his dragon are battling a monstrous opponent while bystanders marvel at the dragon's raw power. The woman seems confused but impressed, pondering Lin's extraordinary abilities in this chaotic scene. Su and Zhao Wu are shown fighting off large tentacle-like enemies with their combined attacks, showcasing teamwork in a high-pressure battle. Zhao Wu looks alarmed and determined as flames start forming around his arm, readying for an attack. Zhao Wu confronts a massive tentacle monster, shouting defiantly while charging forward with fire in his fist. The monstrous enemy mutates, revealing a grotesque structure as it moves menacingly, preparing to crush its opponents. Chen Hu, transformed into a beastly form, mocks Zhao Wu, taunting him as weak and threatening to consume him. Zhao Bu panics, realizing the overwhelming power of the enemy, exclaiming that the fight is unwinnable. A massive glowing weapon, crackling with electricity, is unleashed with intense force. The weapon slams into Chen Hu's face, delivering a powerful and direct hit with explosive energy. Zhao Wu, alarmed, warns others to stay alert as Su strategizes while facing the enemy's unpredictable mutations. A miniature dragon figure and a red phone are shown together, suggesting communication or coordination with a companion. The woman angrily questions the chaos inside, frustrated by incomplete reports and urging immediate action. Su calmly listens to the tiny dragon's input on the phone, seemingly unfazed by the ongoing battle. Su confidently refuses an order or suggestion, asserting her stance with determination. The woman, shocked and incredulous, reacts to the possibility of Lin's pet dragon turning the tide of the battle in an unforeseen way. The woman shouts furiously over the phone, warning Su Lingzhen to stop acting recklessly. A phone call ends abruptly, showing a sense of tension or disagreement. A confident man in sunglasses casually agrees to intervene, despite the urgency conveyed by the woman. Su commands Lin to act immediately, stating they have only 10 minutes to resolve the crisis. Lin acknowledges the time limit, preparing for decisive action with a determined look. An explosion shakes the battlefield as Su and Zhao Wu react to the sudden development. A villainous figure, wrapped in tentacles, laughs maniacally, taunting the group about their impending doom. A powerful blow strikes the enemy's fortified barrier, creating cracks and setting the stage for an intense final push. Lin, with glowing red energy, resolves to face the resilient enemy directly, ready to unleash his full power. Lin decides to unleash the explosive power of the dragon's breath to eliminate the enemy completely. Lin shouts a command to Kuyun, indicating urgency and the need for immediate action. Kuyun prepares to launch a devastating explosive breath attack, surrounded by chaos and relentless enemies. Kuyun aggressively tears through the enemy with sharp claws and relentless strength. Kuyun is shown in a commanding position, towering over the battlefield and dealing significant damage. Kuyun states that even the explosive breath attack isn't enough to take down the enemy quickly, highlighting the foe's resilience. The explosive breath attack is described as a focused cone, effective only at close range, limiting its full potential. The enemy mocks the group, boasting about its regeneration abilities and suggesting that only massive area-wide damage can stop it. The villain shows its terrifying potential, threatening to consume the entire stadium in an instant if it desires. The stadium is overtaken by massive tentacles, emphasizing the scale and threat of the enemy. Su is caught off guard as the chaos intensifies, showing a mix of shock and determination. Su quickly counters with her gauntlet weapon, taking a defensive position while Zhao Wu supports from behind. Lin realizes they need a massive scale attack to inflict significant damage, contemplating their next move. Lin prepares to use a powerful technique, possibly involving magnetism, while observing the battlefield. Lin reacts to the activation of the magnetic iron fist, recognizing its immense potential. Lin spots a structural weakness or tool in the battlefield, forming a new plan based on this discovery. Lin gears up, standing firm amidst the destruction, mentally preparing for the critical strike. Lin notices Tian and the elf opponent in the distance, possibly indicating their connection to the fight's outcome. The Lin chases the winged figure, yelling their name while telling them to wait. The Lin kneels in front of the injured winged figure and Tian, appearing to start a conversation. The Lin looks determined, explaining their daring plan and asking for help. The winged figure is shocked, questioning the red monster's sanity and doubting the plan. The Lin smiles slyly and asks the winged figure if they are also a beast. A notification appears, confirming the successful taming of the beast. The winged figure looks surprised and stunned. The winged girl angrily yells at Lin, accusing him of being inappropriate, while visibly furious. Lin laughs confidently, pointing out that even humanoid beasts can be tamed. The system confirms successful taming. Lin orders the winged girl to carry him across the battlefield, while Tian sarcastically questions why the girl should listen. Lin grins smugly and declares that the decision isn't up to her. The winged girl's clawed feet reluctantly rise, showing her forced submission. The winged girl, glowing with power, is shocked to find herself moving against her will. Tian observes in surprise, wondering why Lin hadn't used this ability earlier. Lin smirks as they take off, commenting on his unexpected ability to control even humanoid beasts. The winged girl complains about being controlled, saying it's useless and she still can't beat their main enemy, Dr. Shang. Lin and the winged girl fly towards a massive enemy amidst rubble and smoke, preparing for an intense confrontation. Su and another character watch Lin in the air, confused by his sudden approach. A muscular man reacts in shock, questioning how Lin ended up getting caught. The duo faces a towering red dragon-like enemy who appears puzzled by their actions. The dragon roars loudly, commanding them to let go as chaos erupts around. Lin grins confidently, assuring everyone he has a clever plan. The team approaches a blonde enemy with exaggerated features, and Lin seems ready to act. Lin and the winged girl confront a tentacled foe, with Lin shouting commands as they get closer to engage. Lin yells for everyone to jump in, signaling a decisive moment in the battle. The grotesque enemy with sharp teeth and a massive jaw looms menacingly, speaking. Multiple writhing tentacles slither and slash, intensifying the chaos. Lin and the winged girl face an onslaught of tentacles, preparing for action. The winged girl and Lin counterattack as the massive red creature aggressively defends itself. The duo flies together, with Lin positioned for an offensive strike. Lin grabs onto a structure forcefully, holding his ground amidst the battle. Lin and the winged girl climb atop a large tower-like structure, readying their next move. The winged girl shows a determined yet strained expression of resolve. The tower they're on becomes engulfed in an explosive burst of energy, glowing with powerful light. The blonde enemy realizes Lin has the ability to control beasts, expressing shock and frustration. Su channels her energy, forming a powerful stance while the muscular man looks surprised. The massive tower glows with energy as Lin and the winged girl prepare their final move, with the enemy still surrounded by tentacles. The winged girl shouts a warning to Lin about an impending collision. Lin dismisses the warning confidently, instructing her to charge forward without hesitation. A massive explosion of pink energy erupts as Lin and the winged girl launch a direct attack. A man observing the destruction remarks on Lin's unique approach, standing amidst the aftermath of the battle. The glowing tower continues to disintegrate, showcasing its massive energy release. The tower is engulfed in a final burst of light, signaling the climax of the battle. Lin yells, signaling the decisive moment to attack. The red dragon unleashes a surge of power, sending chaos into the battlefield. The dragon grows even larger, covered in glowing red energy, roaring ferociously. Spikes of energy erupt, intensifying the destructive aura around the dragon. The dragon's eyes glow with power as its explosive transformation nears its peak. The dragon releases a massive beam of energy, aiming it toward the enemy. The energy beam strikes, causing an explosion with the tentacled enemy engulfed in red light. Lin and the winged girl ascend through the chaos, flying near the glowing destruction below. The winged girl, alarmed, yells at Lin, questioning his reckless actions and declaring her intention to flee. Lin and the winged girl soar toward the glowing tower amidst the chaos, ready for their final strike. Lin charges through an explosion of golden and pink energy, holding his weapon firmly. The tower begins to erupt in bright pink energy, signaling the peak of its destruction. Lin clings to the towering energy beam, unleashing all his strength in an epic move. Lin shouts a warning for everyone to clear out as the energy surges uncontrollably. The tower, now fully engulfed in fiery pink energy, hurtles downward with immense power. The blonde enemy realizes he underestimated Lin, his face filled with shock and terror. A giant beast, introduced as one from a mysterious icy island, appears with glowing blue energy. The blonde enemy lets out a deafening roar, preparing to retaliate amidst the destruction. A grotesque creature begins disintegrating, overwhelmed by the attack's power. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing the building in flames and smoke. Lin is seen free-falling, exhausted but determined, after unleashing his final attack. The scene pans out to a wide view of the city as Lin continues his descent, surrounded by debris. The dragon catches Lin gently in its palm, shielding him from further harm. The aftermath of Lin's attack reveals the collapsing structure, with pink energy and debris spreading across the area. Gigantic creatures caught in the destruction roar in pain as energy tears through them. Multiple creatures writhe in chaos, surrounded by destructive pink energy and smoke. The red dragon stands tall amidst the devastation, holding Lin safely in its palm. Lin smiles in relief, realizing the situation is finally under control. Another character comments on the overwhelming strength of the beast, questioning its level of power. Su praises the observing character's courage, acknowledging his contribution despite the situation. The observing character enthusiastically declares his admiration for the red dragon, expressing eagerness to join its team. The observer enthusiastically asks the red dragon for an autograph, declaring themselves the first fan. The Tian kneels amidst the smoke, lost in thought under the clear sky. The Tian reflects that the danger is momentarily over, but she knows it's not yet time to relax. Cracks form on a nearby wall as reinforcements begin to arrive, and the girl considers the need to conceal the monsters. Tian realizes something important about the mysterious red creature and its connection to the animals nearby. Tian sits calmly while a chained, green-haired figure angrily demands to be released. A chain quickly moves, as if targeting or restraining something with force. The creature's claw is bound tightly by chains, struggling against them. The winged figure is being pulled up, surprised to see Tian again. Tian confidently smirks, hinting she won't let the figure escape. Tian negotiates, suggesting she might release the figure under certain conditions. The figure reluctantly agrees, showing a sly smile. A group of soldiers in white uniforms prepares massive weapons, aiming at a target. One soldier reacts with shock as something unexpected happens, accompanied by a bright flash. Soldiers look confused, trying to understand what just occurred, with visible tension. A massive, muscular man confidently walks through the scene, exuding intimidation and strength. The man delivers a devastating kick with explosive energy, breaking through a wall or barrier. The impact from the kick causes the entire structure to collapse, shocking the soldiers. The soldiers are amazed and shocked, commenting on the sheer power of the kick. The destruction creates a massive crack or pathway, and soldiers cautiously advance through the debris. The man nonchalantly comments on the destruction, claiming it was just a door. The massive man walks through a wall he just destroyed with his raw strength, light shining from the new opening. The scene shows the group, including Tian, Su, and others, surrounded by armed soldiers in a chaotic, rubble-filled arena. A soldier reacts with wide-eyed fear, shocked by the unexpected events. Two enormous, grotesque monsters with sharp horns and terrifying features emerge, surprising everyone. The muscular man faces the massive monsters, standing defiantly in the chaos. The muscular man addresses the group confidently, hinting at his dominance and solution to the current problem. Alec gestures with a confused and skeptical expression, trying to make sense of the situation. A soldier points to Lin, accusing him of being involved in controlling the current mess. Lin stands with the red dragon cloaked under a sheet, attempting to hide it but failing due to the dragon's bold and humorous expression. The muscular man grabs Lin by the shoulder, towering over him in a calm yet intimidating manner. Lin looks tense and wary, clearly uneasy about the man's grip in the situation. Su and Tian react with anger and concern, seemingly shouting at the man. The man confidently speaks, his eye patch adding to his imposing presence. The man looms over Lin, demanding answers with a serious tone. Alec looks conflicted, possibly realizing the situation has worsened. The Korean defiantly faces off against a new threat, appearing ready to protect Lin. A new, mysterious individual steps in, signaling another shift in the situation. A large, intimidating figure arrives, confronting the muscular man and Lin, escalating the tension further. A man in sunglasses claims control over the situation, asserting that his group has already handled the monster threat. The muscular man smirks confidently, seemingly unfazed by the other man's declaration. The two discuss Lin's achievements in defeating the giant monster, with one noting that reporters are already eager to interview him. The muscular man pats Lin on the shoulder, possibly as a gesture of recognition or approval. Lin, accompanied by his group, walks toward a bright exit, symbolizing a new beginning or conclusion to the situation. Outside, reporters bombard Lin with questions, celebrating him as a new hero joining the group. Lin's heroic image is displayed, highlighting his bravery and strength, as the crowd admires him. Two shadowy figures watch Lin on a screen, discussing his awakened abilities and impact. A Chen Hu reacts intensely, perhaps shocked or worried about Lin's rise. A confident and smug man with a mustache grins broadly, showing satisfaction or triumph. His intense expression suggests he feels in control of the situation or has accomplished something significant. The scene transitions to a hospital 3 days after the big battle, suggesting recovery or follow-up events. The dragon lies on a scanner as a doctor examines its condition while Lin stands nearby, showing concern. The scanner captures Kuyin's vitals and there's a suggestion to register the dragon under Lin's name for official care. Su assures Lin that with proper care and medicine, Kuyin will pass the required health checks without any problems. Lin comforts Kuyin, who looks uneasy about the situation, showing their bond. The doctor's screen shows Kuyin's height, weight, and other physical metrics, concluding that Kuyin is in good health and meets urban pet keeping standards. Lin signs official documents to finalize Kuyin's registration while small creatures watch curiously. Lin firmly tells the small creatures to behave and follow the doctor's instructions, taking responsibility. Lin sternly tells the small creatures to listen to the doctor and behave, showing leadership. The doctor directs the creatures with enthusiasm, setting a fun and energetic tone. The small creatures engage playfully, forming bonds or sharing teamwork. One of the creatures rolls on the floor, laughing, displaying its carefree personality. The doctor challenges Kiyun to catch a frisbee, introducing a training activity. The frisbee soars across the room with great speed, showcasing the doctor's energy. Kiyun, offended, declares its pride as a dragon and refuses to perform humiliating tasks like a common pet. Lin sweet talks Kiyun, promising delicious food in exchange for cooperation, calming the dragon's pride. Kuyun, driven by its love for barbecue, bursts with excitement, charging forward with glowing eyes and a massive appetite. Kuyun sprints through the room at incredible speed, surprising everyone, including the doctor. The doctor, catching his breath, humorously notes that such a rush wasn't necessary, appreciating Kuyun's enthusiasm. Kuyun hands over the frisbee, with the doctor lying on the ground, overwhelmed by Kuyun's energy. Su aggressively kicks a desk, demanding how much longer the tests will take, eager to move on to the next task. Kuyun charms the room with an adorable display, making Su unexpectedly gush over its cuteness. The doctor informs Su that all procedures are finished and tells her the certificate will be issued soon. Su, now in a hurry, grabs her phone and prepares to leave, thanking the doctor for his help. The doctor bids them goodbye with a smile, noting that Lin has already acquired 4 creatures under his care, showcasing his growing responsibility. Lin, Su, and a red dragon are walking together. Lin seems amused while Su looks annoyed. Su and Lin approach a red car. Su appears calm, while Lin follows behind, possibly talking. Inside the car, Su hands Lin a small black box. Lin looks curious, wondering what it is. Lin opens the box excitedly and discovers a medal with a dragon design inside. Lin realizes it's an emblem, looking surprised and impressed. Su explains that it was prepared earlier that morning and suggests Lin might wear it to the event later. She seems thoughtful. Lin teases Su, saying something about her kindness. Su responds sternly, perhaps lightly scolding him. The car drives off energetically, with Lin and Su continuing their conversation. Su appears focused, while Lin gets flustered, likely after she makes a sharp remark to stop his teasing. Lin and Sue are surprised as they look at something outside the car window. Sue seems to be pointing something out. Posters of Sue are displayed on a building, with construction equipment visible in the background. It suggests Sue has some significance in the city. A school campus celebrates an event. Banners and speeches mention students passing an important exam and achieving honors. A group of people praises Lin's bravery and accomplishments during the exam. The school highlights outstanding students with banners and encourages applause for their achievements. Two students gossip about Lin, discussing his powers and how he dominated the exam. A girl talks about Lin protecting the students and defeating a giant monster during the exam. A teacher invites Lin to the stage to give a speech as a representative of the students. Lin walks onto the stage confidently, ready to address the audience. Lin stands at the podium with a digital speech display, addressing a large crowd of students in uniform. A warning message appears about a high concentration of spiritual energy near the area. Lin reacts with surprise, likely due to the warning or sensing something unusual. A mysterious figure appears in the doorway, surrounded by powerful energy. The figure is revealed to be Chen Hu, looking intense and serious as he enters. Chen Hu strides confidently into the hall, wearing casual shorts and looking unbothered. Students in the crowd gossip about Chen Hu's bold entrance and his previous confrontations with Lin. Chen Hu faces Lin from the audience as Lin questions his sudden arrival. Chen Hu dramatically kneels to the floor, shocking everyone. Chen Hu fully kneels with his forehead touching the floor, showing complete submission and regret. Students in the crowd are shocked, pointing and reacting strongly to Chen Hu's unexpected action. Lin looks stunned, clearly not expecting this dramatic gesture. Chen Hu, crying and visibly desperate, pleads for Lin's forgiveness, showing intense remorse. Chen Hu kneels before Lin in the auditorium, loudly apologizing and admitting his mistake in underestimating Lin. The crowd looks on in surprise. Lin, visibly annoyed, calls out Chen Hu for his arrogance in the past, asserting that he's grown stronger and won't let himself be underestimated anymore. Students in the crowd gossip about Chen Hu's behavior, speculating that he realized Lin's inherited powers and is now afraid. A teacher tries to calm Chen Hu, encouraging him to stand and resolve the situation calmly. Chen Hu resists the teacher's attempt to pull him up, showing his unwillingness to leave without properly apologizing. Chen Hu collapses dramatically to the floor, overwhelmed with regret and desperation as he continues to plead. With tears streaming down his face, Chen Hu begs Lin for forgiveness, admitting his fault and expressing genuine remorse. Chen Hu contemplates Lin's rapid rise in power, questioning what made Lin so strong in such a short time. He is deeply conflicted and unsure how to proceed. An older, calm individual advises Chen Hu to apologize sincerely, even jokingly suggesting drastic actions like physically bowing to make amends. Chen Hu protests, questioning why he must apologize to Lin and whether such an apology would even be accepted, showing lingering resistance. The older figure, still sipping tea, calmly questions Chen Hu's perception, implying he misunderstood the gravity of the situation. The older man emphasizes to Chen Hu that he should bow until Lin forgives him, showing a stern expression. Chen Hu repeatedly slams his head to the ground, crying out and desperately asking for Lin's forgiveness. Some students gossip, questioning Lin's unwillingness to help Chen Hu stand, suggesting both of them aren't entirely in the right. More onlookers discuss the situation, debating whether Lin should let it go since Chen Hu is already groveling so publicly. Lin stands silently at the podium as the crowd whispers about his reaction, with some criticizing him for his perceived coldness. Chen Hu continues crying, shouting Lin's name and pleading intensely, while internally reflecting on his father's past advice about Lin's strength. Lin grits his teeth, showing his internal struggle over how to respond. Lin finally relents, saying he forgives Chen Hu, although he looks annoyed while doing so. A sinister aura with dark energy appears around Lin, accompanied by an image of the older man, adding a mysterious and dangerous vibe. A system warning indicates that spiritual power has exceeded measurable limits, hinting at a major anomaly. The warnings multiply rapidly, showing the overwhelming surge of energy, almost causing the system to break. A powerful figure appears in the doorway, surrounded by smoke and energy, signaling an ominous arrival. A mysterious figure steps forward, their boots crackling with energy, making an intimidating entrance. The figure is revealed as a muscular man with a mustache, wearing a long coat and red pants, exuding a commanding presence as he holds a piece of the doorway. A detailed profile appears describing the man as 45 years old with immeasurable abilities, emphasizing his extraordinary power. The man stands tall before the crowd, towering over the students who look up in awe and fear at his imposing stature. Addressing Lin, the man calls him by a respectful title and greets him directly, drawing everyone's attention to Lin. The man smiles confidently, acknowledging Lin with a comment about how long it has been since they last met. Lin's legs are visibly trembling, showing his unease or fear as he faces the situation. Lin looks shocked, with a menacing aura and glaring eyes appearing behind him, heightening the tension. Lin Mom displays incredible strength, lifting a heavy object with ease, her anger apparent. The blonde man is addressed by a teacher, who tries to calm the situation and asks him not to disrupt the event. The blonde man assures the teacher that he's only here to observe, emphasizing that the children are well protected and there's no need to worry. The woman listens silently, her expression unreadable, possibly considering his words. Lin spots a strange bird-like creature escaping into the sky while observing from below. The bird-like creature is shot down mid-air with tranquilizer guns, looking angry and struggling. The creature is restrained by officers, appearing defeated and under control. A man with a mustache speaks, revealing information about the creature's actions and its connection to larger plans. Lin listens intently, showing concern or determination after hearing about Polar Abyss Island and Lingzun. A high-ranking man comments on Lin's involvement and a significant rescue mission he participated in. The bird creature, now blindfolded and restrained, is prepared for interrogation. Lin, Su, and the Red Dragon walk down steps confidently, showing their unity and readiness for action. Guards stop them, stating that pets aren't allowed inside, implying they need to leave the dragon behind. Lin defends the dragon, angrily clarifying that it's not a pet but his partner, showing his loyalty. A high-ranking officer grants them permission to enter, recognizing their importance. They walk down a corridor with the officer, discussing the aftermath of an earlier battle and hints about mysterious events at the site. The bird creature from before is interrogated but refuses to cooperate, remaining silent. Lin faces a stern officer with an eye patch, who seems annoyed at dealing with unnecessary complications involving the creature. The officer claims his mercy is the reason for allowing their actions, leaving Lin, Su, and the dragon silently following him. Lin is shocked as the officer mentions mercy with disbelief on his face. The officer walks away, explaining that the bird creature is just a monster, implying it lacks humanity. The officer reveals that the creature used to be human, emphasizing this revelation with a serious tone. Lin and Su react with exaggerated surprise upon hearing that the creature was originally human. The officer explains the creature's past, stating it was once an assistant professor at the university. Walking through the hallway, the officer elaborates that experiments caused the transformation and mentions how such projects are taboo. The officer stands dramatically in front of a room, stating the organization's purpose is to eliminate threats for public safety. Lin and Su react with intense focus, seemingly shocked or intrigued by what they are about to witness. The bird creature is shown under harsh light, seated and restrained, as someone hesitates to act coldly against it, considering its human origins. The bird creature clicks its tongue in frustration, showing anger and defiance. Lin recalls seeing the bird creature and its professor in a past experiment, connecting pieces of their history. Lin questions what really happened afterward, expressing deep curiosity and concern. Lin imagines a chibi scenario of persuading the bird creature, hilariously overconfident about winning it over. Lin approaches the restrained creature, apologizing for not knowing its past involvement in experiments. The bird creature angrily asks Lin what he's trying to say, clearly defensive and mistrustful. Lin explains he has connections to the professor responsible for the experiments and promises to restore the creature to its human form. The bird creature reacts aggressively, accusing Lin of carelessness and questioning his intentions. It hints that the professor's experiments were forced upon it. The bird creature yells, revealing that it willingly underwent the transformation contrary to Lin's assumptions. A flashback shows the bird creature's past as a bullied individual, emphasizing its motivation to gain power. The creature explains that its transformation was an effort to bridge the gap between the powerless and the powerful, driven by its desire for equality. It declares that the transformation granted it the strength to stand against those with special abilities, challenging their superiority. Lin is firm and resolute, confronting the creature directly as he's finally drawn it into a dialogue. Lin grabs the creature's chin assertively, telling it to give up resisting, which provokes a sharp reaction. The creature's eyes widen in shock, as if Lin's words or actions struck a nerve. A sequence of vivid memories or visions flash by, revealing a deeper connection between Lin and the creature's story. The creature breaks into laughter, questioning Lin's identity and hinting at a possible shared experience. The bird creature insists Lin should understand its choices due to its experiences, but Lin strongly disagrees. Lin counters, stating that being a monster is about actions, not appearances, and he vows never to become like that. The bird creature fiercely declares its goal to eliminate such monsters entirely, showing its resolve. Lin confronts the creature directly, challenging its views, and offers to help fulfill its desire for understanding. The bird creature mocks Lin's attempt to teach it about being a monster, challenging him to prove his point. A muscular man smirks, observing the situation, seemingly intrigued by the developments. Lin, Sue, and the dragon are invited into the room where the man awaits, signaling a pivotal moment. The man greets them confidently, ready to engage in a significant conversation or confrontation. Lin mentions he has uncovered the professor's location, setting the stage for the next steps in their mission. The man confirms that the professor is indeed on Polar Abyss Island, matching their suspicions. He explains that the professor has been researching and creating monsters for a long time, causing significant trouble. Lin silently absorbs the information. Lin proposes heading to the island to confront the professor, but the man warns it won't be easy. The man reveals the island has become even more dangerous, surrounded by unstable waters and mysterious phenomena. Lin confidently volunteers to go, declaring his determination to face any danger to stop the professor. The man hesitates, pointing out the significant risks of such a mission. A stunning view of Polar Abyss Island shows it as a floating, isolated landmass, highlighting its inaccessibility and mystery. A wider view showcases the island's magical and surreal surroundings, further emphasizing the challenges ahead. Polar Abyss Island, once a regular island, mysteriously rose into the sky years ago, leaving a massive crater in the ocean below. The man comments on Lin's bravery but reminds him that the island is a challenging and dangerous destination. Lin internally reacts with frustration, imagining the man is intentionally mocking him, while externally he tries to appear confident. The man acknowledges Lin's determination and agrees to arrange for transportation to the island. Sue steps in, reminding everyone that Lin is a valuable asset and promising to take responsibility for handling the mission. The man humbly responds, emphasizing his efforts are for the good of Tianhai City, dismissing any need for gratitude. The man suggests that he has been preparing a way to access Polar Abyss Island and invites Lin and Sue to take the opportunity. Lin loudly agrees, while Sue is surprised and not entirely prepared for his enthusiasm. Lin, Sue, and the dragon arrive at a large government aircraft prepared for their mission, signaling the start of their journey. Sue scolds Lin for accepting so quickly without considering potential traps, while Lin defends his decision with humor and confidence. Lin holds a mysterious black object, possibly a tool or token for their journey, symbolizing his determination. Lin vows to overcome any obstacles, showing his resolve and reflecting on how this mission is deeply personal to him. Lin confidently reassures the group that they can rely on him if any problems arise. The dragon hugs Lin, affirming its loyalty and understanding, while Lin feels emotionally supported. Sue sarcastically remarks that Lin and the dragon seem much closer now, hinting at their evolving relationship. Sue observes the aircraft skeptically, questioning if it truly belongs to their organization. Lin remains resolute, stating that they can't delay the mission further or risk missing this critical opportunity. Sue demands clarification, challenging Lin's reasoning and decision-making. Lin is warned not to trust anyone at the agency, but he remains confident, insisting on going to Polar Abyss Island despite objections. Lin encounters a schoolmate while preparing to board the plane, explaining that his mom instructed him to head to school. Sue freaks out as Lin nonchalantly drags her into the mission, protesting that she doesn't want to be involved. Lin, Sue, and the dragon stand in awe as they observe the inside of the agency's high-tech facility. The group enters a laboratory filled with scientists and agents working on mysterious experiments, drawing their attention. Agents approach Lin enthusiastically, recognizing him as the key figure from the recent battle, offering their admiration and cooperation. Sue points out that the agency head might have predicted Lin's actions, hinting at hidden motives. The group is led into the lab while someone criticizes Lin's abilities, doubting his usefulness in the mission. A senior agent confronts Lin, emphasizing the seriousness of agency missions and warning him not to act recklessly. The same agent mocks Lin for bringing a pet along, clearly underestimating the dragon's significance. The dragon reveals its intimidating strength, baring its sharp teeth as a warning. The dragon retaliates against the agent, throwing him violently in response to the insult, asserting its dominance. A powerful blast or explosion occurs, causing destruction and smoke to fill the area. Lin, looking smug, taunts another man in a white military uniform who seems frustrated or defeated, sitting amidst smoke. Several men in white uniforms, with exaggerated and shocked expressions, appear alarmed or angry, possibly reacting to a surprising event. Sue and Lin stand confidently, looking relaxed, while Sue seems to be speaking, likely making a confident remark. A large aircraft flies in the sky, indicating a transition or an incoming event. A wide shot of a building in a peaceful urban setting, establishing the next scene's location. A bag bursts open, spilling notebooks and items, indicating clumsiness or haste. Lin's mom, furious, grabs someone's clothing while venting her frustration, likely scolding them. The same Lin's mom storms out of her room angrily, determined to take action or confront someone. A door is violently shaken, with cracks forming around it as if something powerful is about to break through. An alert spreads across the area as soldiers panic, pointing out an intruder amidst chaos and smoke. A white uniformed person lies on the ground, seemingly defeated or injured in the aftermath of an attack. A soldier, looking stunned and frightened, questions whether what they are seeing is even human. Lin's mom charges forward in a rage, creating destruction and demanding to know where Lin has been taken. Soldiers announce the arrival of someone important, stepping back as they prepare for his approach. A man in a long coat and red pants confidently walks through the wreckage, approaching Lin's mom. The man smirks and casually informs Lin's mom that she's too late, revealing that Lin is already on a plane heading to a faraway destination. Lin's mom reacts with shock and disbelief, her expression intense and full of anger. She looks up at the sky, watching the planes carrying Lin and realizing they're already far away. Planes fly over the ocean under stormy skies, with lightning in the background, heading toward their destination. A soldier in white confidently announces that the fighter group is ready for action. Another soldier asks if they should begin the operation to land on the target island. The leader, smirking, gives the command to proceed with the operation. The planes adjust their formation over the sea as the mission officially begins. The leader confidently boasts about their plan, expecting it to succeed without issues. Lin and Sue discuss the operation while inside a control room, with a dragon also present, observing the situation. Sue explains that many attempts have been made to conquer the island before, but all have ended in failure. A mysterious floating island surrounded by storm clouds and lightning appears over the ocean. The area seems dangerous, with magnetic or gravitational anomalies. Soldiers mockingly laugh at Lin, teasing him about his lack of knowledge or preparation. The leader in white orders everyone to focus as they approach the target island's danger zone. A warning signal appears on the screen, indicating a critical system abnormality near the island. The leader observes the warning but presses on, despite the risks of losing communication or navigation systems. A commander angrily gives the order to launch missiles at the target. Jets release multiple missiles, streaking through the sky in a coordinated attack. Lin panics and questions whether this is an invasion or an attempt to destroy the island, shocked at the missiles being fired. The missiles continue to race toward their target with explosive intensity. The missiles hit their target, resulting in a massive explosion with bright flashes of light. The leader cheers enthusiastically, impressed with the accuracy of the missile strike. A massive, fierce creature appears, damaged but angry, with glowing eyes and smoke rising from its body. Lin is shocked to see the silhouette of the monstrous beast through the fog and destruction. The creature is revealed to be a towering beast in armor, exuding power and rage as it stands ready to fight. The leader calmly explains that the missile strike was a distraction, hinting at a larger plan in motion. The leader commands all units to focus their attention on the beast and advance toward the island with full force. Fighter jets maneuver sharply in the sky, preparing for the next phase of the assault. The beast grips its weapon tightly and stands firm amidst the chaos, ready to face the approaching jets. The beast roars furiously, showing its sharp teeth and glowing eyes, ready for battle. The beast summons multiple glowing purple orbs of energy, surrounding itself with intense power. The orbs release energy waves that disrupt the incoming fighter jets, creating chaos in the air. An officer panics, explaining that the black orbs have strong gravitational pull, making it difficult to escape. Another officer reports that the magnetic field has disrupted their equipment, leaving them blind and unable to navigate. The leader urges everyone to stay focused, use full power to escape, and follow him to find a solution. Lin, Sue, and the dragon discuss the immense power of the creature, suggesting it could be emitting gravitational waves. Sue wonders if her special abilities might be able to counter the creature's power, while Lin reacts in disbelief at the situation. The beast smirks confidently, its glowing eyes and calm demeanor showing its dominance in the fight. The beast clenches its massive fist, preparing to unleash its power. Fighter jets are pulled toward a glowing purple orb, unable to escape the intense gravitational pull. A massive explosion engulfs the jets, destroying them in a fiery blast. The beast laughs victoriously, enjoying the chaos it has caused. The beast's eyes glow with rage and determination, ready for its next move. The beast looks up in confusion as something unexpected happens in the sky above it. Sue jumps into action, shouting for everyone to evacuate the aircraft immediately. The officers report that they are still 30 kilometers away from the island and at an altitude of 8,000 meters, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. The leader angrily orders everyone to listen to Sue and jump out of the aircraft without hesitation. The beast smirks confidently, its glowing eyes showing satisfaction and readiness for more chaos. The beast leaps into the sky, launching an attack toward the fleeing aircraft with immense force. The beast descends with a powerful strike, heading straight for its target with destructive intent. Lin panics as he sees the beast closing in on their aircraft, realizing the imminent danger. The beast's glowing eyes and fiery aura intensify as it prepares to unleash a devastating blow. Lin protects Sue from the impact, both tumbling to the ground as the situation grows dire, with their dragon companion visible in the background. The dragon stands defiantly, staring at the enemy with determination as it prepares to take action. The dragon charges forward with incredible speed, creating a shockwave as it closes in on its target. The dragon unleashes a devastating attack, biting down on the aircraft aimed at the beast, interrupting its assault. The woman stands firmly, facing someone off-screen. She appears defiant, questioning why she should reveal the whereabouts of Seimu. Her expression and body language suggest she is unwilling to cooperate easily. A man in a long coat sits confidently at his desk while a green-haired woman stands outside with a massive creature visible in the background. The woman talks to the man about a critical situation, hinting that he might be the only one capable of resolving it. The man sips tea, contemplating the difficulty of accessing a dangerous island, suggesting it's a formidable challenge. The woman explains that a beast on the island destroys any approaching vehicles or tools, but she and Dr. Seimu have a plan. She insists on protecting the doctor's safety, claiming she knows how to navigate the island and locate the research lab. The man in the red pants leans back casually, expressing that he has a question before moving forward. A flashback shows Seimu using a strange power to infiltrate a facility, creating chaos and disruptions. A giant creature's tail wreaks havoc, causing destruction as it becomes part of the chaos. The man, with a serious and calculating expression, demands to know the reason behind the disruption and what exactly happened at the facility. The woman looks frustrated and suspicious, wondering how much the man already knows about the situation. The man, holding his cup, proposes a deal to the woman, asking her to do something for him in exchange for resolving her questions. The woman hesitates, pointing out the differences between handling a monster in the city versus one hidden within a secret realm, questioning the logic of helping him for free. The man grabs the green-haired woman, demanding she participate in a scheme to lure Lin and others to the island. She looks shocked and asks why. Lin, surrounded by a holographic display of a blue dragon, seems unimpressed, claiming he knows exactly what Samu has been doing on the island for the past 16 years. The woman stares forward, determined, with a serious expression, ready for her next move. A flock of bird-like creatures flies over the ocean, with someone giving directions to navigate toward the island. A soldier reports that their forces have reached the waters surrounding the island, with a giant bird carrying someone visible in the background. A commanding officer gives the order to continue advancing toward the target, showing determination. A close-up of a hand holding a small remote-like device, likely triggering an important event or signal. A large blue and yellow bird screeches loudly, with visible electricity sparking around its body, indicating it is agitated or in distress. Chen Hu laughs confidently while riding the large bird, showing he's enjoying himself and in control of the situation. A man with binoculars, likely a captain or officer, notices something at a distance and calls out to his team, indicating the discovery of a potential conflict or battle. Smoke fills the sky near a cliff as figures appear flying in the distance, suggesting an ongoing battle or reconnaissance activity. An elf-like character appears shocked or concerned, with people and birds in the background suggesting some kind of tactical situation is unfolding. The elf angrily questions their concern for someone, while Lin looks intense and determined in the background, hinting at an emotional or strategic debate. The elf character, now in a winged form, flies confidently ahead, leading a group while a man in uniform looks on with focus, issuing orders to continue. A hooded figure watches the scene from a distance, with a sword visible, observing the flying formations and smoke, implying a looming threat or plan. Chen Hu casually comments while riding the bird, showing his carefree demeanor and confidence despite the tense situation. A sharp object or projectile shoots through the air, breaking through the trees with great speed. A majestic bird soars high in the sky, leading or escaping with others following closely. Chen Hu looks surprised as a hooded figure with a sword confronts him, holding him at a disadvantage. Chen Hu yells in panic, trying to assert his identity as a warning to the hooded figure. The hooded figure, revealed to have a beastly face, questions Chen Hu's actions with a fierce and accusatory tone. The hooded figure stands firmly, sword drawn, while Chen Hu reacts in shock, seemingly at a loss for words. The hooded figure claims disinterest in hurting Chen Hu, but hints at using the bird for a specific purpose. Chen Hu looks distressed, realizing the situation is dire as the hooded figure takes control of the bird. A soldier loads a machine gun, preparing to attack the hooded figure or the bird with confidence. Two soldiers argue about shooting, one showing caution while the other appears more aggressive and dismissive. A massive, muscular figure appears, riding the bird with an imposing and powerful stance. The captain charges through the air, astonishing his subordinates with his bold actions. The hooded figure snarls, reacting to the captain's sudden attack. The captain, mid-air, throws a devastating punch toward the hooded figure, showing his overwhelming strength. The hooded figure narrowly avoids the attack, moving quickly to dodge the incoming blow. The captain lands a powerful slash, injuring the hooded figure but failing to defeat him completely. The hooded figure, bleeding but unshaken, glares with fierce determination. The captain suffers a wound from the hooded figure's counterattack, emphasizing the intensity of the battle. The captain boasts about his ability, even while bleeding from the chest, declaring his body invincible through sheer strength. The captain launches a powerful kick towards the hooded figure, showing his dominance in battle. The large bird beneath the captain appears to struggle, overwhelmed by the intense force being applied. The captain smirks, taunting the hooded figure with confidence and mocking their inability to act. The hooded figure counters with a sharp insult, comparing the captain's thinking to that of a wild beast. The hooded figure crouches into a ready stance, preparing to retaliate with deadly precision. A massive golden slash attack pierces through the air, targeting the birds and causing chaos. The birds are struck by the attack, their bodies splitting apart, and the captain is left vulnerable mid-air. The captain falls backward from the bird as a winged figure, possibly Tian, descends with a powerful attack, taking advantage of the situation. The captain is clawed across the chest by a powerful strike, yet he maintains a confident smirk. Tian grips the captain with her clawed feet, scolding him while expressing surprise at his rescue attempt. Tian warns the captain, hinting at a deal involving Lin and an ominous destination, while asserting control over the situation. The captain smirks, acknowledging Tian's straightforward and honest demeanor despite the tension. A red dragon leaps at a golden armored beast warrior, both locked in a fierce confrontation. The red dragon bites down forcefully on a metal object, breaking it into pieces with sheer power. The golden warrior looks alarmed, shocked by the dragon's overwhelming strength. The golden warrior is thrown into the air toward a plane as the dragon dominates the battle below. The red dragon sneers, watching as the golden warrior attempts to escape, determined to pursue him. The red dragon gathers energy for a devastating attack, as Lin and Su observe the danger with urgency. The golden warrior grits his teeth in anger, his eyes glowing red, signaling he's ready to retaliate. The golden armored warrior clings to a pillar, surrounded by intense energy slashes, preparing for a counterattack. The golden warrior roars in fury, eyes glowing red as he channels his power for a decisive strike. A towering pillar crackles with electric energy, indicating a buildup of immense power in the battle. The red dragon's eye widens, locking onto its target, as a powerful energy radiates from its surroundings. A massive energy explosion engulfs the area, shattering the ground and demonstrating the overwhelming destructive force. The red dragon claws at the pillar with relentless determination, pushing forward despite the chaos. Lin and Su watch from below, noting the incredible strength of the golden warrior and the overwhelming battle above as the structure begins to crumble. The golden warrior smugly grins while holding a twig in his mouth, exuding confidence and a calm demeanor, despite the ongoing battle. Lin is falling amidst debris, panicking and shouting for help while Su remains calm and observant. Su appears startled yet focused, while Lin struggles in the background, overwhelmed by the situation. Lin transforms, gaining wings as he flies upward, looking determined to launch an attack. Lin and Su are engulfed in darkness, seemingly falling deeper into an unknown, ominous void. The bird carries Lin and Su, flying rapidly to escape the chaos surrounding them. Lin and Su sit on the bird, both confused and trying to process the unexpected turn of events. Lin looks shocked as he notices Chen Hu on the same bird, sitting calmly and observing the situation. Lin, Su, and Chen Hu engage in a heated argument, shouting accusations at one another, escalating the tension. Chen Hu smirks confidently, accusing Lin of being aligned with the strange creature. Lin confronts Chen Hu, questioning his motives and presence on the bird. Su interrupts their argument, urging them to focus as she points towards something important. The bird flies toward a massive, dark structure with cracks spreading across its surface, indicating instability. A glowing hand presses against a surface, possibly trying to stabilize or repair it with energy. Su focuses intently, channeling her powers, while Lin warns her against overexertion. A hand rests reassuringly on Su's shoulder, calming her and signaling that her efforts are appreciated. The hooded figure smiles menacingly while Su looks up, visibly tense, seemingly anticipating what's next. The hooded figure's hand tightens around their weapon, signaling readiness for a decisive action. The hooded figure hovers ominously above, preparing to strike, as Lin and the bird react with alarm below. A flurry of sharp, destructive energy slices through the air, showcasing an overwhelming display of power. Lin and Su are shocked by the hooded figure's immense strength, realizing it's unlike anything they've faced before. The hooded figure lands forcefully on the bird, startling Lin with their sudden appearance and aggressive move. A new character in formal attire confronts the hooded figure, scolding them for not leaving the damaged aircraft. The group, now gathered on the bird's back, appears to be strategizing amidst the chaos as the bird flies over the ocean. Lin panics about the safety of his dragon, shouting in desperation as the situation worsens. The hooded figure dismisses Lin's concerns, shifting focus to finding a safe place to land for everyone. The bird flies away from the cliff as Lin reluctantly apologizes to his dragon, promising to reunite later. The hooded figure reassures him about the dragon's resilience. The red dragon clings to the golden pillar, climbing upward as the golden warrior waits below. The golden warrior braces himself near the pillar, preparing for the dragon's next move as tension builds. The red dragon scratches fiercely at the pillar, creating sparks and visible damage. The dragon charges a glowing orb of energy in its mouth, preparing for a devastating attack. The golden warrior looks surprised, sensing the imminent danger from the dragon's attack. The red dragon unleashes the charged energy directly toward the golden warrior, creating an intense confrontation. A massive explosion erupts from the dragon's energy blast, with bright pink energy engulfing the pillar and surroundings. The explosion creates a massive shockwave, visible across the landscape, spreading destruction far and wide. The aftermath reveals shattered ground and rising smoke, showing the destructive power of the dragon's attack. The red dragon climbs through the thick smoke, approaching the aftermath of the devastation. It claws into the ground, surveying its surroundings with sharp focus. The dragon charges down with glowing energy, surrounded by crackling red lightning. A massive cloud of dark smoke fills the area, with flashes of red energy intensifying inside. The explosive energy expands outward, sending destructive shocks and lightning bolts everywhere. Amid the chaos, the dragon gleefully observes the chaos it caused, spotting numerous creatures affected by the energy. The characters arrive at a research facility hidden in the forest. One is flying while carrying another. A team leader dismisses concerns about someone's actions, riding a large bird with a casual attitude. The man lands at the research facility with the winged woman, ready to confront or meet someone. They enter the facility and see a wounded professor, alarming them. The professor explains he had no choice but to use experimental methods to heal a severe injury, though it cost him a lot. The professor argues with them, while another person seems to demand clarification about the situation. The professor speaks ominously, hinting at misfortune caused by taking over the facility. A sudden earthquake shocks everyone, creating chaos in the lab. The injured professor explains the giant creature's role in protecting the flying island, which stays afloat using powerful gravity-altering abilities. A man interrupts, asking the professor to skip the lecture and get to the point, while mocking the logic of connecting 2 points. The professor elaborates that the island relies entirely on the giant creature's abilities, and if it falls, the entire island would crash down. The other man accuses the professor of not cooperating, showing distrust. The winged woman confronts the professor, accusing him of lying about the situation as they faced a dangerous monster on their way to the lab. A scenic view of the destroyed path shows signs of devastation, likely caused by the creature. A monstrous creature emerges, roaring with destructive power, signifying the ongoing danger. A red dragon evolves after defeating an enemy, gaining new power and skills as its stats are displayed. The fully evolved red dragon roars triumphantly, showcasing its massive size and intimidating strength. 2 other creatures are alarmed by the dragon's appearance, recognizing it as a significant threat and urging caution. The red dragon sits proudly, looking satisfied and confident. The dragon notices a group of creatures in the distance, seemingly getting ready for action. The dragon continues observing, its curiosity piqued by the creatures ahead. The dragon appears confused and wonders why the creatures assume it's about to attack them. The dragon focuses its eye intently, preparing to make a move. Dark clouds appear in the sky, and the dragon reacts with realization or excitement. A group lands in the forest safely, seemingly part of an ongoing mission. A leader explains their objectives to a group, emphasizing the importance of exploring the island and capturing a target. 2 characters notice a mysterious figure ahead, and one accuses the figure of being a disguised monster. In this scene, Sue tells Lin that someone openly admitted they came to rescue Lin's father. She suspects that Lin's father may have surrendered to the monsters, implying the rescuer could be an accomplice. A glowing energy surrounds someone's hand, preparing for an attack or technique. The attacker swings a weapon emitting blue energy toward their target, demanding compliance. The cloaked figure blocks the energy attack, showing resilience. The attacker, filled with confidence, declares their next move, aiming to showcase their skills. A powerful technique is unleashed, sending a wave of blue energy toward the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure is hit, revealing a glimpse of its beastly features underneath. The figure counters with a clawed hand, ready to retaliate with force. The attacker is thrown back by the cloaked figure's power, showing surprise and struggle. The cloaked figure releases a destructive attack, creating a massive explosion and scattering debris. The man stands confidently after surviving an attack, taunting his opponent about trying to beat him. He notices his injuries but remains determined to continue the fight. Charging up energy, he declares his strength and readiness to retaliate. The man unleashes a massive blue energy slash, impressively cutting through the area. Sue comments on the man's talent, noting his ability to channel spiritual energy into physical attacks despite his young age. The man attacks aggressively with energy slashes, pressing his advantage against his opponent. He calls for his opponent to submit, fully unleashing his energy in an all-out attack. The cloaked beast admires the energy blade's concept, showing interest in the fight. The beast agrees to engage in the fight, acknowledging the man as an opponent worth playing with. A system warning appears, indicating a spiritual energy value exceeding measurable limits, signaling extraordinary power. The beast roars ferociously, clashing with a massive energy attack in an intense battle. The beast counters the energy attack with overwhelming force, showing its raw power. The beast focuses intensely, gathering energy as it prepares for another strike. The beast charges forward, wielding the energy blade with destructive precision. A dark shadow of the beast emerges, hinting at its transformation or heightened power. The beast praises the energy blade, acknowledging its impressive power and uniqueness. Sue and Lin realize the beast can disguise itself as a humanoid, and they note its terrifying strength surpasses even the giant ape. Lin devises a plan, bracing himself for a risky confrontation while preparing to find an opportunity to escape. Sue tells Lin not to act recklessly as he powers up for a confrontation. The beast charges at Lin and Sue with immense spiritual energy, ready to attack. Lin, determined to test his strength, prepares to face the beast despite the danger. Lin humorously gets interrupted by a phone call in the middle of the intense situation. A fiery woman yells at Lin over the phone, furious about being deceived and promising to come punish him. Lin is shocked and wonders how his mother managed to call him even in the middle of the secret realm. Lin's mother gets on a helicopter, determined to pick him up while scolding him to stay put. Lin and his mother argue about leaving as she orders him to return home immediately, shocking the beast. The beast, seemingly uninterested in continuing, dashes away, leaving the scene abruptly. Sue wonders why the beast ran away so suddenly. Two characters feel relieved and lucky to have survived, celebrating their unexpected rescue. Lin's mother arrives, furious, demanding Lin to come over immediately. Lin's mother looks for him but finds Sue and the others instead, asking where he went. Lin's mother carefully examines the area, determined to find him. She discovers a large crater left behind, realizing something significant happened. Frustrated, she grits her teeth, expressing anger at the situation. Lin's mother punches a tree in frustration, causing it to crack violently. She scolds the group for losing her son again, while they look on in shock at her strength. The beast sits calmly, overlooking the vast forest in contemplation. The beast asks Lin why he has followed it here. Lin explains he climbed onto the beast to escape his mother, and asks for its help to hide. The beast warns Lin about its dangerous nature but acknowledges it sensed no harm from him. Lin questions if the beast knows his mother, hinting at a deeper connection. The beast seems surprised by Lin's deduction and asks how he figured it out. Lin explains it was easy to tell from the beast's reaction to his mother's presence. The beast reacts softly, indicating it understands Lin's clever observation. The beast reveals it knows both Lin's mother and father and had recently been with his father. Lin, shocked, pleads with the beast to take him to his father, saying he will do anything to meet him. A beast-like character stands on a cliff, appearing to sense danger or evaluate the situation. A massive piece of land begins to fall from the sky, with Lin and the beast looking up at it in shock. A close-up of the beast's eyes shows its determination and focus on the impending danger. The beast leaps into action, slashing with intense speed and strength. The beast lands powerfully on the ground, debris scattering around it from the impact. Lin questions the island's strange trembling, wondering what is causing it. The beast appears calm yet ready, holding a weapon, as it prepares for another challenge. A floating island is shown, with the dialogue implying that it might fall if the source of its gravity manipulation is disrupted. Lin, riding the beast, discusses their situation with a hint of urgency and the need for a quick solution. Lin, riding the beast, discusses a serious matter where he's asked if he's willing to do anything to meet his father. Lin agrees confidently, showing his determination. The beast mocks Lin's serious response, teasing him slightly. A memory or a conversation reveals someone asking Lin for help with an urgent task. Rocks tumble down a mountainside, indicating the environment is unstable or something is happening. A massive crater is revealed, left behind by a huge impact or collapse. Lin is shocked by the sheer size of the crater, questioning their purpose for being there. The beast plans to jump down into the crater, hinting at their next move. The beast tells Lin to hold on tightly as it prepares for the jump. The beast leaps into the massive crater, carrying its weapon and Lin. Lin shouts in excitement or fear as they plunge downward. Dust and darkness engulf the scene as they descend deeper into the unknown. The beast lands firmly on the ground with great force, creating an impact. The beast's expression becomes intense, showcasing its focus and readiness. They reach the bottom of the crater, finding themselves in a spacious cavern, wondering if they've arrived at their destination. The beast advises Lin to stay cautious and follow closely as they explore. The cavern reveals a mysterious glowing area, hinting at something magical or otherworldly. A hand appears, possibly hinting at a new character or interaction. Lin looks surprised and confused as he encounters something unexpected. A mysterious older man with gray hair and a rugged appearance appears, standing in front of Lin, possibly introducing himself or preparing to interact with him. Lin realizes that the man in front of him is his father and is shocked to see him there. His father responds cheerfully, surprised to meet Lin in this place. With open arms, his father invites Lin for a hug, calling him son. Lin questions why his father is only appearing now, mentioning rumors that his father had escaped from danger. Lin angrily confronts his father about the hardships he and his mother endured over the years. His father tries to calm Lin, telling him not to cry and that the past is behind them. Lin, overwhelmed with anger, charges up his power, clenching his fist in frustration. Lin attacks his father with a powerful strike, showing his deep-seated emotions. His father is knocked back by the attack. But the confrontation isn't over. A powerful attack causes destruction, throwing debris and energy across the cavern. Lin realizes he is still in his projection state, which limits his capabilities, leading to frustration. Lin confesses his trust in his father but expresses his disappointment about his father's actions. Lin hears unsettling sounds echoing in the cavern, making him more cautious. A close-up of Lin shows his sharp focus and suspicion upon hearing a strange noise. Lin sees his father surrounded by dark red tendrils in an ominous form, expressing anger. His father speaks menacingly, embracing his monstrous transformation and anger. Lin's father, fully overtaken by his monstrous transformation, declares his intent to consume everything, shocking Lin. Lin identifies his father as an insect mutant, with large claws and monstrous appendages, as chaos ensues. The beast companion confronts Lin's father with intense flames, attacking despite the father's immense strength. The beast unleashes a fiery energy attack, revealing its combat abilities against the mutated father. A group of smaller enemies likely related to the mutation emerges, adding more danger to the fight. A powerful creature's hand smashes the ground, displaying incredible strength and danger. A new enemy appears, a massive armored creature roaring, likely introducing a significant new challenge. Lin looks shocked as he recognizes someone. A giant, fiery wolf appears, looking intimidating. The injured wolf howls fiercely, preparing for action. A giant monkey-like creature appears, wearing armor and reacting with surprise. The monkey charges at Lin, launching a powerful attack. The monkey stands tall, ready to fight as Lin prepares himself. Lin wonders why the wolf knows the monkey and feels confused. A massive serpent is shown, which seems to be used as a climbing tool. Lin points angrily, questioning what is happening as the wolf looks on. The fiery wolf explains he is here to protect someone, emphasizing the importance of their survival. The monkey blames Lin for being attacked, claiming the situation escalated because of him. Lin angrily counters that the scorpion was actually a dragon, demanding its return. Lin and the monkey face off angrily, their foreheads glowing with intensity as they clash. Lin turns to the wolf, questioning why they allowed giant abyssal birds to fly. The wolf responds, saying the answer became clear after noticing the deep pit and clues. The wolf crushes a scorpion-like creature under his paw, suggesting it caused the trouble. The wolf and the monkey look down at Lin and an ominous red cloud rising from below. The red cloud swirls ominously, filling the deep pit with tension as everyone braces for what comes next. A terrifying red swarm of creatures emerges, their twisted faces laughing ominously. The monkey and wolf watch, discussing the threat and expressing frustration. The monkey prepares for action, raising his arm to launch an attack. He unleashes a powerful gravity wave, creating a glowing purple vortex. The vortex causes rocks and debris to fly, targeting the red creatures. The attack hits, but the swarm regenerates quickly, frustrating the fighters. The monkey explains that these creatures recover too fast and are nearly impossible to kill. The wolf adds that he raised the abyssal birds to counter the growing threat of these bugs. The wolf and monkey look down, strategizing about how these creatures appeared on the island. Lin smirks, showing confidence as he prepares to act. He reveals that he knows where these insect-like creatures come from and claims he has fought them before. Lin confidently declares that he has a way to defeat the insects as energy begins to surge. The monkey and wolf watch Lin closely, recognizing something familiar about his determination. Lin offers to help eliminate the insects and their master but demands a condition. Lin passionately insists that once this is over, they must help him find his father. Rocks are thrown into the air, suggesting a powerful explosion nearby. Qian lies injured on the ground as Su discusses the severity of the situation. Someone, seemingly scared or hurt, runs away from the scene. Upon seeing someone stepping out of the helicopter, she reacts passionately. Su talks to someone about the incident, emphasizing the seriousness. Qian is physically restrained by Su as they confront an individual. They discuss the situation further, highlighting its complexity, raises suspicion about what's inside. The man opens the briefcase, adding tension to the scene. Su questions the bald man about a strange insect specimen, which he confirms was sent earlier. The insect in the case is revealed to be ancient and not of this world, posing a massive threat. The bald man explains his knowledge, suggesting these insects were artificially created and must be stopped. A framed photo hints at his connection to a past team, showing his resolve to end the situation. A man in a white uniform reports their team's failure, apologizing for the losses. His superior reassures him, taking responsibility for the oversight. Soldiers in distress are shown being safely rescued by a military ship in the ocean. The man in white celebrates, determined to succeed in his mission. A Chen Hu panics, yelling over the phone that a giant monster has captured him, demanding rescue. The man on the phone casually talks about someone getting separated, showing little concern. He pleads for help, worried about the danger he's in, but the father calmly dismisses it. Attack on the building, soldiers fire at an approaching swarm of dark creatures charging forward aggressively. The creatures advance rapidly, forcing the soldiers to fight desperately. The monstrous beasts with glowing red eyes look menacing and unstoppable. Soldiers watching the battle express concern about the worsening situation. The numbers of the beasts seem endless, overwhelming the area. A huge, muscular man faces a broken and bloodied opponent, showing his dominance. He taunts his opponent, suggesting the monsters outside are being wasted and that the situation is futile. The injured man with long blonde hair taunts the enemy, threatening to retaliate with a deadly blow. The muscular man smirks, informing him that someone they care about is already safe, mocking the situation. The muscular man grabs the blonde man violently, choking him as the tension rises. He offers a deal, demanding the blonde man's research in exchange for sparing his life and that of his assistant. A soldier interrupts, urgently warning about a massive beast at least 10 tons appearing outside. The muscular man reacts with a fierce, determined expression, signaling his readiness to respond. The blonde man struggles against the chokehold as his assistant watches in shock and fear. The muscular man effortlessly drags the injured blonde man and his assistant, displaying his raw strength. Outside, explosions erupt, with smoke and ominous lightning filling the skies, signaling chaos. The muscular man, holding the injured blonde-haired man, questions him about his endurance, alluding to previous defeats. A giant red beast looms over, causing chaos and destruction. The man is in disbelief, questioning the muscular man's motivations in the monstrous situation. As the muscular man laughs, he insists that the situation is under his control. He then warns a subordinate about the escalating situation, demanding better containment efforts. In the midst of explosions and chaos, a soldier uses a device, possibly trying to control or monitor the beast. The device seems to project a hologram of the beast, further analyzing or controlling it. The scene becomes more chaotic as soldiers struggle to manage the situation, hinting at their desperation. The man, still held by the muscular man, pleads for an explanation, hinting at a deeper conspiracy or misunderstanding. A massive red beast surrounded by electric energy walks, creating shockwaves and destruction in its path. The beast grabs something and looks menacing while showing its sharp teeth. A close-up of the beast's eyes shows it getting angry or focused. The beast unleashes a massive red energy explosion, destroying everything nearby. The beast starts changing, glowing with power and preparing for something big. People react in shock, realizing the beast has grown even larger. A person in disbelief remembers something, looking at the red beast and its companions. The beast towers over the forest, showcasing its massive and unstoppable size as people below watch helplessly. A bloodied man with strange metal attachments on his face smirks confidently. The man, still covered in blood, stands alongside others, likely discussing a massive beast. Mechanical cables are inserted into the ground, glowing with energy. A computer screen shows a silhouette of a giant monster being analyzed. A massive creature lies dormant underground, connected to the cables, appearing to be awakening or controlled. The furry beast comments sarcastically, asking if there's a plan to deal with the threat of the main worm and its master. Two powerful beasts, one armored and one furry, stand before Lin, who is trying to find Jialong a target. Lin uses a glowing tablet, surprising the beasts as he searches for the location of Jialong. Lin is shocked and confused as something unexpected appears on his tablet. The radar shows Lin and the team are surrounded by many red signal-likely monsters. Lin and the team are attacked by large fleshy tentacles, knocking them around. A tentacle strikes, but Lin barely escapes with the beast dodging as well. The armored beast and furry beast counterattack together with powerful strikes. The furry beast realizes their attacks have no effect on the enemy, leaving them in a dire situation. Lin and his team engage in a fierce battle against monstrous tentacles surrounded by crackling energy. Lin jumps into action, declaring that he'll handle the enemy and unleashing his power. Lin stands ready, glowing with red energy, looking surprised and alert at the situation. Lin panics, realizing that his monster projection has a time limit and is about to end. The armored beast yells in frustration at Lin, while the furry beast criticizes Lin for failing at such a critical moment. A mysterious cloaked figure with glowing energy appears, shouting for Lin and the others to dodge, possibly preparing for a powerful move. A shadowed figure soars through the air at high speed while the armored beast shouts, amazed by the wolf-like figure's reliability. The cloaked figure unleashes a powerful golden energy beam, preparing an attack while chanting. A close-up of the cloaked wolf's glowing eyes reveals determination and power as it declares something ominous. A massive golden energy ring forms around the cloaked figure as it performs a powerful technique. The golden attack slices through a floating island, splitting it cleanly in half with sheer force. Lin and the armored beast are shocked, their faces showing disbelief as they yell in response to the attack. The armored beast shouts, criticizing the cloaked figure for being too reckless and possibly damaging the area. A black hole-like energy surrounded by purple lightning forms, signaling another massive force is emerging. Lin, caught off guard, sees monstrous red tentacles surrounding him as he reacts in shock, exclaiming, "What is this?" The red tentacles begin regenerating and healing themselves, alarming the group. A massive red creature entwines with the island, crackling with purple energy, as if absorbing its power. The tentacles fuse into the rocky cliff, sealing the damage, indicating their self-repairing nature. The armored beast asks if the worm problem is solved, appearing relieved. The cloaked figure replies confidently, saying no, it hasn't, while preparing their weapon again. The cloaked figure explains that no matter how strong the attacks are, they can't completely eliminate the enemy. Lin, with multiple red tentacles behind him, yells in frustration, realizing the enemy can't be defeated easily. Lin angrily questions what to do next, clearly panicked by the overwhelming situation. The cloaked figure, alongside Lin and the armored beast, declares that their only option is to retreat for now. 36th plan an idiom for escape. A strong, bull-like warrior is pulling a vine while yelling. Tentacles from a monster are chasing him. Lin angrily confronts a hooded figure with a stick in her hand. The Lin looks surprised while the hooded figure calmly explains something to her. The Lin smiles confidently and hints at hiding something about herself. The hooded figure shares his past failure and explains the real source of his powers. The Lin looks worried as she questions the hooded figure, noticing something unusual about him. A close-up of the hooded figure's intense and determined eyes. A character in purple boots is walking through a stormy area filled with lightning and mist. The back view of a figure with long hair wearing a purple outfit is shown as they face a dangerous situation. Someone in the background yells no. Lin confidently says that they must try, as their goal is to reach the source of the area. A lion asks why Lin is so determined to reach the mysterious source. Lin replies emotionally, saying they want to create a peaceful world where even non-awakened people can live equally. The lion reflects, wondering if Lin's father always knew his awakening would fail. Lin looks confused and curious, leaning forward slightly to listen. The lion figure smiles subtly, implying something mysterious. The lion agrees to help Lin find his father, but first asks Lin to answer a question. Lin asks a thoughtful question about whether the world filled with spiritual energy is an opportunity or a challenge for humanity. The lion tells Lin they can discuss the answer later, after resolving the crisis on the island, and Lin looks curious but silent. The lion is climbing a vine while recalling a question a human had asked him earlier. Su looks distressed and asks, "How much longer?" Tian mentions they are 2 hours away from their destination, while Su tries to confirm if Lin is nearby. A futuristic vehicle speeds through a forest. Su scolds Tian for her driving, while Tian defends herself, saying it's already impressive she managed to get the vehicle to fly. Tian, with an enthusiastic expression, talks about how an explorer must embrace true adventure. A man in military clothing connects a hose to a large tank, while someone watches him from behind. Su looks shocked and asks the man, "Father, what are you doing?" Su's father is seen working intensely, connecting pipes with a focused expression. He explains the material they're dealing with is not ordinary dirt. A glowing substance, possibly magical or energetic, is seen in a container emitting light. A monstrous creature rises with a sharp, toothed mouth, looking terrifying and aggressive. Sue's father confidently explains that the creature is what the ancient texts describe as a breathworm. Sue looks shocked and questions, a breathworm. An ancient depiction shows the creature's origin formed from soil infused with spiritual energy, allowing it to grow endlessly. The ancient texts show a flood, with a divine figure said to have controlled the breathworms to contain the waters. Sue questions how something so evil could be related to divine intervention, while her father explains the creature's form depends on the spiritual energy it absorbs. A close-up reveals Lin's clones entangled in the monstrous breathworms, showing the creature's frightening ability to replicate. Sue wonders if this is the legendary monster from the extreme Abyss Island, appearing shocked. Sue's father reveals that he started researching the monster 16 years ago after hearing stories about it, showing him working near a tank with smaller creatures inside. Sue's father looks determined, saying he must stop someone regardless of the situation. A woman with a bold attitude sits with a commanding presence, looking irritated. The woman angrily declares that someone doesn't need to be doing strange things. Sue confronts her father, asking if he knows about the extreme Abyss Island monster and if that's why he came to the island. The woman dismisses their talk about the monster, stating she's only here to capture Lin. Sue stares silently, deep in thought or processing the conversation. Tien looks shocked and yells, "No way. That can't be real," with wide, disbelieving eyes. A massive energy beam crashes into a cliff, creating a powerful explosion. A large trench suddenly appears in the ground, shocking Tien as she remarks on how unexpected it is. Sue is shouting at Tien for her reckless flying, while Tien defends herself, blaming technical issues with the machine. A cheerful but intimidating woman appears, mocking the group and preparing to take action. The woman jumps powerfully, landing with enough force to shake the ground. She stops a helicopter mid-air with her bare hands, showcasing her immense strength. The woman angrily threatens to bring chaos while holding two helicopters in a dramatic standoff. The strong woman throws a helicopter into the distance, expressing frustration about the dangerous situation. Sue, Tien, and others scream in disbelief, completely stunned by the woman's actions. A helicopter flies away from the chaos as the destruction intensifies. The scene shifts to a massive explosion in the environment, creating a powerful shockwave. The strong woman lands on the ground fiercely, ready to take control. Sue, Tien, and another character examine the destruction while recovering from the chaos. Sue and Tien look concerned, yet curious as they try to figure out what's happening. The group surveys the broken landscape caused by the fight and chaos. Sue and Tien admit they are confused about the situation but realize they have arrived at their destination. A tall, modern building with large windows, likely the location of the main event. Three powerful-looking individuals, including a winged figure and a wounded man, stand inside, observing the outside world. One man mentions controlling the monsters, while another reassures about the building's strong defenses. A glowing, fast projectile causes a powerful explosion. The villains discuss a sudden flash of light, suspecting something unusual has occurred. The man with an eye patch senses a familiar, dangerous presence. A sudden power outage disrupts the facility, causing concern among the villains. A visual of destroyed machinery indicates sabotage or an attack on the building's systems. The villains argue over the failure of their indestructible defenses, realizing their underground systems were precisely targeted. A red alert message displays announcing severe damage to the power systems. Everyone is instructed to evacuate immediately. One of the characters, in shock, realizes that the gate to the containment area has been opened. A powerful creature begins to emerge, its large, clawed feet visible outside the gate. A fierce red dragon steps out, its sharp horns and glowing green eyes signaling its strength and menace. The shadow of the dragon looms over a glowing red area, indicating an impending dangerous event. A vast rocky terrain with a prominent curved rock formation and misty surroundings. A large beast-like warrior with red hair is climbing out of a fissure, while someone small stands in the distance. Lin speaks to someone while gripping a fur-covered arm, looking concerned. The beast kneels down and questions the group about what happened on the island. The beast slams its fist into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. The beast smirks as it recalls a past event, while Lin listens attentively, The beast remembers rescuing an unconscious woman near a water body. The woman lies in the beast's massive hand, appearing small and vulnerable. Lin argues with a cloaked figure while the beast observes, reflecting on its decision to help the woman. A ship is docked on the beach as the scene shifts to a new timeline, showing progress or change. A woman transformed into a bird-like creature appears menacing, accompanied by a man holding binoculars on a ship. Lin looks shocked as he identifies two individuals behind recent trouble. Red tentacle-like organisms spread rapidly, consuming the island and surrounding structures. The beast cries in despair, apologizing for failing to protect the island entrusted to it. The beast gets defensive as an attack approaches, showing urgency and determination. Lin and the cloaked figure have a tense exchange, with the beast towering over them, visibly distressed. Lin looks determined as the scene builds tension. Lin consoles the beast, assuring it that helping humans was not a mistake despite the outcomes. Lin expresses determination, vowing to defeat those responsible for releasing the parasitic creatures on the island. Lin accuses someone of using the beast's goodwill, identifying a man named Ximu as the culprit. The cloaked figure affirms that the parasitic creatures are not something humans can easily control and demands an explanation of the island's events. The beast tearfully explains that the parasitic creatures were brought to this world, showing guilt and distress. The beast leaps into battle, confronting a horde of dinosaur-like monsters at a facility, demanding they hand over the parasite's source. The beast charges with determination, wielding a massive club as it confronts its enemies. The beast's weapon slams into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave, scattering the enemy creatures. The beast grins menacingly, showing confidence as it prepares for its next move. The battlefield is filled with chaos as dust and destruction spread across the terrain from the impact of the beast's attack. The beast faces a gigantic, monstrous creature, holding its club ready for a climactic showdown. A large beast with glowing eyes screams in shock, reacting to something unexpected. The beast faces a giant creature and uses a massive staff to defend itself, showcasing its courage. The towering creature reveals its enormous, intimidating body, dominating the scene. The beast gets sucked into the giant creature's mouth, seemingly in a desperate situation. Inside the creature's body, the beast plummets while still clutching its staff. The beast lands and looks confused, assessing its surroundings deep inside the creature. The beast looks shocked at the size of skeletal remains or structures inside the creature. Close-up of the beast's expression as it processes the enormity of its situation. The beast encounters crawling, sinister appendages or creatures moving within the organism. The beast identifies a grotesque entity trying to regenerate itself using parasitic creatures. A monstrous creature with sharp teeth looms menacingly, shouting or reacting strongly. The large creature speaks, taunting the hero and threatening their survival. The creature launches a powerful attack with its massive claws or limbs. The protagonist reacts in shock and braces for the impact of the incoming attack. The protagonist blocks or counters the creature's attack using their weapon or strength. The protagonist appears injured, showing visible damage to their body or armor. The monstrous creature's glowing red eyes exude an overwhelming aura, emphasizing its strength and invincibility. The protagonist, despite their injuries, refuses to give up and remains determined to protect their home or island. The protagonist discovers more of the creature's grotesque anatomy, expressing surprise or concern at its skeletal structure. The protagonist boldly warns the enemy, exuding confidence with glowing eyes. Their clenched fist surges with powerful lightning energy, signaling an attack. The protagonist channels immense energy, surrounded by lightning, ready to strike. They dodge a massive tail attack, showcasing agility and focus. The protagonist launches into the air, avoiding the enemy's clawed arms. They summon all their power, roaring with determination as the lightning grows stronger. A close-up of their fierce expression, charging towards their foe with rage. The protagonist is knocked into the water, continuing the fight underwater. The enemy's claws prepare for another attack in the ocean, creating a tense moment. The protagonist resurfaces with renewed energy, still surrounded by lightning, ready for the next strike. Lin appears frustrated and tries to call someone, asking them to listen and come to him quickly. A dragon refuses to move, stating there's plenty of food where it is and no reason to go. Lin angrily reminds the dragon that it's his beast and should obey him. The dragon challenges him to come over if he dares. The dragon dismisses Lin's attempts to reason, showing confidence and defiance. A close-up of the dragon's determined expression, highlighting its strong-willed nature. The group, including Lin, discusses the danger of staying together, and the dragon acknowledges someone who saved them. The dragon walks into a mysterious building, mentioning the extreme dangers of the island. The dragon descends into a staircase, indicating it will handle the situation alone. A glowing, fiery staircase suggests an ominous presence or a powerful creature hidden below. The dragon focuses with curiosity, questioning what's ahead. The dragon confidently walks down the stairs, showing readiness for action. The dragon looks up at a large, imposing door marked with the number 3, concerned about finding a way to proceed. The dragon discusses the specialized lab, realizing the difficulty of the situation and feeling trapped. The dragon notices something unusual, a glowing crack near the door, indicating possible danger or a solution. With a determined expression, the dragon channels its power, preparing to use its strength. The dragon slams its power into a control lever, creating a surge of energy. The large door finally starts to open, with visible cracks and energy as the dragon successfully forces its way through. The dragon is surprised and questions what it sees ahead. A large pink beast is shown hooked up to various machines, with a glowing green gem being extracted or studied. A closer look at the beast reveals its menacing appearance with sharp teeth and a tortured expression. The green gem embedded in the beast's body is surrounded by several strange tubes, hinting at experimentation. The dragon looks furious and begins to confront the situation, accusing those responsible. The dragon yells angrily, calling humans despicable for their actions. The dragon vows to retaliate, expressing outrage over the treatment of the beast. Scientists are shown panicking as they realize the dragon has arrived, warning each other to notify someone in charge. A close-up of the pink beast shows it sweating and distressed, possibly recognizing the dragon or recalling a past connection. The dragon faces the large pink creature, seemingly trying to interact with or help it. The dragon angrily asks if the creature knows who captured it, showing determination. The pink creature pleads for freedom, offering to help the dragon find someone if released. The dragon channels its energy, displaying its growing anger and power. The dragon releases a powerful attack, surrounded by crackling electricity as it confronts the situation. Explosions rock the laboratory, causing chaos as the dragon's energy attack intensifies. The pink creature seems to react violently, contributing to the destruction around it. Scientists panic and flee as the situation spirals out of control, fearing for their lives. The pink creature, now fully enraged, roars loudly, asserting its presence in the chaos. The pink creature unleashes chaos, roaring loudly, while the red dragon watches scientists fleeing in panic. The red dragon commands the pink creature to stop its aggressive behavior. The pink creature questions the dragon's intentions and loyalty, but the dragon denies helping humans and reminds it of its promise. The pink creature offers to lead the dragon to the human's hideout. The dragon rides on the pink creature, ready to start their mission. The pink creature breaks through obstacles with its strength as the dragon holds on. The pink creature asks the dragon to wait a bit longer, focusing on destroying the laboratory. A diagram shows the laboratory setup and the characters' locations, highlighting the depth and security of the facility. The scientists discuss the complex structure of the research lab and its high-level security systems. Two men discuss if the creature in question is the legendary monster from Abyss Island. A massive ancient creature is revealed, and one person confirms its existence with proof obtained during a trial. The eye-patch man criticizes someone for attempting to revive such a dangerous monster, calling it madness. The eye-patch man reflects on the monster's extreme power, warning that it's not ordinary and could repeat past tragedies. The blonde man comments on how ordinary people live in a world dominated by monsters, unlike the awakened. A group looks at the aftermath of events, showing injuries and expressions of concern. The eye patch man sarcastically questions the monster expert's humanity for considering such drastic actions. The blonde man explains how their plans were disrupted by unforeseen changes, leaving the situation unpredictable. The eye patch man proposes a deal to control a giant beast and secure Abyss Island. The blonde man doubts their group's ability due to being outnumbered. The blonde man clarifies he is not addressing the eye patch man and directs his statement to someone named Commander Chen. The eye patch man looks surprised or confused by the conversation or events happening. The eye patch man confidently holds a device, possibly related to his plan or controlling the beast. A close-up view of an electronic circuit, possibly linked to the device being used in the plan. A communication device shows a lost signal, indicating a breakdown in connection or interference. A man with a distinctive mustache reacts with anger or shock, possibly witnessing something unexpected or learning of a failure. 64 years ago, Abyss Island was a peaceful floating island on the sea, untouched by human intervention. A meeting is held where holographic projections show discussions and calculations about Abyss Island. A speaker reveals that Abyss Island holds an unprecedented mystery that remains beyond human reach. The island rejects all human technology, destroying ships, aircraft, and other devices attempting to approach it. A woman explains she has recruited a plant-based energy being from the east with abilities capable of infiltrating Abyss Island. A robot-like figure with a red cape and weapon prepares to act as part of the plan to seize control of Abyss Island. A silhouette of a monster emerges, showcasing the creature's confrontation with a human organized force. A massive crash occurs as something falls into the sea, causing chaos and waves. A gigantic blue-scaled monster rises from the sea, exuding power, with the implication that humans may face a devastating loss. After a devastating battle, the entire fleet is destroyed, leaving only debris floating in the stormy sea. A blonde man struggles to stay afloat, expressing shock at what he's witnessing. A massive mechanical face with glowing green eyes looms over the sea, its presence overwhelming. The mechanical figure is revealed to be a towering, menacing entity, and the speaker reflects on the ease with which the fleet was obliterated. The blonde man, facing the colossal machine, begs for mercy and pleads for his life. The mechanical entity remains silent, its glowing eyes fixed on the desperate man. The machine agrees to help the man escape but imposes a condition that the man must fulfill a task in return. The man, frightened and confused, asks what the task is. The mechanical entity's mouth opens, revealing a mass of writhing cables and machinery, possibly hinting at its next move. The blonde man discovers a mysterious capsule floating in the water and questions what it is. Inside the capsule, a child is seen sleeping peacefully, surrounded by a protective environment. The giant mechanical entity instructs the blonde man to ensure the child's safety, offering a vital escape mechanism in return. The entity activates its powers, releasing bursts of energy, possibly preparing for the next phase of its plan. The blonde man secures the capsule and climbs onto a boat, ensuring the child's safety. Holding the child, the blonde man reflects on the lengths someone went to protect this infant. The child shows unexpected powers, emitting a glowing light from its hand, surprising the blonde man. A large shadow appears in the water beneath the boat, hinting at a colossal threat or ally. A massive creature emerges from the sea, its body drenched and exuding power. The blonde man is shocked and points out that the giant creature defeated humanity's forces. The blue-scaled giant stands towering over the sea, exuding incredible power as electricity crackles around it. The creature charges a powerful energy blast in its mouth, showcasing its destructive potential. A man with a mustache admires the power on display, revealing his intent to take control of the situation. A holographic image shows key characters involved in the story, possibly indicating their connection to the unfolding events. The mustached man vows to seize control of Abyss Island's monstrous power. Someone examines a small piece of material, possibly an artifact or clue crucial to their plans. The eye patch man discovers something glowing and burning in his hand, reacting with surprise. The blond man with goggles smirks, believing his terms have been accepted, and is ready to proceed. The eye patch man confidently signals his team, who appear wounded but ready for action. A fleet of massive warships advances across the ocean, showcasing military might. Fighter jets take off from the warships, heading toward their target. A muscular, blonde-haired character prepares for battle, exuding confidence. The blonde character, stretching and smiling, comments on how things are finally going according to their plans. A team member excitedly informs the captain that they've located the target. A radar display shows the position of the target, marked in red. Fighter jets aim their weapons at a location within a dense forest, locked onto the target. A zoomed-in view shows someone or something sitting at the target location, likely the focus of the operation. The blonde-haired woman instructs the team to stay cautious and maintain altitude, noting that the enemy is extremely dangerous. A military aircraft prepares to launch a powerful weapon, shown charging energy. The weapon, a crystal-like spear, is launched at high speed toward its target. The crystal weapon impacts, causing the enemy on the ground to react defensively against the powerful attack. A close-up reveals a character checking if the injured ally is okay after the attack. The beast, showing anger and pain, struggles after being hit by the weapon. A mysterious metal rod appears, and a cloaked character speculates about its connection to an awakened individual's ability. The blonde-haired woman with a wide, crazed smile is identified as Kong Chi, and a rank-awakened individual with unique abilities. Kong Chi confidently shows off his power, claiming his sharp vision as superior. His arrogance highlights his strong personality. A powerful figure observes as jets approach. The scene hints at an upcoming intense battle or confrontation. Lin accuses someone of stealing and looks determined. The monkey-like character beside him also seems ready for action. The monkey character is injured and weak, explaining his past efforts. Lin looks surprised, noticing the drastic shift in power. Lin recognizes a mysterious glowing object, recalling that he has seen it before, likely connected to the current situation. Lin clings to a creature, noticing a green gem that seems to control it. He's determined to stop whatever is happening. A glowing purple crystal floats surrounded by ominous energy, suggesting something sinister or dangerous. Lin shouts a warning about a tail crystal linked to a beast, suspecting an enemy's plan. A large floating island is shown, with water pouring as it descends. Someone is planning to revive a terrifying creature. Lin suspects two suspicious individuals are working to release a terrifying beast, questioning their intentions. Lin realizes reviving the dangerous beast will lead to catastrophic consequences. Lin discusses a plan with a cloaked figure, mentioning that finding a certain dragon will help resolve the crisis. Lin emphasizes that the dragon's power, specifically its thunder breath, is necessary to defeat the enemies, but laments that the dragon has gone missing. The monkey-like character and the cloaked man decide to search for the dragon, knowing it's crucial for the fight. The monkey character warns Lin not to underestimate an enemy's strange ability, as even his strong body armor got pierced. Lin yells out, shocked as the monkey character suffers from injuries during the intense battle. A massive floating island with waterfalls descends dramatically, foreshadowing a critical event. The Kong Chi villain laughs arrogantly, revealing that the floating island is under her control using a strange beast's power. Fighter jets fly swiftly, possibly heading toward a conflict or target. The cloaked man commands to escort Lin to find the dragon, emphasizing the dire consequences of letting the beast revive. The monkey character, injured and bleeding, looks determined despite his condition. Lin notices the monkey character clutching something, surprised by what he sees. The monkey character struggles in pain while being targeted, with Lin in the background observing. The Kong Chi villain grins menacingly, showing her relentless confidence and intent. A fighter jet dives sharply toward the battlefield, indicating imminent action or danger. The cloaked man smirks confidently, dismissing concerns and asserting control over the situation. A cloaked figure descends rapidly toward a jet, taunting and stopping someone from pursuing further. Jets engage in aerial maneuvers, narrowly avoiding collisions as the cloaked figure shows incredible speed and skill. The jets struggle to chase the cloaked figure, but his agility and power overwhelm them in the skies. A fiery explosion occurs as jets are destroyed, showing the figure's destructive capabilities. The Kongqi villain smirks, confident about taking charge of the chaotic situation, describing it as an unexpected opportunity. The cloaked man commands a squad to restrain the target and control their movements. Jets unleash a barrage of attacks, speeding toward the enemy with intense force. The cloaked figure dodges explosions skillfully, displaying remarkable agility in the heat of battle. The Kongqi villain pounds a console or device, grinning maniacally as they continue to orchestrate their plan. A mechanical structure releases sharp, glowing blades surrounded by blue energy, ready to attack. The energy-infused blades shoot through the air at high speed, aiming to strike their target. The Kongqi villain laughs maniacally, declaring their trap inescapable, combining fighter jets and deadly blades. The cloaked figure dodges swiftly as energy-charged blades streak toward him with precision. The cloaked figure counterattacks mid-air, skillfully deflecting an incoming strike with his staff. Fighter jets close in on the cloaked figure, launching a coordinated assault. The Kongqi villain arrogantly points, confidently stating that as long as they can see the target cannot escape. More glowing blades rain down, creating a lethal trap in the sky. The cloaked figure smirks, knowing that the only way to end the chaos is by hitting the intended target. A mysterious figure moves swiftly through the sky, leaving a black streak and vibrant energy behind. The Kongqi villain looks shocked, likely reacting to an unexpected turn of events. The cloaked figure descends from the sky, radiating power as they prepare for an intense confrontation. Energy-infused blades rain down, targeting the cloaked figure, who appears ready to defend or counter. The glowing blades close in on the cloaked figure, who remains determined, showing no sign of fear. The cloaked figure roars defiantly, revealing his ferocity and will to fight. The glowing blades streak past the cloaked figure, barely missing him as he stands firmly on the battlefield. The cloaked figure looks confident, showing resilience despite the fierce attacks surrounding him. The cloaked figure skillfully evades powerful energy attacks which seem to slice through massive structures in the background. The cloaked figure enters a seemingly empty control room, possibly searching for something vital. The battlefield is filled with energy-laden weapons and debris as the cloaked figure dodges amidst the chaos. A glowing, energized blade flies toward the forest, with a figure on it showcasing incredible speed. The Kongqi villain mocks the cloaked figure with a confident and playful demeanor, ready for the next move. The Kongqi villain observes with binoculars, commenting on their strategy to delay the fight while focusing on their true goal. A close-up of Kongqi villain's eye reveals determination as they hint at their actual target. A character soars through the sky toward their objective, radiating power and urgency, set against a lush green backdrop. The characters are shown inside a maze-like underground structure with an arrow indicating their current location, moving downward. A large pink monster appears with a small red creature on its head. The red creature is observing something suspicious as the monster roars. The dragon looks surprised and is glancing back, seemingly startled by something. A swarm of pink, worm-like creatures is crawling along the walls. The red dragon notices them but seems confused about why they look scared. The red laughs confidently, assuming the worm-like creatures are afraid because of its strength. The pink monster charges ahead with the red creature riding on top. Dust and debris scatter as they push forward. An alert device detects a reaction from the strange beast's energy, indicating some kind of warning or signal. Two humanoid characters are seen preparing for battle. One of them is shirtless, and the other holds a communicator, giving instructions. A close-up of a hand holding a small cylindrical device, seemingly activating or transforming something. One of the worm-like creatures is shown in close-up, making loud noises, possibly in fear or panic. A group of red humanoid creatures with tails and sharp claws charges forward aggressively. They look menacing. The dragon, surrounded by glowing red energy, looks determined and ready to fight. It plans to retaliate fiercely. The large pink monster with the red dragon on its back prepares for a fight. A horde of red humanoid creatures surrounds them, creating tension. The large pink monster roars with its massive mouth wide open, unleashing a powerful attack or cry, shaking its surroundings. The red humanoid creatures are in chaos, with one of them disintegrating violently. The scene is intense and filled with destruction. The blonde character looks shocked and alarmed, realizing something has escaped from a laboratory or containment. The blonde and shirtless characters discuss a creature they previously captured in a secret location. The blonde seems concerned, but the shirtless one appears calm and confident. The blonde explains that the sealed creature is a natural enemy of the red worms, emphasizing its unique powers. The pink monster appears exhausted but continues to move. The narration explains its special body structure that isolates energy. The pink monster uses its abilities, seemingly emitting energy or an attack from its body as it glows. The shirtless calmly states that their subordinates have been defeated but remains confident about the monster's power. The shirtless man talks about contacting someone important but reveals the communication device is no longer functional. The shirtless man walks toward a door labeled 1, implying the pink monster has reached this area. The shirtless man powers up, his muscles bulging and glowing as he prepares for battle. The shirtless man taunts the enemy, confidently ready for combat. The red dragon notices the energy source coming from behind a large metal door, which appears significant. The pink monster, with glowing red eyes, rushes forward with full strength, ready to attack. The pink monster clashes with a powerful attack, its body charged and releasing energy during a fierce fight. The pink monster is surprised or in pain, with its eyes wide open, hinting at an unexpected turn. A large metallic door with the number 1 cracks and crumbles under the force of an explosion or impact. The shirtless man stands confidently, pushing against the massive door with raw strength. The shirtless man launches a strong attack, showing determination and power in his movements. The pink monster with a glowing green gem in its chest prepares for a powerful strike against its opponent. The shirtless man braces himself as the battle continues, with intense energy and action in the scene. The shirtless man bursts through a door, standing ready to face the next challenge with an intimidating stance. The pink monster roars loudly, showing its aggressive nature, while the dragon seems ready to join the fight. The dragon warns about a terrifying monster in the underground room and the potential danger it poses to the entire city. The shirtless man smashes through the door, confidently taunting his enemy, asking if they think he would believe their words. The shirtless man declares that no one is allowed to pass until their leader, Chen, finishes their task. The dragon and pink monster appear behind the door, ready to face the shirtless man. The red mockingly questions the shirtless man, hinting that his leader doesn't plan to explain the situation about the monster below. The shirtless man dismisses the dragon's words, saying he will investigate the matter himself. The red and pink monster confront the shirtless man as tension builds in the battle. Both the shirtless man and the dragon appear shocked, possibly due to a sudden twist or surprise. A green-haired creature with wings frantically informs that the doctor has been eaten by a monster. The dragon expresses regret, saying it's too late to avoid a tragic outcome. The dragon powers up, facing the shirtless man head-on, preparing for an intense showdown. The dragon powers up a massive energy attack, warning the opponent to step aside or face its full power. The shirtless man smirks, declaring he doesn't take orders from monsters, showing confidence. The dragon, with its glowing eye, says there's no other choice left, preparing to attack. The dragon releases a fiery, explosive energy beam in a powerful attack. A clawed hand grabs the shirtless man's shoulder, likely interrupting the fight. The winged creature joins the shirtless man as they confront the red dragon's attack with determination. A huge explosion erupts from the floating island, showcasing the intensity of the ongoing battle. The red energy swirls as the dragon continues unleashing its massive power. A close-up of the dragon's glowing eye and intense expression emphasizes the ferocity of the moment. The dragon's energy attack takes on a monstrous form, pulsating with destructive power. A giant serpent with a glowing body releases flames or energy toward a cliff, showing its immense power. A purple dragon with glowing patterns looks angry and challenges its opponent with confidence. A skeletal creature falls into the water, struggling after a strong attack. The red serpent watches from above while the skeletal creature flails in the water below, showing a clear victory. A red dragon appears furious, its body glowing with red energy, ready to unleash its strength. A red dragon faces off against a massive pink creature, described as a dangerous monster capable of destruction. A green-haired elf expresses concern about a powerful dragon entering the scene, doubting their ability to handle such a threat. A scarred man with mechanical enhancements suggests that the recent power outage might have been caused by someone or something unexpected. The red dragon fights fiercely, showcasing its overwhelming power, while the elf remains skeptical about their chances of success against the monster. The scarred man and the elf prepare to confront the massive dragon, which looms ahead with glowing eyes. The scarred man confidently explains something about the dragon's bloodline, hinting at a plan. The purple dragon mocks the scarred man's underestimation, claiming the situation is far beyond his control. The scarred man acknowledges that only another dragon can oppose this threat and hints at needing something from the current dragon. The purple dragon appears menacing and powerful, towering over its opponents with an intimidating presence. The elf screams in shock, clearly overwhelmed by fear or surprise. A muscular man and a red dragon confront a pink-haired character in an intense face-off. A mysterious dark creature with glowing red eyes appears menacing in the darkness. The scarred man and elf seem to be in a laboratory, with the man explaining something while the elf appears uneasy. The elf and the man discuss a legendary monster that gains power by absorbing others' abilities as they strategize for their next move. The elf addresses a giant red monster, possibly seeking assistance or expressing concern. The elf warns that the scientist has been devoured by the creature, adding urgency to the situation. The purple dragon asserts dominance and plans to merge with the island, showcasing its intelligence and strength. The dragon watches a glowing red light intently, suggesting something significant is about to happen. A close-up of the purple dragon's eye conveys its intense focus and determination. A fiery explosion with intense energy surrounds a massive creature, emphasizing its power. The red energy erupts into the sky, colliding with a floating rock island, causing destruction. The dragon reveals its deceptive nature, mocking its opponent for realizing the truth too late. A furious outburst from the dragon, repeatedly accusing someone of betrayal and deceit. The purple dragon laughs maniacally, delighted at its newfound strategy or victory. The dragon, now confident, declares that no one can stop its plan to merge its head and body. A sharp spear with glowing energy is hurled through the sky, hinting at an incoming attack. A powerful beast in golden armor is gravely injured, bleeding heavily as it struggles in a fierce fight. A fighter confidently stands atop the defeated beast, exuding dominance. The fighter laughs maniacally, expressing confidence that they can strike any target in their sight. Lin observes the situation with determination, questioning how the fighter managed to overcome so much resistance. The fighter mocks Lin, declaring their locked target cannot escape their attacks. Lin warns the fighter, analyzing their incomplete strength, and suggests they give up. The fighter launches a flurry of glowing projectiles, signaling an all-out attack. The projectiles rush toward Lin with deadly accuracy, powered by the fighter's abilities. The fighter struggles mid-air as if facing resistance, showing their vulnerability. The fighter crashes into the ground, clearly defeated and humiliated. The fighter appears confused and frustrated, questioning the unexpected situation. The fighter chases after their own clone, suggesting some form of duplication or trickery. Both versions of the dual-haired fighter confront each other, unsure of what is happening. A sudden disturbance in the environment creates tension as the landscape shifts dramatically. The fighter faces an unexpected pursuer, appearing shocked and on edge. The fighter is launched into the air, yelling for Lin to remember this encounter as a warning. A mysterious cloaked figure appears, carrying a staff and exuding a menacing aura. Lin notices the cloaked figure from a distance, creating intrigue and tension. A being with a purple, cyclopean head and wings emerges, possibly revealing its true form or power. The cloaked figure confronts the purple being, asking if it is Lin, hinting at a deeper connection or conflict. The cloaked figure, now revealed to be a wolf-like being, angrily questions how the other character ended up in their current state. The purple creature with a single eye admits that it's a long story but shifts focus to a dire situation involving a creature named Jinglang. The massive beast, Jinglang, lies restrained and bleeding, as the cloaked figure calls out its name in desperation. The cloaked figure approaches the subdued beast, with both characters seemingly trying to communicate with it. The cloaked figure explains that the core controlling the beast is embedded in its back, prompting the purple being to question the next steps. The cloaked figure leaps toward the beast's back, signaling a decisive action. With a dramatic strike, the cloaked figure uses a large weapon, aiming directly at the beast's control core. A massive explosion follows the strike, shrouding the area in debris and dust. The purple creature, shocked, demands to know what the cloaked figure has done, indicating a potentially unexpected or reckless action. The giant beast with golden armor is pierced and surrounded by a surge of purple energy, indicating it has been captured or controlled. The beast roars with rage, its eyes glowing red as it struggles under the influence of the purple energy. The beast leaps into the air, charged with power, while the purple creature watches in shock, yelling to stop it. A shadowy figure of the beast looms as it unleashes a powerful purple energy wave, demonstrating its immense strength. The purple creature realizes with dread that the beast has been completely controlled by an unknown force, escalating the danger. A giant dragon-like creature is flying through the sky, laughing loudly, while a skeleton dragon is on the ground. The red creature's tail is moving and twitching, indicating activity or reaction. A blond man, with a mask and goggles, is wrapped by the red creature's tail. He looks furious and shouts angrily. The purple dragon looks calm and confident, implying it might be in control or mocking the blond man. The blond man, still caught by the red tail, reacts in anger and shock while facing the purple dragon. A close-up of the blond man's face shows his frustration and disbelief. The purple dragon, glowing with red eyes, appears menacing and ready to attack. The purple dragon mocks or confronts the blond man, displaying confidence and power. The blond man is flung into the air by the red tail, showing his helpless state. The blond man looks panicked as the situation escalates, implying he is struggling against overwhelming odds. The creature opens its mouth wide, laughing while mocking someone, saying their presence is no longer useful. The blond man screams in rage and frustration, showing his helplessness. The blond man is surprised and confused about something he notices. A powerful beast wearing armor with glowing energy appears, hinting at a significant power-up. A close-up of the beast shows its glowing eyes and a fierce expression, ready for action. Lin Mom looks at a glowing pink energy beam flying through the sky, shocked. The purple dragon angrily notices the glowing pink energy, expressing frustration. The purple dragon charges a powerful energy attack, its glowing eyes signaling rage. The purple dragon and creature clash with a massive energy explosion, causing destruction. The blond man yells at someone, angrily calling them a monkey and demanding they listen to him. A large armored beast roars in anger, with glowing energy around it, while two figures stand below observing the scene. The armored beast, now surrounded by pink energy, flies into the air, leaving the purple-winged figure shouting after it. The purple-winged figure notices that the beast is under some sort of control and looks concerned. A pink energy slash cuts through the air with intense force, leaving a destructive trail. The glowing, pink energy creature rushes forward with speed, surrounded by destructive power. The beast's face is shown in detail, roaring furiously as its power surges uncontrollably. A distant view shows a group of characters walking through a forest, unaware of the chaos. The Lin mom looks determined or skeptical, as if preparing for something important. A powerful warrior is glowing with purple energy, preparing for a fight while someone is shocked in the background. The warrior, now in close-up, is roaring with intense energy surrounding them. A Lin mom looks up as a glowing purple trail moves through the sky. A dragon notices the glowing trail and reacts aggressively, recognizing it. The dragon's eye glows fiercely as it prepares to attack, surrounded by cracks and energy. The dragon launches a fiery attack, with an explosion of energy engulfing its surroundings. The dragon uses its sharp teeth to crush something glowing inside its mouth. The dragon grimaces as energy explodes violently, showing signs of pain or struggle. The dragon is shown in a fierce battle with another large creature in the water, possibly a bigger foe. A man with glowing eyes and a monstrous form taunts the purple dragon while standing above. The dragon, now injured and stitched up, angrily roars back at the man. The man yells in anger, refusing to accept being connected to the dragon. A close-up of the dragon's glowing red eye shows its determination or rage. The man dives down with purple energy while taunting the dragon, intending to attack. The man unleashes a loud battle cry while glowing with immense energy. The dragon and the man's tail-like form clash fiercely in midair. The man's body starts falling apart, dripping as he maniacally laughs. The man's head and tail-like form remain attached to the floating rock, still laughing while the dragon continues to battle below. Sue looks shocked and frustrated as she comments about the island. Sue, Lin mom, and others run down a steep hill, likely escaping from danger. Lin mom, annoyed, remarks about the group being useless or talkative. Sue asks Lin mom for advice on what to do next in their situation. Lin mom shouts back, seemingly irritated by Sue's question. Sue looks confused or caught off guard by Lin mom's reaction. Lin mom jumps and attacks, using her strength to break apart large rocks. While falling, Lin mom shouts, warning Sue never to trust certain types of men. Sue, puzzled, and with a question mark above her head, reacts in disbelief or confusion. Sue shouts for everyone to return to the aircraft immediately, showing urgency. Sue sees a snake-like creature attacking one of the group members, looking shocked. Tian grins mischievously, holding shiny objects as if she just found something valuable. The man in camouflage carefully examines or prepares some equipment, looking focused. Sue fiercely agrees with Lin mom's earlier comment, showing intense determination. Tian panics as her items get thrown into the air, shouting for them to be returned. The man in camouflage is startled as his equipment is also sent flying into the air. Sue leads the group, grabbing Tian and shouting for everyone to hurry up while descending rapidly. The group arrives at the helicopter, the surrounding area in ruins, ready to leave quickly. Sue urges the pilot to take off quickly, clearly in a hurry. Two crew members inside the helicopter look surprised, asking what just happened. Sue explains the island is collapsing, and they need to escape immediately. Tian reminds Sue that the helicopter's flight system was already damaged, smiling cheekily. The crew members panic and shout after hearing about the damaged flight system. Birds scatter in the sky as chaos unfolds below. The helicopter struggles to stay stable, skidding down the slope. The crew members yell, demanding solutions in a desperate situation. Sue, kneeling, appears determined to fix the situation despite the growing danger. Sue uses her powers, creating energy to stabilize or repair something. Tian warns Sue to stop. Worried about her physical condition, Sue shouts determinedly, focusing on her task despite the danger. The helicopter is engulfed in energy as Sue tries to control the situation. Sue struggles, her body shaking from the strain as she pushes her limits. A close-up of Sue's eyes shows her exhaustion and desperation. Sue collapses, completely drained, as the strain overpowers her. A flashback scene shows a woman offering to become a mother figure to a younger Sue. Young Sue, excited and holding a doll, asks if it's true, looking hopeful. Sue, exhausted and upside down, laments her inability to control her powers. A flashback shows young Sue crying and begging her mother not to let go, clearly in a dire situation. A man offers young Sue a gift and tells her she can call him dad from now on. Young Sue hesitates but softly calls the man father, showing her inner conflict. Back to the present, Sue yells in frustration as her powers fail at a crucial moment. A mysterious figure tells Sue she doesn't understand the true nature of human powers, standing ominously. Sue, stunned, looks around in a swirling vortex, questioning the nature of human powers. The mysterious figure's eye is shown, and someone calls out desperately to Sue. Tien, hanging onto something for support, holds an unconscious Sue and tries to wake her up. Sue is unconscious, and Tien desperately calls out to her, trying to wake her up. Two crew members panic. One holds his head in frustration, while the other appears to contact someone for help. The red-haired crew member calls his father, pleading for rescue, explaining their dire situation on a failing aircraft. The man on the other end of the call reassures him with a sly smile, saying there's no need to worry because reinforcements are nearby. The man reveals that only the caller will be rescued, not the other passengers, and advises him to retrieve crucial research data before escaping. The crew member hesitates, mentioning others still on board, including Sue and Tien, as the situation worsens. A wide shot shows the floating island collapsing, falling into the sea while chaos unfolds. Inside the collapsing island, a hole reveals a lab or control room buried deep within. A bird-like figure in green, possibly a hybrid or a mutant, flies rapidly, seemingly involved in the unfolding events. A bird-like humanoid flies into a room that looks high-tech, filled with broken objects. A USB device is plugged into a system, possibly to access or secure data. The flying creature appears to be a fierce and confident female with sharp claws, ready for action. A computer screen shows data being stored, with a promise to protect the information. A red, spiked object or weapon lashes out, targeting the flying creature. The creature is severely injured, with blood pouring from her torso. She holds her injury, visibly in pain but still standing firm. She angrily questions who attacked her and why they are there. A close-up of the attacker's weapon shows it is sharp and dangerous, possibly part of a creature or an enemy. A man appears behind the injured flying creature, accusing her of taking data related to his research. The flying creature is restrained by the red, spiked weapon while the attacker speaks confidently. A red beast with blue fur observes the scene from a distance, watching the conflict. The red beast hides behind a corner, quietly observing the situation. A purple creature with tentacle-like limbs touches the red beast's arm, surprising it. The red beast warns the purple creature that the area is very dangerous. The purple creature transforms, its eye glowing brightly with power. The purple creature now has a humanoid form with an eye on its head, expressing frustration at the red beast. The red beast is shocked to see the purple creature's transformation and expresses disbelief. The red beast warns the purple creature about the danger, but the purple creature responds that it came to find and help the red beast. The red beast points at the conflict, asking if they should intervene or not. The purple creature agrees to help but suggests looking at the situation first. Both creatures observe glowing blue projections, showing the conflict between the flying creature and the attacker. The projections display profiles or data of the individuals involved in the fight, including the flying creature and her attacker. Three powerful individuals, possibly allies or enemies, are introduced. They are described as possessing advanced abilities. The purple creature compares the abilities of a current individual, suggesting they are at the Holy Realm level of strength. The red beast is surprised and questions the mention of the Holy Realm. The purple creature explains the difference in strength, saying the Holy Realm is equivalent to the power of 5 red beasts combined. The purple creature discusses the importance of distracting the enemy and quickly rescuing others while avoiding direct confrontation. The purple creature unleashes multiple flying eye-like creatures to aid in the situation. A mysterious individual wearing red approaches confidently, set up and handle the situation. The injured flying creature alerts others about the danger of the enemy and the recent death of a doctor. The man with a mustache acknowledges the warning but seems unbothered, suggesting he has been observing them for a while. The injured flying creature warns about the true identity of their opponent, describing him as a powerful dragon. The man with the mustache reveals his ability to grow stronger by consuming others, similar to island monsters. A purple flying creature quietly approaches the man, ready to attack. The purple creature taunts the man, drawing his attention towards itself. The man with the mustache seems unfazed by the creature's antics. The man's spiked arm extends and slashes at the purple creature. The creature skillfully avoids the attack, mocking the man. The purple creature uses a mist-like ability to disappear, surprising the man. The man is visibly confused by the sudden disappearance of the creature. The purple creatures surround the man with the mustache, trying to distract him. The man identifies someone named Lin Jiu and acknowledges their unexpected abilities. The purple creature commands the flying minions to work together and create an opening. The injured flying creature is approached by the purple creature holding a mysterious item. The flying creature angrily questions the purple creature's intentions. The purple creature insists on protecting the injured flying creature, referring to their contract. The purple creature declares it won't let the flying creature die in the hands of their enemy. The man's spiked arm transforms further, revealing razor-sharp claws. The man, fully transformed, dismisses the value of the items or creatures around him, showing his dominance. The man fully reveals his transformed body, glowing red eyes showing his immense power. Multiple purple creatures prepare to attack the man together, showing their determination. The man counters the attack, easily overpowering the purple creatures with his razor-sharp claws. One of the defeated purple creatures lies injured on the ground as the man approaches. The man smugly analyzes the tactics used against him, appearing unbothered by the attempt. A lone purple creature runs toward an exit, possibly trying to escape or regroup. The purple creature shows fear or regret as the man looms behind, hinting at a dire situation. The man mockingly addresses someone, adding tension to the scene. The purple creature, holding a blue item, seems ready to make one final move, calling out for help. The purple creature throws the blue bag in an attempt to escape or protect it. The red beast grabs the bag, ensuring it doesn't fall into the enemy's hands. The red beast leaps with the bag, trying to flee from the chaos. The man observes the situation confidently, showing no fear or concern. The man studies a map of the lab, analyzing the situation strategically. The man ominously walks toward the escape route, taunting the fleeing creatures about their inability to escape him. The man's claws extend and multiply dramatically, showcasing his terrifying strength. The man's claws cut through the environment, destroying everything in their path. The injured flying creature recognizes the man as someone named Lin Jiu and connects him with the dragon's identity. A red dragon holds two people protectively while warning them not to come out as the situation is dangerous. The red dragon gets attacked, and blood splashes from its body, showing it's injured. The red dragon escapes, running away with the two people, despite being hurt and surrounded by danger. The red dragon opens its mouth wide, showing its sharp teeth and readiness to fight or devour. A giant pink monster swallows the red dragon, but the scene shows tension as they clash inside its mouth. The red dragon is inside a dark pit, possibly struggling or strategizing to escape or fight back. The red dragon faces the giant pink monster, still holding the two people, showing determination to protect them. A close-up of the two people held by the dragon, both shocked and trying to understand what just happened. A red dragon holds two people protectively while warning them not to come out as the situation is dangerous. The person with the single eye thanks the pink monster for saving them. The person with the single eye thanks the pink monster for saving them. A modern building is shown in a peaceful environment surrounded by greenery. A shirtless man faces the massive entity, ready to confront or defend against it. The man looks shocked or scared, his expression showing disbelief at the situation. Debris and dust fill the air after a major impact, indicating destruction in the area. A man in a cape observes the aftermath of the destruction, seemingly intrigued or planning something. The man with the mustache comments smugly, holding a sharp claw near his face. The man with the mustache comments smugly, holding a sharp claw near his face. The man laughs or speaks confidently, possibly taunting someone or boasting about his strength. A dragon's head floats on the water, speaking to someone, promising to reveal the secret of its devouring ability if helped. A floating landmass with waterfalls descends from the sky, while the dragon's head falls toward the sea below, surrounded by debris. The man with the mustache is issuing orders to prepare ships and capture a monster. A large purple monster emerges in the sea, surrounded by military ships. A harpoon-like weapon is being prepared to fire at the monster. The harpoon is shot, connected to a chain from the ship, heading towards its target. The harpoon successfully hooks the monster, and multiple chains hold it down. The captured monster is dragged in the water, struggling as ships pull the chains. The mustached man praises the successful capture and plans the next step. The man stands in a massive crater, likely caused by a fight or destruction, reflecting on the event. The red dragon protects the two people while facing the pink monster, with one person questioning what kind of creature it is. The elf expresses disbelief, stating that even 100 monsters couldn't break through the research facility. The man with the mustache confidently calls out to a large entity, possibly a monster or opponent. The mustached man is captured or restrained, hanging upside down, while the pink monster and red dragon confront him. The one-eyed character is alarmed, realizing the underground lab is collapsing, threatening the stability of the island. The giant monster is restrained in the ocean, surrounded by ships, as further instructions are awaited. The mustached man steps through a glowing purple portal, declaring his awareness of the situation. The monster is being directed to move toward the vortex center with full force, as the ships escort it. A crew member is shocked by the command to advance toward the vortex, questioning the risky decision. The mustached man confidently confirms the order, smirking while holding his communicator. Inside the ship, a crew member warns the captain that the navigation system has been hacked, hinting at trouble. A person reports to Chen that they have gained control of all the ships. A woman with blue and pink hair instructs to move full speed toward the vortex center with confidence. The system loses control as a massive skeletal creature emerges in the vortex, alarming the ships nearby. An explosion occurs in the water near the ships, indicating a sudden and severe attack. The purple monster laughs menacingly, finding the situation interesting and offering to negotiate rewards. Someone steps through a glowing portal into a new area, suggesting a transition or escape. A hand rests on a surface, trembling or sweating, possibly indicating fear or exhaustion. A grotesque humanoid creature shouts angrily, accusing someone of threatening its abilities or life. The same humanoid creature appears exhausted or distressed, its facial expression showing pain or defeat. The man with multiple grotesque faces on his back sits in a chair, looking overwhelmed by his monstrous transformation. The man, sweating profusely, expresses frustration about the increasing frequency of his reactions. A hand aggressively grabs one of the grotesque faces on the man's body, signaling a violent confrontation. The man is slashed across his chest, blood splattering as he screams in pain. Close-up of the man grinning with gritted teeth, indicating anger or defiance. The man is violently attacked by sharp blades with blood and pieces of his flesh flying everywhere. Severed, grotesque faces lie in a pool of blood, indicating the man's monstrous transformation being dismantled. The man, heavily injured and bleeding, begs for answers on how to remove the devouring power. The man, gravely wounded and barely standing, looks defeated, with blood pooling beneath him. The mustached man glares intensely, blood running down his face, showing determination and rage. The man, heavily injured and bleeding, faces a shattered glass wall overlooking the turbulent sea. A shocked officer screams in confusion, reacting to the chaos. A close-up of a clenched jaw, showing someone gritting their teeth in anger or tension. A powerful gorilla-like figure roars, glowing red eyes and prepared for battle. The officer yells a command to fire, urgently signaling the start of an attack. Cannons fire explosive projectiles, launching toward their target with intense force. The gorilla figure withstands the explosion, engulfed in flames but still fighting back. The gorilla angrily declares that conventional weapons are ineffective against it, showcasing its overwhelming strength. The gorilla-like figure looks up in shock as a giant boulder or object begins to fall toward it. The gorilla catches the massive boulder, holding it above its head with immense strength. The purple monster confronts the gorilla, mocking it, while skeletal hands emerge nearby. The gorilla angrily responds, questioning the monster's authority to interfere with its actions. The purple monster lunges at the gorilla, declaring its intent to kill. The gorilla counters the purple monster's attack with a powerful punch, showcasing its strength. A dragon is glaring with a menacing expression, ready to attack. A large beast throws a rock towards the dragon with force. The beast realizes the rock has caused significant damage, breaking apart the ground. The island is splitting and falling into the sea. The dragon opens its mouth wide, seemingly mocking the situation. The beast tries to stop the falling island pieces, warning not to let them hit the water. The falling pieces create fiery trails, adding to the chaos. The dragon powers up, showing intense energy around its body. A character, possibly a hero, targets the dragon, firing a strong attack aimed at its glowing energy core. The dragon releases a powerful green energy attack, tearing through the air. The energy attack hits the floating island, splitting it further. The beast screams in desperation, likely calling out to an ally. A massive skeletal creature emerges from the water, looking menacing. The skeletal creature is revealed to have a massive red body as it rises from the water. The dragon confidently mocks the skeletal creature, showing no fear. The dragon, glowing with energy, stands tall as if preparing for another move. A brief description highlights the dragon's abilities and its role in the battle. A glowing pink pathway shows lizard-like creatures evolving as a man walks ahead, representing progress or transformation. Sue looks surprised as she sees a baby floating in a glowing pink pool. The baby, with glowing green eyes, is surrounded by a golden aura and looks cheerful, hinting at special powers. A robotic figure talks about the importance of imagination and belief in controlling powers while looking at Sue and the baby. Sue looks shocked as she continues to harness the glowing energy from her hand. The robot figure opens its mouth wide, revealing mechanical components, as if preparing for an attack. Sue looks determined yet surprised as something intense unfolds. A woman appears as her lower body transforms into mechanical, spiraling tubes, suggesting she's a hybrid or controlled by a machine. The woman now fully emerges, standing confidently with a fierce look, ready for confrontation. Sue looks surprised and asks, "Who are you?" The woman smirks confidently and responds, "Me." The woman hugs Sue, revealing that she is a former ally with magnetic powers. Sue's eyes widen as she reacts to the revelation or some sudden event. The woman uses her powers, creating a glowing effect from her chest, as she seems to be giving an explanation. The woman places a glowing accessory on Sue's head, suggesting it will enhance her abilities. A split panel shows the red-haired woman urging Sue to use her imagination and belief to save her friends. The robotic figure is seen underwater with glowing eyes, possibly regaining consciousness or preparing for action. The robotic figure questions its surroundings, appearing confused while submerged in the ocean. The armored figure, now fully awake, encounters someone underwater, possibly preparing for action. A destructive energy beam slices through the air, causing destruction. The beast looks up, shouting in alarm as the energy beam threatens to hit. A man rides a giant bird, rushing to escape or assist. A mysterious figure with a beast-like face remarks about narrowly avoiding a fatal attack. The man on the bird thanks the mysterious figure for their help, showing camaraderie. The beast attempts to hold the falling island, showing immense strength and determination. The beast pushes with all its might against the falling mass, fighting to protect others. The dragon spots the bird and its rider, seemingly ready for another confrontation. The dragon is enraged, roaring with its massive form as a small figure flies near its body. The dragon's face shows focused anger as a glowing mark appears, indicating an attack or vulnerability. The dragon reacts to repeated attacks, its large body thrashing against its opponent. A cloaked figure leaps from the giant bird, preparing to engage the dragon directly. The cloaked figure strikes the dragon's body with a powerful and precise attack. The cloaked figure confidently confronts the dragon, revealing that the move was part of a calculated strategy. The cloaked figure charges forward with determination, holding a sword aimed at the dragon. The figure's close-up shows intense focus and resolve as they unleash their attack. The dragon roars in pain as the figure's attack creates a visible impact, demonstrating the power of the strike. The dragon is attacked with a powerful golden slash, causing significant damage to its body. The cloaked fighter observes that the dragon's tough exterior makes it almost invincible, but there's still a slim chance for victory. The dragon mocks the fighter, taunting their human-like battle style and the lack of power in their attacks. The fighter remains undeterred, positioning for another critical strike while the dragon laughs smugly. A golden energy wolf charges directly at the dragon, aiming for its core. The golden wolf blasts into the dragon's open mouth, signifying a decisive moment in the battle. The attack continues inside the dragon, with the golden energy tearing through it. The dragon realizes the stakes and exclaims that there's no escape from this destructive move. The dragon's body is engulfed in a massive energy explosion caused by the attack, marking a climactic moment. A fierce warrior punches a dragon-like creature, creating a powerful impact. The dragon crashes into water, creating an explosive splash with green energy. The warrior grabs the dragon and slams it into the water with immense strength. A caped figure strikes a giant bird in midair, with another character on the bird's back. The warrior prepares to attack the skeletal creature near the water. The dragon charges toward the warrior in the open water area. The dragon and warrior clash again, causing chaos in the water. The warrior grabs onto a cliff's edge to avoid falling. The warrior hangs from the cliff, looking alarmed and struggling to pull himself up. The dragon triumphantly claims an island as its own, while the warrior looks angry and determined. A close-up of the dragon laughing victoriously with its mouth open wide. A robotic knight with glowing green eyes stands below a cracking, glowing cliff while holding small figures in its hand. A close-up of the robotic knight's face, showing battle damage and glowing green eyes with a determined expression. A large armored figure with glowing green eyes emerges, holding two small figures in its hand, surrounded by water splashing everywhere. A character in armor notices strange creatures and warns about their power. Another person is ready to fight nearby. A robotic hand is shown, and the character seems confused about its unusual transformation. The character and a beast with wings face off. Someone questions if the armored figure is a friend or enemy. The character attacks, creating a huge energy wave. Multiple enemies, including a bird-like creature, appear ready to fight. A close-up of a gorilla-like character shows it staring silently but intensely, ready for battle. The armored character confronts the gorilla-like enemy. A floating observer comments that the opponent seems unwell. A character watches with concern. He seems to be assessing the situation cautiously. A cloaked figure with sharp claws and a staff prepares for action while riding a bird. They seem to be strategizing their next move. A bird swoops in to attack, targeting a giant hand from above. The gorilla looks angry and shouts something, possibly identifying an opponent. The armored senses a familiar yet ominous energy nearby. The gorilla addresses the armored character, seemingly recognizing them and questioning their transformed state. The armored character looks shocked and covers their mouth in realization, as if learning a critical truth. A large dragon appears behind the gorilla, creating a dramatic moment. The dragon grins menacingly, suggesting an opportunity or advantage. The dragon's body disintegrates, leaving behind its skeletal frame as the character watches. The armored looks panicked, as if their plan has been exposed or failed. The dragon roars loudly, demanding control of the island while radiating power. A massive explosion erupts, sending waves and debris flying everywhere. The armored and the dragon clash fiercely, surrounded by fire and water. The armored looks concerned and watches the fight unfold. The gorilla, enraged, vows revenge for an attack on someone important to them. The gorilla charges at the dragon with fiery fists, ready for a powerful attack. Observers watch the battle from a distant control room, alarmed by the intense fight. The dragon, covered in fire and glowing energy, prepares for a counterattack while charging at the opponent. The gorilla shouts aggressively, eyes glowing, as it unleashes a powerful punch. The dragon's eye glows red as it prepares to launch a powerful attack. The gorilla and the dragon exchange rapid, intense punches, creating shockwaves and sparks. The gorilla charges toward a massive rock while the armored character stands ready in the distance. The gorilla powers up, surrounded by flames, declaring its ultimate fighting technique. The dragon coils itself, glowing with fiery energy, and appears severely damaged but still menacing. The dragon announces its counterattack while the gorilla expresses surprise at its resilience. The dragon charges up a massive energy blast in its mouth, aiming to unleash destruction. The gorilla notices the bird above and yells at it to target the dragon's weak point. The gorilla charges forward, challenging the dragon to hand over the fight. The gorilla shouts fiercely, readying for a powerful punch. The gorilla delivers a strong uppercut, creating shockwaves against the dragon. The gorilla remarks about the dragon's incredibly tough skull while attacking. The dragon acknowledges the gorilla's words with a confident expression. The dragon prepares a massive energy attack, glowing with destructive power. The dragon's attack hits, causing a massive explosion in the water. The armored yells out, possibly out of concern for the gorilla or the situation. A man in a white uniform watches the events unfold, expressing relief that the situation is progressing. A large ship gets caught in the chaotic battlefield, hurled into the air from the destruction. The gorilla lunges forward with its hand outstretched, aiming for a strong attack. The gorilla roars and charges powerfully, showing its determination in the battle. The gorilla gives a thumbs up with excitement, expressing admiration for someone's actions. The dragon looks back confidently, stating its superiority due to its dragon lineage. The gorilla strategizes while communicating with the bird and the cloaked character in the sky. The armored character suggests an idea, raising their robotic hand to contribute to the plan. A massive burst of energy is shown as the plan to attack the dragon intensifies. The gorilla appears conflicted, questioning the whereabouts of someone crucial to their plan. Sue, with a determined expression, believes in Linji's ability to succeed despite the absence of another powerful figure. The gorilla angrily demands the return of its son, glaring intensely at the armored character. The cloaked calms the gorilla, mentioning Lin Zhu's inherited power but stating it doesn't match his father's strength. The Su expresses trust in Lin Zhu, confident in his determination to succeed. A massive fiery weapon is shown, seemingly being prepared to aid in the battle. The armored requests help from the gorilla and others to hold off the dragon while they search for Lin Jiayu. The armored focuses, mentioning a mysterious silver headband as they plan their next steps. The Su activates her powers, generating energy and preparing to connect with nearby metals. A glowing purple signal pinpoints a location, possibly marking Lin Zhu's whereabouts. An underground laboratory is revealed, surrounded by debris and electrical sparks, hinting at the next phase of the mission. A Su appears on a screen, urgently calling out to Lin Zhu, asking if he is nearby and telling him to come quickly. A Lin wearing a helmet with a single eye looks startled and wonders who is calling them. A dragon questions the smaller, strange-looking Lin about its transformation, surprised at how it ended up in this state. Su appears on a monitor, urgently explaining that the situation is critical and provides some context about helping half-wolf beings. The Lin panics, asking why its mother, who was supposedly on an airplane, is now on the ocean's surface. A comical image shows a character's mother transforming into a large gorilla, much to Su's surprise. The dragon looks at the monitor as Su questions the whereabouts of Lin Zhuren. The Lin sees the ocean waves below and shouts, expressing its intention to save its mother. The Lin jumps off a cliff in desperation, heading toward the ocean. Mid-fall, the Lin encounters a glowing structure made of lightning, expressing surprise. Su, observing from above, yells at the Lin, stating that its mother is safe and that jumping recklessly is suicidal. The Lin looks serious and determined as it braces itself for what's ahead. It is shocked to see a massive creature with sharp teeth appear near the glowing structure. A monstrous creature emerges from the water, covered in glowing energy and looking dangerous. The creature attacks upward while surrounded by glowing effects and water splashes. A character in a gorilla-like form lands a powerful punch on the monster. A robotic appears, holding something in its hand, ready for battle. The scene shifts to a glowing object embedded in the cliffside, with suspenseful energy. The Lin is shown standing on the glowing structure, trying to understand the complex situation. Su appears again, explaining the situation in detail, revealing the mystery of the creatures and their transformations. Su explains using a diagram that the gorilla, wolf, and Gouda are allies, while the dragon is the enemy. The Lin realizes that defeating the dragon might solve the problem. Su confirms but mentions the dragon's strong defense and regeneration, requiring a powerful attack to destroy its core. The dragon recalls a past encounter with the dragon. The flashback shows the dragon using an explosive attack while the dragon and others fight. The dragon uses its abilities to shield itself, revealing its strong defense. Su observes the shield's weakness, concluding that strengthening the attack is key. The dragon and the Lin ask Su if she has a plan. Su confidently states that she has a solution, ready to lead them. Su proposes using a railgun, combining their abilities to unleash a powerful attack. She explains the mechanics of the railgun, emphasizing its immense speed and destructive force. The dragon and Lin are confused but intrigued by the concept of a railgun. Su assigns tasks, asking them to prepare their abilities while she handles the setup. The Lin mentions they have 2 hours to prepare until midnight. Su agrees and says she will notify them when preparations are complete. A winged enters, addressing the group with concern. The winged asks if they are confident in defeating the terrifying beast. The Lin admits uncertainty but expresses willingness to try, recalling their success in previous teamwork. The winged gives the Lin a special device to help defeat the strong dragon. The device is a staff used to control monster cores, capable of causing the dragon's energy to explode. The robot informs the gorilla about Lin's preparations and their location. They discuss creating a distance from the dragon to allow for a clear attack. The robot moves swiftly to prepare for the battle. The gorilla grabs a glowing object, showing readiness for the next phase. The gorilla tosses robot to position them better for the upcoming fight. The gorilla instructs the wolf to prepare for the battle, entrusting the area to them. The dragon appears menacing, vowing to prevent any escape. The massive dragon stretches its tentacles to attack, creating a chaotic battle. A barrage of golden energy circles appears, signaling a powerful counterattack. The energy strikes the dragon, damaging its exposed core and body. A huge explosion erupts as the attack impacts the dragon, scattering water and debris. The dragon, though injured, remains defiant, showing its determination to fight back. A new character with a lion-like appearance prepares to face the dragon, determined to stall it. The lion warrior states his intent to hold the dragon off, confidently wielding his dual swords. A powerful warrior is carrying someone while rushing across water, aiming for a battle or a mission. Someone notes the time. Tian mentions there are 30 minutes left for something important. Dylan checks his wrist device, expressing doubt or concern about an uncertain situation. Yuda, a fierce dragon, emerges from the water, launching a fiery and powerful attack. A skilled fighter leaps into action, wielding an electrified weapon with determination. The fighter pauses, seemingly shocked or surprised by an unexpected event. A large ship is shown on turbulent waters, possibly heading into a confrontation or a critical mission. A confident, shirtless captain discusses navigation and strategy with a crew member. A fleet of ships comes together, reforming into a united formation for a bigger purpose. The captain, with a serious expression, explains the stakes of the current situation, and emphasizes the consequences if their mission fails. A determined captain commands his team to provide accurate directions for navigation. Ships are shown changing direction on the ocean, indicating a strategic maneuver. A fierce warrior lands on the deck of a ship with explosive force, ready for battle. A giant beast carrying a red-haired, robot-like figure stands confidently on the water, showcasing its strength. Lin communicates with Su via a screen, expressing concern about their family's safety. Su emphasizes the need to move faster. Su explains that powering the electromagnetic cannon requires massive energy, which can only be sustained for 10 minutes. She prepares for a one-time shot at 11:50. Lin firmly states that he will prepare the dragon for an attack, ensuring the cannon fires precisely at midnight. The robot figure, held by the beast, warns that they are about to transform and asks for readiness. The robot figure's hand presses against the beast, signaling the start of their transformation. The robot figure transforms into a lightning-infused weapon, launching a powerful attack, shocking the beast. A powerful electromagnetic cannon is glowing with energy, prepared for a significant attack. The beast holds the cannon, looking shocked as it emits an intense electrical charge. A character yells to Lin urgently, pointing at a target, a floating rock that requires immediate action. The cannon is aimed at the floating rock, and tension rises as the shot is being prepared. Someone gives the command to begin, aiming at the target carefully. Lin focuses intensely, aligning the cannon's sights for a precise shot. Through the cannon's scope, the dragon appears, indicating a danger to their mission. The dragon is struck by a powerful attack, causing it to explode with bright energy. The dragon retaliates by launching a massive energy beam, creating a dramatic and destructive scene. Finally, the demon and the dragon come together in combat. The war's open. The beast is defeated, falling into the water, its body glowing from the effects of the battle. The beast looks injured and exhausted, acknowledging it can no longer fight and placing its hope on others. The dragon stands tall, roaring with fury and proclaiming its wrath. The dragon targets its enemies, stating it's their turn to face its power. So, Lin looks concerned, thinking about the ongoing situation and possibly the injured beast. Su encourages focus, warning there are only 10 minutes left until the electromagnetic field activates. The electromagnetic cannon charges up, its energy visibly increasing. A powerful energy blast gathers within the cannon, glowing intensely. The dragon looks shocked and alarmed, realizing the danger from the incoming attack. The dragon fires a powerful energy blast from its mouth, creating an explosive scene. Lin shouts urgently, warning everyone to take action quickly as danger approaches. Su exclaims that only 5 minutes are left, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. The beast uses a cannon to confront the dragon's massive energy attack head-on. Lin reacts in shock, possibly witnessing the intense confrontation between the beast and the dragon. The red dragon pins Lin to the ground, creating a tense and dangerous situation. A view of the ocean after the intense battle, with steam rising from the surface. Lin breathes a sigh of relief, realizing he has survived the chaotic encounter. The beast, now badly injured, is being observed by another character, possibly showing concern. Then looks at the screen, panicking and asking about his mother's condition, worried about what's happening. The timer on the screen hits 0 with static interference, intensifying the tension. The beast, injured and bleeding, yells out, determined to handle the situation despite its condition. Beast appears on a screen, shouting to Lin with determination, urging him to stay strong and keep pushing forward. Lin watches the screen, shocked, and realizing that the beast might have a significant connection to him or the situation. Lin exclaims, "My mom?" indicating he's learning something surprising about his mother. Lin offers to help his mom in the kitchen with a cheerful expression, trying to make her happy. Lin's mom is suspicious of his behavior, asking what he really wants, as she's not used to him being so considerate. Lin explains his plan to attend a special high school, awaken his abilities, and become an explorer like his dad. Lin's mom reacts with frustration and sadness, recalling how Lin's father left to explore mysterious realms and never returned for 7 years. Lin defends his father's actions, believing he must have been trapped in unforeseen circumstances, and expressing his desire to help him. Lin and his mom are startled by an unexpected noise or event, hinting at something serious happening nearby. Lin, desperate to convince his mom, passionately asks her to listen to his side. Lin's mom walks away, carrying food skewers, after making a determined decision. The beast, bleeding and struggling, assures Lin through the screen to focus and carry out the plan. The screen glitches as the beast gives its final push, shouting encouragement to Lin. Lin desperately asks about his mom's condition as the screen distorts, heightening his concern. Lin urgently calls Su's name, seeking her help or guidance in the situation. Sue explains to Lin that the electromagnetic cannon is ready and they must act quickly without hesitation. Lissa and Bob, Lin asks if everything is ready with a determined look, preparing for the upcoming action. Lin clenches his fist tightly, showing his resolve and readiness to face the challenge. Lin pleads with Sue to take care of his injured mom, showing his concern and urgency. Lin commands the dragon, "Let's go," showing their partnership and readiness for action. The beast activates a powerful glowing orb with energy surging from it. The object is charged with electric sparks, indicating it's about to fire. The cannon releases an intense red energy beam toward the target. The beam moves with destructive power, creating a massive impact. A dragon-like creature appears surrounded by the red beam, demonstrating immense strength. A different dragon, glowing purple and green, warns about its anger being provoked. A massive explosion occurs, but a protective shield seems to block the blast. The red dragon looks intense and ready to attack, showing determination and power. A powerful explosion collides with a glowing red beam, creating an intense clash of energy. The purple dragon acknowledges the opponent's strength, but remains confident. The red dragon unleashes a ferocious roar, surrounded by fiery energy, ready for battle. The red and purple dragons engage in a destructive battle, with energy and water surging around them. A fur-covered man and an armored figure watch the fight, holding an orb, appearing amused and prepared for their own plans. The red dragon charges toward the golden energy, creating fiery trails around it. The red dragon smashes through the golden energy barrier, demonstrating its immense power. The red dragon unleashes a devastating attack, breaking through the energy field and creating cracks as it roars victoriously. The red dragon charges a massive energy orb in its mouth, glowing with immense power. The red dragon fires the energy orb as a devastating beam, breaking through barriers. The purple dragon releases a green fiery breath, countering the attack. The red and green beams collide with explosive force, creating intense energy waves. The red dragon confidently deflects the purple dragon's attack, showing its dominance. The clash of their attacks creates a fiery explosion, shaking the battlefield. The red dragon's beam overwhelms the purple dragon's attack, creating a victorious blast. The armored figure expresses shock or disbelief, saying, "Did it work?" The purple dragon acknowledges the opponent's strength, calling them a beast with dragon's blood. The purple dragon remarks that most of its attack was blocked, but challenges if the opponent can handle the next one, hinting at its strength. The red dragon and purple dragon glare at each other, ready to continue their intense battle. The armored character is surprised, looking upward and questioning what's in the sky. He asks Widget. A mysterious object appears glowing in the dark sky, grabbing everyone's attention. The purple dragon notices the glowing object, looking confused and alert. A sharp-toothed creature emerges from within a blue bag, suggesting a new twist in the battle. The creature appears ready to attack, while the purple dragon looks cautious and prepared. A new character with red and white hair and dragon-like features confidently steps into the scene, exuding power. Lin charges a fist with glowing energy, asking if the opponent can predict this attack, showing his strength and confidence. A massive shockwave erupts from the Lin attack, indicating immense destructive power. He reacts with disbelief or surprise, shouting, "What?" The Lin observes a swirling red entity, realizing its extraordinary life force and durability, making it difficult to defeat. The red mask communicates, asking for trust, which surprises the Lin. Lin is shocked to see someone unexpected and accuses them of having a sinister plan. The blonde proposes a plan to kill the dragon. Lin is skeptical and accuses the blonde character of creating the monster, but he is warned of consequences if he doesn't listen. A massive dragon's mouth opens, surprising both characters as they face imminent danger. The dragon appears to swallow them, showing its terrifying size and power. A smaller red dragon looks shocked, exclaiming disbelief at what just happened. A massive purple dragon smirks confidently, hinting at its strength and dominance. The scene shifts to an internal, fleshy environment, possibly inside the dragon's body as the characters navigate it. Lin and the blonde argue while running through the strange interior, with Lin accusing the other of betrayal. The blonde explains using magnetic force and an electromagnetic cannon to solve the problem. Lin attacks, but realizes the attack isn't strong enough to kill the dragon. The blonde mocks Lin for his failed attempt, showing a smug expression. Lin is surprised and exclaims, "This is..." as he notices something significant. Lin and the blonde discover a glowing crystal core, likely the dragon's weak point. The blonde describes the dragon's unique body structure and mentions its incredible regenerative ability. The blonde explains they must destroy the crystal core completely to defeat the dragon, asking Lin if he can do it. Lin hesitates, noting the core is huge and disgusting, expressing doubt about completing the task. The blonde reveals the dragon has absorbed various crystals, including one belonging to him, surprising Lin. Lin's hand glows brightly as he wonders why it's suddenly shining. The massive purple dragon unleashes a fiery attack, showcasing its power. The blonde stops Lin, warning him that their attacks are ineffective and might alert the dragon. The blonde offers a tool to control the dragon's core energy, explaining its purpose with a sly smile. Lin looks at the glowing device with a surprised expression, realizing its importance. The blonde points to the dragon's crystal core and explains that inserting the device there can immobilize the dragon. Lin questions why he should trust the blonde character, showing suspicion. The blonde tells Lin he has no choice and argues that he wouldn't have ended up in this situation if he had better control over the beast. Lin silently contemplates the blonde plan, still unsure. Lin declares that he will trust the blonde one last time. Lin grabs the glowing device, preparing to execute the plan. Lin shouts furiously, threatening the blonde in case he's being tricked. Lin forcefully stabs the crystal core, unleashing a powerful impact. The device activates inside the core, emitting strong electric energy. The crystal core is overwhelmed with energy, breaking apart as the area lights up. Lin smiles victoriously, asking if the plan worked. Reality has attacked. The massive purple dragon feels the effects of the core's destruction and looks stunned. The dragon's body starts to collapse, leaving the characters observing its downfall in the water. The blonde plans to release all the core's energy, causing a massive explosion, and urges Lin to escape. Lin angrily asks what the blonde plans to do next. The blonde teases Lin for worrying and tells him to leave quickly. Lin smirks confidently, telling the blonde to try and stop him. Lin unleashes his full power, glowing with energy as he prepares for a decisive attack. Lin charges forward, yelling as he activates his final move. Lin's attack lands with explosive force, creating a massive impact. The dragon screams in pain, its body cracking under the intense energy. The dragon complains about their resistance, realizing their attacks are causing significant damage. The dragon roars, boasting about its infinite regeneration ability. Its body begins to swell with tumor-like growths as a result of instability. The dragon looks confused as its body starts to deform and malfunction. The blonde shouts about the fear of aging and death driving humans to extreme actions. Tumor-like cells spread uncontrollably, disrupting the dragon's body structure. The dragon struggles with the overwhelming energy from the fear of death infused into its body. The dragon angrily reacts, calling humans insignificant but determined. It prepares for a desperate move, threatening to take everyone down with it in a catastrophic collapse. The dragon's body begins emitting destructive energy, pulling everything into chaos. The dragon, swollen with tumor-like growths, roars in anger while standing amidst destruction. A character clings to another for safety while a mechanical being stands ready to act. A ship struggles against the chaos in the ocean, with someone questioning if the call for help was received. A commanding figure encourages his team to continue their efforts, despite the intense situation. A tactical team discusses their plans to stop the disaster and prevent a repeat of past chaos. A muscular man observes the destruction caused by the dragon and assesses the situation. The same man reveals his intent to use the dragon's power for his own gain, but notes the unexpected chaos. Miniature versions of the characters are trapped within the dragon's tumor-like growths, indicating their dire situation. The man smirks as he comments on Lin's luck, holding a phone with a confident expression. A muscular man talks on the phone confidently, possibly giving orders. An army gathers in front of a building with armored vehicles, preparing for a mission or battle. A group of jets flies in formation, heading towards a target. Lin looks up and notices the approaching jets, surprised. Lin comments on the situation, observing how the military has mobilized all forces. Lin sits on a large, red, dragon-like creature, discussing the upcoming challenge. Lin is shocked after seeing something unexpected. A group of terrifying, powerful monsters rises from the water. A knight and a monkey-like creature look at something in surprise, signaling an urgent situation. A terrifying sea monster rises from the water, and the characters realize the danger it poses to the city. The monkey-like character orders everyone to evacuate and regroup with Lin for a strategy. A character is seen falling into the water while someone shouts to warn them of the danger. The monkey-like character crashes into the water but seems determined to fight. The monkey leaps towards a large monster, preparing for a powerful attack. A massive purple monster taunts the attackers, appearing calm and menacing. A lion-bird hybrid monster confronts the monkey, with the clash escalating. The monkey is wrapped in giant tentacles but fiercely fights back, yelling in rage. Lin and the monkey exchange determined expressions, likely coordinating for the next move. The orange tentacles are cut into pieces, indicating a powerful counterattack. Lin looks surprised, realizing the situation is escalating. A muscular warrior with a sword faces a swarm of flying creatures, ready to fight. Lin and the red dragon notice a large swarm of flying creatures approaching, indicating a new threat. Lin is shocked at the sheer number of flying creatures attacking. A massive group of flying creatures invades, targeting ships below. The monkey-like warrior fights back while being surrounded by the flying creatures. The purple monster glows with energy, preparing for a massive attack. A powerful woman with blue flames appears, smiling confidently, indicating her strength. The purple monster taunts, claiming its power surpasses all opponents combined. The woman declares her mission is to stop the monster from causing further destruction. A swarm of creatures surrounds a floating island as the blue-haired woman prepares for action. The monster mocks the mention of another challenger, believing no one can stop it. The woman confidently smirks, hinting at a hidden plan. The purple monster is visibly alarmed as the situation escalates. The purple monster yells furiously, gathering immense energy as its allies appear. A powerful attack splashes water everywhere, showing the intensity of the battle. The conflict reaches a climax, with chaos spreading in the water and the battlefield. A powerful creature with glowing blue energy rises from the water, exuding immense strength. A focused view of the blue creature's intense expression, showing its determination. The massive blue creature fully reveals itself, surrounded by lightning and rain, ready to confront its foes. Lin is shocked, as he identifies the creature as a legendary island monster. Lin looks resolute, declaring his intent to avenge his father. A view of the city as an emergency warning is issued, indicating the approaching danger. Citizens are instructed to evacuate urgently, with crowds moving in an organized manner. A man calms the crowd, asking everyone to remain orderly while entering the shelters. A tall building is shown with an intriguing dialogue, hinting at a hidden agenda or discovery. A muscular man faces the screen showing the blue creature, commenting on its relentless attack on the city. The man looks intensely, questioning whether the people being protected will feel gratitude or fear towards their savior. A massive blue monster is seen standing in the water, exuding a commanding presence. Lin, riding a red dragon, urgently orders it to attack the blue monster. Lin speculates that the blue monster might know the location of his father. Blue text says, the red dragon looks uneasy, suggesting Lin might have misunderstood something. The blue monster speaks, addressing the urgency of the situation and hinting at a resolution. The gorilla hero saves someone from danger in midair, demonstrating quick reflexes. The gorilla faces off against a flock of attacking flying creatures. The gorilla shows a comical and nervous expression as the threat intensifies. A woman transforms, glowing with golden energy as she prepares for action. The group discusses their injuries and survival, strategizing their next move. The character says they will leave quickly after solving the situation, showing urgency. A flying creature is mentioned to take someone to Extreme Abyss Island. The scene shows a girl sitting on a large creature. The girl declares, "I will go with you," showing her determination to join the others. The girl seems hesitant, but someone convinces her to listen to the other person. The blue creature acknowledges that the female understands the situation better and decides to trust her judgment based on her statement. The blue believes someone else can take over a specific responsibility, with an image of a red figure in its thoughts. The result is an unconscious belief in the reality of murder. Lin looks prepared for battle or an intense moment wearing his red armor. The female reluctantly agrees, saying, "All right, since you all say so." The female performs a powerful magic spell, surrounded by glowing energy. A massive, glowing figure towers over the sea, with someone looking at it in shock or amazement. Lin shouts, "Hey, wait for me," while riding a creature. He demands answers from the Extreme Abyss beast. A massive glowing figure towers above, surprising Lin with its overwhelming presence. Lin, confused, says, "What does he mean by this?" showing his doubt or puzzlement. A flying creature says it fulfilled its promise to help Lin meet his father, leaving Lin surprised. Lin repeatedly mutters "father" as he processes what just happened. Lin's eyes widen in shock as he realizes something significant. Lin exclaims, "That's my dad," as he confronts a fierce-looking beast. The beast agrees, saying, "All right, let's do this," as if preparing for a significant event. Lin shouts, "Hey, don't run, explain it to me," as a flying figure disappears, leaving him desperate for answers. Lin watches a figure standing on a cliff as the sea below glows with energy, setting the stage for a dramatic confrontation. Lin stands atop a massive red creature in silence, preparing for the next move. Lin looks determined while memories of two characters, likely his parents, appear in the background. He wonders how much more they are hiding from him. A holographic image of the blue creature is displayed with someone observing it. A sinister man smirks and says, "If you don't die, someone else will make sure you do," showing his threatening intent. The hologram glitches, indicating potential interference or disruption in communication. A close-up of someone's sharp, determined gaze with a moment of realization or suspicion. A high-ranking officer appears in a hologram, reporting a serious incident near the sea. A muscular man in red shorts discusses the severity of the situation, concerned about the safety of the city's residents. The muscular man speaks to the hologram, questioning the cause of the sudden incident and showing curiosity or concern. The officer explains that beneath Extreme Abyss Island lies a critical, highly classified secret area, emphasizing its importance. A giant blue creature stands tall, with a description explaining how humans once abandoned the island due to its dangers, but later explored it for its strategic importance. In Transformation Rebirth, Leandria Carve retreats. In Transformation Rebirth, Leandria and Carver retreat to a giant blue factory-like tower. Backstory for the blue creature. Story plot: the blue creature roars as silhouettes of previous battles are shown, indicating the return of long-lost guardians. A man with a mustache dismissively says it's all just an excuse, expressing skepticism about the current situation. The muscular man acknowledges the orders from the hologram officer and concludes the conversation respectfully. He acknowledges the final order. The screen shuts off with a glowing effect, marking the end of the discussion. A clenched fist shows frustration as the character resolves to fight against the oppressive forces trying to undermine them. The mustached man vows to obtain a specific item and declares that no one can match his power, showcasing his ambition. Footnote: the sound of knocking echoes in the room, signaling someone's arrival. The muscular man opens the door and says, "Come in," as he prepares for the visitor. A subordinate enters the room, addressing the muscular man as Director Chen, showing respect and urgency in the conversation. A character with two-toned hair delivers a case, saying, "As soon as I got what you needed, I brought it over immediately." The mustached man looks shocked, with wide eyes, reacting to something unexpected. A glowing, pulsating organ surrounded by flames is revealed, and someone says, "This is the heart of that monster dragon." A character with pink and blue hair delivers a box and mentions it's something the recipient requested. The box contains a glowing, spiked object referred to as the dragon's heart. A flashback shows how the character extracted the heart by defeating a skeletal purple dragon using a specialized weapon. The character questions if such a small item can truly be the dragon's heart, while the muscular man confirms it. The muscular man senses the heart's aura and confidently states its authenticity. The glowing heart is shown again, with someone noting its size and potential instability. The character expresses hope that the heart will help their leader grow stronger. The muscular man approves of the delivery with a thumbs up, showing satisfaction. The character exits the scene, shutting the door firmly behind them. The character laughs proudly, claiming their effort is far superior to the muscle-bound man. A shadowy figure lifts something heavy, preparing for an action. The muscular man's veins bulge as something begins to affect his body. The muscular man falls to the ground, clutching his chest in visible pain. His eyes turn red, and his expression becomes wild and enraged. The man's body begins to transform unnaturally, as his chest is tightly gripped. He screams as his transformation accelerates, showing intense struggle. The man fully mutates, surrounded by glowing, monstrous growths. The man, now heavily muscular and monstrous, charges with a powerful attack. The mutated man charges forward, fully transformed into a beast-like creature. He roars with laughter, showcasing his monstrous form with glowing growths all over his body. A close-up of his face reveals intense rage and a menacing look. A house in the distance appears to be shaking due to the loud roars or commotion. A baby is crying in a glowing pod, and someone in the room is panicking, trying to calm it. The man yells at the baby to stop crying while preparing a bottle to feed it. He hurriedly offers the baby a bottle of milk, saying, "Here's your food." The baby looks up, startled, as the bottle is offered. The man, visibly stressed, feeds the baby, who finally begins drinking the milk. Kitchen utensils and bolts scatter everywhere, creating a mess. The man sighs in relief, noting that the baby has finally calmed down, but he worries about hiding its unusual powers. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes looms over the man, speaking ominously about taking the baby to a safe place. The baby looks up with sharp, determined eyes while still drinking milk. The baby begins to glow brightly, surprising the man as it floats in the air. Energy gathers around the baby, indicating a transformation or evolution. The man panics as the baby seems to be undergoing a mysterious evolution. The man shouts, "Who?" reacting to an unknown presence. A massive, monstrous creature appears, addressing the man and proposing a trade. The man cautiously approaches the rubble, asking, "Who are you?" A jester-like figure stands atop a monstrous creature, apologizing for forgetting to introduce themselves. The jester reveals their identity as one of the 7 deadly sins, known as deception, and asks to be called Beliai. Leah requests the man to care for the baby and create a new identity for her, to live peacefully in Tianai City. The man hesitates, expressing his doubt about being able to handle the baby's immense and dangerous powers. Elia reassures the man that he doesn't need to worry about this issue. Elia explains that they can temporarily seal the baby's powers until she grows older and learns to control them. The baby glows brightly as her powers are being sealed, creating a magical aura around her. The man reflects that the baby shows no resistance toward Belia, silently observing the situation. The man questions why Belia isn't taking the baby herself, pointing out that the baby's mother was part of the human council, just like him. Belia responds that the mother faced complications on an island, leaving the baby without a home to return to. Mori explains that the mother's fate was her own choice, but Belia at least hopes the baby can survive. The relationship between the bull leader, Ujo proposes a partnership and asks if the man is willing to collaborate. Belia laughs, amused that the man is willing to discuss a deal with her, despite knowing she represents deception. Belia teases the man and jokingly involves the massive monster in their discussion, adding tension to the scene. The man looks at the giant monster warily and questions its intentions, while Belia reassures him that the monster is following her orders. The giant monster swallows a glowing orb, showcasing its role in absorbing power. Bojo explains that dragons gain power through devouring energy, with the dragon's heart acting as a storage for spirit energy and abilities. Leia explains that consuming the dragon heart can grant extraordinary powers, even to those with lower abilities, making it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change their destiny. The purple monster shares that it agreed to Belia's deal, and since then, Belia delivers a dragon heart every 5 years. The man reveals that the dragon heart allows him to absorb spirit energy and abilities, but the energy retains the original host's intent, forcing him to consume new dragon hearts to suppress it. The man accuses Belia of trying to control him through the dragon hearts, but declares that Belia's plan will fail. The man states that only by combining the powers of various monsters on the island can he fully master the ability to devour energy. A massive surge of energy or water is shown bursting with bright blue and white patterns, resembling lightning or magical energy. Dark cracks appear in the sky with glowing purple energy swirling around, signaling destructive power. The purple energy descends towards the water, causing waves and intense impact. The water erupts violently as the impact intensifies, sending waves and energy flying into the air. Lin is seen riding a red machine on the turbulent waters, showing his determination. Lin questions if the battle is over, with glowing purple energy around him, showing his surprise or disbelief. Lin stands on the red machine, pointing out that there are still enemies on the island, urging you to return quickly. Lin, in a panic expression, points towards something while standing in front of the machine, indicating urgency or danger. A massive beast-like figure with a crown appears on the shore, possibly a new enemy or a significant threat. Su excitedly waves while standing next to an older man in front of a helicopter. Lin runs towards Su and the others, asking if everyone is safe. Su explains that the giant beast used its energy to stabilize the aircraft and save everyone. Lin expresses deep gratitude and promises to remember this act of kindness. Shen Hu angrily confronts Lin, asking where he had gone during the dangerous situation. Shen Hu looks frustrated and shocked, possibly realizing Lin's actions. The group faces 2 imposing figures, the giant beast and a red dragon-like creature. Shen Hu bows deeply, humbly requesting another chance to redeem himself. Lin praises Su for her hidden abilities and asks her to showcase her skills during the upcoming trials. Su mentions that her newfound power came from a mysterious woman. Lin regrets not being able to try piloting a giant robot himself. Lin warns the group about dangerous bugs in the soil and asks them to be careful. Su stands confidently with the group, including the beast, who seems to be an ally. Lin, looking alarmed, questions why someone is laughing during such a dangerous situation. The older man holds a small creature and deduces that its presence is connected to the evil aura that caused the chaos. The man explains the historical context of a great flood, where whales rebelled against the heavens, and the secrets were eventually revealed. A violent scene shows a giant dragon-like creature attacking humans, leaving destruction in its wake. Min realizes the dragon is similar to other creatures transformed from humans into monstrous beings. Lin begins discussing the strange dragon and its connection. Lin looks confused as he searches for something, questioning where it went. Lin's eyes widen as he exclaims that he found the item. Lin proudly shows a red crystal, explaining he managed to grab it just in time. Sue and the older man are shocked as they recognize the red crystal as a monster core. Lin interacts with a system interface, asking if the crystal can be used for upgrades, and the system responds positively. Lin places the red crystal into the system interface, initiating a process. Lin's abilities are enhanced as he levels up, indicated by the glowing system details around him. Lin looks at the system menu, which suggests he can recruit new companions. Lin invites the red dragon to become his companion, like the other creatures he tamed. The beast refuses, explaining that it must remain on the island. The beast declares its duty to protect the island and its inhabitants, emphasizing its responsibility. Lin worries that the beasts on the island might eventually face threats, and wonders about their fate. A massive explosion occurs, with rubble and blue energy scattering as the destruction concludes. A winged woman, injured and sitting among the ruins, laments how her years of effort were reduced to nothing. The winged woman observes the destruction of the research facility and notes that even the doctor's monsters were consumed by the dragon's power. A sinister purple dragon looks down, signifying its dominance, as it reflects on the monsters raised by the doctor, now defeated. The winged woman begins to acknowledge Lin's courage, as she seems conflicted but impressed by his determination. The winged woman sits glowing with power, possibly initiating a transformation or using her abilities. We find out more. The woman, now angry and shouting, demands to know who is interfering with her actions. Lin projects pink energy beams towards the woman, taking control of the situation. The woman's glowing head indicates that Lin's influence or attack has had an effect on her, leaving her subdued. Lin uses a skill upgrade on the winged woman, and she reacts with confusion as pink energy beams connect them. The winged woman, surprised, questions her surroundings, wondering if she's still on the island. Lin explains the upgraded monster space skill, stating that tamed monsters can now teleport to his side anytime. Yuta says, Min points at the winged woman, hinting that she could be tamed like his other companions. Lin imagines using the monster shadow projection ability to transfer between shadow locations, feeling confident about his strategy. The winged woman, Lin, and the red dragon react with surprise as something unexpected happens. Large debris falls into the water, signifying the ongoing destruction of their surroundings. Lin acknowledges the usefulness of the escape skill while wiping sweat, realizing its potential. But the winged woman angrily confronts Lin, accusing him of unnecessary heroics and asking who asks him to save her. The blonde woman, crying and angry, says they've already lost, and might as well disappear from the world with the doctor's last creation. Lin looks relaxed and uninterested, sarcastically responding as if saying, "Who cares what you say?" The blonde woman points at Lin and angrily claims he is now her beast, and only she has the right to decide his fate. The blonde woman scoffs, looking frustrated and annoyed. The blonde woman, transformed with wings, attacks Lin angrily while shouting as Lin reacts in shock. A massive creature's paw slams near Lin, surprising him. He looks up, stunned. A giant beast-like creature with red hair and golden armor towers over them, as the winged woman looks surprised and small in comparison. Lin smiles confidently and reassures Yuta that it's fine. They were just fighting for fun, and the woman wasn't actually trying to harm him. Lin is caught in the massive creature's hand, looking annoyed and struggling against its grip. The large beast speaks to Lin, saying that if it submits to Lin, it could also follow him closely like the others. Lin replies that if they follow him closely like the others. Lin, looking surprised, responds with hesitation, saying, "Is that so? Why didn't you?" The beast challenges Lin to tame it and declares Lin the new king of Abyssal Island, pledging to protect him. Lin reacts in disbelief, humorously wondering what being the king of Abyssal Island even means. Then, preparing to tame the beast, confidently gestures with his hand as if saying, "Let's do this." Lin successfully tames the beast, which begins glowing and appears calm under Lin's influence. A detailed profile of the beast is shown, describing its stats, appearance, and special abilities, emphasizing its powerful traits. Su, standing with a concerned old man, yells out to Lin as he stands atop the beast's hand, indicating an urgent situation or news. Lin, standing on the beast's hand, looks down at Su and an older man. He asks, "What's the matter, Chairwoman Su?" Su activates her phone with energy, asking Lin to contact their teacher, Ma. Lin calls Ma, asking when Ma might return, holding a phone with a cute monster charm. Ma replies on the phone, mentioning a recognition ceremony to celebrate Lin's accomplishments. Lin smiles confidently, assuring that he will attend the ceremony on time. Ma clarifies that the ceremony isn't at the school but at the main headquarters in Tianhai City. Lin, surprised, questions why the ceremony is being held at the headquarters. Lin envisions Chen Hu, blonde man, possibly stirring up some trouble again, showing a mix of frustration and curiosity. Lin casually chats on the phone, confidently stating that he will handle everything smoothly. He stands atop the beast's hand, surveying the area around him. Lin is standing confidently, seemingly waiting for something or contemplating his next move as sounds of notifications appear. Lin checks his phone and sees several news updates about the Abyssal Island expedition's progress. Lin looks serious and focused after reading the notifications, trying to make sense of what he just saw. Lin presses on one of the notifications with determination, clearly eager to dive into the details. Lin shouts in frustration, exclaiming that the news reports are all nonsense or misleading. The article mentions that a giant ape monster is suspected of using its abilities to infiltrate Abyssal Island, prompting the Strategic Bureau to investigate. The article praises Lin, titled The Hero's Son, for successfully repelling the ape monster and defending Abyssal Island. Zhu asks Lin about the situation, and Lin explains that his teacher called him to attend a recognition ceremony. Lin sarcastically remarks about the exaggerated stories in the news about his so-called heroic deeds. Lin gets frustrated, exclaiming that the news is blatantly fake and questions how he should respond to it. Zhu teasingly remarks that Lin, titled The Hero's Son, finally has the recognition he once dreamed of, hinting at his recent accomplishments. Lin, standing beside the beast, passionately argues that he only wants to restore his father's honor, not gain undeserved fame. He points out the injustice of the news framing the ape as a villain despite its contributions. Zhu looks annoyed at Lin's reaction, and the two seem to have a tense exchange. Naval ships approach the shore to retrieve Lin and Zhu, signaling relief as their situation appears to be resolved. Lin questions the approaching officers about the false information in the news, demanding accountability from the Strategic Bureau. The man with the eye patch argues that correcting the information is impossible since the Strategic Bureau itself released it. He questions how else the story could be told. A terrifying monster infected by parasitic creatures is shown, surrounded by mysterious hydra-like beasts. A powerful figure emerges amidst intense water currents, seemingly ready for battle, suggesting the stakes are escalating near Tianhai City. Lin appears deep in thought, processing the information with a stern and conflicted expression. Zhu reassures Lin that the current news narrative works in his favor, implying he should not oppose it. Lin counters, pointing out that the narrative unfairly paints the ape monster as a villain, which frustrates him. Zhu dismisses Lin's concerns, suggesting it doesn't matter as long as the story benefits him, while the giant ape monster silently observes in the background. Lin smirks slightly, likely indicating he has a plan or a clever idea about how to proceed. A boat approaches the shore, with someone aboard yelling to warn Lin and Zhu about an important matter, leaving them surprised. Lin sits nervously while a muscular man explains something about the dangerous situation on the island. He questions why Lin's father sent him here. The muscular man with an eye patch asks Lin if he wants to try something, showing a cunning expression. Chen Hu looks frustrated, sitting on the boat with his thoughts seemingly preoccupied. The muscular man tells Lin that although everything was initially taken away, in the end all credit was handed to Lin. Lin listens with a serious expression. Lin questions the man angrily, asking why he is bringing up these things. A crew member offers the man a bottle of water and mentions having an attachment to the eggs they've been protecting for years. The man explains the critical situation on the island and how someone started the rescue mission to save their group. He hands Lin a water bottle. A winged creature holding a purple creature mentions having a single reason to survive, hinting at determination. Lin waves happily, promising that he will return safely. The building shown is a prestigious school, likely highlighted as the top school in the area. A man sits at a desk, talking on the phone, while another man in uniform politely listens. The man on the phone boasts about how he mentored someone, claiming their success is due to his guidance. The man in glasses is speaking to someone on the phone and seems to be discussing education or student development. The man on the phone expresses pride and hopes that more excellent students like Lin will be trained. The phone is hung up with a click. The man with blue hair relaxes in a chair and brings up Lin in the conversation, showing interest in him. The man with blue hair questions if Lin has awakened any special abilities, seeming skeptical. The man in glasses explains Lin's academic excellence and achievements, but confirms that Lin has no special abilities, with combat power being 0. The man questions how someone like Lin could still stand out so much, despite the lack of abilities. The man in glasses mentions Lin's connection with Su Ling Qin, and hints at their close relationship. The man laughs, realizing this could be Lin's chance to gain fame, but also sees it as a potential headache. Sayuta says the man in glasses suggests contacting media outlets to correct false information regarding Lin. The man gives orders to deliver instructions to Lin, ensuring he speaks as directed at the meeting. The view of a tall building identified as the headquarters of a major organization. Someone reassures they'll handle things on time. A man named Li Taigu, the chairman, expresses frustration while handling his work. Li Taigu discusses the situation with a woman, identifying the issue as someone named Chen. Li Taigu explains that the current event requires the combined efforts of 3 major organizations for success. Li Taigu expresses his desire for the celebration to be more grand, and hints at wanting personal involvement. The woman provides a recording related to Su Ling Qin, likely containing important information. Li Taigu dismisses the recording as unimportant and speculates about Chen's intentions in dealing with a tricky opponent. A powerful figure is revealed, likely Chen's target, as Li Taigu discusses potential alliances to manage the situation. Li Taigu emphasizes the urgency of understanding the identity of a person who is hard to confront directly. The woman recalls receiving an important order earlier that morning. The woman reveals that Lin has been appointed as the person in charge of an important mission, with the order signed by a high-ranking official. Li Taigu is shocked and exclaims the name Joji upon learning this new information. After the return of spirit energy, the world splits living beings into 2 categories. Humans convert spirit energy into abilities, while beasts evolve into powerful creatures using spirit energy. Awakened individuals develop special abilities, like attack, defense, or tracking, to combat these creatures. A mysterious individual wields an old weapon, regretting something. This man, with great strength, declares these human abilities as symbols of light, but criticizes using them against other humans. He explains his weapon doesn't use energy crystals, avoiding spirit energy reactions, making it unique. The man aims his weapon from above, targeting someone or something on the street below. The team discusses the unexpected appearance of a strong beast in an E-level area, finding the situation unusual. One member finds the day suspicious, noting that a person without abilities shouldn't have survived such a dangerous encounter. The man with an eye patch remarks that strange events keep happening. He states they need to investigate these mysterious events thoroughly upon returning. A bullet strikes the wheel of a vehicle, causing damage. The vehicle flips due to the sudden attack, showing chaos on the street. The driver panics and struggles to control the situation. A collision occurs between the flipped vehicle and another truck. The overturned truck crashes near a massive beast lying on the road. Smoke and debris cloud the area, indicating heavy destruction. A pair of injured hands emerge from the wreckage, hinting at a survivor. A heavily injured but muscular man exits the damaged vehicle, determined to fight. The eye-patch man angrily questions who dared to attack their organization. Bullets are fired rapidly, showing an intense attack. Muscular man is hit by a mysterious power, his body seemingly disintegrating or being overwhelmed. A shadowy figure with wings looms behind the injured man, adding a sense of danger. The eye-patch man reacts in shock, recognizing the figure as someone significant. The shadowy figure is revealed to be a man with massive black wings, part of a beast team. The winged figure grabs the eye-patch man by the neck, demonstrating dominance. The winged man taunts the eye-patch man, explaining that his powers are the result of their beast team experiments, implying betrayal or revenge. The winged figure violently throws the injured man away, showcasing immense power. The bird-like remarks about savoring an intense feeling it hasn't experienced in a long time, and it notes that the energy crystals from humans are much more appealing than those from beasts. The injured man lies on the ground as the winged figure mocks his lack of investigative abilities. The winged figure shows a recording on a phone asking what the man will say about this evidence during the ceremony. The recording highlights that monsters are considered humanity's greatest enemy. The winged figure flies away, stating that these truths are fundamental to the world. The phone is shown shattered on the ground, possibly symbolizing a loss of control or communication. A bloodied driver appears determined, preparing for what seems to be a significant confrontation. A person lies injured on the ground near a vehicle, with the text mentioning 3 days. The situation seems critical. A night view of a city street, with people walking and tall buildings visible in the background, The atmosphere appears calm. A man enthusiastically orders a large amount of food and drinks, suggesting he's having a lively time. Someone places a beer bottle on the table in front of the man, surprising him. His expression shows mild shock. A Sioux, possibly the shop owner, confronts the group, looking annoyed and questioning their behavior. The man smugly drinks from his beer bottle while making a confident remark, showing his laid-back attitude. A tense moment as a hand slams onto the table, implying a shift in the mood or an impending conflict. The group of men look startled, likely due to the woman's action or words. They seem caught off guard. The Sioux firmly grabs one of the men's hands, clearly asserting control and demanding respect, while he reacts nervously. The Sioux smiles politely and apologizes to the customer while cleaning up the table, showcasing her professional attitude. The Sioux talks to two men sitting at a table outside her shop. She mentions someone who left after taking a phone call. A hand points towards an elderly woman sitting at another table, suggesting she is a regular customer. The elderly Sioux enjoys her meal calmly while one of the characters demands to leave quickly, showing a contrast in urgency. The man argues with the Sioux about being called over and told to leave, creating a humorous or tense exchange. The elderly Sioux apologizes to the younger woman, admitting she misjudged the time and wants to settle her bill. The younger Sioux reassures the elderly customer with a warm smile and offers to fetch her phone, maintaining a polite demeanor. A phone rings on the table, indicating an incoming call, possibly signaling a plot development. The Sioux looks at the ringing phone and wonders why the caller, named Chen Hu, is trying to contact her. A Chen Hu tied to a chair frantically yells, urging someone to run away, regardless of where they are, says mathematical illustrator Kim Bailing on the YouTube channel, YouTube description below. The Sioux answers a phone call, sounding annoyed and asking if the caller has had too much to drink. A terrifying, purple, monstrous frog with bulging eyes appears, creating a sense of danger. A Chen Hu warns the Sioux to escape, explaining that the creature is an assassin frog from a dangerous beast squad. The frog begins glowing ominously, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. The frog explodes in a fiery burst, causing destruction in its surroundings. A massive, armored beast resembling a gorilla appears, towering over its surroundings and looking menacing. The Sioux is shown crawling through rubble, urgently instructing someone to find Lin Shu and stop him from attending an event. A high-tech door is shown, and someone is complaining about waiting 17 years and spending a fortune on research, only to end up with these results. A man with two bear-like companions angrily points at the screen, expressing frustration over the outcome. The same angry man appears on a holographic screen. A seated man comments that his actions are making things difficult for the council. A mustachioed man smirks while thinking that certain enemies might have stolen valuable research information in advance. A holographic figure discusses a problematic situation, revealing that someone named Lin Shu is involved and is a significant figure's son. The holographic council discusses a critical issue. They suspect that a boy could find a secret island's entrance within 2 months. They declare they can't let this happen. A seated man confidently states that the matter has already been arranged, and he can retrieve the island's secrets from the boy in a week. A projector displays a bright holographic message apologizing to the angry man, possibly signaling a rejection or refusal. A council meeting scene reveals their deep concern about upcoming disasters and the consequences of not uncovering the secret before it's too late. A holographic figure explains they must take extreme measures, hoping the angry man and his group understand the situation. A holographic man smiles, saying they've sent the 7 sins to ensure everything is resolved quickly. A large horned beast is shown swimming, carrying a figure on its back, possibly indicating immense power or control. A meeting shows a woman with white hair and colorful earrings appearing on a screen, greeting an old acquaintance. The woman mentions it has been 60 years since their last meeting and describes herself as a half-blood to someone without awakening abilities. The mustachioed man promises to prepare a grand welcome for someone in a city called Tianhai. The holographic man concludes, wishing the other person success in claiming the island. The final shot depicts the futuristic council table and chairs, with holographic projections and one central figure seated. A man reassures everyone, acknowledging the need to act in extraordinary times. A close-up of the mustachioed man, determined and suggesting the use of extreme methods. Someone introduces themselves as Kong Qiang while making a gesture. The mustachioed man, seated and holding a cup, asks for help to capture someone. A person with Yuta reacts sharply, questioning who they need to capture. The mustachioed man, smiling, mentions Shu Tianshai's daughter while sipping coffee. He elaborates further, identifying the target as Su Lingxing, from a certain organization and emphasizes she must be captured alive. A door creaks open slightly, indicating someone is eavesdropping. The individual reacts aggressively, asking, "Who's there?" Chen Hu is shown spying from behind the door, looking shocked and concerned. Chen Hu realizes he's been discovered and runs, thinking this is not something he should have overheard. Chen Hu panics and cries, worrying about his father capturing Su Lingxin and whether he should wake her up. The individual looks concerned, and the mustachioed man says not to chase, implying it was Chen Hu. The mustachioed man slides a paper across the table, saying, "Take this." He instructs the person to deliver the list to someone named Ge Huangchuan. The person reacts with surprise. The person, reluctant but resigned, exclaims, "Understood," while gripping the paper tightly. The list mentions various teams, and the individual wonders if deploying the Crazy Beast team is really necessary. A nighttime view of a bustling market area, possibly indicating the next mission's location. Two figures observe from a rooftop, mentioning they've been waiting for 3 hours. The individual holds a flask of green liquid with creatures inside, expressing disgust and questioning its necessity. The mustachioed man warns the pink and blue-haired individual to avoid any disruptions before the awards ceremony. The green liquid is poured out cautiously, releasing small creatures onto the ground. The small creatures grow rapidly, transforming into large, purple, amphibian-like monsters. The monsters fully transform, now resembling giant mutated frogs with menacing appearances. The individual commands the creatures, pointing them toward a target, threatening immediate action upon hearing a loud explosion. A massive explosion occurs in the background, signaling the start of chaos, with the individual taking command. The mutated monsters leap into action, following the orders of their handler with explosive energy. A devastating explosion unfolds, indicating the monsters' destructive capabilities and the chaos they unleash. A new figure, resembling a beastly warrior, appears amidst the destruction, roaring fiercely. The individual looks shocked and exclaims, seemingly recognizing the appearance of this new enemy. The massive figure's lower body dominates the scene, surrounded by rubble and fire, with creatures preparing to strike. A beastly character roars with intense fury, showing sharp fangs and glowing eyes, signaling a fearsome presence. The beast is alerted, and someone yells, "Quick, notify Lin Shu!" amidst the fiery destruction. The beast leaps away while someone warns it to stay safe, highlighting the chaotic battlefield. The individual shouts, "Now!" with intense focus, commanding action. The mutated creatures charge toward their target, with someone reacting in surprise at the incoming attack. Sue's close-up shows her intense determination, standing amidst explosions and chaos. Blood splatters across the ground, indicating a deadly and violent attack. The mutated creatures deliver a powerful strike, electricity surging as they overwhelm their opponent. Monsters with muscular bodies are charging forward aggressively. The monsters are pierced by sharp golden spikes, stopping their attack. A spiked golden shield or weapon is shown, glowing with power. Sue uses the golden shield, surrounded by its powerful energy. A girl angrily shouts, showing her frustration. Sue kneels down beside someone injured and asks if they're okay. The girl smirks with a dangerous weapon in her hand. The girl throws sharp, electrified blades from a distance. Sue blocks the attack with her golden shield, protecting herself and others. Sue speaks confidently while her golden weapon glows with lightning energy. The girl observes the destruction and complains about unexpected interference. Sue stands firm, asking if someone dared to catch her, holding glowing chains. Sue wields a large glowing hammer charged with electricity, ready to attack. A man watches Sue from behind, commenting on the weapon's power despite missing certain enhancements. The girl taunts Sue, sarcastically questioning the strength of her weapon. The girl launches a flurry of sharp, electrified projectiles with a smirk. Sue blocks the projectiles with her golden shield in a high-speed clash. The shield absorbs and deflects the intense barrage of attacks, creating a burst of energy. The girl angrily realizes Sue's golden weapon can freely change shape. Sue stands confidently with her weapon, prepared to counter the girl's abilities. Sue smirks, taunting her opponent for staying silent. Sue aggressively poses with her hammer, ready to strike. A powerful golden energy beam shoots toward the opponent, causing massive destruction. The girl looks shocked and accuses Sue's golden weapon of breaking the rules. Sue, unbothered, asks sarcastically if the opponent is scared. Sue shouts, realizing something unexpected is happening. A monstrous wolf wolf charges at Su while she prepares to defend with her golden weapon. Su releases a powerful golden strike, overwhelming her opponent. The energy creates a massive explosion, cracking the ground. Su moves at incredible speed, charging toward her enemy with precision. Su targets the wolf with a glowing golden attack, shouting confidently. Su uses golden tendrils to strike her opponent in a burst of energy. The tendrils cause a massive impact, shaking the surroundings with intense force. Su scans the aftermath, wondering if her opponent disappeared. The wolf prepares a counterattack with glowing red eyes, appearing fierce. Su is caught mid-action by the wolf, resulting in a dramatic clash. Su screams in pain as the wolf attacks her, leaving her injured. The wolf throws Su over its shoulder and walks away victoriously. The wolf carries Su, declaring that the target has been captured. The girl reacts with relief, commenting on the wolf's capability. The wolf discusses handling remaining threats as the girl approaches. The wolf expresses frustration, claiming that attacking Su wasn't its original mission. The girl watches as flames erupt nearby, calling the wolf a nuisance. A survivor crawls out of the rubble, coughing amidst the destruction. The girl confidently approaches the survivor, preparing to confront them. The girl grabs the survivor's hair, demanding answers. She declares that all witnesses to the incident must be eliminated on orders. She sinisterly emphasizes targeting those aided by the giant beast. Blood and destruction are shown, hinting at a violent outcome. The wolf carries Su while the girl asks about the escaped giant beast. The girl explains capturing the beast is important, but secondary to spreading fear. A cityscape view emphasizes their goal to ensure the residents remember the monster's terror. Someone is discussing Lin Long's peak strength, wondering how powerful he was. They ask who is stronger between Lin Long and the current bureau chief. He responds dismissively, calling the conversation boring. He implies that if Lin Long were at his peak, things would be different. The blonde man acknowledges that Lin Long was likely stronger. They are amused by the bureau chief's straightforward answer, expecting him to be more arrogant. He compares arrogance to a chicken thinking it's bigger than an eagle. He recalls awakening his special ability using a dragon heart. A speech declares that fighting monsters is the duty of awakened ones. The protagonist transitions from logistics to the battle unit, taking on the responsibility of defending their homeland. He is happy to have finally become an awakened one, and dreams of standing in a higher position. He once idolized the powerful bureau chief Zhou and wanted to work under him. He excitedly calls out to him. He expresses admiration for Zhou and offers to serve him. He remembers that the blonde man recently transferred from the logistics team. He points out that most people awaken their powers at 18 and questions if the blonde man understands the significance. He compares awakening at 27 to failing in school repeatedly. Zhou coldly tells him that rushing to the front lines would only mean death, so he is better off staying behind. He apologizes for wasting Zhou's precious time. He appears confident and places a hand on the blonde man's shoulder. He asks, "Who are you?" He says he is Lin Longzun from the Tianhai City Bureau and asks if the blonde man wants to work for him. The blonde man later realizes that Lin Longzun is a well-known figure, just like Zhou. It says not qualified, confirming Zhou's judgment. He mocks the blonde man, saying he lacks the talent to control energy properly. He demands to know why Lin Longzun even recruited him. He comments that the blonde man is loud and passionate. He realizes that Lin Longzun may not have taken him seriously at all. He jokingly says that presence is also important in battle. He asks why presence is important in a fight. He says the blonde man fails in combat tests because he focuses too much on his own energy. He advises focusing on the power of the punch rather than energy control. He channels blue energy into his fist. His attack destroys a distant building. He is in complete disbelief at the power of the punch. He says, "This is how you punch." He realizes Lin Longzun just destroyed the combat test center. Someone calls out Lin Longzun's name. A furious man chases after them. He unleashes a powerful punch, causing an explosion. It strikes with overwhelming force. It towers over everything, looking menacing. He looks powerful and ready for battle. He moves with incredible speed. The monster is hit with immense force. He unleashes all his power in a full-force attack. A powerful attack has destroyed part of a structure. Thick smoke and rubble fill the air as the impact settles. They comment that even at his peak, Lin Longzun didn't have such overwhelming power. He dismisses the statement, saying that Lin Longzun was a traitor at the time. Smoke surrounds them, creating an intense atmosphere. They prepare to summon something powerful. He asks the jester what they are planning. They reveal that they are following orders to capture a mutated dragon alive. A man with a mustache looks angry and frustrated, asking why. A small creature is inside a green liquid-filled flask being genetically cultivated. The creature, now larger, is kept in a cage. It has never eaten or reacted since birth. The creature suddenly wakes up, its giant eye opening wide. The creature goes berserk, roaring in rage. A person with a sinister smile mockingly asks, "Can you guess why?" The mustache man smirks and questions if Lin Xiu is the reason behind everything. The jester-like figure and the mustached man confront each other in a large, industrial-looking room. The jester uses some kind of ability, manipulating a massive, red, pulsating creature. The mustached man stands before the creature, seemingly confident and unaffected. A close-up of the mustached man's face, showing a sudden reaction. A mustached man sees powerful warriors glowing with energy. He questions if what he's seeing is real. The jester figure says that although he doesn't know how it happened, spiritual energy and blood don't lie. The mustached man transforms into a massive beast, confronting the jester. The jester smirks, confidently, seemingly unfazed. The transformed beast looms over the jester with glowing red eyes. The beast smashes the ground, accusing the jester of tricking him into this transformation. A new demon-like creature appears, smiling menacingly. The jester warns that if the people see the mustached man like this, they will panic. The beast threatens that he holds someone's life in his hands and can take it any time. The jester smirks confidently, as if he's in control. The jester mocks the mustached man, surprised at his loyalty and emotions. The mustached man is shocked as the jester suggests he was tricked into eating the dragon's heart. The jester stands atop a large creature, hinting at eliminating witnesses. The jester smirks, reminding the mustached man that the human council has supported him for over 60 years. The mustached man, now back in his normal form, stands in a ruined battlefield as a massive creature watches. A tall, corporate-looking building is shown, possibly the headquarters of an organization. A crowd, including reporters and a blonde woman, gathers in front of the building. Lin checks his watch, waiting outside with a small red dragon-like creature. Lin complains that Sue and another teammate are late. Sue finally arrives, waving at Lin. Lin asks about their other teammate, but Sue is catching her breath. Sue explains that the other person is still stuck in traffic, so she came first. Sue suggests they go inside without waiting. Lin and Sue enter a large hall filled with people. They sit at a table, wondering when others will arrive. Lin notices that another teammate, in addition to the late one, is also missing. Lin wonders why they didn't bring the honey monkey with them. Sue explains that the report isn't favorable, so she used skewers to keep someone at home. The red dragon reacts excitedly upon hearing skewers. The dragon suddenly lunges at Sue, yelling for skewers. Lin struggles to hold back the dragon as it continues shouting for skewers. Sue glares at Lin, blaming him for spoiling the dragon's behavior. A formal event begins, and a man in a suit announces the start of the ceremony. The mustached man, Chen Bei Liang, is introduced as the head of the strategy bureau. A man with sunglasses, Wang Yuying, is introduced as the chairman of the Jianmu Alliance. A serious-looking man, Li Daiyu, is introduced as the chairman of the Daya Association. The ceremony announces the recognition of outstanding individuals from the Abyss Island mission. Lin sits at his seat with a serious expression while his red dragon companion looks unimpressed. Lin questions whether he really has to follow the scripted report, feeling guilty about misleading others. Sue advises him to take this opportunity to establish himself as a hero and gain control over Abyss Island. The announcer calls Lin to the stage, introducing him as a hero. The audience cheers as Lin prepares to step up. Lin awkwardly walks to the stage under the spotlight. He reaches the podium where the announcer welcomes him. Lin stands at the microphone, about to speak, but he looks hesitant. Lin confidently begins his speech, introducing himself to the audience. Lin suddenly widens his eyes in shock. He looks towards the entrance as the atmosphere in the hall shifts. A powerful, battle-worn figure with red and gold armor appears, the honey monkey, surprising Lin. Lin reveals that the island hasn't disappeared, but is floating in the air. Monkey explains that a giant beast used its power to make the island float. Monkey hesitates to interrupt Lin, who is speaking on stage. Lin excitedly raises his award while Monkey decides not to disturb him. Monkey realizes he has found the target. Monkey spots approaching soldiers and prepares for battle. A soldier commands to open fire. Monkey uses his power to stop the bullets mid-air. The commander orders her team to begin defense. The shielded soldiers form a defensive line, with the blue-hailed commander behind them. Monkey learns that a giant monkey guards the floating island, making entry difficult. Monkey recalls Lin's command not to harm humans. Monkey faces off against the approaching soldiers and the blue-haired commander. The commander spots a mysterious projectile moving quickly down the hallway. The commander angrily orders her troops to chase after it. Monkey sprints away at full speed, with the soldiers in pursuit. He realizes the giant monkey is extremely aggressive and hard to defeat. Monkey stops abruptly, realizing he's trapped with no way forward. Monkey is cornered as the soldiers advance. The commander demands to capture him before he reaches Lin. Monkey realizes he's blocked from reaching the hall. He notices an air vent as an escape route. The soldiers panic as the Beastman escapes through the vent. A soldier watches helplessly as he disappears into the ducts. Lin announces the defeat of the giant monkey and the return of the island. The monkey watches from above, planning his next move. The press conference begins as the Beastman observes from the shadows. A man questions why the beast wasn't simply killed. Lin looks nervous and unsure of how to respond. A group discusses how the situation wasn't part of the plan. Another man argues that keeping the beast alive is too risky. A muscular man tries to explain that there's a reason for their decision. The audience calls out to Director Chen for an explanation. The discussion escalates with people suspecting a conspiracy. Lin starts to wonder if Director Chen is plotting something. A man smirks, revealing that the beast has already entered the hall. Monkey watches from above as Lin and his ally confront the officials. Monkey is shocked by what he sees. Someone snaps their fingers, signaling an action. The crowd erupts in anger, shouting about a conspiracy. A man furiously demands to know why the beast wasn't killed. The man grabs Lin, demanding an explanation. The man prepares to punch Lin, demanding an answer. Monkey, alarmed, calls out Lin's name. Monkey leaps down, attacking to protect Lin. The mustached man smirks with a sinister expression. A massive fist smashes down, clashing with a red energy clawed attack. Monkey launches a powerful strike at his opponent. The mustached man stands amidst the destruction, revealing his monstrous arm. He dismisses the reasoning behind sparing the beast. He confidently declares his loyalty to eliminating threats. A group of mysterious men appears, looking serious. The crowd erupts, chanting for Director Chen. Security forces rush in as chaos unfolds in the hall. The Beastman towers over everyone, ready to fight. The commander coldly orders to open fire. Lin yells for them to stop, begging not to harm him. The mustached man questions Lin's interruption. An older man watches with a serious expression. Lin clenches his teeth in frustration. Lin calls out to his dragon, commanding it to act. The red dragon roars as it prepares to attack. People panic and flee as they see a monster approaching. The red dragon grows in size, terrifying everyone. The dragon leaps into the air as a man screams in shock. People realize there are now two monsters in the chaos. The commander orders the soldiers to surround the beast. A man suspects Lin is responsible for bringing the monsters. Lin's ally warns him not to act recklessly. Lin passionately defends the beast, calling it their friend. The mustached man smirks, questioning Lin's connection to the monsters. The man and a blonde guy angrily accuse Lin of being a traitor's son. Lin clenches his teeth in anger, glaring at his accusers. Lin shouts in frustration, demanding answers. Armed guards prepare to arrest Lin, accusing him of serious crimes. Su rushes towards Lin as the guards aim their weapons. Su swiftly disarms the enemy with a powerful strike. Su tosses a grenade to Lin, telling him to focus on something important. Lin looks shocked and shouts, "Thank you very much." A massive red dragon looms over the battlefield, preparing to attack. Lin yells in shock upon seeing the injured monkey. Soldiers prepare capture nets for the beast. Red Dragon is fired upon by multiple lasers. The dragon activates its spiked armor to defend itself. The dragon roars fiercely in response. Lin checks on the injured monkey, asking if it can still move. He quickly grabs a special item to help. A soldier is shocked as the beast is suddenly contained. Lin signals that the fight is over and they should leave. Lin tries to escape while guards chase after him. Lin dodges the capture hooks, clutching his bag tightly. The enemy shouts to stop Lin from escaping. Su realizes a critical weakness in the enemy's attack. Su launches a powerful strike at Fighter. Lin warns Su to stop fighting as they need to leave. A mysterious force pulls Su into another space. Su finds herself in an unfamiliar digital-like dimension. Lin, now masked, sees an emergency warning of an unknown invasion. The fighter charges a powerful punch, Lin gets hit, but the attack phases through him. The fighter is shocked by the unexpected result. Lin's transformed form allows instant teleportation. Lin escapes through the ceiling in his small form. The enemy orders the activation of a protective barrier. The barrier is deployed, attempting to trap Lin. A massive hole is left in the building from the escape. A high-ranking figure criticizes the failed response. The fighter reports their failure to capture Lin. The leader prioritizes checking for any injured people. The fighter commands the troops to take action. A subordinate kneels before the powerful leader, addressing him. The kneeling man expresses gratitude for being saved. He blames the organization's negligence for the crisis. The leader reveals that the crisis is linked to a newly appointed official. He declares his intention to investigate the island thoroughly. The crowd erupts in chants, demanding an investigation. A serious-looking man agrees to investigate the island. Another man with glasses also supports the decision. The blonde leader smirks, knowing this was his true goal. A winged woman laughs while playing with Lin's transformed creature. The creature suddenly glows with intense energy. The woman looks shocked as its form changes. She panics as Lin suddenly appears on top of her. Lin explains that he had wisely left an eye on the island. Lin reunites with his allies, revealing his identity. Lin informs the winged woman that they need to discuss their next steps. A knife suddenly pierces Lin's side, catching him off guard. Looks down in shock at the blade in his stomach. His eyes widen in disbelief at the unexpected betrayal. Sue appears with a grotesque transformation, revealing her sinister side. Sue's face is partially deformed, revealing a monstrous side with a sinister smile. She says, "My suggestion is," hinting at something dangerous. Sue has Lin in a tight hold, and she tells him, "Next, it's better if you die." Lin struggles, looking desperate. A red dragon and woman react with shock, possibly witnessing Lin's situation. The elf woman demands, "Let him go," while the dragon asks Lin if he's okay. Sue warns, "Step back, or I'll tear him apart." Her monstrous transformation intensifies. Sue mocks Lin, calling him powerless without his beast projection. An ordinary human without his monster projection has no abilities. She sarcastically asks, "Am I right, hero?" A mustached blonde man appears, restraining Lin with a snake-like appendage. He taunts, "Do you really think you can be a hero like your father?" Lin appears in pain. The elf woman is shocked, exclaiming Chen Li Liang, implying she knows or has history with the blonde man. The elf woman, enraged, leaps towards the blonde man, preparing to strike. A silhouette slashes through the air, cutting down an opponent in a dramatic red-lit scene. The elf woman looks alarmed, gritting her teeth as she reacts to something unexpected. The blonde man, Chen Li Liang, is seen on the ground with a shocked expression. Part of his body is mutated with tentacle-like growths. He exclaims, "Parasite?" Possibly referring to his own transformation. Sue, still holding Lin hostage, is suddenly struck by a devastating attack. Blood sprays as her upper body is nearly cut apart. The red dragon shouts, "Lin Xiu!" showing deep concern for Lin, who is now in danger. The dragon unleashes a massive red energy blast, aiming directly at the enemy. The attack lands with full force, sending shockwaves and knocking enemies away. The energy blast extends, completely engulfing the enemy, sending them flying through the air. The elf woman, looking frantic and furious, dives towards Lin, shouting, "Lin Xiu!" She is clearly desperate to reach him. Lin lies on the ground, bleeding heavily from his mouth and wounds, barely conscious. His condition looks critical. "I really can't accept this. In the end, am I just dying as a useless failure?" His despair shows that he feels powerless in his final moments. The elf woman, with tears and anger, shouts, "Don't talk nonsense. I won't let you die like this." She refuses to give up on him. The red dragon and another armored character assess the situation. One of them says, "There's emergency medical equipment there. They are rushing to find a way to heal him." The elf woman, the red dragon, and the armored warrior quickly move through a futuristic hallway, carrying Lin to safety. Someone urgently shouts. The scene shifts outside to a large building, possibly a hospital or headquarters, where emergency personnel and vehicles are present. In a large hall, an official meeting is being held with important-looking figures on stage. The atmosphere seems tense, as if they are discussing the recent crisis. Qin Liang, now in formal attire, sits confidently in the meeting. He says, "Tianai City will fully support the Bureau," but he adds a condition. A crowd of people in the meeting raises their fists and chants, "Investigate together." They are demanding an official inquiry into the recent events. A man has a serious expression, thinking, "It looks like this entire situation was planned in advance by that old fox, Chen Li Liang." Chen Li Liang smugly addresses another high-ranking leader, President Li. "What is the Great Feather Guild's decision?" President Li responds, "I fully support the investigation. However, this operation must receive approval from the Imperial City Bureau." A muscular man with glasses says, yes, the investigation can proceed, as long as the Imperial City Bureau agrees. A bald man and man shout angrily, why all this bureaucracy? How long will we have to wait for approval? Chen Li Liang, appearing calm and confident, says, I'll handle these bureaucratic matters myself. He positions himself as the decisive leader who will push things forward. A muscular, flamboyantly dressed man enters, calling out, Director Chen! His arrival might indicate new developments or additional support for Chen Li Liang. Chen Li Liang looks at an important document with a pleased expression, as if he has gained further control over the situation. Chen Li Liang declares, the document has been approved. The Imperial City and the Great Feather Guild have agreed to the investigation of Abyss Island. In 1 week, the operation to investigate Abyss Island will officially begin. His smug expression suggests that he has everything under control. Some people in the audience, including a man and a woman in suits, clap and smile. They seem to support Chen Li Liang's decision, either genuinely or because they are influenced by him. He tilts his head back with satisfaction, smirking as he takes in the moment. He believes he has successfully manipulated the situation to his advantage. So, Lin Shu is already dead. Now, I can immediately begin negotiations regarding the summoned beasts. As for Abyss Island's management, the Bureau can just hand it over to me. A ghostly dragon-like figure is seen in the clouds. It's unclear if this is symbolic or if someone powerful is watching. A pale-skinned, clown-like figure with red markings smirks and says, how boring. This time, that old sly fox actually made the right bet. The jester, sitting atop a massive demonic creature, says, I had hoped for a three-way power struggle between the Bureau, Tianai, and Abyss Island. That would have been entertaining. The jester then adds, but I never expected Zhou Ji from the Imperial Bureau to remain so patient. The figure sitting on top of a massive demonic beast says, let's go back. This suggests that he was merely observing and has no intention of interfering, for now. The massive creature carrying the jester vanishes into the sky, leaving the scene. The setting shifts to a futuristic cityscape with a tall skyscraper labeled Imperial City Countermeasure Bureau. A mysterious man in a white coat stands on a giant tree with a face which appears sentient. The tree remains silent, suggesting deep contemplation. The ancient tree asks, where are you going? Implying that the man in white is about to take action. The man with green streaks in his hair looks serious, thinking, I miscalculated. I wanted to trap Chen Li Liang, but I didn't expect him to turn the situation to his advantage. The tree responds, even so, you still agreed to let him investigate Abyss Island. The tree implies that the man still had to comply despite knowing Chen Li Liang's schemes. The man sighs, saying, I had no choice. The human council always underestimates the threat. The ancient tree asks, so are you planning to go to Abyss Island to help them? Suggesting a shift in the man's decisions. The man responds, no matter how ambitious Chen Li Liang is, I cannot openly stand against him. He then decides, right now, the only option is to find that person, as suggests he knows someone who might be able to counter Chen's growing influence. The scene transitions to a vast, isolated island surrounded by the ocean, with the text saying, only these summoned beasts. In the final panel, a cloaked figure leads a group, including Lin, a girl, and woman, through the dense jungle of Abyss Island. The setting shifts to a hidden and untouched jungle, filled with ancient creatures, including a giant beetle and a snake. A warrior is seen relaxing against a rock, eating purple berries while holding two in his hands. His large sword is planted beside him, suggesting he's a strong fighter but currently at ease. Suddenly, a massive black T-Rex-like creature roars, catching the warrior's attention. He looks up in surprise, confused by the sudden threat. Instead of panicking, the blonde warrior grins, saying, I thought I had already eaten all the food here, but finally one comes to me. He sees the giant dinosaur not as a threat, but as an opportunity. The T-Rex lets out a deafening roar, its eyes glowing red with rage. The dinosaur charges, causing the ground to crack and rocks to fly as it stomps forward. The warrior quickly dodges, preparing to counterattack. The dinosaur roars again and starts chasing the warrior through the jungle. The text suggests a dramatic pursuit. The blonde warrior, now in a chibi-style drawing, mocks the T-Rex, saying, blah blah, a roaring dinosaur can't even bite its prey. The warrior leaps over the dinosaur and delivers a powerful blow, striking its head and knocking it into the ground. The dinosaur looks completely dazed, its tongue sticking out and a large bump on its head. It appears to be dizzy from a previous attack. The blonde warrior, holding their sword, dashes forward with excitement, saying, this is a great chance to try the new sword technique I learned from my master. The warrior slashes at the dinosaur, delivering a devastating attack. The impact is so powerful that it sends the dinosaur flying backward. The attack is so intense that it causes a huge explosion upon impact, leaving a massive crater in the ground. The dinosaur lies on the ground completely motionless with its eyes white. It has been utterly defeated. The warrior stands next to the massive corpse, looking down at their victory with satisfaction. The warrior observes the destruction and remarks, "The power is much stronger than I expected. Even the mountain peak got destroyed." The warrior cheerfully holds up a piece of the dinosaur's tail and says, "Now I have some meat to eat," showing their carefree and humorous personality. The scene ends with a massive split in the mountain, emphasizing the sheer destructive force of the attack. Several pieces of meat are being roasted over an open fire, sizzling as they cook. A mysterious hooded figure stands on a cliff, overlooking a vast green forest with large rock formations. A figure with a hood speaks, seemingly surprised at someone's rapid progress. A girl responds sharply to the beast man, explaining the environment's effect on strength growth. The beast man glares aggressively, questioning why the girl followed him. The hooded beastman and the girl stand on a cliff, observing flying creatures, as he claims ownership of them. A girl joyfully rides one of the flying creatures, looking excited. The blonde girl grins with determination, showing enthusiasm for the situation. The man is shocked, seemingly reacting to the girl's unexpected actions. The girl charges forward and leaps into the air to attack the hooded beastman. The beastman easily catches her kick with his clawed hand, stopping her attack. The girl looks shocked and surprised that her attack was blocked so effortlessly. The beastman flicks his hand, sending the girl flying backward with force. The beastman taunts her, questioning why she isn't attacking anymore. The girl clenches her fists, looking frustrated but determined. She acknowledges that her sneaky attack failed and realizes she will have to find another way. The beastman scoffs, calling her a slippery trickster. The scene shifts, showing the girl standing far away as the fight continues. The beastman grabs the girl's chest mid-air, stopping her attack. He lifts her effortlessly with one hand while she looks shocked and calls out. The beastman glares down at her, mocking her for trying to reach his level. He swings his arm and throws her high into the air. The girl screams as she plummets down towards the forest. She crashes down with force, her sword stabbing into the ground. She sits up, holding her head in pain, frustrated about the rough landing. Looking up at the cliff, she sees the beast man standing there, seemingly unbothered. She gets up, confused, wondering why the situation suddenly feels serious. The beast man shouts, revealing that Lin Zhu has been assassinated. The girl angrily dismisses the claim, saying it's a ridiculous lie. The woman approaches, confirming the news and saying they received information. The girl looks at the letter in shock, questioning how this could have happened. The beast man moves forward as the girl reads, while the situation on the island is described as dire. The beast man offers to send her away from the secret realm using flying creatures. The girl bows and thanks him for his care over the years. She says she has one last request before leaving and hopes he will grant it. The beast man remains silent, seemingly contemplating her words. The girl bows and requests to meet Lin Longzun before leaving. She insists on hearing directly from him why he left Tianhai City 11 years ago. The first image shows a large, futuristic building with a dome on top, surrounded by a forest. This could be a high-tech facility, possibly a research lab or a secret base. The next image reveals a high-tech chamber with green glowing cylinders, suggesting an advanced scientific or medical experiment is taking place. Lin is seen inside a green, liquid-filled tank, possibly undergoing a healing or transformation process. His calm expression suggests he might be regaining his strength. A red, dragon-like creature, a small armored warrior, and a winged humanoid are looking at Lin inside the tank. The text suggests they are discussing something related to his condition. The scene shifts to a horned beast warrior talking to the winged woman. He seems to be explaining a past event, mentioning a plan to stop Lin from attending an important ceremony. The red dragon is furious, demanding why Lin wasn't informed earlier. His expression suggests frustration and urgency. The horned warrior, now visibly injured, explains that he received a distress signal and immediately tried to find Lin. The horned warrior is shown running through a heavily guarded area, suggesting a past escape or infiltration attempt. The red dragon now reflects on past events, realizing that something was off both on the way home and towards the ceremony, implying they were being watched or set up. The red dragon is deep in thought, realizing that everything was pre-planned by someone. The group, including the red dragon, the horned warrior, and the winged woman, stares at Lin in the healing chamber. The horned warrior asks, "Why?" indicating confusion over Lin's state. The horned warrior explains that the chaos at the event was orchestrated to ruin Lin's reputation and take advantage of the situation to eliminate him. The horned warrior asks what they should do about Lin now, as he is in a weakened state. Lin is seen unconscious in the healing tank, barely alive. The text mentions that he was attacked in his human form, making him weaker. She states that they have done everything they can to save Lin, but the situation is bad. The winged woman suggests that if the parasite inside Lin is still alive, there might be a way to save him. Lin's body is suddenly surrounded by dark, writhing tentacles, indicating the parasite inside him has awakened. The red dragon looks stunned and horrified as the transformation occurs. The final image shows the red dragon suddenly splitting into two, likely due to the influence of the parasite. The red dragon, along with the winged woman and the horned warrior, discusses the only possible solution to save Lin. They decide to take Lin out of the healing chamber to attempt a risky procedure. The red dragon suggests using his own tail's regenerative properties to heal Lin. However, the red dragon warns that his tail contains monster genes, which could potentially affect Lin's DNA. Since Lin is already near death, they decide to proceed despite the risks. The winged woman questions whether Lin's body can handle the monster genes, while the horned warrior expresses urgency, saying there's no time left. Lin is placed on an operating table and energy begins flowing into his body, causing a red glow. The final image shows Lin suddenly waking up, his face filled with pain and intensity, hinting at an unexpected reaction. The energy from the red dragon's genetic infusion surges through Lin, causing his body to convulse with glowing red energy. Lin's eyes snap open, glowing red with an intense, almost monstrous look, signaling that the experiment has triggered something unexpected. The scene transitions into a visual representation of Lin's DNA, showing it being altered as his body is seemingly being rewritten at a molecular level. The focus moves to a large battlefield where a massive crater has formed, indicating a powerful clash just occurred. Three characters stand on the edge of the crater, seemingly analyzing the situation, while one wields a sword, preparing for what's to come. A pack of terrifying monstrous creatures with glowing eyes surrounds an individual, ready to attack. The person facing the monsters is revealed to be Lin, now wearing a cloak. His transformation has left him alone in this confrontation. A group watches from a distance. A girl in green expresses concern, questioning why they aren't helping. The cloaked man and the woman coldly respond, telling the girl that if she wants to help, she should go herself. A powerful blue energy field suddenly bursts from the ground, creating a massive explosion of light. This suggests that something is either awakening or being unleashed. The three characters on the crater's edge, including woman and man, are taken aback as they look down at the energy explosion. The girl in green struggles against the force of the shockwave, covering her face as the powerful energy surge sweeps through the area. Lin stands at the bottom of the crater, surrounded by monstrous creatures. They appear even more intimidating as they prepare to attack. Despite the overwhelming odds, Lin seems unfazed, smirking slightly as he faces the monsters. She is shocked by Lin's reaction, possibly realizing he's confident about handling the situation. He advises the others not to come down, implying that the area is far too dangerous for them. Lin sternly tells them that he can't guarantee their safety if they get involved, showing that he acknowledges the true danger of what's happening. The monstrous creatures charge at Lin, unleashing a barrage of attacks.
A massive military fleet consisting of warships, helicopters, and fighter jets is advancing over the ocean, possibly preparing for an attack or a large-scale operation. A naval force is stationed, and a report is given that all combat personnel are in position, signaling that they are ready for action. A character with two-toned hair asks if they should begin the operation, showing eagerness to act. A close-up of a man with a mustache, saying, "Don't be so hasty," indicating he wants to proceed cautiously. The mustached man, likely in a position of authority, orders an official announcement of a search warrant, expecting cooperation from the people on the island. The character doubts the people on the island will comply with the search. The mustached man mentions that someone named Lin Ziyu will definitely not come out, emphasizing that they must be careful due to the island's significance. The mustached man holds a mysterious green container with a preserved creature inside, commenting that someone left behind something valuable. A close-up of a hand gripping something, possibly a weapon or device, suggesting that action is about to be taken. The character is in a dimly lit control room, looking at a screen, possibly planning an operation. The same character stands by a window overlooking an island, ordering two helicopters to fly there and announce a search order, demanding cooperation from the islanders. Two helicopters approach the lush, circular island with a strange rocky formation, indicating the mission is in motion. The helicopters issue a warning to the island's inhabitants, demanding they come out and comply with the investigation, stating that it's their only option. A helicopter pilot reacts with surprise, as if detecting something unexpected. The pilot sees unusual energy fluctuations on the radar, related to monster energy disappearing and reappearing. The pilot seems to recognize the location, hinting at something significant about it. The location is revealed as Zimu's laboratory, suggesting that the island houses an important and possibly dangerous scientific facility. The military is broadcasting a warning, demanding the people inside to cooperate with the investigation, saying it's their only option. Meanwhile, someone is strapped to a machine with red energy surrounding them. A winged woman with sharp features looks frustrated, saying that Lin Xiu is currently in an unknown life or death situation. A red dragon has given Lin Xiu its tail and then entered a deep sleep, possibly after transferring its energy or power. Another beast, resembling a powerful monkey warrior, is injured and unable to fight. Lin Xiu screams in pain as red energy surges through him. The winged woman stands over Lin Xiu, observing as he enters another wave of extreme pain. Lin Xiu's body is overwhelmed by red energy as strange words or chants appear, signaling some kind of transformation or awakening. A close-up shows red energy flowing between Lin Xiu and the winged woman. The winged woman realizes something alarming. If Lin Xiu cannot fully absorb the monster's genes, he will instead be taken over by them. A close-up of a winged figure with sharp claws, possibly showing a struggle or transformation. Lin Xiu has transformed into a monstrous red dragon-like form, roaring as red energy surges around him. A massive red energy beam shoots into the sky from Lin Xiu's body, shattering the surroundings. The powerful red energy expands, causing destruction and shaking the entire area. A helicopter pilot orders the people inside to surrender and cooperate with the investigation, but then notices something shocking. The red energy explosion is visible from the sky, affecting the area where the laboratory is located. The laboratory is engulfed by a massive pillar of red energy, shattering windows and buildings. The energy blast shoots into the sky, affecting helicopters and possibly military forces. The red energy engulfs everything, and someone screams in shock, asking what is happening. The control room reports that contact with the helicopters has been lost, and the character is visibly frustrated. The same character observes an explosion on a screen and realizes that the red monster near Lin Xiu has dared to challenge their strategy. The character angrily orders an attack on the underground research lab, indicating they see it as the key location. Battleships fire multiple missiles into the air, targeting the island. The missiles fly toward the island, heading for the research facility. The missiles approach the building, aiming for a direct hit. A strange energy surrounds the missiles, possibly disrupting their trajectory. The missiles explode before reaching their target, seemingly intercepted by an unknown force. A shocked crew member reports that all their machines have lost function, indicating some kind of energy disruption. The character is in shock, exclaiming, "What is happening?" The same character struggles to maintain balance as the surroundings shake violently, indicating a powerful force at work. A large warship is suddenly tilting or sinking into the ocean, and someone shouts, "What's going on?" The character sees a massive creature on the screen with glowing eyes, possibly realizing the source of the disruption. A giant warrior-like beast, despite being injured, declares that it will not let the enemy set foot on the island and prepares to fight. Qiuyun stands in the ocean, surrounded by warships and missiles, ready to fight. Qiuyun grips a battleship like a toy, declaring an end to the battle. A muscular opponent with Lai Yi to challenge Qiuyun. A close-up of Qiuyun lifting the ship, showing his overwhelming strength. Helicopters approach as Qiuyun lifts the battleship, undeterred by the military. Qiuyun remains on his dark cloud, dodging attacks from all directions. An explosion erupts as a helicopter is taken down in the chaos. Qiuyun roars, showing his immense power and determination. Mysterious black energy spheres appear, signaling an even greater attack. A massive gravitational anomaly appears, pulling helicopters and jets into its vortex. Helicopters drop explosive barrels towards the battlefield. Kyuhyun, with glowing eyes, charges forward in rage. The barrels land in the ocean, surrounding the ships with potential danger. Fighter jets unleash a barrage of bullets and missiles. Kyuhyun stands firm, countering the attacks with his dark energy spheres. Kyuhyun leaps, dodging explosions as he counters the aerial assault. Kyuhyun, battle ready, declares that this fight is far from over. Kyuhyun enters a more powerful form, surrounded by a massive gravitational vortex. The black energy absorbs fighter jets, pulling them into the vortex. A massive, spear-like weapon is launched toward Kyuhyun. The weapon crackles with energy as it speeds toward its target. The spear is fully released, heading straight for Kyuhyun. Lai rides the spear, ready to engage in battle. Lai smirks, declaring that Kyuhyun cannot escape now. Kyuhyun challenges Lai, boasting about his power. A massive explosion erupts as the attack collides with the battlefield. Lai mocks Kyuhyun, taunting him about his weakening power. Lai's attack lands, piercing Kyuhyun with an electrified spear. Blood splatters as the impact creates a serious wound. Kyuhyun removes the spear, showing that it barely affects him. Kyuhyun prepares to crush Lai with a massive punch. The impact shakes the battlefield, cracking the ground. Lin is seen unconscious in a destroyed lab. Someone calls for him to wake up. Lin's eyes start to open, hinting at his awakening. Lin wakes up in shock, realizing the situation. A winged woman checks on Lin, worried about his condition. She advises Lin to adjust himself as he recovers. Lin, now awake, mentions that Yanlong should be awakening soon. A massive red dragon appears in the lab. Lin and the winged woman face the awakening beast. Lin suddenly kicks the winged woman away. She crashes onto the ground, shocked by his sudden aggression. She pleads that she won't harm the dragon. Lin silently walks away, seemingly emotionless. Lin's eyes glow red as he charges forward, his energy surging. He lands a devastating punch on the massive red dragon. Lin roars in fury, his transformation seemingly complete. Lin wakes up in an unfamiliar city, confused about where he is and what happened. He looks around, feeling lost and disoriented, trying to figure out his situation. Lin recalls being stabbed in the back on the Arctic island by a disguised enemy. Sue appears with a sinister look, possibly hiding dangerous intentions. A mysterious man is shown in a healing chamber, possibly recovering from injuries. Lin realizes this place is neither the Arctic island nor Chanhai City, making him even more confused. Lin comments on someone acting childish, possibly mocking them. Lin sees a group of people bullying someone and demanding something back. Lin is shocked to recognize his father, showing deep emotions. Lin shouts in anger, demanding to know what they are doing. He pulls out a streetlight pole, shocking the bullies. The bullies panic and call him a monster, scared of his strength. Lin realizes this place is before the dragon invasion, meaning he might have traveled back in time. Lin reassures a frightened person, telling them the danger is gone. He smiles warmly, showing kindness. The rescued person looks up in shock, possibly recognizing Lin. Lin extends his hand, and the other person hesitantly accepts, marking a moment of trust. Lin suggests they leave quickly, as staying there might be dangerous. Lin reassures that he put the streetlight back, trying to act innocent. They visit a small shop and buy something, showing a calmer moment. The other boy thanks Lin and offers him an ice pop as a gesture of gratitude. Lin is surprised but accepts the ice pop, showing a rare, friendly moment. Lin stares at the other boy, possibly recognizing something about him. The boy notices Lin staring and asks if something is wrong with his face. Lin asks why people mistreated him, showing concern. The boy responds by showing a mysterious box, hinting at something important. A piece of paper falls to the ground, possibly something important. Lin picks up the paper and realizes something dropped out. The letter is from a father to his son, apologizing for missing his birthday and encouraging him to be strong like his favorite monster character. Lin is surprised to learn the father was once weak and sick, making him reflect. The boy takes out a small black monster figure from the box. He happily shows it to Lin, saying it's the thing he was talking about. The boy explains that his father always sent him one of these whenever he worked away from home. Lin recognizes the toy as a representation of a powerful dragon-like creature. Suddenly, a speeding truck appears, possibly leading to a dangerous moment. Lin shouts at the boy to move aside as the truck rushes towards them. The truck gets closer, and both seem frozen in shock. Lin stops the truck with his bare hand, causing metal and debris to fly. The impact is massive, but Lin stands strong against the truck. He asks if the boy is okay, showing his concern. Lin suddenly looks shocked, as if sensing something else coming. He urgently tells the boy to run, realizing there's more danger ahead. The boy seems confused, not realizing the incoming threat. The ground suddenly collapses, and Lin reaches out to save him. Lin and the boy fall into the abyss, desperately reaching for each other. They plummet further, and massive jaws seem to be waiting below. A strange portal filled with floating clocks appears, possibly indicating time travel. Lin is shocked as he finds himself inside the portal. He lands in a dark, mysterious space, wondering what's happening. He hears a deep, eerie growl echoing through the void. Lin wonders where the sound is coming from, feeling uneasy. A massive skeletal beast covered in blue flames emerges. Lin realizes the growl is coming from the monster and questions what it is. The massive dragon-like creature growls, glowing with blue flames. Lin is shocked, realizing the giant dragon is still alive. The skeletal dragon fully reveals itself, towering over Lin. The creature opens its massive jaws, seemingly preparing to attack. Its enormous golden eye stares at Lin, declaring that he is the first person to reach this place in millions of years. The eye speaks, saying that in billions of years, Lin is the second person to arrive here. Lin is surprised and exclaims, "The second one," realizing someone else has been here before him. A man, possibly the first person, stands in front of the massive eye, radiating a golden aura. Lin, now surrounded by energy, starts thinking about who the first person could be. The mysterious figure, glowing with golden energy, is revealed to be Lin's father, shocking him completely. A massive, eerie entity with a glowing eye speaks, recognizing Lin's arrival. The giant eye stares down, surrounded by an ominous aura. A colossal stone-like creature awakens, radiating blue energy. Lin senses an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. A massive eye opens, filling the space with its immense presence. A flashback reveals that the planet was once filled with dense spiritual energy. The land thrived with rich energy before disaster struck. An asteroid crashes into the planet, causing catastrophic destruction. The impact shatters the Earth's spiritual network, severing its energy flow. The environment has become a barren desert, and all plants and animals that relied on spiritual energy have died. Amid the despair, a single large beast continues to struggle, refusing to give up. The beast desperately digs into the ground, hoping to find something beneath. Other creatures watch, wondering if Dragon Ancestor is still digging. They believe that if they keep digging deeper, they might find spiritual energy underground. They are unsure if they can last long enough to reach it. A smaller creature urges them to dig faster, warning that everyone will die if they fail. As they dig, a terrifying one-eyed creature emerges, possibly holding the key to survival or danger. The struggling creatures are near their limit, feeling like they can't hold on any longer. The one-eyed creature is crying and shouting, urging everyone to dig faster, or else they will all die. The exhausted animals call out to Dragon Ancestor, realizing how dire their situation is. The one-eyed creature believes that just a little more digging might reveal something that could save them. It yells in frustration, wondering why they still haven't found anything. The animals recognize the dragon ancestors' desperate cries, realizing the seriousness of the situation. One of the creatures urges everyone to stop waiting and take action, knowing they will die anyway. The struggle continues, and they don't know how much longer they've been digging. Suddenly, the one-eyed creature's claw strikes something solid. A glowing blue energy emerges from the ground, hinting that they may have finally found the spiritual energy they were searching for. A mysterious glowing blue energy emerges from the ground, signaling that they have finally found something significant. The one-eyed creature, with tears of relief, declares, "We finally succeeded." As the energy spreads, it reveals a vast underground area filled with bones, suggesting something ominous. The large beast roars in frustration, questioning what they have been digging for all this time. The one-eyed creature's face is covered in blood, indicating extreme struggle, but its eye is still focused on the goal. The glowing energy continues to spread, surrounding the large beast, possibly transforming or empowering it. The energy reaches an ancient skeleton, possibly reviving something from the past. Above the desert, a single tree sprouts, infused with the same glowing energy, symbolizing hope and renewal. The planet, once barren, is now glowing with energy, indicating that life has been restored. Lin is surrounded by energy, seemingly understanding the gravity of what just happened. A powerful man, possibly Lin's father, appears in front of the giant eye, hinting at his involvement in the world's fate. Lin is shocked to realize that his father intends to expand the Earth's abyss, possibly bringing destruction. He shouts "No" as he tries to stop what's about to happen. The mysterious figure attempts to shut everything down, sealing whatever lies beyond. He asks why everything is being closed off. The giant eye reveals that in the world where the man Lin's father lived, there was never any spiritual energy. Lin is in disbelief, realizing that the existence of spiritual energy itself might have been an anomaly. Lin realizes that his father comes from another world where there is no spiritual energy. A visual representation shows that when the abyss was opened and spiritual energy leaked out, another world split from it. In the world without spiritual energy, there is no inequality, and people can live a fairer and happier life. He recalls all the people he has encountered, trying to make sense of what this means. The eye refuses to give up on the spiritual energy it fought so hard to obtain. Lin decides to make a bet with the eye, believing that the fate of this world should be decided by those who were born in it. A giant monster opens its mouth wide, ready to attack. Tian looks shocked and realizes the creature is too strong for her to fight. A man grabs Tian and lifts her away from danger. He clenches his fists, preparing to strike. He unleashes a powerful energy attack at the monster. The monster gets hit and is sent flying backward. Tian crashes to the ground after being thrown aside. Despite the rough landing, she looks excited and amazed. The man scolds her for not being careful. Tian sits on the ground while the white-haired man stands over her, seemingly scolding her. Tian, amazed, grabs his hand and asks if he always fights at such a high level. The man smirks and says this is nothing compared to what's coming next. He taunts Tian, asking if she dares to continue. Tian confidently clenches her fists and says she wouldn't be here if she was afraid. A giant creature appears, with multiple beasts attacking. They discover massive ancient bones, realizing they're in the remains of an incredibly old monster. Tian and the man move along a massive skeleton, discussing ancient energy hidden within. They jump down into a lower area, uncovering more of the remains. Suddenly, glowing red eyes emerge from the dust monsters are approaching. Tian, confident, says she is trained for this and is ready to fight. A horde of skeletal beasts charges toward them. One skeleton attacks Tian, but she dodges quickly. Tian lands and prepares to counterattack. She kicks off the ground, launching herself at the enemy. She blocks a giant skeleton's attack with her sword. A massive skeleton creature charges forward as Tian prepares to face it. The skeleton beast attacks fiercely, creating a powerful whirlwind. Tian stands victorious, smiling as the defeated skeleton collapses behind her. A mysterious man praises Tian's strength despite her lack of spiritual energy. The man kneels and says he has an important task for Tian. Tian looks shocked and urges her master to get up. The man reveals that alongside the dragon's birth, a mother beast also existed. He explains that after years of searching, he found the mother beast still in its egg form. The man states that only someone with a strong physical body can touch the egg and asks for Tian's help. Tian looks excited and wonders why the situation feels so serious. The glowing egg is heavily guarded by the skeletal remains of countless monsters. Tian, determined, tells her uncle she will go ahead with the task. The man warns that touching the egg will be extremely dangerous. He promises to do his best to protect Tian. The man instructs Tian to investigate while he provides backup. Tian hesitates, feeling nervous about the task. She steps closer to the mysterious egg. Tian finally reaches out and places her hands on the glowing egg. Tian hesitates, but reaches out to touch the glowing egg. As soon as she touches it, cracks begin to form on the egg. A powerful force erupts, shaking the entire cave. The man looks shocked and yells in alarm. Massive creatures with glowing red eyes appear from the darkness. The man urges Tian to run while he handles the monsters. Instead of running, Tian leaps forward with her sword, preparing to fight. Tian is suddenly lifted into the air by an unknown force. The glowing egg splits into two, surprising Tian and her master. One of the glowing eggs shatters into pieces. The man looks shocked and alarmed. Tian is lifted into the air, glowing with golden energy. Her eyes change into an insect-like pattern, showing her transformation. Tian fully transforms, revealing beautiful and powerful butterfly-like wings. Tian hovers in the air with her newly transformed butterfly wings. The man shouts a warning that the area is about to collapse. A horde of giant shadowy monsters with glowing red eyes emerges. The man smirks and says, "They've finally arrived." Enormous skeletal beasts appear, towering over the battlefield. Tian rushes in to help, ready to fight. The man tells Tian not to worry and orders her to go to Polar Abyss Island. Tian hesitates, unsure of what to do next. The ground shakes violently, causing debris to fall everywhere. The skeletal beasts roar and charge forward. The man is surrounded by giant monster skulls. He shouts for Tian to escape quickly. Tian hesitates, overwhelmed by the situation. She finally flies away at high speed, leaving the battlefield. Tian emerges from the underground, soaring into the open sky. She apologizes, saying she must go to Polar Abyss Island and leave her master behind. Two mysterious figures reassure her that her master is not weak. One of them tells Tian to go ahead while they finish things here. Tian flies at high speed, leaving the battlefield behind. She soars through the sky, disappearing into the distance. A battle unfolds near the water as someone shouts for Lin Xiu to wake up. A red, dragon-like warrior lets out a fierce roar. A horned warrior warns of danger and urges someone to wake up. A fighter rushes forward, sensing an opportunity. The horned warrior is struck with multiple spears, bleeding heavily. He falls into the water as smoke rises from the impact. A winged woman urgently calls out, asking if he's okay. The horned warrior falls while a red fighter watches from above. The fighter taunts the winged woman, questioning her presence. The winged woman retaliates, commanding her birds to attack. A large flock of blue birds descends toward the enemy. The fighter braces for the incoming attack. The birds charge in, their claws glowing with energy. They collide with a large aircraft, causing an explosion. The fighter stands ready as the birds surround them. The birds strike the aircraft again, causing more destruction. A battleship gets attacked as a damaged aircraft falls from the sky. A warrior angrily reacts to an enemy bird attack. A winged woman mocks the warrior for being weaker than a pet bird. A tall, muscular man approaches, offering to take control of the battlefield. The man smirks confidently, preparing to take action. He commands a swarm of dark creatures to attack. Giant blue birds counterattack, knocking down the dark creatures. Strange purple creatures drop from the ship into the ocean. The warrior regains confidence, believing they now have the advantage. Tian warns Lin to stop the frog-like creatures from reaching the island's defense system. A beast-like warrior fights off an ambush from dark-winged creatures. Tian reacts in disgust, realizing the dire situation. A powerful red and white humanoid warrior rises into the sky. A massive explosion erupts on the island shore. Golden energy projectiles shoot through the sky. Tian looks up, questioning the mysterious golden attack. A butterfly-winged warrior, Tian, arrives confidently on the battlefield. Tian surveys the battlefield from above, ready to take action. Tian transforms into a butterfly-like form and flies toward Lin Lin. Now in a monstrous red form, notices her approaching. Tian calls out to Lin, but he seems to have lost control. Lin charges at her aggressively while roaring. The two clash in midair, engaging in a fierce battle. Tian realizes that Lin's monstrous blood is taking over his body. She prepares a powerful glowing energy attack. She unleashes it from above, hoping to calm Lin down. Lin, still in his beast form, gets ready to counterattack. A powerful energy surrounds Tian, glowing with divine light. Lin, now fully transformed into his beast form, stands with immense power. He looks at himself in shock, realizing he has mutated. Tian, in her butterfly form, reaches out to him with a smile, welcoming him back. Tian welcomes Lin back after he regains control of himself. Lin, still serious, says now isn't the time to talk. They look at an island below, realizing a major battle is about to begin. Tian reacts in shock, questioning Lin's decision. Lin explains that an enemy faction is determined to take over the island at all costs. He also reveals that they have captured an important figure and taken a powerful artifact. Tian doubts that someone so strong could be captured. They spot a mysterious man standing on a ship. Lin confirms that the man is incredibly strong and responsible for major losses. Lin receives some information from a floating screen, looking focused. A holographic character angrily scolds Lin for his reckless actions, saying others suffered to protect him. Lin looks concerned and asks about the current situation. The holographic character informs Lin they are relocating deeper into the underground base. The battle intensifies as Lin rides a large beast, with enemy forces breaking through the defensive line. A winged character leads the group further into the base, estimating they can hold out for another 20-30 minutes. The group reaches a large door marked 4, and the winged character leaves the rest to Lin. Lin confidently states that he will go and help. Tian tells Lin to leave this area to her, showing her determination. Tian takes flight at high speed, showing her incredible power. Tian's energy attack spirals through the sky, creating a dazzling golden trail. A powerful warrior lifts a massive boulder, preparing to attack while facing an enemy. The warrior taunts his opponents, questioning their strength. A group of rat-like warriors charge forward aggressively. The leader of the rat warriors looks up as golden energy begins to fall. The battlefield is illuminated with golden light as the warrior prepares his move. The warrior realizes his injuries are healing due to the golden energy. The warrior roars in power, fully re-energized and ready to fight. The rat warrior leader looks shocked as the golden energy spreads. A massive red energy strike is launched toward a fleet of ships. Lin, filled with rage, charges forward, vowing revenge. A confident enemy in a fur cloak stands on a ship, unfazed. Lin clashes fiercely with the enemy, exchanging rapid blows. Lin prepares a devastating punch, his fist glowing red with power. Lin's attack smashes into the ship, causing massive destruction. The ship takes heavy damage, with debris flying everywhere. The enemy is slammed into the wreckage, but remains conscious. Lin launches a powerful attack, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. A red energy beam crashes into the ground, shattering the surface. The dark-winged man smirks, impressed by Lin's strength. A fierce battle erupts between Lin and a massed winged enemy. A massive bird circles above as the ship tilts and begins to sink. Lin falls into the ocean after a powerful attack. A mysterious giant bird-shaped energy figure appears in the sky. Lin and the dark-winged enemy acknowledge each other's strength. The masked enemy reveals Lin's power has a time limit, while claiming to be a true beast. Lin, surprised, questions how his opponent knows this. Lin and the dark-winged enemy clash as a powerful whirlwind attack erupts. A series of explosions shake the battlefield, causing destruction. Lin falls to the ground while the winged enemy confidently takes off. Lin smirks, revealing he isn't the only one stalling for time. Both fighters face off, ready for the next round of battle. Lin grins slightly, hiding his next move. Lin suddenly takes off into the sky, surprising his opponent. A massive ship emerges from the ocean, causing waves to crash violently. A giant armored figure with red hair emerges from the water, gripping the ship. A determined woman in white angrily confronts the enemy, calling them a monster. The dark-winged enemy hovers over the ocean, preparing for battle. The dark-winged enemy is shocked as the massive armored figure moves toward him. Lin taunts his opponent, revealing that their subordinates have betrayed them. The dark-winged enemy furiously declares he will kill Lin. Lin confidently mocks his opponent, saying they have no chance. The dark-winged enemy looks shocked and prepares to react. A large glowing sphere appears in the sky, catching the enemy's attention. A radiant angelic figure flies toward the glowing sphere, seemingly ready to unleash a powerful attack. A powerful bird-like warrior glows with intense energy, preparing to attack. The winged enemy is engulfed in a massive golden explosion. As the feathers fall, the dark-winged enemy transforms back into human form. Lin furiously questions what the enemy has done. The now human enemy screams in rage, vowing to kill Lin. The furious enemy powers up, glowing with intense energy as he vows to kill Lin. Lin and the enraged enemy charge toward each other for a final clash. Lin realizes his opponent is weakened and unable to withstand even a single punch. The enemy lunges in desperation, claiming he'd rather die than lose his power. Lin and the enemy collide in mid-air, exchanging brutal attacks. Tian watches from above, acknowledging the battle's intensity. Tian, now transformed, rushes toward Lin, calling out his name. Tian intercepts Lin and his opponent, preventing further damage. Tian reflects on Lin's unchanged nature, still hesitant to deliver a fatal blow. Lin struggles with his emotions, hesitant about his next move. The defeated enemy falls helplessly, now completely powerless. Tian acknowledges Lin's kindness, even towards his enemies. Tian decides to take the enemy back to base while Lin regroups. Lin confidently states that all immediate threats have been neutralized. Lin focuses, preparing for the next stage of battle. A giant armored figure stands behind Lin, ready for action. The armored figure surveys an approaching fleet of warships. A military commander declares Lin a traitor, ordering his forces to attack. The commander angrily orders the entire army to capture Lin, dead or alive. The soldiers chant in unison, preparing to attack. A massive fleet of warships and jets mobilizes against Lin and his allies. Lin smirks, realizing the situation is escalating into full-scale war. The giant armored warrior explains how the enemy framed Lin. Lin is shocked, wondering why they fear him so much. The armored warrior reveals that the enemy seeks control over Abyss Island. Lin has a sudden realization that his dreams may have been real. The armored warrior questions Lin about his vision, urging him to focus on the battle. Lin and an ally prepare for a massive battle against an approaching naval fleet. A dark, powerful energy sphere forms in the sky. The sphere expands, absorbing fighter jets into its gravitational pull. A soldier panics as he realizes their machines are losing control. Explosions erupt as the fleet comes under attack. Lin and his ally realize the entire fleet and air force are being disabled. A powerful warrior prepares to defend against the incoming enemy. He declares that he won't let anyone set foot on the island. The warrior launches a devastating counterattack, smashing through the enemy's assault. The powerful warrior takes charge, commanding his allies to advance. Lin and Armored Warrior prepare for battle, as Armored Warrior steps forward to handle the enemy. Armored Warrior launches herself toward the enemy fleet at high speed. A new enemy appears, declaring he will personally eliminate Lin. Lin warns the enemy that he can't win against all of them and advises him to retreat. The enemy smirks, saying that sacrificing troops means nothing as long as he claims the island. The enemy reveals a shocking connection to Lin's father. A powerful stomp shakes the battlefield as someone interrupts the conversation. Armored Warrior's expression turns serious as Lin calls out to her. Sue attacks fiercely, questioning why so many lives are sacrificed just for an island. However, she hesitates to strike. A large armored warrior appears, raising a massive mechanical arm while white-clad soldiers stand behind him. The armored warrior looks shocked, realizing something unexpected. He is suddenly impaled by sharp spikes, causing him immense pain. A mustached man smirks, mocking the warrior, saying his piloted mech is far inferior to his mother's. Sue stands confidently, stating she can crush her opponent's spleen with ease. The armored warrior is brutally torn apart, his body dismembered by mechanical spikes. Lin yells out in shock as Sue is defeated, her broken form falling. Another fighter with a monstrous arm leaps in, ready to strike. Lin watches as the battle intensifies. A blond man glares, stating that Lin cannot save anyone. Lin furiously breathes fire, shouting in anger. The blond man dodges, his monstrous arm reaching forward. Lin catches Sue, looking furious. A mysterious hole appears in a hand, crackling with energy. The blond man clenches his fist, realizing this is not just a beast projection. Lin smirks, revealing that he has merged with the dragon. The blond man scowls, declaring that he must eliminate Lin here. Dark red energy surges, signaling destruction. An officer panics, seeing multiple red warnings, fearing the secret rift has reopened. A soldier is surrounded by red energy, reacting in shock. A monstrous red sludge creature emerges, screaming in agony. Ships in the ocean hear the terrifying screams, amplifying the chaos. Lin shouts in anger, questioning what Chen Jianliang is doing. A monstrous figure with sharp teeth blames someone, roaring furiously. A massive purple beast appears, towering over the battlefield with an intimidating presence. Lin realizes he must get Sue to safety before facing the monster. The beast mentions the need to replace fallen soldiers and how difficult it is to find powerful awakeners. Someone is shocked by the monster's existence, blaming Lin for everything. The beast furiously attacks, summoning dark red tendrils. The monstrous tendrils extend rapidly, aiming to capture Lin. Lin gets trapped as a massive hand-like structure forms around him. The beast commands its tendrils to constrict, preparing to crush Lin. Lin hesitates, knowing an explosive attack could harm Sue. The beast laughs menacingly, declaring Lin and Sue are doomed. It launches a devastating attack using its massive spiked tentacle. The attack rushes toward Lin with immense force. Sharp energy slashes intercept the attack, cutting through the tentacle. Lin, carrying Sue, barely escapes the attack. Lin is shocked as he sees someone new arriving. A mysterious man in white appears on a flaming blue horse, confronting Lin. The man says they must first take down the monster. The beast grins, preparing another sinister move. The beast mocks the newly arrived warrior, surprised that he came all this way. The warrior in white responds, saying he won't ignore what's happening just because he gave the island to Lin. The beast prepares for battle, summoning multiple deadly tentacles. The warrior remains confident, challenging the beast to try him. The beast launches a powerful attack, creating a massive fiery vortex. The vortex expands, and the warrior is surprised by its teleportation ability. The beast's deadly blades emerge, aiming to strike. The warrior skillfully defends, countering with powerful strikes. He reveals his ability to cut through energy shields, showing his sharp blade skill. The warrior dodges as the beast's deadly attack scatters in all directions. The beast powers up, declaring that he is much stronger now and challenging the warrior to go all out. The warrior accepts the challenge, preparing a powerful counterattack. He activates his ultimate ability, summoning a barrage of energy swords. The swords rain down with immense force, targeting the beast. Explosions erupt as the swords strike, dealing massive damage. Lin entrusts Su to a butterfly-winged ally and prepares to return to battle. A massive explosion clouds the battlefield, raising doubts about the fight's outcome. Lin and the warrior realize that the enemy has mastered multiple special abilities. The warrior is shocked, wondering if the terrifying rumor is actually true. Reports reveal multiple soldiers have mysteriously gone missing, especially those with special abilities. The warrior discusses with an ancient tree spirit, suspecting that someone is stealing spiritual energy and powers. The tree spirit recalls hearing similar rumors before but isn't certain. A hidden truth is revealed: humans also possess a core like monsters, but it disappears upon death. To prevent chaos, this information has been kept secret by a high council. Lin is horrified, realizing that Chen Shiliang has been consuming awakeners to grow stronger. The warrior confirms it's only a rumor, but they must defeat the monster to uncover the truth. The beast appears to have grown even larger, adding to their worries. The beast mocks them, saying he hasn't had enough of absorbing spiritual energy. Lin realizes the enemy grows stronger by absorbing energy from attacks and wonders if there's another way to defeat him. Lin and the warrior stand together, preparing for the next move. The warrior turns away, deep in thought about the battle strategy. He accuses Chen Shiliang of abusing his power and causing chaos. The beast laughs maniacally, unfazed by the accusation. He taunts the warrior, saying even if he dies, someone will continue his mission. The warrior smirks, revealing that he has outplayed the beast. Surveillance drones appear, broadcasting the battle to the entire world. The warrior smirks, confident in his plan. The public watches in shock as Chen Shiliang is revealed to be a monstrous beast. A boy collapses in despair upon realizing his father is the monster. The battle is being monitored from the Countermeasure Bureau. Officials discuss how Chen Shiliang was willing to sacrifice everything for control over the Abyssal Island. The beast reflects on how his years of effort have led to this transformation. In desperation, he unleashes a deadly attack, determined to take everyone down with him. His massive red tendrils strike at airships and naval fleets, causing large-scale destruction. His tentacles invade a facility, grabbing and capturing people. A monstrous creature uses its tentacles to grab and devour people. Lin shouts, "Stop," in urgency, trying to prevent something. A giant beast roars, seemingly addressing Lin Ziyu and Zhu Jai. The beast stands in the storm, declaring its intent to swallow the entire Tianhai city. A powerful beast challenges them to stop him if they can. The man warns that if they don't stop the beast, history will repeat itself. They realize that normal attacks only make the beast stronger. The man strategizes, saying they need a battlefield that can withstand immense power. They propose using a secret realm as the battleground. One of them claims he can locate the secret realm's direction. The man tells them to lure the beast to the secret realm, and he will handle the rest. Lin and Qian confidently take on the mission. The battle begins as they charge into action. Lin and Qian wonder how to lead the massive beast to their desired location. Lin realizes the beast is completely ignoring them. Qian offers to distract the beast while Lin warns her to be cautious. Qian confidently reassures Lin that she can handle it. Qian activates her special ability, glowing with energy. She creates multiple clones of herself in the sky. Qian charges toward the beast, ready to attack. The beast is surprised by the sudden assault. The beast glares angrily, calling Qian an annoying insect. The beast roars and unleashes powerful red tendrils. Tian's clones dodge the attack, flying rapidly in different directions. Tian smirks, taunting the beast that its attack is useless. The beast grins menacingly, revealing that Tian has fallen into its trap. A massive ice attack is unleashed toward Tian. Some of Tian's clones disappear as the ice attack hits. Tian realizes too late that she has been caught in the trap. The beast smirks confidently, enjoying its advantage. The beast declares Tian's defeat as it prepares to finish the battle. Lin yells for the beast to stop its attack. Lin launches a powerful explosive breath attack. The attack strikes the beast, but it remains unfazed. The beast absorbs the attack instead of being harmed. The beast's body swells, growing stronger. The beast mockingly declares that the attack had no effect. Lin and Tian realize the beast has become even larger and more powerful. Tian thanks Lin for stepping in to help her. Lin is shocked that even his explosive breath had no impact on the beast. The beast absorbs energy into its body, growing even stronger. Lin wonders if there's any way to stop the monstrous creature. A massive robotic warrior emerges from the ocean. Lin and Tian are shocked by the unexpected arrival. The robotic warrior grapples with the beast in a fierce struggle. Tian realizes that not only is Su present, but a giant ape has also joined the battle. The giant ape declares that he will lift the enemies, allowing Lin to strike them. The beast and robot are both charged with energy, locked in combat. Lin hesitates, worrying that attacking might hurt Su in the process. The robotic warrior urges Lin to act, saying this is their last chance to protect the city. Lin hesitates, unsure about the risks. Tian reassures Lin, promising to use all her power to protect Su. Lin finally agrees and prepares to attack. Lin unleashes a massive explosive breath attack. The attack strikes the beast and sends it flying. The beast and the robot are launched high into the sky. Tian encourages Su, vowing to support her with all her strength. The beast mocks them, claiming their attacks are useless. The robot, now damaged, says its mission was only to bring the enemy here. The robot and beast are pulled into the sky in a powerful force. The battle reaches its destination as a massive impact shakes the ocean. Tian warns Su to get away quickly and signals that the operation can begin. A powerful man begins chanting an ancient incantation, gathering energy. He rises into the air, unleashing a beam of blue and green energy. The energy swirls into a massive vortex, intensifying in strength. A giant spectral figure forms, gripping an enormous weapon. The divine attack descends, striking the battlefield with immense power. Lightning strikes as something powerful crashes into the sea. A massive vortex opens, crackling with electricity. Lin and two others float in the sky, discussing how to open the secret realm. A portal or rift opens over the ocean as they prepare for battle. Lin looks surprised, questioning what's happening. A dark figure with glowing eyes emerges from the vortex. A man with a serious expression observes the unfolding events. A gigantic beast with glowing eyes charges toward them. The characters attack the massive creature mid-air. Lin angrily demands the person blocking his way to move, as he must get down immediately. A powerful explosion engulfs a massive beast in golden energy. A man stares with a serious and determined expression. A mysterious girl in a red outfit appears, greeting Bai Zi. A massive vortex opens in the ocean, pulling in nearby boats. The characters are surprised to see Bai Zi joining the battle. Bai Zi comments sarcastically about someone's ability to summon help. Lin and another character are shocked to hear Bai Zi's name. A man explains that Bai Zi is a guardian beast and an acquaintance of Lin's father. Lin and the others are amazed by Bai Zi's reputation. Bai Zi points at Lin, seemingly about to scold him. Bai Zi angrily questions why so many monsters are being sent into the secret realm. Bai Zi warns about a powerful beast with dangerous abilities. Bai Zi warns that the intruder is an extremely dangerous ancient beast. Lin is shocked and questions what Chen Shiliang has become. Bai Zi angrily grabs Lin, scolding him for his ignorance. Bai Zi sighs, frustrated that Lin knows so little despite being his father's son. A large blue dragon is introduced, described as unique for creating spirit energy with its heartbeat. A sinister man holds a glowing dragon heart, explaining how warriors used it to gain power. The man bites into the dragon heart, consuming its power. A monstrous transformation begins, merging human and dragon traits. The newly formed beast roars, absorbing the surrounding spirit energy. Lin realizes that the creature is absorbing the surrounding spirit energy. Bai Zi warns that bringing this energy-draining beast into the secret realm could lead to disaster. Bai Zi blames someone for allowing the situation to get out of control, while Lin points at the real culprit. The man explains that Chen Shiliang wanted to devour Tianhai City, forcing them into action. A monstrous creature wreaks havoc, similar to a past calamity. Bai Zi glows with power, leading the group to take action. A massive beast carries Lin and the others, who prepare for battle. Lin questions if they have a way to solve the crisis. The beast reveals that the transformed creature has a fatal weakness. It's not a real dragon, only a monster that consumed a dragon heart. Lin and his allies urgently react, warning each other to be careful. A beast charges up a powerful purple energy blast. The beast unleashes a devastating energy attack. A massive rock crashes into the battlefield. More boulders fall, causing destruction. Lin warns about the incoming debris and prepares to handle it. The beasts on the battlefield get ready to counterattack. A massive blue creature with tentacles appears, confronting Lin's group. Lin, shocked, exclaims, "What is this monster?" A powerful beast is absorbing energy and growing stronger. If not stopped soon, it will become even bigger. A warrior warns that if the creature escapes, the entire region will be in danger. A massive dark creature appears, and the heroes prepare for a decisive attack. A winged beast unleashes a deadly attack, sending energy feathers toward its enemy. The monstrous enemy resists the attack, unaffected by the strikes. A fierce close-up of the beast as it charges forward, ready to fight. The beast slams its fist into the ground with immense force. A wolf-like warrior leaps with a glowing sword, aiming for a critical strike. The warrior lands on the massive beast, striking it with full power. A warrior on a glowing blue horse charges into battle, declaring his arrival. He swings his sword fiercely, aiming for a powerful strike. The battle escalates as the enemy looms in the distance. The wolf warrior sees an opening and slashes at the beast, drawing blood. The massive creature roars in pain, its weak spot revealed. Another warrior prepares an attack, targeting the enemy's head. The beast leaps, launching a powerful counterattack. A fiery warrior unleashes a devastating energy breath. The deadly attack heads straight for the enemy's eye. A powerful beast is struck by a glowing pink attack. Lin is shocked as his explosive breath suddenly changes direction. The monstrous creature absorbs the energy, redirecting the attack. The beast swells up, preparing for something dangerous. The enemy laughs, mocking Lin and his group for underestimating him. The beast transforms, growing even larger and more terrifying. A smaller creature is hit by a powerful energy blast, sent flying. Lin struggles, realizing the enemy can regenerate its weak points. A mysterious figure with a sinister smile offers to help. Lin spots a shadowy figure emerging from the mist. Lin, on guard, demands to know who the stranger is. The mysterious person introduces themselves as Belia, standing atop a monstrous creature. Belia smirks and claims they can help Lin defeat Chen Shiliang. The characters face off against a massive horned beast with a mysterious figure standing on its back. Lin is suspicious, questioning how they can trust someone they don't even know. The jester smirks, hinting that they already know the monster's weak spot. The battle intensifies as a powerful force strikes the beast. The monstrous enemy moves aggressively, showing its terrifying form. Lin asks how to accurately target the creature's heart. The jester laughs, revealing that they were the one who gave the beast its hearts. Lin is shocked, demanding to know why. The confrontation continues as both sides prepare for a decisive fight. The jester smirks, questioning if they will be eliminated. A warrior declares the jester is a dangerous enemy. A strategist warns that the enemy must reveal their true intentions first. The jester mocks them, hinting at a new alliance. The jester casts a spell, preparing to attack the giant beast. A barrage of projectiles is fired at the enemy. Explosions engulf the beast, causing massive damage. A close-up reveals a gaping, bloody wound from the attack. Lin excitedly announces a new development in the battle. A powerful mechanical warrior arrives, ready to attack. The robot unleashes a massive missile barrage. Lin confronts the demon, realizing the enemy has prepared something deadly. The jester urges them to attack while they have the chance. Explosions engulf the enemy in a devastating attack. The massive beast roars in pain as multiple weak spots are revealed. The monster is shocked that the attack could actually harm it. A smaller demon reveals that the attack was specifically prepared to counter the beast. The jester reveals the secret weapon bombs without spiritual energy. The massive beast roars in anger, realizing it was deceived. The jester confronts an opponent, accusing them of breaking their agreement. With a fierce expression, the jester declares the beast unworthy of its power. The beast retaliates, unleashing a deadly attack with razor-sharp projectiles. The demon atop the giant monster mocks the incoming attack. The jester sneers, dismissing their opponent's arrogance. The beast counters, declaring it has become stronger and is no longer easy prey. A fierce battle erupts as razor-sharp tentacles strike at the enemy. The sinister-looking woman gives a command, smirking with confidence. A giant demon beast breathes in, preparing to attack. The demon beast grabs and restrains its opponent with its powerful jaws. A purple dragon looks shocked and confused by the attack. The demon beast forcefully pulls its captured enemy backward. The opponent struggles as they are dragged into the air. The woman declares her intention to pierce through her enemy's heart. A warrior in white leads his troops, ordering them to attack. Lin and another fighter confirm their orders, ready for action. A fierce eagle and a wolf warrior acknowledge their orders. A bird-like warrior unleashes a storm of ghostly blue energy. A blazing warrior descends with a fiery sword attack. A monstrous beast charges a glowing energy attack in its mouth. Lin rushes forward, his claws crackling with red lightning. The purple beast snarls, refusing to be defeated so easily. The purple beast looks alarmed as Lin charges toward it. Lin lands a devastating punch, sending shockwaves through the enemy. Lin delivers a powerful strike, piercing through the enemy's defense. Lin powers up his attack, his fist surging with lightning. Lin's punch lands, tearing through the enemy with immense force. A deadly combination of attacks pierces the enemy, leaving a massive wound. The beast roars in agony, overwhelmed by the attacks. The battlefield shakes as explosions surround the injured beast. The beast starts transforming, its body glowing with a mysterious aura. Lin realizes their attacks are working and urges for a final strike. A warrior charges in on a glowing blue horse, ready to strike. The beast snarls as the warrior closes in for the attack. The warrior glares with intense focus, preparing for a decisive move. The glowing knight slashes at the beast with a powerful energy strike. The beast's severed head crashes onto the ground in defeat. Lin watches, questioning if their attack was successful. Another beast urgently warns them to look, signaling an unexpected event. A severed dragon head writhes as red tentacles begin merging with it. The monstrous creature regenerates, laughing about how it planted a parasite before its death. With a sinister grin, the beast boasts that in a rich spiritual land, a single parasite can corrupt the entire world. A strange dragon lies on the ground, with a mix of tentacles and a beastly face. The ground is cracked, and the creature appears defeated. The same creature is shown in a menacing close-up. Its red eyes glow with intensity, and its sharp teeth are bared. The creature, now fully awakened, rises from the ground. Its long, snake-like body towers over the surroundings. It appears to be speaking confidently. A close-up of the creature's face. It looks sinister, with glowing eyes and a sharp, toothy grin. It seems to be revealing something important. The creature moves rapidly through the cave, laughing. Motion lines and dust clouds show its speed and power. The perspective shifts, showing the creature facing several powerful beasts. The battle seems to be about to begin. The ground starts cracking violently, possibly due to the creature's power. Lin looks shocked and angry. His expression suggests frustration or disbelief at what he is witnessing. A giant red-faced monster appears. The dragon-like creature is attached to it, and the monster's red eyes glow with power. It is facing several beasts in battle. A robotic creature with glowing green eyes and a sharp-toothed grin appears. It looks powerful and ready to fight. The red monster laughs wildly, and the dragon creature is still attached to it. Its massive mouth is open, showing its sharp teeth. The red monster continues laughing, its tentacle-like limbs moving wildly. The monster's tentacles extend aggressively, ready to attack. The dragon-like creature looks confident, its red eye glowing menacingly. It seems to be boasting about its power. A powerful white beast prepares a glowing blue and pink energy attack. The white beast launches the energy attack at high speed. The energy blast moves toward the red monster, ready to strike. A powerful blue energy blast explodes upon impact, hitting the red monster's tentacles. The energy spreads across the monster's tentacles, causing damage. A white beast with blue eyes shouts in determination, warning about the dangers of the monster's power. Lin attacks the monster's tentacles with glowing red energy, cutting through them. The robotic creature unleashes a barrage of red laser attacks. A cloaked warrior riding a glowing blue horse rushes toward the white beast. The battlefield erupts into chaos with explosions and fast-paced attacks from all sides. A massive explosion fills the area, covering everything in fire and energy. The dragon-like monster reveals that it has merged completely with the parasite, making it even stronger. The red-faced monster extends its tongue aggressively, showing its power. The monster laughs as it moves upward, causing explosions around it. Lin looks shocked, realizing that the monster is escaping. The dragon roars, declaring that it's too late to stop it. The monster's eye widens in shock, sensing something unexpected. The monster starts ascending, but suddenly stops, confused. Its long body begins to weaken and shrink, losing strength. The creature bends unnaturally, struggling to keep moving. It panics, realizing its energy is draining and questioning why. A strange glowing plant starts growing rapidly, surprising a creature nearby. The flowers on the plant begin to bloom, releasing the mysterious energy. The flowers continue to expand, revealing their full vibrant petals. The plant transforms further, its structure becoming more complex and powerful. The flowers start producing golden droplets, hinting at something extraordinary. Two creatures are suddenly flung off a cliff, unable to resist the force. One of the creatures, with a look of shock and fear, realizes something is terribly wrong. The creature, confused and frightened, questions what is happening. Lin stands confidently in front of a massive robotic machine, ready for battle. A mysterious winged creature rapidly descends into a cavern filled with greenery. Lin notices the flying creature and questions its presence. A fairy-like being explains something to a shocked beast, revealing an important truth. The fairy states that the soil, no matter how rich, cannot resist the invasion of plants. The fairy spits something out, possibly a seed or some form of magic. The object lands among vibrant flowers, seemingly activating something. A large, glowing lotus emerges, radiating a powerful aura. An elderly figure named Mu Lao appears from within the blooming lotus. Lin, surprised by the unfolding events, wonders what is happening. A mysterious man on a glowing blue horse arrives, addressing Mu Lao with respect. The man with green streaked hair smiles, relieved that Mu Lao arrived in time to prevent danger. The beast angrily questions Mu Lao, claiming they have no grudges, so why is he interfering? Mu Lao remains silent, seemingly unfazed by the beast's outburst. Mu Lao's staff releases a glowing pink droplet, suggesting some sort of magic or energy. Mu Lao takes a bite of the mysterious fruit, commenting on its sweetness. Mu Lao explains to the beast that the seemingly unlimited spiritual energy is actually drawn from nature itself. Lin is shocked to realize that the peach Mu Lao just ate is actually edible. A standoff unfolds as powerful beasts gather, facing Lin and his allies in an intense confrontation. Lin declares victory and challenges Chen Jianliang to admit his defeat. The beast scoffs, saying that Lin and his group only barely managed to stop him with great effort. Lin acknowledges the beast's strength, but points out that the power he obtained was never truly his. The beast, angered, tells Lin to stop talking and just finish him off if he intends to kill him. Lin, instead of attacking, demands answers about his father's disappearance and false accusations. The beast laughs maniacally, as if amused by Lin's question. The beast reveals that Lin's father was a monster, something Lin must already know. Lin is silent, seemingly processing the shocking revelation. Lin firmly confirms that he already knew, revealing that both his father and mother were monsters. Lin confidently states that his parents truly wanted to protect the monsters of Tianhai City. Lin refuses to let the beast avoid answering his questions with excuses. The beast claims that Lin's father was not hunted because he was a monster, but because he was a criminal. Lin angrily defends his father, insisting he was a hero, not a criminal. The beast questions why he would need to lie when he's already on the brink of death. He then accuses Lin's father of committing crimes, implying Lin already knows the truth. Lin is shocked and demands to know what crimes his father supposedly committed. The beast reveals that Lin's father attempted to shut down the world's spiritual energy supply. A massive one-eyed monster emerges from the sea, ready to attack the city. A mother and child flee through the ruins as fire spreads behind them. The coastal city is engulfed in flames and smoke after the monster's invasion. Intense fire burns through buildings, destroying half the district. A military commander watches in horror as flying dragons invade the city. A swarm of green dragons roars as they charge forward in the sky. Soldiers struggle to fight back as dragons overwhelm the city's defenses. The dragons prove too strong, easily dodging the artillery attacks. A dragon slashes through a soldier, killing him instantly. A dragon's eye glows with rage, covered in fresh blood. A team of powerful warriors charges forward to stop the dragons. A swordsman unleashes a deadly energy slash at the flying dragons. A dragon fiercely counterattacks, knocking back its opponent. The warriors struggle as their ammo runs out and their powers overload. More dragons gather, preparing for another wave of destruction. A wounded soldier questions the effectiveness of their weapons. Heavy gunfire erupts as soldiers fight desperately against the dragons. Soldiers launch an all-out attack, firing continuously at the dragons. The dragons remain unaffected, shrugging off the bullets. Due to a shortage of materials, soldiers are forced to use standard ammunition. A soldier's eye widens in shock as a dragon charges straight at him. A dragon strikes a soldier, sending him flying into the air. A photo of a soldier's family falls to the ground amidst blood and broken weapons. A dragon roars in pain as it is struck by an electric attack. A massive swirling portal of energy appears, drawing attention. Lin's father charges forward, rescuing a soldier from the battlefield. Lin's father punches a dragon with electrified force, knocking it back. The dragons launch a fierce aerial assault on the city. A dragon is hit by a powerful attack, causing an explosive impact. Lin's father surveys the battlefield, standing among fallen soldiers. Soldiers cheer, calling Lin's father their savior. Lin's father orders the immediate evacuation of non-awakened people. He points toward the sea, commanding a defensive retreat. Soldiers hesitate, unsure whether to retreat or stay. Lin's father angrily questions why they are not retreating, warning them of the danger. A soldier hesitantly reports that the orders came from Vice Director Chen. Lin's father shouts Vice Director Chen's name in fury. A dark and tense atmosphere surrounds the battlefield command center. A military officer commands the deployment of a decoy unit in Sector B. Lin's father stands with a determined look, ready to take action. He walks into the command room, demanding a private conversation. Vice Director Chen closes his eyes, seemingly unwilling to engage. Lin's father insists on withdrawing the powerless soldiers, calling it suicide. Vice Director Chen refuses, stating that sacrificing them is part of their mission. Lin's father angrily questions why powerless soldiers were sent knowingly. Vice Director Chen explains that the city's defense system has completely collapsed. Monsters from small secret realms are flooding into the city in overwhelming numbers. A tactical display shows how 3 mutated wolves can overpower a beginner soldier. Vice Director Chen insists that regular forces must be sacrificed to protect awakened ones. Lin's father grabs Chen's collar, furious at the sacrifice of powerless soldiers. Chen coldly states that sacrificing a squad is worth it to protect an awakened fighter. Lin's father is shocked and enraged by Chen's words. Chen smirks, explaining that awakened beings determine the strength of humanity. Lin's father argues that ordinary people shouldn't be sacrificed for awakened ones. Vice Director Chen laughs mockingly, implying Lin's father knows nothing about the world. Lin's father remains silent, his expression tense and serious. Vice Director Chen questions where Lin's father is going as he turns to leave. Lin's father states that he doesn't understand this world, but defeating the dragon should be enough. Chen yells in shock, warning that the dragon is an ancient-class monster. Lin's father smirks confidently, determined to take on the dragon himself. He rushes down the hallway, heading toward the battlefield. Vice Director Chen urgently calls for his men to issue commands to the entire team. Lin's father jumps across burning rooftops while orders are given to stop him. The city streets are in flames, filled with destruction and chaos. Lin's father locates his target, preparing to intervene. He spots a child begging to save her mother in the middle of the ruins. The crying girl pleads to help her mother, but the mother urges her to run. A massive monster roars, preparing to attack the girl and her mother. Lin's father dashes forward at full speed to intervene. His fist charges up with crackling blue energy, ready to strike. He unleashes a powerful electric punch straight into the monster's mouth. Lin's father charges forward fiercely, ready to fight. His eye widens in shock as he notices something unexpected. He stands alone in a vast cosmic space, surprised by his surroundings. A massive, ominous figure emerges from the darkness, towering over him. A mysterious man with a golden eye asks why they must fight. The Lin father replies that he is only protecting those important to him. The golden-eyed man insists they are of the same blood and kind. A creature reacts with shock and disbelief. The creature glares intensely, demanding to know what the other knows about him. The man explains that they are descendants of ancient beings who broke through the ground, but humans want to steal their inheritance. The blue dragon creature angrily questions the accusation of theft. The man turns away with a confident smirk. The massive dragon looms behind the man as he walks away, while someone calls out to stop him. The Lin father looks down in shock and concern as destruction unfolds below. He is falling straight into the massive open mouth of a terrifying beast. A colossal creature lands, causing massive destruction in the city. A massive creature crashes into the city, causing destruction and chaos. A soldier looks up in shock, recognizing someone as Director Lin. The monstrous beast devours Director Lin as soldiers scream and flee. A soldier runs into a tall, mysterious figure and is startled. The soldier realizes that the person in front of him is Deputy Director Chen. The soldiers report in fear that Director Lin was eaten by the beast during the battle. Deputy Director Chen calmly states that he saw everything happen. A mysterious hand moves as something ominous is about to unfold. Deputy Director Chen stands between monstrous red claws, saying, "This is not something you should see." A bloody claw hangs over the battlefield, as someone worries that things are getting complicated. Chen, deep in thought, suggests that their bodies contain the heart of a dragon and predicts where the others are headed. Soldiers rush toward Chen, alarmed by the destruction around them. The soldiers question Chen about the bloody scene before them. Chen coldly explains that Director Lin fled, causing the civilians to perish. A soldier is shocked, exclaiming, "How is that possible?" Another soldier, surrounded by burning ruins, accuses Lin of not only escaping but also killing their comrades. The city is in complete devastation, with buildings crumbling and fire spreading everywhere. A scared little girl clutches her stuffed bunny amid the ruins of a burning city. Angry civilians call Lin a traitor for abandoning the city in its time of need. Lin delivers a powerful attack against a massive purple dragon. Lin, surrounded by lightning, looks determined and furious. Su tells Lin they should ask Chen Shelyang where his uncle is. The dragon taunts them, saying they can ask the person themselves. Lin looks shocked at the dragon's words. Two cloaked figures, one being Lin and the other Jiagang, walk into a lush green area. The dragon mocks Lin, saying it has taken everything from him and dares him to kill it. Jiagang clenches his fists, determined and ready for action. Lin gestures calmly as Jiagang stands beside him, both serious. The massive purple dragon mocks a human for losing everything and suggests letting him self-destruct. Lin excitedly shouts, "Dad! Mom!" with joy and disbelief. Su realizes and confirms that the person in front of them is really Lin Longzhen. Two mysterious figures arrive, with one saying they took too long to get there. A man in a military uniform calls out to Lin, but Lin remains silent. Without warning, Lin slaps the man hard across the face. Lin angrily yells that using his son as bait to lure Chen Shelyang is too despicable. The man, bruised and emotional, says he didn't know what to do when Lin suddenly disappeared 10 years ago. Lin and his son share a heartfelt embrace after a long separation. Lin gently places his hand on his son's head as tears well up in his eyes. Lin's son, still emotional, demands to know what his father has been doing all these years. Lin smiles and replies that he has been digging into the future. Su and another figure react in shock to Lin's statement about the future. A massive spiral tunnel opens up, and Lin invites everyone to follow him. Lin's son recognizes the scene, saying he saw it before in an illusion. Lin confirms that the skeleton in front of them belongs to a real dragon. Lin asks in shock about the true dragon. An explanation is given about the dragon's attempt to dig a passage between realms. A glowing dragon skeleton holds mysterious energy. A Lin father and a beast warrior reflect on the long journey ahead. Su questions why something happened. A mysterious girl reveals that Lin is not from this world. A man mocks Lin, calling him a monster. Lin confirms he is from a completely different world. Lin was once in a world without spiritual energy. Lin argues that his previous world was peaceful, unlike this one where strength determines status. A group of characters stands in a tense standoff on a grassy battlefield. Lin firmly decides to use the dragon's tunnel. A character suggests that removing spiritual energy would make this world more like Lin's old one. A furious beast roars, calling Lin a coward. Lin admits the beast might be right, but declares he has already decided to give up. The lion-like warrior questions Lin, asking why. A girl with red hair laughs playfully, hiding her mouth. A character points confidently, saying the answer is obvious. Lin is shocked as the older man declares he is entrusting everything to his son. The older man smiles, saying he believes Lin has the right to choose. A massive red tail swings through the air as Lin stands determined. Lin accepts the mission to explore the source of spiritual energy. Su reassures Lin that they all support him. Lin yells the names of two powerful opponents, a dragon and a monkey. A fierce showdown begins between the red dragon and a golden monkey warrior. Lin and his allies prepare for battle against the powerful opponents. A strange, fleshy creature with a red gem, declares it is not finished yet. A skeletal being questions the creature, while the creature offers a sinister alliance. A shadowy entity with glowing red eyes reveals itself as the vengeful spirit of fallen warriors. The dark force merges with the flesh creature, fusing into a greater evil. A monstrous, shadowy beast emerges, seeking revenge on the world. A tense atmosphere fills the room as the blonde officer closes his eyes, clearly burdened by the situation. Behind him, another soldier stands silently, hesitant to speak. The white-haired man storms in, furious. He orders the officer to withdraw the powerless soldiers from the battlefield, arguing that they're being sent to die for nothing. The officer stands firm, refusing the demand. He explains that those soldiers have their assigned mission, and he cannot interfere with it. The white-haired man's anger flares. Realizing the officer knowingly sent them to their deaths, he confronts him in disbelief, demanding an explanation for such a cruel decision. The officer explains that Zhulong's sudden intrusion has caused a major disaster. The monster protection net surrounding Tianhai City has been completely destroyed. With the barrier down, countless monsters from nearby secret realms have begun invading the city. Though many aren't individually strong, their overwhelming numbers make them dangerous. Even weaker creatures like mutated dogs can overpower a low-level powered soldier when they attack in groups, making the situation far more severe than expected. Faced with this crisis, the officer justifies his harsh decision they must use conventional soldiers to hold back the monsters, sacrificing some to ensure the survival of the awakened ones. Furious, the white-haired man grabs the officer by the collar, shouting that this isn't containment, but pure sacrifice, sending men to die without reason. The officer coldly responds, saying that if losing a few unawakened soldiers can protect even one awakened person, then the sacrifice is justified. The white-haired man is stunned and enraged by his words, unable to believe the officer's cruel logic. The officer continues calmly, explaining that since the era of revival, humanity's progress and survival have always depended on the awakened. To him, their strength defines the world's power, a truth he claims is undeniable. The white-haired man argues that no matter the logic, ordinary people shouldn't have to die just to protect the awakened. His tone is firm and filled with disbelief. The blonde officer smirks mockingly, saying it's amusing to hear such naive words. He taunts that the man must be clueless, almost as if he doesn't belong to this world. The white-haired man narrows his eyes, clearly insulted but too controlled to respond. His silence speaks louder than any words. Without another word, he turns to leave. The officer calls out, demanding to know where he's going. But the white-haired man walks away with determination written all over his face. As he walks away, the white-haired man mutters that he'll never understand this world's twisted logic. But for now, defeating Zhulong seems to be the only way to end this chaos. The officer shouts after him, calling his idea insane. Zhulong is a Pengu-level monster, and even a top-ranked director at the Imperial capital couldn't guarantee victory against it. He demands to know what gives him the confidence to try. The white-haired man stops and smirks. He says he wants to fight not because he's sure of winning, but because he refuses to be someone who hides behind the powerless while others die in his place. Determined, he charges down the hallway alone, ready to face Zhulong head-on, no matter the cost. Panicked, the officer yells for assistance and orders his men to spread a command throughout the entire team. He instructs them that if anyone spots Director Lin on the move, they must stop him at all costs before he reaches the battlefield. Meanwhile, the city burns in chaos, flames engulf buildings, and the air is thick with smoke and destruction. Amid the devastation, Lin races across the rooftops with determination, his eyes scanning the area as he mutters that the enemy must be nearby. As Lin races through the burning streets, a terrified child's scream catches his attention. The little girl cries out, begging for someone not to kill her mother. The girl, her face stained with tears, insists on running to save her mother despite her mother's desperate plea for her to escape. Suddenly, a deafening roar shakes the ground as a colossal monster emerges, its gaping jaws threatening to swallow everything in its path. Seeing the scene unfold, Lin curses under his breath and sprints forward at full speed, determined to intervene before it's too late. Channeling all his strength, Lin's fist crackles with blue lightning as he unleashes his powerful technique Thunder Fist. A massive surge of energy erupts, tearing through the monster's mouth and engulfing it in a blinding flash of thunder and lightning. The ground quakes under the impact. Amid the storm of destruction, Lin pushes forward with fierce determination, his eyes locked on his target as the energy around him rages uncontrollably. Suddenly, his expression shifts. Something unexpected catches his attention, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Lin suddenly finds himself floating in an endless starry void, completely disoriented by the sudden shift in space. Confused, he mutters in shock, wondering what just happened. Before he can make sense of it, a massive, shadowy figure begins to emerge from the cosmic haze, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying presence. From the swirling darkness, a man with golden hair and a calm, regal aura steps forward. It's Zhulong, who questions why they even need to fight. Lin glares at him and firmly replies that it was Zhulong who invaded the city. He isn't fighting for glory, only to protect the people who matter to him. Zhulong steps forward with intensity, claiming that he and Lin share the same blood, that they are of the same kind. His words echo across the cosmic void. Suddenly, Lin's form begins to shift, his draconic traits emerging as a blue-scaled creature takes shape, shocking even himself. Eyes narrowing, Lin demands to know what Zhulong truly means and how he could possibly know anything about his origins. Zhulong calmly explains that they are descendants of an ancient being who once pierced the Earth's crust, bringing primordial Kai into this world. Humanity, he says, seeks to steal this sacred legacy, and that is why their kind must resist. Lin growls in disbelief, questioning Zhulong's claim. He demands to know what he means by steal, his voice echoing through the void. Zhulong turns his back calmly, refusing to elaborate further. His expression remains unreadable as the cosmic energy swirls around him. Lin, now in his towering draconic form, shouts for Zhulong to stop and explain, but the golden figure continues to walk away without looking back. In the next instant, Lin gasps and finds himself back in the real world, falling through the smoke-filled sky, the mysterious encounter still burning in his mind. Lin barely regains his balance before a thunderous roar shakes the battlefield. A massive beast towers over him, its jaws opening wide enough to swallow buildings whole. Without hesitation, the creature lunges forward, its roar echoing across the burning ruins as Lin braces himself against the shockwave.